1. Kaiden willed his sword handle to disassemble. His hilt sighed a release of pressure, loosening itself from the long, steel tang of the katana. He set the blade aside on the stained oak worktable to weigh down the sheets of drafter's vellum on which his schematics were scratched. Large twin elk horns were mounted above his warm, grumbling fireplace. Dangling from the elk horn was a crystal dagger wrapped in twine. The winter wind growled outside his single-floor home through the stony city of Argentus like a wolf stalking its prey in the black night. Dark clouds roamed across a hollow black sky. Mother Moon faced away toward the stars and cast no light, but Kaiden did not need candles to illuminate his work table. One of the many titanic crystals Marit placed around the city towered brightly only a few blocks away from Kaiden's home, its blue sea glass light spilling through the nearest window. Like his ingenious friend predicted, Marit's work did indeed outlive her. Kaiden held the sword hilt and felt its faint, familiar thrum. He matched its hum frequency to his own and willed it open. The hilt's outer shell separated into 3 large rings, each forged of the rare star silver, astrolite. A single ring could have purchased his childhood village. With 3, he could have bargained with the king to unbanish his people. "Can't save the dead," Kaiden chided himself, his voice hoarse from yelling commands in battle. Familiar grief congealed in his throat. He swallowed it and whispered in prayer. "Ancestors, guide me." His deft fingers organized the parts on the work table. Below the 3 astrolite rings sat the steel hum compressor gifted to him by the late king, Ragnar. He set it aside. If Kaiden was right, he wouldn't need a compressor anymore. Next to it lay a powerful radiator he adopted from Pernilla. He caressed it, careful not to brush off the spot of dried blood to remember her sacrifice. The blood wouldn't affect the radiator's hum control function. Last were the standard suppressor, alternator, and diaphragm a mage of his class and status could afford. He was surprised they lasted this long. On their own, the pieces were cheap, second-hand parts, but Kaiden used them in harmony on the battlefield, slicing through shades and men with ease. His settings would have confused more capable mages, yet it suited his swordsmanship and kept him alive against the onslaught of the Shade's army. The strong did not outlive the weak, but those who lived to see the next day were strong. There were not many living left, but it would have to be enough. Kaiden took off his undershirt and folded it on his studded leather war armor. His bare chest revealed the marking of a black circle surrounded by another, larger black circle. The outer circle was about half the size of his palm. Without the compressor active to shape his magic, subtle power leaked from the circles on his chest. He tamed his excitement. If this worked, he wouldn't need another circle for more power. His theory of opposites dictated it so. Kaiden turned his head to the door as he heard the sound of wet leather crunching against thick snow on stone. Despite the safety brought by Marit's crystals, Kaiden's hand slipped to the handle of the wakizashi at his hip. The door opened without a knock, and Kaiden felt his eyebrows shoot up in surprise. "Magister," Kaiden started. A tall man clad in purple robes with slick blonde hair flowing down to his shoulders waved his gloved hand. His sky-blue eyes hid behind half-moon-shaped glasses the color of amethyst, and he wore a perpetual grin as if he'd just told a very funny joke. "Please, we fought side by side for, 3 months? Drop the formalities." Elwyn, Kaiden corrected himself. While subconsciously lowering his head in respect to the most powerful mage in the world, he removed his hand from his wakizashi. "You don't seem to be the type to look for casual conversation in the middle of a war effort." "Straight to the point," Elwyn replied. Grinning beneath his half-moon glasses, he walked past Kaiden, leaned his staff against the work table, and read the schematics. A mage setting aside his wand so casually meant he felt safe, or was confident no one near them posed a threat. Kaiden barely heard what the man said, doing his best to avert his gaze from the magister's staff. Unlike Kaiden's wand of 3 spell rings, the Magister's wand had more than 24 astrolite rings, and the remainder of the staff was also made of astrolite modular parts. Despite the immense power Elwyn wielded through the stave-type wand, Kaiden could not sense a single pulse of power echo from the man. "Ah, this must be the opposite theory you asked me to calculate the math on a couple of weeks ago," Elwyn muttered with a mix of curiosity and, was that urgency? "The law of opposites, sir," Kaiden confirmed. Elwyn glanced up and chuckled. "We went from theory to law in a matter of weeks. That's some confidence you have." Kaiden kept silent, not sure where Elwyn meant this conversation to lead. The Magister traced Kaiden's schematics with his finger, muttering what sounded like numbers and equations. Kaiden held his breath. After a minute, Elwyn sighed, straightening his posture. His casual demeanor grew neutral, and Kaiden found himself on edge. "Sir?" Kaiden asked. Elwyn opened his mouth and closed it before speaking. "Your alternator is at its highest setting for a faster cooldown between spells cast. That's risky considering the quality of your equipment. Only you could get away with maximizing your diaphragm to cancel your spells mid-expulsion because your hum is so small." Kaiden blinked, not expecting the mage to comprehend his schematics so quickly. But Elwyn was the head of all mages of Strimonium, or at least what was left of the university. Mages aren't used to the spell cancellations because it seems like a waste of energy. "Spell settings adjusted from many months of battle," Elwyn concluded, tapping his chin with his finger. "I can't blast away 20 men per spell like you, sir, so I adapted the magic to my fighting style," Kaiden said. "Everyone else adapts their abilities to their wands because magic is, well, magic." Kaiden grinned. "The law of opposites, sir. It applies to all things." "The law of opposites," Elwyn repeated, testing the words on his tongue. He tapped the schematics. "Why remove the compressor altogether? Even with all my experience—" He tripped on the word. Elwyn slowly grabbed his staff and released a hum from his body so subtle, Kaiden could barely tell it was a sense spell. "Experience, yes," Elwyn continued as if nothing happened, but Kaiden found himself on alert. He cleared his throat and commanded, "Explain the loss of the compressor." "The spell shape won't matter," Kaiden said. "With a higher purity, my hum will express itself at all times, but at a low enough output it won't drain me." Silence passed in the tent to the edge of awkwardness. "At all times?" Elwyn asked finally. Kaiden nodded hesitantly, wondering if someone who hadn't attended Strimonium sounded like a complete idiot bullshitting theories to the Magister himself. "Not everyone has your power output. No one does. Sure, the first circle will technically be less powerful than standard tritonic theory, but the second circle—" Elwyn's eyes narrowed, darting side to side as if calculating 1,000 possibilities in his brilliant mind. "Explosive power. Spells will rely on purity of hum instead of the volume we accrue over time. You're bypassing the physical limitations of the tritonic system." "Yes," Kaiden said evenly. Elwyn seemed to be deep in thought. He frowned. "It won't work." Kaiden's anger flared, but he tamed it quickly. If anyone could dismiss his ideas on magic so quickly, it would be the Magister himself. "What makes you think that?" Elwyn clicked his tongue to the roof of his mouth a few times, clearly organizing his thoughts. "Your hum is already too strong." "Mine?" Kaiden asked incredulously. He'd been told by every mage, and even the shades he fought, that they'd never felt a weaker hum from a mage. Most assumed he was only first circle. Elwyn nodded, tapping the round club-shaped tip of his staff on Kaiden's bare chest. "Training for purity rather than accumulation would require the smallest, barest amount of hum possible. Anything larger than that would be too explosive for the human body to contain." "I don't understand," Kaiden admitted, numbly assembling the pieces of his wand back into his katana. He was sure this would work. If only Marit were alive to defend him or call him an idiot so he knew how to feel about this. Imagine my power is an ocean. A small ocean, but an ocean nonetheless, Elwyn explained. Yours is... He paused as if trying to find a nicer way of saying things. Say it plainly. You won't hurt my feelings. Elwyn winced but continued. Your power is a small bucket. For your purification method to work, it would need a single drop. A single drop of hum without any impurities would, in theory, be incredibly powerful, comparatively speaking. Anything more than that, well, I don't know. If we had fewer pressing concerns, I'd spend the next 2 decades researching this. Kaiden thought this over, willing the outer shell of his hilt to clamp back together. He could feel the hum of his wand beating with his own internal hum in perfect unison. Each of his spell rings, sense, will, force, thrummed with power, ready to be used at his will. Then he remembered where he was and whom he was dealing with. The Magister of Strimonium would not randomly visit a mere field captain in the middle of the night. He asked, You're not here for theory crafting. What is it you want from me? Magister Elwyn grinned. Put on your armor and cloak. We're going for a walk. 2. Elwyn changed the grip of his staff 5 hands higher than his standard grip. He willed his power from his body into his staff. The force ring pulsed. Elwyn's hum fed downward between 3 clicking alternators, activating a total of 4 rings. 4 force rings would have to be enough for when they came. After all, surviving was no longer his priority. The spell lifted Elwyn and Kaiden off the ground. Kaiden Coldsteel did his best to look unalarmed by being suddenly lifted into the air against his will. His sword hand moved to the top of his hilt, and his eyes scanned the city below them, assessing possible threats. He would have made an excellent bodyguard, but now Elwyn needed him for something else. This would be an awkward conversation. It always was. The first time he had it, Elwyn had lured in Rihaku, the wandering poet. Then it was Jara Talonhand. Then it was both, again and again. He trusted no one else. Now, Elwyn could include Kaiden among the few people he could trust with the truth. The barrier would buy time for him to pass everything on to the warrior. Crucial dates, people to stay away from, even magical theory. Of course, it would all be a confusing blur to the young Imanese warrior. That was okay. Elwyn was confused his first time, too. They floated silently above the city of Argentis, cloaks fluttering. The winter wind would have been much harsher, but Marit's nigh-invisible barrier, which the people lovingly dubbed Marit's blanket, cut the force of the wind by half within the city. Even after all this time, Elwyn could not help but admire the engineer's marvelous work. How did he miss such a talent after all this time? If it wasn't for Kaiden introducing Marit's talents to Elwyn, the city would not have the crystals to protect them. It was just another reason why it had to be Kaiden. Even with all of Elwyn's advantages, he missed out on so much hidden potential. He invested too much in the wrong things, the wrong people. Only now did he understand his own arrogance. They landed on top of the remains of the Magister's Tower. The first wave of attacks shattered the glass dome, which used to scatter the moonlight into 1,000 different twinkling colors on the eastern wall of the study. Elwyn felt sadness rise up in his throat. Marks of destruction the city had endured over the past few years. Shattered streets, broken buildings, cindered earth. It had been worse before in the other paths. Elwyn minimized as much of the damage as he could this time, but he was one man. Despite all his power, he could not stop it, only buy more time, and even that he was out of. The rings on his chest thrummed with an unparalleled power, but it was a brittle thing. Once he placed the mark, the circles would erode, false as they were. He must have been lost in thought again because Kaiden cleared his throat. What is it you brought me here for? To plan a guerrilla attack on the enemy camp? Something like that, Elwyn assured. He pushed up his half-moon-shaped spectacles to get a better view of Kaiden. The warrior seemed relaxed, but Elwyn knew better. He'd see the young man go from looking like he was about to fall asleep to bursting with deadly speed and precision, striking an enemy down with nothing but his odd sword and a couple basic spells learned by first years in Strimonium. He had dark brown eyes and jet black hair tied in a top knot. Apparently, that was the going fashion of his people, the Immin. In all of the paths that Elwyn explored, he never even once gave the banished people a second thought. He added that to his mountain-high pile of regrets. If the Immin produced someone like Kaiden, then what else could they have to offer? The world was full of mysteries still left to uncover. But not for Elwyn. This would be the end of his road. The final path. Elwyn opened his mouth, ready to ask his prepared questions to make sure this was the right choice. He would start off easy, build rapport with Kaiden, ask him questions about his past and what regrets he would right if given a second chance. Then he would tell the Imminese warrior the truth, how this was their last shot and how it had to be Kaiden. But something glimmered in the starless sky above the city. Dread filled the pit of his stomach, congealing in his throat. Mard's blanket should have held them off for at least a few more days. Deepest hells. Time was always against him. How could that be for someone who had so much of it? Even now, at the end of all his paths, time was his greatest enemy. Elwyn swallowed his anger and placed a thumb on his staff just above where the fifth spell ring was located. He pushed power into it, letting the spell shape itself into an invisible cloud covering his head. The mind spell accelerated his thoughts to 10 times the normal speed, letting him calculate the most optimal choice. In the end, he reached only one conclusion. It would have to be Kaiden. The sky above glimmered again, and this time a star blinked through Mard's blanket. The protection field could no longer hide it. The light was horrible, persistent. Elwyn's heart ached. He thought he had days to pass on his knowledge to Kaiden. Now, he didn't even have half an hour. He sighed. Magister? Kaiden's eyes flitted around as if expecting shade beasts to leap from the shadows. Elwyn looked at the young Imminese warrior. Kaiden's odd, curved swords hung loosely at his hip. Most underestimated him because of his boyish looks and short stature. He didn't look like a cold manslayer. Even Elwyn did not take note of Kaiden until the last 10 paths. At the end of each of those paths, Elwyn had stood neck to neck with the greatest mages of the age to fight against the shade tide. Each path ended the same, the death of all the mages except him. Then the summoning of the eyes, those damned, endless eyes haunting his nightmares for countless lifetimes. Then darkness until Elwyn sent himself to another path. And yet, somehow, even when all the other mages had died, Kaiden, a lone warrior, had lived to fight the knights of the Shade Priest. It was in this path, the final path, which Elwyn explored the little curiosity of Kaiden Coldsteel, only to find he had 3 astrolite rings in his possession. Not only that, but Kaiden could use them. Upon that discovery, Elwyn knew he had found the one to whom he could pass the flame. Stars blink into existence in the night sky, one by one, appearing faster and faster. The winter winds picked up in speed, growing from a distant howl to a nigh growl, teeth bared at the city's neck. Argentus was silent, but that would soon change. Elwyn sighed once more. No more time. No time to pass on his knowledge. No time to warn Kaiden of all his past mistakes. Only enough time for a few words, and so he chose them well. His finger pressed against his staff again, activating 2 mind spell rings. An invisible cloud covered Kaiden's head. Something clicked inside Elwyn, like a gear in a clock slipping out of place. He could feel the hum leaking out of him. The deed was done. Elwyn's time was over. Kaiden would have to be enough. Elwyn gave Kaiden a tired smile. I need you to do me a favor. Kaiden looked weary, his fingers testing the tip of his sheath, but he nodded. Tell me. When you return, find me as fast as you can. Excuse me? Elwyn didn't stop to explain. More stars shone in the sky, and Mard's blanket faded faster and faster. Small shadows hovered above the city, ready, descending slowly like pillars of black smoke. The screams would start soon. He continued, his voice choked with regret. You'll want to confide in someone. Don't. Trust no one. Kaiden's hand gripped his sword handle and his head snapped to the sky, his eyes widening in horror. He muttered in confusion and disbelief. The blanket. It should have held the... Elwyn grabbed Kaiden by the shoulder, shaking him out of his stupor. They locked eyes and Elwyn commanded, nearly shouting. Listen! Kaiden looked confused, but the urgency in Elwyn's voice held Kaiden's attention long enough. Elwyn urged, Find me, trust no one, and by the deepest hells, knock some sense into me. Kaiden seemed to snap out of whatever shock he was in because he leaped back from Elwyn, widening his stance as if to leap forward again like a tiger ready to strike. He growled. Was this your doing? Did you betray us? Elwyn leaned against his staff. His body was young, but by the crawl did he feel old. He stared at the 5 plumes of darkness falling on the city. They landed on the streets and black clouds billowed outward, taking the shape of malformed alien beasts. Answer me! Kaiden yelled, the air vibrating around him with nascent power. Elwyn shook his head. Now that he marked Kaiden with the spell and he could feel the hum draining from his chest, he felt an odd sense of relief. This wasn't my doing, he confessed. I thought we had more time. You can do what you like. I'll take care of the priest. Or priestess, depending on what they are this time. Of course, I'll have to wait until they tilt the scales of fate. Kaiden paused, his eyes scanning Elwyn, searching for the truth. He opened his mouth as if he had 1,000 things to say, but he closed it and about-faced, walking down the steps of the tower. Elwyn blinked. He expected the young warrior to attack, or blame, or question. Instead, he chose his duty to the city against his enemy above all else. Once again, Kaiden surprised him. Elwyn asked, Where are you going now that the shades have arrived? Without breaking stride down the steps of the Magister's tower, Kaiden spoke over his shoulder, his voice filled with a soft but absolute conviction. I do what I must. There is nothing else. Kaiden's words sent a shiver of electricity up Elwyn's spine, and for the first time in years, he broke out in laughter. Shades spilled through the city, slaughtering hundreds. But Elwyn kept on laughing. The end was near, inevitable as it always was. When the laughter subsided, Elwyn watched Kaiden Coldsteel run toward the center of the city where the closest pillar of black cloud fell. Elwyn's power was fading quicker than he expected. In a half hour, he'd lose a full circle. Soon, he would meet his true death, the end of his path. And yet, he smiled at the sight of Kaiden crossing blades with a Shade Knight. Elwyn chose well. 3. The shades flooded the streets. Their numbers easily surpassed the meager defense of the city by tenfold. Black smoke leaked from their eyes. Almost all of them sported gashes on their skin. But instead of leaking blood, the open wounds were filled with what looked like a black stone. Something similar to onyx. They wore vacant expressions as they ripped through the people of Argentis with nothing but their teeth and claws. What had once been human fingers were now talons the color of charcoal and hard as steel. They tore through the living with inhuman ferocity. Kaiden picked up the pace, running as fast as he could. His boots slipped against the fresh snow on the cobblestone streets. Instead of fighting against the slip, he rolled into it, using its momentum to propel him forward as he got back on his feet. His boots were made for mud and grass, not stone streets. His war experience had been in the field, the toil of mud and blood. Never in his wildest dreams did he imagine fighting in the streets of this city. The Shades' movements were unnatural, alien. Although the terrified and screaming people of the city were prey, the Shades were nothing like predators of the wilds. Animals, real animals, killed for hunger or survival. Shades took no joy or no purpose from the killings. They reminded Kaiden of one of Mart's old machines she brought to life with her engineering. Those who fell rose again minutes later, their own eyes and wounds filled with black smoke and black stone. Kaiden grimaced at the sight. No matter how many thousands of times he had seen it before, it still unsettled him to the very marrow of his bones. Whatever the Shades were, they were unnatural. They did not belong within the cycle of life and death. When Shades died, they would not dissolve back into the earth and feed future life. They only destroyed, took, broke, and hollowed the world. Soldiers without mages to even the scales were killed on the spot by the monsters, leaving behind broken bodies that would soon rise to join the Shade tide. Their sacrifices were not in vain, as they bought dozens of people enough time to run toward the castle walls of Strimonium. Many ran past Kaiden, too frightened at the odd sight of an Imines warrior drawing his blade. Although not many were left, mages of the Argentis fought bravely, using their magic to slow the tide of the invaders. Mind spells billowed out, distracting the Shades with minor illusions for a brief but crucial second as soldiers' spearheads buried themselves in the Shades' skulls. Mages with metallic arms or legs roared with borrowed power, bashing and breaking Shades with a strength and speed a normal human could not summon. The rare remaining mages with force spells made pulling motions toward the rooftops where carefully placed boulders leaned on the edges. The boulders teetered and fell onto piles of Shades, crushing them in an instant. Since the mages were most likely of the first circle, they probably had emitters placed on the roofs angled beneath the boulders. All it would have taken was a little force. Despite the mages' defense, the Shades' forces overwhelmed the city. Mages sacrificed themselves, their lives consumed in an instant, bringing down dozens of simple Shades with their last ounces of strength. Kaiden silently acknowledged their heroism as he ran toward the battle. With his katana extracted from its scabbard, the spell rings inside his wand resonated with the power in his chest. He scanned the battlefield. Nearly every soldier was dead or dying. Even the mages wore expressions of terror and desperation. A few tried to save others, but for many, the sight of the Shades was too much. Some dropped their weapons and ran. Others charged blindly into the miasma of the encroaching black fog. Some stood tall, fighting to buy the rest of the army time. The battle was turning against the defenders, and Kaiden knew a victory would be impossible. But certain death would not sway him from his duty. Kaiden halted. He was close enough now to help turn the tide, even if a little. He readied his stance and grip, as if to swipe his katana horizontally. If he hadn't modified his compressor a few days earlier, this wouldn't have been possible. His compressor shaped the spell to be as thin as possible. It allowed more surface area, but required a swordsman's precision. Although he was at least 100 feet away from the nearest person, he swung his blade, imitating the horizon of the coming dawn. The power in his chest synchronized with the chosen spell ring at the base of his wand. A will spell cascaded out from his blade in an invisible wave, washing over the remaining mages and soldiers who had not dropped their weapons. Kaiden cast a spell of will on the soldiers from his own mind. It was a single word. Although he was a mage of the second circle, he had neither the skill nor the power to send a full sentence. So, he chose a single word that would do the most good. Most other mages would have chosen abstract words like hope or believe. But in his experience, simple, clear, and practical words were much more effective than anything like that. He chose the word most forgotten in the face of absolute terror, a command. Breathe. They did not freeze when the power touched them. Even half a second of misused time would have meant their death, but their movements grew more precise, more confident. Their spearheads struck a little truer, and their shields held on a little bit longer against rabid black talons. Kaiden joined the fray, barreling his shoulders into one of the shades that swiped at a young mage's head. The shade's claw missed by a hair's breadth. Without losing momentum, Kaiden lifted his katana in a quick and brief upward slash. To an outsider, the movement would have looked like he was butting the end of his sword handle up into the sky. To anyone with even a small bit of knowledge of swordplay, the movement would not appear to have enough forward momentum or force to even cause a shallow wound. But Kaiden was not only a swordsman. As he pulled his blade upward, he summoned a small portion of his power, letting the middle spell ring resonate. It was a minor force spell, creating a pulling motion, drawing the shade's neck forward. It was only a few inches, but more than enough for it to fall onto the edge of Kaiden's blade. He sliced through it as easily as a hot knife through butter. The spell ate at his minuscule pool of power quickly. Although Kaiden had plenty of hum left in his reserves to fight, he would not be able to summon it for another 5 seconds without overheating his alternator. He pushed the body of the shade away. By the time it fell to the ground and collapsed into a pile of what looked like scattered charcoal, Kaiden had cut down 3 more shades. A dozen more stood between him and the next group of mages. Behind them were dozens more simple shades, what were once humans. Those monsters did not worry Kaiden, but behind the simple shades was one of the pillars of black smoke which reached the sky. Every second, dozens of silhouettes of beasts and shades poured out of the black smoke. Soil and blood. Was there no end to them? Kaiden grimaced. There was no doubt in his mind death would unfold her wings and greet him this day. That did not bother him. What did bother him was giving up his life for only a few measly, simple shades. He would make his death costly. The boars with black eyes sprinted at the defending soldiers at breakneck speed. Their stampede shook the ground, hooves thrashing against the cobblestone streets. Several of the soldiers' eyes widened. A few whispered words of prayer to the radiant goddess, but none took a step back. They rooted their feet in the ground, ready to face the incoming onslaught. Kaiden felt a surge of pride as he stood next to his fellow soldiers. One of the mages next to him glanced over to Kaiden. He had a straight sword the shape of a gladius that would have been too heavy for someone his size, but his arm buzzed and whirred with metallic noise, hinting that a wand had replaced one of his bones, probably in the forearm. His eyes hovered at the badge denoting Kaiden's rank on his armor. The young mage nodded. "Captain, any orders?" "Kill them all! Die well!" Kaiden yelled so everyone could hear him. He didn't need to tell them to aim for their hooves, that the beast's momentum was not just their greatest weapon, but also their greatest weakness. It was Kaiden who had taught most of the remaining soldiers in the city that technique. He asked, "How many static?" Most of them raised a hand. Only a few were non-mages. Good. They would need every ounce of magic to pull this off. Kaiden barked. "Forcers, spread your emitters. 15 yards for updraft. Willers, narrow the passage. Use whatever means you have. Censors, pick up spears for throwing." The remaining mages with force spells threw metallic discs on the ground ranging from 5 to 10 yards away from them. The boars in front of the stampede tightened from 6 boars to only 3. The Willers had cast their spells that the street was much more narrow. Since every mage there but Kaiden was of the first circle, they would have used whatever trick they could muster to make that happen. Whether it was a suggestion, a feeling, an illusion of pheromones, or any number of other magical tricks the mages created, the width of the stampede had halved. Kaiden waited until the first wave of boars was only 5 yards away, their eyes rippling with black steam. He commanded, "Now!" All at once, the air beneath the shade beast thrummed with power from the emitters. The dozen frontmost boar's hooves lifted from the ground, tilted by the blast of force magic. It was not a strong enough force to knock them off their backs, but it was enough to change the angle and placement of their hooves for half a second. The momentum from their sprint tumbled the boars on their sides or over their heads onto their backs. It was mayhem. The remaining boars behind them collided into the pile ahead, sprawling themselves, their tusks tearing into each other. None of the boars squealed in agony. They didn't panic like a normal animal would. The shades tried to untangle themselves with an eerier silence. Once again, Kaiden felt a shiver at the unnatural sight. Kaiden lifted his empty hand and let it fall as he yelled, "Loose!" The muscles of the sense mages near Kaiden bulged with borrowed temporary strength. Spears that would take 2 men to lift were thrown straight and true into the boars, burying them into flesh. 2 mages released arrows from large bows that would have taken 2 strong men to pull. "Close quarters, but maintain your flanks," Kaiden ordered. He ran first, but could feel the remaining soldiers and mages on his heel. He let his sword leap and fly and cut through the tangled mess of shade beasts before the boars could right themselves. More simple shades came out from inside the buildings, attacking Kaiden and the soldiers, but he felled them each with a single strike of his blade. He didn't know how much time passed until every simple shade and shade beast on the lone street evaporated into black charcoal. 2 minutes? 10? Either way, almost everyone who was left standing was out of breath. Kaiden wasn't. His breathing was a little staggered, but he collected himself quickly. Half of the soldiers had died, but half had lived. Kaiden threw his fist in the air and let out a wordless roar. The other soldiers joined him in their triumph. Kaiden inhaled deeply, staring at the pillar of black smoke, which was not so far away now. The other soldiers gathered around him, wordlessly taking their positions, following their training. They had only won against the first tide of beasts. Now onto the hard part, Kaiden muttered to no one in particular. He waited, allowing the rest to catch their breath, to feel the pulse of their lives for as long as they could before it could no longer beat. They all stared at the pillar of black smoke, ready to meet their death. 10 long, excruciating seconds passed before one of the soldiers, Force Mage, asked, his throat parched, "Captain, do you think it went somewhere else?" Kaiden was about to answer when he noticed a single boar stepping out of the cloud. His heart skipped a beat. One of the soldiers laughed. "It's a stray. I think this one's lost." The others laughed with him. Kaiden did not join them. The boar did not run. Its eyes of black smoke fixed its gaze on Kaiden as if it recognized him. Then the boar changed. Although there was no sun or great light source behind it, the boar's shadow grew long, stretching along the street like a black snake. As the shadow grew, so did the boar. In less than a second, it grew to 3 times its height and into an almost humanoid shape. The hairs on the back of Kaiden's neck rose. It stood up, posture hunched, arms thick with powerful muscles. The boar's head was now on the creature's chest, snout and tusk protruding from its torso. Its feet were reverse-jointed hooves, but its hands were like that of simple shades, black talons that could rip through a man like steel through milk. At the very top of the figure was another head, a large, misshapen human head. Kaiden shivered, and he told himself it was because of the winter's cold. His death did not bother him, but seeing the shade transformed stirred a fear inside him too primal to banish with bravery or cold logic. The beast leaned toward one of the boulders that had fallen from the roofs and clamped its taloned fingers over it. Kaiden turned to the soldiers and yelled, "Run!" It happened in an instant. The beast's arms lifted the boulder as easily as a father would a small child. Something blurred in the air. The soldiers who had all stood together, laughing at the stray boar shade, did not move as the boulder decapitated them. The boulder smashed into and through a nearby building. Only legs remained of the men and women Kaiden had fought with a few moments before. Their bodies tipped over, leaking pools of blood in the cobblestone streets. A low, rhythmic sound echoed in the quiet street. The sound was so deep it reminded Kaiden of distant war drums. It knocked him out of his stupor, and to his surprise he found he had unconsciously drawn his wakizashi, now holding a blade in each hand. Then he realized the sound wasn't a war drum. The beast was laughing. Both the mouth on its head and its chest opened, letting out its deep, rhythmic chuckle. Kaiden's hands shook like a leaf in a storm. He tried to steady his breath, but couldn't. His legs had frozen in place. The giant monster kept chuckling as it reached for another boulder. Kaiden cursed to himself inwardly. He couldn't speak. Come on, by the crawl, move. Although his legs couldn't move, he found his arms could. The monster lifted the boulder, readying. Kaiden turned the blade of his katana toward himself and flooded his wand with a single command: move. The spell smacked into him thin as a blade of grass. He dropped to his knees, rolling forward, hugging the ground while still clutching his swords. The boulder whirred above him with so much force that the hairband keeping his topknot together was pulled off. His black hair fell to the sides of his head, cutting off his vision. The sound of crashing and breaking exploded behind him. Kaiden could not cast aside his fear, but he was able to take a deep breath. He got up, faced the confused-looking monster, and ran straight for it. The giant monster opened its lower mouth as if to roar, but nothing came out. Kaiden knew better. As he ran towards the monster, he leaped to the side and felt the edges of a fear and panic spell miss him by only a few inches. Even though it did not hit him directly, the residual hum energy sank into him a little, like poison through the lungs. Once more, Kaiden turned the blade of his katana toward himself and cast another spell of will toward him. Breathe. The upper head snarled in an almost human gesture and swiped at Kaiden, who closed the gap between them as quickly as possible. Kaiden slashed at the knees and ankles of the monster before dancing away. It was just in time, as the monster's claws smashed into the cobblestone street where he had just once been. The monster belted out a roar in frustration, its black eyes filled with pure rage. Then it paused, the large boar snout on its torso sniffing the air, as if smelling something familiar. It spoke, its voice a deep rumble that shook the nearby walls. A human of the first soil? Kaiden felt his eyes widen. He knew from reports and Elwyn that the stronger shades had intelligence, but he never would have expected them to recognize the scent of his people. He shook his head. That knowledge would not stop him from doing what needed to be done. Conversing with the monster would only buy it time for more of its forces to come here. Kaiden was alone. Kaiden took that moment to strike against the beast's arms and legs again, but the blades could find no purchase. The monster's fur was too thick and tough. For a brief half a second, the reality of what he was doing dawned on him. What in the deepest hells was he thinking? It took several mages of the third circle to defeat one of those titanic monsters, and he was trying it alone? He expected to feel a deep fear at the realization, but for some reason, the idea of a magician of the second circle challenging this monster alone put a smile on his face. It was ridiculous. All of this was ridiculous. This war, the unknown enemy, the shade tide. What was it all for? Kaiden danced away from the monster's grip, and he caught his breath again. He shook his head. Those thoughts were useless now. What mattered was injuring this monster. If he couldn't cut it, then surviving this battle wasn't even an option. It was time to use his final spell ring. He threw the wakizashi to the ground between the legs of the monster and held his katana with both hands. He let the blade fall to his side and slightly behind him. He took a sideways stance as if ready to duel an opponent who was not 10 times the size of a normal man. The eyes of the top head closed as if in suspicion and spoke once again. Little rabbit, Why do you smell of the ancient earth? Kaiden ignored it, shifting his stance and raising his blade in a single lunge. He closed the distance between them again and swiped his sword, guiding the blade to the ankle of the monster. He made sure to position himself on the outside of the monster's heel in case the attack worked. He twisted his grip at the last second before connecting with the fur and casting his force spell. Kaiden lacked the means, education, and power to harm the monster with magic alone. The most he could move was only a few pounds worth of force. That wouldn't help him here. So he abandoned that option years earlier when he first discovered that the rings he carried with him for years could allow him to cast magic. Instead, he crafted his spell on the idea of sharpening his blade with the thinnest trace of force he could muster. Kaiden roared as he flexed every muscle in his body the moment his katana met the monster's skin. He pushed the blade into the monster's ankle and felt it slice through. He rolled through the momentum, but when he landed on his feet, he found his katana was no longer in his hands. The blade and his wand were stuck in the monster's ankle. The beast screamed out in pain, clutching at its ankle, pulling out the katana, and tossing it to the side. The metal of the blade was bent, but the handle, the wand, was still intact. Without hesitation, Kaiden used the moment of distraction to run towards his blade, but something stopped him. He found he couldn't move. He checked his breathing and his pulse. It wasn't a will spell telling him to be afraid or to panic. No matter how he struggled, he could not move his arms or legs in any direction. Kaiden strained as hard as he could, but couldn't move his limbs. The only thing he could move was his eyes. He looked left and right for whoever had cast the spell, but he found no one. Was it another shade monster? No. Kaiden calmed himself down. He had felt this before, the feeling of helplessness against unfathomable power, and so he could not help but feel a grin growing on his face. He looked up and saw the silhouette of Elwyn, the Magister of Strimonium, fluttering down from the sky, landing next to him. "That's enough of that," Elwyn chided. Kaiden couldn't tell if he was speaking to him or to the monster. The monster stopped its screaming, its attention completely focused on the Magister. It spoke, but it didn't seem to be conversing with Elwyn or Kaiden. There was no one else nearby, from what Kaiden could tell. It said, "The anomaly is here." The black pillars of smoke stopped twirling in place all at once throughout the city, except for the one far behind the monster. More creatures stepped out of the black smoke, one by one. A deer, a wolf, a bear, something that looked like a human wearing the robes of a priest. A few other animals, each of them, save the one who looked like a priest, grew into malformed giant monsters that overtook the street. There wasn't any room, so a few climbed onto the buildings. None spoke. An unnerving silence passed through the street. Kaiden knew there were more of these monsters from the reports, but he never realized it was this many. 2 or 3 of them were more than enough to destroy the city on their own. But now, Kaiden saw 6 in total, plus the priest. The only thing standing between them and Kaiden was Elwyn. Kaiden felt the spell on him release, and he backed away from both Elwyn and the Shade. He had seen the Magister fight before, and Kaiden did not want to get in the middle of that. It was only under the light of the stars, moon, and Mars crystals that Kaiden truly got a good look at the man. He looked so much younger than Kaiden first thought. What was he, 35? Maybe younger? They were probably around the same age, but the difference in their power was so huge. And yet, somehow Elwyn's expression betrayed his age. He looked wise and powerful, but also worn, aged, tired. Kaiden realized that he knew so little, if anything, about the man. Gone was his usual, almost casual humor. Elwyn stamped the butt of his staff into the ground and spoke as if he had done this 1,000 times. "Let's get this over with." 4. Elwyn's staff buzzed with power from the will spell he had cast earlier, the alternators flickering in unison to sustain its effects until the spell finished its working. One of the Shade Knights, a giant monster the shape of an eagle, clawed at him from the sky. It was too far for its talons to reach him directly, but they flung 4 black blades out at him. Elwyn activated one of the sense spell rings. In an instant, the world seemed to slow around him as each of his senses flared past human limits. The sound of the black blades cutting through the air buzzed in his ears. The sensation of the foreign hum cascading toward him tinged on his skin. His heightened senses allowed him to dodge each black blade in rapid succession. He pulled on Kaiden's armor as one of the black blades bit into the stone street where he had stood only half a second before. The rest of the blades narrowly missed the Magister, slicing into the cobblestone streets. The wand sucked more power than he was used to by at least a factor of 10. He winced at the sudden loss of power, but he had expected it. A few days earlier, Elwyn had modified the suppressor in his staff, changing its inhibiting factors to its lowest setting. With no people around to worry about, Elwyn did not have to hold back his power. Now, the first spell drained his internal hum faster with each passing breath. Elwyn flowed more power from the 6 circles in his chest into his stave-type wand to cast another spell. The second spell almost took the wind out of him, as it sucked a huge torrent of power from the 6 circles in his chest. 1,000 nigh invisible tiny marbles shot out from Elwyn's staff, catching the Eagle Knight in the air. The fourth spell tore through the eagle's wings, causing it to spiral out of control and slam into the Bat Knight. Elwyn grimaced. That was one of his most powerful offensive spells and still wouldn't be enough to kill one of the Shade Knights. Soon, he would be out of power completely. If his calculations were correct, that would be more than enough time for the spell to finish. Then, the eyes would come. Elwyn shivered at the thought of having to face that damned, endless gaze one last time. He pushed more power into the stave-type wand, releasing energy into one other spell ring. Kaiden Coldseal's head swiveled in all directions, marking each of the 6 Shade Knights. His jaw dropped in awe. He had just faced and lost against Snarltooth, the Boar Knight, and now 5 more monsters appeared and had them surrounded. And still, despite the ridiculous odds, Kaiden did not look afraid. His dark brown eyes were hard as iron. He took a deep breath and addressed Elwyn. "Sir, tell me how I can help." Elwyn gave him a reassuring smile and winked. "I'm glad you asked." He withdrew a small disc from one of the many pockets on his robe and tossed it onto the cobblestone between Kaiden's boots. The Eminence warrior looked down, confused. All 6 Shade Knights froze in their positions, readying themselves for Elwyn's inevitable spell. The ground beneath Kaiden rumbled, and the individual cobblestones around Kaiden flew into the air above him. Kaiden's face twisted from serious to concerned, and he murmured, "Sir?" Elwyn answered Kaiden, "You're in my way." The rocks collapsed onto Kaiden in a giant pile, crushing him so fast that the warrior didn't have time to dodge or protest. He was dead in an instant. Elwyn exhaled a long breath. Good. That was out of the way. He checked the alternators for the first will spell he cast back in the Magister's tower. They still buzzed. Elwyn smiled. He exhaled a long breath and rolled his shoulders as if releasing a tension that had been held there for years, decades, maybe even centuries. How many paths had he lived through? He put the question aside. Even with his intellect, he could not calculate how many paths he had lived up until this point. It didn't matter. Elwyn looked around at the confused stares of the Shade Knights. They were probably wondering why he had executed one of his own, someone who could act as an ally. He raised an eyebrow. Killing him was a mercy compared to letting one of you pull him apart limb by limb. Are we just going to sit here all day, or... 2 long shadows dove in from the sky. One of them had a beak as long as Elwyn's body, the Eagle Knight. The other was a bat creature, but its face was also on its chest like the boar. Its ears were almost the size of its torso. Elwyn summoned his 1,000 small, translucent marbles from the 4 spell rings in his staff. They formed around him in a bubble. The two shade monsters moved quick as lightning and silent as shadow. They crashed into an invisible field surrounding Elwyn. The Eagle Knight's beak snapped in half. Its body crashed into the ground, and the Bat Knight grabbed its limp body and flew back into the sky with a terrible screech. Elwyn did not release his spell, and instead transferred its energies down his staff to a different compressor, changing its shape. The 1,000 marbles created a lance that shot into the sky. Before that spell finished, he cast another, a will spell that luckily wasn't that intricate. Darkness enveloped the Bat Knight, blocking Elwyn's spell and dispersing the hum back into the atmosphere as harmless waves of heat. Snarltooth, the Boar Knight, chuckled low again. "You cannot hope to defeat us. We are the true children. You are only an infection, an anomaly, You talk too much." Elwyn grinned and pointed up with his finger. He released the will spell he just cast and showed what really happened. The bat and eagle monsters hung in the sky for a brief moment, held up by Elwyn's force spell, his 1,000 marbles. Their eyes were lifeless, no longer filled with black smoke. Their bodies looked as if hundreds of arrows had shot through them in an instant. No blood leaked from their corpses. Elwyn released the force spell. The bodies dropped from the sky and crashed through the roof of one of the many nearby empty houses. 2 down, 4 to go. Elwyn felt his entire body shudder with weakness as the energy from both of the spells drained out of him faster than he expected. Luckily, the alternators for the first spell buzzed even faster now. Soon it would be finished. He just needed to buy more time. All he had to do was put on a good show. Soon, this damn journey of his would be over. He was so tired. So damn tired. But Elwyn wanted to make sure this ended on his terms. Only 10 seconds had passed since he cast his first spell, and Elwyn could already feel his power waning. The other Shade Knights did not give Elwyn any time to relax. Just as he predicted, the Boar Knight was the first to attack, rampaging at him. In nearly every life Elwyn lived, the Boar Knight was the dumbest, and therefore the most predictable. Its hooves stabbed against the ground, creating enough resonance with the street as if it were a stampede of 100 bison. If that thing had even tripped on Elwyn, its weight alone would have crushed him completely. But luckily, he easily evaded the attack. The Boar Knight was always so predictable, the first to attack in almost every path. Elwyn's vision seemed to blur. Or was it the Boar Knight that blurred? It only happened for an instant, but as soon as he realized what was happening, he cursed under his breath and cast a will spell. A doppelganger that looked, smelled, and acted exactly like him dodged left while he dodged right. The doppelganger had a solidity to it that surprised Elwyn, and he realized why. His illusion spell had drained nearly 10 times the normal amount of power from the 6 circles in his chest, now with his suppressor at the lowest settings. Deepest hells. He needed as much power to flow into his enchantment as possible. But if it drained too much from him, he'd be too weak to hold off the shades, let alone survive them. The Boar Knight rammed its giant torso tusks into the doppelganger. Elwyn smiled as the Boar Knight's eyes widened in surprise. His illusion spell vanished. But as soon as it did, the Boar Knight vanished as well. The Shade Knight appeared back to where it stood before its attack. It flashed its teeth in a predatory grin. Next to it was the Deer Knight, antlers poking out of its shoulders like pauldrons. It tipped back and forth on its giant hooves, its eyes closed in concentration. Elwyn's throat dropped to the pit of his stomach. They tricked him, baiting him to expend precious power on an illusion, just like he was doing to them. They had only ever done that in a few of Elwyn's past lives. He hated himself for not factoring that into his calculations. The Deer Knight opened its eyes and vanished. Elwyn whipped around only to see the Deer Knight standing on all its hind legs in an almost human-like manner. A near invisible wave tore out of its antlers, and Elwyn realized the wave came from all 4 directions. The remaining 4 Shade Knights weren't attacking him one at a time like he thought. They were working together to hit him with 4 will spells, He calculated their distance and speed, and he cast a sense spell. His skin tingled with heightened sensation past human capabilities, and he felt the resonance of the hum all around him. The spell lasted for only a quarter of a second, but it was more than enough time for him to realize that all of the spells plummeting toward him were completely identical. That meant either all of the enemy spells were illusions, or a few of them were only to hide the real one. His alternators were at the edge of a cooldown for his force spell rings. It would be close, but he could cast a force spell at the last second. But with his suppressor on its lowest settings, he didn't have the control to cast a subtle spell. Only 15 seconds had passed since he cast his first spell, and his chest already burned with the power drained by his wand. Elwyn felt the effects of the will spell before they hit him. They were emotions, strong ones. Emotions that each of the Shade Knights believed in or had felt to their very core. Despair. Hatred. These were personal feelings so pure and dark that Elwyn realized he still didn't know much about the minds of the Shade Knights or their leader. Even though he knew at least one of those spells was an illusion, he couldn't decipher which one. Just before the spells hit him, he felt the alternators for his force spell click, ready for another casting. He cast 2 spells. First, a force spell that burst outward like a bubble. The second, a will spell mixed with the 2 emotions he felt in that moment, exhaustion and hope. His second spell bound to the first. A bright light echoed out from Elwyn like a circular wave. The dual spell smashed into the 4 remaining knights, breaking their illusions, and the will spell meant to tame him. Elwyn grunted and wobbled back on both legs. Combining spells like this was dangerous, and it drained so much power from him that he fell to one knee, only held up by his staff. He frowned. His spell only managed to push the knights back a few steps each. Why? He should have had more than enough. Elwyn checked his internal hum, the power in his chest, and realized he had lost a full circle. He was now only 5th circle mage, as strong as Rihaku or Jorah Talonhand. The first will spell he cast was still feeding on his power, but hungrier than before. Is this what casting this enchantment was like for him on all those other paths? He was still powerful enough to handle one of the knights, but not all 4 of them at once. Even for someone who had lived so many lives, so many paths. His thoughts were interrupted. The knights each took a step forward, but a calm man's voice echoed out. "It is time." The Shade Priest finally stepped onto the battlefield, removing the hood and revealing his face in the moonlight. It was a grizzled-looking man with an unshaven beard. Elwyn frowned. He did not recognize the man. Why was he never able to recognize any of the priests or priestesses in any of the lives he lived? It just showed that no matter how much Elwyn had prepared in each of the paths, there was so much that was out of his control, and too much he didn't understand about his enemies. The priest smiled. It wasn't the cocky smile of someone who had won the battle. It was a warm, triumphant, joyous, celebratory smile. He smiled like a father carrying gifts to his child for them to open. Suddenly, the pressure around Elwyn released, and he realized he had made a giant mistake. He looked to his left and to his right, and everything in his surroundings was exactly as he had seen it before. But there was one noticeable difference. His left hand was completely gone. He felt his heart skip a beat, but he swallowed the rising fear. Blood dripped out from the stump. The cut was clean. They must have attacked him as soon as he lost his 6th circle. Whichever Shade Knight had maimed him had either attacked him under an illusion he could not sense, or done so with a speed he could not fathom. If he was still at the 6th circle, he would have sensed the attack. Luckily, it wasn't his wand hand. Elwyn grimaced and grinned at the priest. "That was good. Your knights are incredibly skilled." The priest's eyebrows shot up in surprise. He shook his head in obvious disagreement. "Skill, knowledge," the priest spat. "You and your college spent centuries of research and training All to amount to what? This? You are the pinnacle of such mortal achievements? Careful now, or else you might say something that will hurt my feelings, Elwyn joked. He didn't mind the priest making such an egomaniacal speech. Anything to buy time. The priest sneered. Your knowledge, your achievements matter not. My knights and I do not require skill. True power comes from our God, and we are glad vessels. Elwyn was proud of himself for having the restraint not to roll his eyes. Regardless of who showed up as the priest or priestess, they could never resist showing off. Every damn time. An alternator clicked in Elwyn's staff. 3 more clicks followed, and Elwyn smiled. He said, Do I get to see this god of yours? How do you know he's real? The question was an obvious bait. Elwyn frowned. It was hard for him to catch his breath. He felt heat drain from his upper body to his legs. His head felt woozy. The priest frowned. You will see him for yourself. More accurately, he will see you. He opened his hands wide and darkness flowed out of him. Elwyn tried to take a step back but realized he wasn't even on the ground. He tried to suck in a breath but found it almost impossible. Finally, he looked down and saw a giant boar tusk protruding from his chest, just below the sternum. When did that get there? His robes were torn apart so he could see the circles where the center of his power was. Above the giant boar tusk were 3 black circles, like an archer's practice target. Around the 3 black circles was a 4th silver circle that reflected a dull metallic light under the moon. Elwyn coughed some blood but managed to say to himself, 2 whole circles for that spell. Wow. The Shade Priest floated into the air to meet Elwyn and placed a rough hand on the Magister's cold face. He leaned close to Elwyn's ear and whispered, Witness. Darkness enveloped everything around them in a single instant. Gone was distance, light, shape. Then, the darkness was gone as quickly as it came. The stars in the sky grew larger. Elwyn hated this part. No matter how many lives he experienced or how much time he had prepared his mind for it, he would never dispel the primal fear that surged through him when the eyes came. Each of the stars in the sky grew and grew and grew, but their light did not grow stronger, only their shape. Then they turned from innocent, holy white to a deep red scarlet. The stars turned into round orbs with irises the color of blood. There were hundreds, thousands, countless eyes, and every one of them stared at Elwyn. The Magister of Strimonium felt despair. But beneath that despair was something more potent, a feeling he carried with him in all the paths he lived. Exhaustion. He was tired. So damn tired. The millions of eyes behind the priest in the night sky looked around as if searching for something. Finally, the priest smiled triumphantly and spoke, although the voice that came out of his mouth was not his. It was dark and deep and rich and sweet. I feel the stain draining from you, little worm. You leak life faster than you leak blood. Despair, for there is no chainsmith here to defend you. You thought I did not sense your meager regression. You thought time was on your side, but each path you took cost you. And now your flame runs out of wick. My time is infinite. Your time is over. That was new information, but it made sense. Elwyn always suspected that the god had some idea of Elwyn's many lives. It was another reason why he had been so guarded about the regressions. But that knowledge wouldn't help him now. No more plans to prepare or scheme. His head felt light. His breath came thin. And he knew his time could not be counted in minutes, but in breaths. So he used them well. He spoke, but the words came out fragile and broken under the winter wind. The priest, vessel for the shade god, frowned, his eyebrows furrowing as if he couldn't hear what Elwyn had said. The priest leaned forward to listen. Darkness flared around him like a cloak as if to protect him against any potential magic Elwyn might cast. Elwyn felt a deep pleasure knowing that even while impaled, and only a few breaths away from his death, he posed enough of a threat to a god that had put up a defensive spell just to hear him talk. Elwyn, Magister of Strimonium, who had lost every battle against the god, spoke his last words with a grin. "You won't see him coming," he whispered. The priest looked confused. Elwyn held his smile. He didn't have to explain it for the god. Elwyn finally released the grip on his staff. The only reason a mage would ever drop their wand in the middle of a battle was to surrender or release a spell. Although on his final breath, Elwyn did not surrender. The staff clattered to the ground next to the emitter he threw beneath Kaiden at the beginning of the fight. The rubble around the Eminence warrior had vanished as soon as Elwyn let go of his wand. Kaiden's eyes widened in shock. His eyes glowed a dim silver light for an instant. Then he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. The shade god did not notice. He wouldn't. Kaiden was weak, a mage barely in the second circle. Elwyn had counted on that. His vision grew dark. In all the lives he lived, he never truly experienced death. He escaped its clutches countless times with his clever regression spell. He imagined that death would terrify him, freeze him with fear, and reveal that after all the good he had done, he was still a coward. But Elwyn was wrong. Death was not the sharp talons of a raven, but the raven's soft wings, enfolding him in its tender clutches, inviting him to sleep. Elwyn sighed, and he was gone. 5. Kaiden ducked, narrowly evading the sharp end of an axe. He retreated 2 steps and pulled up his sword in an upward stance, which the teacher called drawing water, mimicking the motions of a man pulling water from a river with only his cupped hands. It was a long motion, but it allowed him to create distance and space between himself and the warrior. Dozens of people crowded around them, forming a circle around Kaiden and the man with the axe. Kaiden's opponent had a long beard, braided and tied with beads at the end. He didn't seem to be drunk at the moment, but his nose was the kind of redness attained from years of heavy drinking. Another reminder why the Eminese forbade drinking alcohol. It poisoned the mind and stole clarity, which was probably why they were now fighting in the middle of the street. Kaiden had not been the one to start the fight, but it looked like he would have to be the one to finish it. A few whitecoats stood among the crowd, to police any possible unfairness in the duel or to prevent a possible riot if the crowd grew nasty. Although it was a border town, they were still on the lands of Gracia, the nation of steel and salt. The laws here accepted duels to bring conclusions to arguments. If they were on the other side of the border, in Kaiden's home country of Aurum, this fight would be of a different color altogether. The warrior pointed his axe at Kaiden. He had the typical curly hair of a Gratian and spoke with the accent of the sea. From the tattoos adorning his neck, Kaiden guessed he was a sailor who found himself landlocked at the border. The Gratian would-be sailor slurred. "You thin-eyed immin rat, sneaking your hands on our women? Doing the world a favor in your ilk." Kaiden controlled his breath, and along with it, his anger. How many times had he gone through this? When he was younger, getting called slurs in public used to piss him off. Then, after the incident, he was sent to train with the teacher to not only learn the way of the sword, but to master his own emotions. At the age of 20, he was still no master. Even after 5 years under the teacher's tutelage, he could feel the old resentment inside him threatening to rise in his throat. He was not in the country of Aurum, and yet, even in Gracia, he still felt like an outsider. And yet, he didn't respond with words. This was a duel. The moment his opponent aimed his weapon at Kaiden and called for an official duel to protect the honor and virginhood of a Grecian woman from a barbarian's blood, words turned useless. Kaiden's grip on his sword tightened. He changed his stance to Golden Tiger. So far in this duel, he'd employed only defensive stances to take a measure of his opponent. And now, like the many duels he'd endured since his pilgrimage back to Orem, Kaiden found his opponent wanting. Whispers in the crowd grew to murmurs. Kaiden swept his gaze to the people surrounding them. He frowned. He needed to end this quickly. The Grecian would-be pirate leaped forward, swiping 3 times at Kaiden and missing 3 times. Something was off. Kaiden's opponent was unusually strong and swift. The man lacked the normal skill of wandering warriors in Gracia. There was a reason it was called the Land of Steel and Salt. Gracia was known for 2 things: its ports on the Grecian Sea and its highly skilled warriors. This man Kaiden was fighting was not one of these warriors. He lacked precision and timing and the usual wariness of a warrior. And yet, his axe flew with a power and speed that betrayed that notion. It was as if the man was using a body that wasn't quite his. Kaiden parried another attack and grunted at the insane strength of the man. Deepest hells, that strength couldn't be real. Then he saw his suspicions confirmed. The right sleeve of the man's shirt was pulled up a little in his flurry of attacks. Metal glinted on the man's wrist under the warm summer sun. Kaiden would bet all of the wulong in his coin pouch that metal could be followed down to the man's elbow. Though his opponent has an augmented arm, granting him an unnatural strength, he clearly lacked the training one needed to use it. Kaiden felt like an idiot. That was why his opponent seemed so cocky at the beginning of the fight, and also why he had tied a band at the edge of his shirt to make sure his sleeve didn't pull up. One could only fight in a duel with an augmentation if their opponent also had one, or if they were a mage. It made sense. This town wasn't just a border town between Gracia and Orem, but also an iron town, where scraps of the ancients' technology were taken apart and used for other means, usually farm tools. Others paid to have their limbs replaced, though it was costly, and without years of training, the augmentation was more of a liability than an improvement. Now that Kaiden understood his opponent, he felt his tension relax. He had gotten too arrogant and underestimated his opponent. Luckily, the man seemed to only have a simple augmentation and wasn't a mage. If he had used magic of any sort, Kaiden's nerves would be at their highest. The crowd grew from a few dozen to so many that people were crammed together, even children. Kaiden grimaced. He needed to end this quickly before the crowd got too big. He took a deep breath and determined he would end this in less than 5 moves. A brilliant, colorless light blinded Kaiden. Time seemed slow for a single moment. The light hit his mind with the force of 1,000 hammers. He staggered at the mental blow, and a sudden pain grew in his mind. The pain felt like blades in his eyes. He could barely make out the crowd or what was in front of them. He barely understood where he was, or even who he was. Then he remembered. He remembered it all. Memories of a different life, a future life where he was more disciplined, more capable, stronger, and alone flooded his mind and body. The feeling of absolute loneliness enveloped him like a plunge into a frozen lake. He sucked in a deep breath, trying to sort out which memories belonged to him and the other self, the future self. Which Kaiden was he? His training kicked in, and the voice of his teacher came to him like a whisper. In chaos, prioritize. Regardless of the future, Kaiden was here, and now. If he didn't get it together, he would die. He shook his head a little bit and tried to get his bearings. He had to remind himself he was in the middle of a duel. The air displaced in front of him. He didn't see it, but he felt it. Before he even had time to process it, Kaiden's body moved on its own. No, that wasn't completely correct. He moved like how he had always moved for almost a decade of fighting and endless training, and 5 years of war against the Shades. All of that experience and skill flooded not just into his mind, but also his body. His feet pivoted. His shoulders swayed like a blade of grass. The axe missed his chest. Kaiden's foot met with his opponent's, countering the opponent's momentum with his own and using the opponent's foot as a fulcrum for all that weight. His opponent tripped and found himself horizontal, suspended in the air for the space of a blink. Kaiden's katana swept up. The Grecian would-be sailor crashed into the ground, face first, right next to his severed arm. The crowd went silent. Then the whispers started. No cheers for the victory, just whispers. The voices were worried, concerned. There was a bit of haughtiness speckled in the crowd that heated the small simmer of fear and anger within Kaiden to the surface of his calm. But he inhaled and exhaled, just like his teacher taught him. Breath was the core of life, and the core of his discipline. Luckily, he had another 10 years of discipline funneled into him by the future. He was still confused about how it happened. He had a million questions, but now was not the time. He needed to settle this matter quickly. Just because he rendered his opponent useless and won the duel, it did not mean the crowd would part for him kindly. Kaiden had a memory of this very event unfolding almost exactly as it happened. The first time he experienced this, he had killed his opponent. The crowd had grown restless, looking for justice. He had been jailed for a few days. There, he made friends with a mercenary whom he took up with when the Whitecoats released them. They journeyed through Gracia together, earning drachma and oolong for 5 years. Then, Kaiden finally found the courage to go back home, only to find his people were dead, and the country riddled with monsters. Now, he realized this was the turning point in his life. He had not killed his opponent, only incapacitated him. So he still had a chance to change the future. He looked for a whitecoat to help him resolve this matter, one that might take his side on this. While he did, the whispers grew. "Did you see him move? Is he a mage?" Someone scoffed. "Demons don't have magic. He moved like a demon. He has that demon blood in him." More murmurs of agreement followed while Kaiden's opponent screamed in agony on the ground. No one came to help him. Kaiden found a whitecoat with specks of gray hair. She was tall and had more badges on her shoulders than the others. Her eyes weren't judgmental like the rest. They were calm, observant, and wary. Kaiden clasped his hands and bowed to her. "I, Kaiden Coldsteel of Aurum, have incapacitated my opponent. I do not wish to kill him. He cannot defend himself any longer. Have I satisfied the requirements for the duel?" The crowd went silent, their gazes shifting to the middle-aged woman in official whitecoat clothing. Her eyes swept through the crowd as if assessing the entire scene in a single gaze. Her eyes hardened, and she stepped through the crowd. She carried herself as if she was not used to having to repeat her orders. Her voice was deep for a woman and rang with a hint of steel. "Are there oolong or drachma on the line?" Kaiden shook his head, keeping his posture neutral and respectful. She nodded her head as if expecting the answer and said, "We did a cursory inquiry during your duel. The facts check out in your favor. Although the Grecian man announced the duel in defense of the tavern's barmaid, you were, in fact, the one to stop him from assaulting her honor." The crowd sucked in a breath. They seemed to have accepted a different narrative before the whitecoat spoke. The policewoman continued. "Unless there is any eyewitness with a report to counter the 15 eyewitness statements we have on record." She looked around the crowd. Kaiden's heart skipped a beat. Why was she giving someone an opportunity to make a new narrative? Then he realized she was doing the opposite. Anyone who claimed that the events happened differently would be going against 15 officially documented statements. They would look crazy. Although her voice was neutral and almost bored, Her words carried weight, a message to the crowd that this matter was resolved officially, and it would end here. "No," the white coat asked, then nodded. "Good. This matter is resolved." She gestured for two other white coats to retrieve the would-be sailor. She bent down and pulled back the sleeve of the arm Kaiden had dismembered. Her eyebrows shot up in surprise. Her gaze went to Kaiden, eyes searching, calculating. She stood up and walked close enough for her words to only be heard between the two of them. She said, "You knew he was augmented. You could have called the duel off." Kaiden matched her gaze, unyielding. "Do you think that would have satisfied the people here?" Her expression was neutral, but her eyes had a glint of respect that wasn't there before. She nodded. "I like you, young man. You won't live long, but I like you." She turned to leave, but stopped herself and spoke over her shoulder. "All are welcome in my town, Gratian and Orion alike. I keep my streets safe. However, like all iron towns in the world, the nastier sort tends to come out at night in alleyways where my lantern light may not touch." Kaiden was quiet. He understood the message. Get out before nightfall. The crowd dispersed, with only a few children and a young man who looked to be homeless staring at the Eminese warrior who moved like a demon. His hand touched his chest. He felt a small, metallic ring tied to a simple string hanging from his neck beneath his tunic. Kaiden's head still ached. He had questions to sort out. He had until nightfall to leave, but he would be long gone before then, riding Yakul back across the border. But he had to make a few purchases before he left. He needed to buy a wand. 6. Mazo watched the foreign man who had won the duel against the sailor from the Erski clan. The Orion wore two odd blades that curved, rather than the typical straight swords favored both in Orem and in Gracia. He walked around town with his giant elk that had a red nose and lots of packs tied to its hindquarters. The warrior went to different stalls in the city for different parts, haggling for better deals. He carried both Orem's Wulong and Gratian drachma. That told Mazo that the warrior had been in each country long enough to have a considerable amount of coin from both. Gracia was known as the land of steel and salt. Maybe the man was a mercenary of some sort, and had plied his trade overseas or throughout the land. But Mazo didn't see the sorts of scars on the man's arms or face that piled up on a guy's body over years of merc work. He also didn't have that battle-hardened look that mercs tended to have, the kind of look that said, "Don't mess with me." A few more hours passed while Mazo tailed the Orion warrior as he went from stall to stall, inspecting different parts and making light conversation. Mazo would often see mercenaries coming in and out of the town, and they were a dime a dozen. They were incredibly dangerous men that he would never pickpocket. This man may not have been a merc, but he was definitely dangerous. He had shown that in the duel clear as day. Like the others in the town said, he moved like a demon, as if he knew exactly where his opponent was going to be. Mazo picked up whispers and gossip about the man as he tailed him. He learned a few interesting facts. First, he was definitely from Orem, but people in the town called him an Imanese, or Iman. From the way they spoke about Imanese, Mazo had a feeling they weren't favored well anywhere they went. Second, he learned the man's name was Kaiden. The warrior had spoken it earlier in the declaration of the duel, but a lot of people faked names in case a sore loser sent a bounty after the winner. Mazo had never heard the word Imanese before. He guessed from that fact alone that they were rare, but the people who talked about them spoke as if they were common knowledge. He cursed inwardly at that thought. It was just another reason why he needed money. He hated the fact that he wasn't educated. And one of the first things he would do when he got enough money to get out of this town was go over the border to Strimonium, the famous university. Maybe he wouldn't have the power to be a mage, but he would at least have the education. He wouldn't feel so stupid anymore. If there was one thing he knew for certain, it was that knowledge was power. Even if it took him 10 years of earning money under a trade, or taking risky jobs, he would get enough money to go to the university. The more he watched Kaiden, the more Mazo grew more fascinated by him, and his desire to pickpocket shrank more and more. It wasn't just because he liked how the warrior carried himself. It was simply because he had a danger about him that Mazo had never seen before. Most men tried to look hard, their faces a mask telling others that they could handle a blade. Years ago, a band of merchants brought animals for the town in cages, carting them to the Grand Colosseum. Mazo had caught a glimpse of one of the creatures called a tiger. Unlike the other animals, it always looked relaxed, but the rippling muscles beneath its golden fur indicated that it could kill 10 men without breaking a sweat. This Kaiden guy reminded Mazo of that exact animal. He didn't have to show that he was dangerous. He simply was. But Mazo couldn't get too close to predators like that. They were always on alert, ready for battle. Getting too close might mean death. He was 15 years old. He wanted to live at least 2 more years to be considered a man. Mazo no longer felt the urge to pickpocket Kaiden, but he still followed the warrior, fascinated. Finally, the mysterious warrior went back towards the bar and tavern that had started the whole incident. To Mazo's surprise, Kaiden had actually paid the barmaid and the owner of the establishment several drachma and wulong to them as compensation for starting the incident and any potential damages. He wasn't even the one who started the fight. Mazo learned everything he needed to know about that man at that moment. Not only was Kaiden a dangerous man, truly dangerous, but he was also a good man. A good, dangerous man was incredibly rare, and Mazo had a hard time remembering the last one he saw come through the town of Iron Rose. The more cynical part of Mazo's mind told him that there was a more calculated reason Kaiden paid that money. Maybe the foreigner felt like an outsider, and he didn't want any trouble to follow him. Or he was paying for information about the man he dueled so he could follow up on the duel and kill him. Maybe the money was a bribe, or the whole thing was a setup to disgrace the Erskine clan sailor who had lost the duel. Mazo shook his head. He did not push the cynical thoughts away completely. He paid attention to the cynical part of his mind. It kept him alive, kept him fed, and it kept unfriendly hands off of his neck. And yet, Mazo found himself a little bit annoyed by that paranoia. He wanted to feel safe, wanted to be in a place where he did not have to think like this. He thought of the drachma he'd saved up and stowed in his secret hideaway. Soon he would have enough to get the deepest hells out of here. The Imanese warrior finished the conversation and turned to leave, but the barmaid made a remark that sounded like a joke. The way she stood and the hunger in her eyes, it was clear to Mazo that she was trying to get Kaiden to spend the night here and sleep with her. But Kaiden was either not interested or was completely oblivious. He said his goodbye and left. He walked his giant elk through the city rather than riding on it. Many eyes fell on the Imanese warrior. The ones that stood out the most to Mazo were a few sailors, sharing identical tattoos on their shoulders. Erskines, Mazo muttered to himself. They were a small gang that were pushed out of their territories from one of the port cities and drifted out to Iron Rose. They paid enough bribes to the local authorities that they were tolerated. They weren't that powerful, but if Kaiden stayed another night, they would definitely cause him plenty of trouble without worrying about the whitecoats. Mazo tailed Kaiden the distance of at least 2 buildings away out of the city and into the woods. Even outside the city, Kaiden did not ride his elk, which Mazo found odd. The elk was one of the most beautiful creatures that Mazo had ever seen. It was giant, about 2 heads taller than a horse, and was definitely more than strong enough to carry at least 3 grown men on its back without worry. So why did Kaiden not ride it? Almost all of the people who had mounts here had horses. A few of them had giant lizards called kosa, but the lizards acted more as cart pullers for merchants rather than war beasts. Horses belonged to those in the wealthier families. One day, Mazo would own a horse. Maybe he would have enough money to own an elk. He didn't know if the elk was a symbol of status over in Orem, but the image in his mind made him grin. Almost everything Mazo knew about the world after his parents died came from stories from townsfolk or vagabonds. Food kept a starving man's body fed, but in Iron Rose, it was stories that made life worth living. Mazo had never heard any stories about Elk or the Imines people before today. He felt ignorant about so many things. Dusk was beginning to settle. It would be an hour before night truly came. Kaiden started to gather wood for a fire and sparked it himself. The elk sat down on a nearby rock, relaxing. Mazo was close by and shifted his view to get a good look at what the warrior was doing. Kaiden was cleaning his blade and oiling it. A lot of the mercs and hired warriors in Iron Rose did that, but the shape and glint of metal from the blade caught Mazo's eyes. The craftsmanship of the sword was unlike anything he'd ever seen. The blade was elegant. If the blades Mazo had seen in his life so far were tough men, this blade looked like a lady, a very dangerous lady, but a lady all the same. Maybe that's where Mazo's fascination came from. He had never seen anybody move like Kaiden, and he'd seen plenty of duels in the city. Kaiden had the balance and control of his body of an experienced pickpocket, but moved with the swiftness of a viper. And yet he did not look like a warrior. He was incredibly short, shorter than most men his age. Now, Kaiden was rifling through the metal parts that he had bought through the day. Was he an augmented person too? Mazo leaned forward a little bit and made sure not to rustle the leaves around him. From the looks of it, Kaiden did not have any metallic limbs. Then Kaiden walked over to the elk that was lying down on all fours. He petted its upper hind thigh. Oh, that was it. That made sense. The elk must have had augmented parts for his legs as well. Mazo's suspicions were confirmed when Kaiden spoke to his elk. Sorry, Yakul. We'll be pushing hard the next couple days to return home. You'll need all the energy you can get. The elk snorted as if annoyed, but stayed still as Kaiden pressed the hind leg. Something hissed, and the upper part of the elk's leg opened, revealing metallic parts. Everything that Mazo watched him do just created more questions. The man pulled out a dull crystal from the elk's metal leg. He replaced it with another crystal, this one glowing with a small blue light, as if a blue flame was captured in its center. Something hissed again, and the hind leg closed, looking as if it were a normal leg all over again. Kaiden patted Yakul and said, You'll need the whole night for your leg to adjust to the new hum vibration, so no chasing squirrels or little tree spirits in the dark. Understand? The elk snorted in agreement. Did it understand Kaiden's words like a human would? Kaiden settled back to his log, putting more metal pieces together. Mazo's thoughts drifted, and he recalled his own life, which was something that he did not do often. Maybe it was because the darkness was coming in, and he was far away from the hustle and bustle and noise of the Iron Town. Here in the woods, even though it was only about half a mile away, it was quiet enough to let his mind breathe. Out here, he could actually hear his own thoughts. Mazo thought about the fact that his father was a scrapper. Even now, he could still remember his father's face, the lines on his face from laughing so much. He hoped he would never forget that image. His father was not a great man, or particularly skilled, but like Kaiden, he was a good man. He was a metal scrapper, going on long trips with merchants to ancient ruins for old technology. They would bring it back and have it dismantled by an engineer and sold for parts in market stalls. Those parts would then be used to create augmentations, farming tools, or other small machines powered by hum crystals. They couldn't make anything crazy advanced like the ancients in the storybooks. There were stories told of floating fortresses and weapons that could wipe out nations. That knowledge and power had been lost for over 2,000 years. Only its pieces remained. Tech like that cost a lot of money, not just to buy, but to maintain. Replacement parts, the right oils, and most importantly, replacing the crystals cost way too much drachma for most people. It was why being a scrapper paid well, but it was a dangerous trade. Ruins were usually fought over by different factions. Maybe that was why his father never returned from a scrapping mission. Mazo swallowed hard. He recalled his mother's face. She wasn't a beauty, but everyone adored her. When his father had not returned from a trip, she had gone into despair, not taking care of herself. And then she caught the star sickness, which ate away at her body and mind. Luckily, the disease made her delirious and nearly immune to pain. It was terrible to watch and not be able to do anything about it. Even after thousands of years, there is still no cure found for the disease. But Mazo was glad that she died without pain, if not in peace. There was a noise of metal clanging on metal, and Mazo was startled out of his thoughts into the present. Dark had already come along as he sat there thinking about the past. Kaiden was putting things together in the firelight, but had set them aside. Mazo couldn't tell what he was putting together or taking apart. Kaiden put something onto the heap of rocks and folding the fire. It was a pot, and he began to fill it with water from one of the giant flasks hanging on the elk's hind. He tossed on herbs and spices, meat, and other things Mazo couldn't see. It didn't take long for the aromas of whatever he was cooking to fill the air. It smelled of spices Mazo had never smelled, but somehow felt familiar at the same time. Mazo's stomach twisted, but didn't rumble. Stomachs only did that if they had food in them, and he had not eaten for 2 days. It wasn't because he lacked the money to buy food. It was because he had his money saved and was disciplined about how he spent it. He sacrificed a few days a week of meals to save money and spent the rest of it begging. He would not spend his own money he had saved. Crossing the border and starting a new life was his mission. Luckily, he got enough food from the different taverns and the occasional friendly drunk to keep himself well fed. If they were friendly enough, sometimes he got a couple small drachma for it. He thought about the money that he hid in a secret hidey hole. Soon he would have more than enough, not just to cross the border, but to start a new life. Mazo's lips trembled, and his tongue began to swell with the smell of food. He found himself hungrier than ever. Maybe he should stop watching this man. He wasn't going to pickpocket Kaiden. The man was too aware of his surroundings. Mazo had already fulfilled his fascination by watching him for half the day. The thought made Mazo realize he had just wasted half a day watching a stranger without any intention of getting anything out of him. Why? Kaiden's back was completely towards Mazo. He had pulled up his hood and slouched down. His head sagged, as if in prayer. He was incredibly still. Was he meditating? Maybe Emenes were some sort of monks like the ones from the high steps. Then something rustled in the woods behind Mazo, and he froze. Most people would run away, but Mazo learned that freezing allowed him to hear steps and voices for information. People also reacted to movement. Mazo prided himself in blending in with the shadows. Then his voice escaped him as the steps grew closer and closer. The steps were not the careful kind that avoid snapping twigs by accident. These were steady and confident, uncaring if someone could hear them. Mazo glanced back to Kaiden, double-checking his position. The Emenes man was still hunched with his hood up, perfectly still. Too still. Mazo turned his head toward the footsteps but found Kaiden's face right next to him, smiling. He jumped back and hit his head on the tree, yelling, "Deepest hells!" His heart raced, and he rubbed the back of his head. He hadn't hit it too hard. Kaiden did not move, still crouched, smiling and silent. Mazo looked at him, then back at the fire, then back at Kaiden. The Emenes man chuckled, nodding to the fire. "It's a trick I learned from a wandering warrior. Pretty good, eh?" Mazo kept very still, his eyes locked on Kaiden, but thinking of all his possible escape routes. Then the man did something he never expected. Kaiden pulled out something he was holding from behind his back. It was a red bowl with some sort of blue flower as a design. He smiled. "Care to join me for supper?" 7. The boy wolfed down the stew. Kaiden had used various spices that he'd bought at one of the nearby port cities. One of them was sweet, which the merchants had called cinnamon. The mixture of aromas gave a comforting smell that reminded him of home. The bowl that the boy ate out of once belonged to Kaiden's sister. She gave it to him as a goodbye gift when he left to find the teacher. Like all Iminy's bowls, it was a deep red, the color of clay. She had painted an orchid on it, her favorite flower. Kaiden watched the boy eat in silence. He said his name was Mazo and looked to be about Kaiden's sister's age, around 14 or 15. The boy didn't say much after accepting the food and seemed to be pretty guarded. Mazo swallowed the last bite, looking at Kaiden and then the pot that was still half full of stew. Kaiden grinned and nodded approvingly to the pot. The boy silently filled himself another bowl. "Shanks," Mazo mumbled, then swallowed his mouthful and tried again. "Thank you." The kid may have been a scrappy street rat, but he had manners. Not many street rats had supper manners like that. Kaiden found himself interested in the boy's story. Mazo seemed unsure of what to make of the situation. He seemed wary, despite the hospitality shown to him. Kaiden didn't take any offense to that. Mazo's wariness wasn't the kind people showed when they learned Kaiden was Iminese. It was the alertness someone had from living a hard life. Mazo's eyes drifted to one of the blades sheathed at Kaiden's side. Kaiden held back a grin. It was a nice change of pace to have someone be wary of him simply from the fact that he wore blades at his side rather than because of his race. He wondered what the boy's life had been up until that point. It was obviously a hard life. He probably didn't have parents because someone with parents would have been warned 100 times to stay away from strangers and not follow them in the dark. Kids only ever followed strangers either to pickpocket them or to scout them for someone else. From the way Mazo acted, Kaiden was pretty sure he was acting alone. The name Mazo wasn't a typical Gratian name, or at least not one that he had heard of before. Kaiden wanted to ask about his name. It was a good entry point into conversation. Friendly, neutral. But he stopped himself. He listened to that urge and chose to wait for Mazo to speak. The law of opposites guided his decision. The boy would share more about himself when he felt comfortable. Kaiden wouldn't force him. Kaiden hadn't invited Mazo to supper completely out of altruism. There was an important reason. The confusion of having both of his lives intersect in the same moment had settled down a few hours earlier. Kaiden had been able to sort out which memories came from the future and which ones were from the present. Most importantly, he had been able to figure out who he was between his future and past selves. The two sets of memories that he had were clearly two different people. It would have been easy to assume that they were the same person, but they weren't. He didn't just know it, he felt it. They were completely different people. The duel earlier was proof of it. The future Kaiden had lived a completely different life by killing the sailor in the duel. His life had gone in a completely different direction. That Kaiden, the future version, had become a wandering merc, using the excuse to explore the world and hone his blade skills as a way to avoid seeing his family. That Kaiden had lived heroically, saved many lives, and killed countless shades. But that Kaiden had also been a coward, avoiding his return to his people for 5 years. He would not be a mercenary this time around. At least, that's what he thought. He didn't know exactly what he would be, but he did know that he would try to live a life without regrets, and more importantly, correct a couple of regrets of his past life. He didn't have many, but the biggest one was not returning to his family in time. By the time he returned to Aurum, his people and family were all dead. It must have been the shades. He would correct that mistake and prevent their deaths this time. Kaiden thought of his father. His father would be angry with him for returning. Kaiden had been told to seek the teacher and banished all in a single breath by his father. The words could not be undone, even if Kaiden returned. His father's stubbornness and anger he could accept, but his mother's pity, that thought alone made Kaiden tremble with shame. He did not want to shame his mother. It was going to be difficult to convince them of anything. They wouldn't believe him about being sent from the future. He would sound crazy. He thought of how the future Elwyn told him not to trust anyone. He probably meant not telling anybody the truth about where he came from, his future self, his future memories, and what was going to happen. Kaiden had already changed his own life in a single day. How many things could he change just by telling another person the truth? Too much was the likely answer. Elwyn had given him another chance by sending him to the past with his magic. Kaiden didn't even realize that something like that was possible. As far as he knew, there were only 3 main types of magic: will, force, and sense. Kaiden wasn't a learned scholar or magician of Strimonium. He knew too little about magic. But he was pretty sure Elwyn's ability to send someone's memories back to the past was exclusive to the Magister. After all, Elwyn had been the first mage to reach the 6th circle in history. If there was anything that Kaiden had learned, it was that magic was limitless. No matter how skilled he was with a sword, a mage could undo years and years of training with a single spell. The power difference was too much. Kaiden had only fought 2 magicians in his past life before he found out he could do magic himself. The first spell ring he received belonged to a warrior he defeated in a duel, probably not knowing the importance of the astrolite ring. The second and third rings each belonged to magicians. It took Kaiden's entire mercenary band to kill them, and his men were incredibly skilled. More than half of his men had been killed by the mages. Magic was so much more powerful, potent, and versatile than anything Kaiden could do with the blade. The spells Kaiden could manage in his previous life were so insignificant and small compared to the ones others could cast. This time, in this life, he would make sure to learn as much as he could about magic to survive against the Shade Tide. Elwyn had chosen Kaiden to send back for a reason. He had sent him back because he trusted him to some degree. Kaiden didn't know why, but the man was a genius, far smarter than Kaiden was. The implications of time magic were too mind-boggling to think about, and so he settled his thoughts, prioritizing what was the most important thing to him. Elwyn told him that he needed to find him as soon as possible, and to not trust anyone with information. He had instructed Kaiden to find him right away. But he also trusted Kaiden enough to send him back. That meant Elwyn would respect Kaiden's decision to protect his family from the Shade Tide. The future Magister had known that Kaiden's people had all perished, so he knew Kaiden would naturally want to move them somewhere safe. A wave of relief washed over Kaiden. He wouldn't have to second-guess his decision. But Kaiden didn't know much about the Shades, except they started to appear 5 years from now. He didn't know how many came. He remembered the monster shade he fought before he died. It was so huge and powerful, and it made all of Kaiden's magic and sword skills look like child's play. And it was only one of 6. He shook his head, clearing his mind. First was his duty to his people, to keep them alive. Next was his duty to Elwyn, to find him. He was thankful for the chance, and he was sure Elwyn would understand about wanting to save his people before seeing him first. Mazo had finished eating his food and put the bowl aside. He looked like he wanted more food, but he stared at Kaiden, his eyes solid and clear. His finger pointed to the piece of cylindrical metal on Kaiden's lap. "That's no sword." The tube was simple in shape, hefty in its weight, full of iron and different parts. Out of all the questions that the boy could have asked, he asked about the tube. The boy may not have been educated, but he was sharp. Kaiden lifted up the tube and tossed it to the boy. Mazo grabbed it and held it in his hands, twirling it around. He shook it a little next to his ear, listening for sounds. His face scrunched up in confusion. "Not a toy. Not an augmentation piece, at least I don't think. I ain't no engineer, though." That was a funny answer. Kaiden chuckled. "You're right. It's not a toy. In fact, it's incredibly dangerous." Mazo's eyes widened, and he threw it back to him as if the tube were a snake. Kaiden caught it in the air. Is it a crystal bomb? Mazo asked. I heard about them things. A gang in Insurel made a bunch of them, but they handled it wrong or something. The gang blew themselves up. Kaiden shook his head. He spoke slowly and clearly, making sure the boy's attention was completely on him. Have you heard of mages? Mazo's eyes widened. It's a wand. Kaiden nodded. Did you kill the mage and take his wand? I know you're good, but I don't know if you're that good. No, I didn't, Kaiden answered. This one is mine. I made it from the parts I bought today. The parts are rusted and third rate and won't likely last past a couple castings, but it's a wand. I need to find a real engineer who is used to dealing with wand mages. Mazo stared at him in bewilderment. He clicked his tongue as if choosing his words carefully. So let me get this straight. You're a wandering warrior, maybe a merc, but you're also a mage? Or did someone pay you to buy parts in an iron town and make one? Kaiden was surprised at the astute observation and a conclusion that he probably would have made himself. It was clear the boy did not believe that he was a mage. No, this one is mine. Mazo blinked a few times as if forcing himself to accept the information. He muttered under his breath, A mage. And then he spoke to Kaiden. Never seen a mage before. At least I don't think. We don't got a lot of mages here in Gracia. Kaiden shrugged. Gracia has a couple, but the country is more known for its knights and monks. The best mages are from Morum, and most of them are in Argentus. There was a longing in Mazo's eyes at the mention of the capital city. It was an expression that Kaiden himself probably wore around his age. It was a desire to see the world outside of his own town. Then why did you use magic in the duel? Mazo asked. Kaiden spread his fingers wide as if caught, but then fluttered them as if casting a spell. Would you have known if I was casting a spell, if you saw it with your own two eyes? Mazo's eyebrows shot up. Good point. He paused for a moment, collecting his thoughts. You knew I was following you all afternoon, didn't you? Kaiden nodded, silent. Mazo looked chuffed at that. He seemed to take a pride in his hiding skills. He said, Then why not snitch me out to the whitecoats? Why let me follow you and then offer me food? People don't just do nice stuff to random strangers like that. The boy's words were cold, but there was an underlying tone that made Kaiden feel like he was being tested. Kaiden answered, That's actually not true. The more of the world you see, the more you'll understand that people are kinder than you would think. But you're right. I did invite you for a reason. Mazo was very still. Even though the conversation had been friendly so far, his legs tensed as if ready to run away. And he had the expression of someone realizing that they had set themselves up to be trapped. Kaiden put his hands up very slowly with his palms out. I don't want anything bad from you. No weird favors or anything like that. I gave you the food because sharing food with those on the road is my people's custom. But I'll give you something else as well. Kaiden walked to Yakul and found a small pouch hidden inside a leather pack bag. He tossed it to Mazo, who deftly caught it. Kaiden walked back to his seat opposite Mazo in the fire. Mazo looked confused and opened the pouch. His eyes widened. He blinked, looked at Kaiden, then back at the contents of the pouch. If you help me out, there's 5 big drachma and 10 silver wulong in it for you, Kaiden said. Mazo stared at him, shaking his head in disbelief. He looked at the elk who was asleep now. You gotta be kidding me, right? What is it you want? I don't kill people, you know, and I don't do those other kind of favors. Kaiden rolled his eyes. Again, I don't want anything like that. I just need you to look out for me for the night. I need a watchman. Mazo looked puzzled and thought it over. You need somebody to watch over you for the night? Like to protect you? But you're a demon with a blade. You don't need my help. He didn't believe any of what Kaiden said. Kaiden sighed. I'm technically not a mage yet. A mage needs to create a circle on their chest before they're considered a mage. This is my wand. It will take me at least half of the night to create my connection with the wand and create my first circle. He avoided going into the technical aspects of what he was going to do. His words seemed to glide over the boy, and he thought he had lost him for a moment. Mazo chewed his lip, pondering. So you're gonna go into some kind of trance, or what? You need me to watch out for danger until then? Kaiden nodded. Fine, Mazo said. But I need one more thing. Kaiden expected this. Mazo was sharp and would probably try to bargain for more coin. Maybe he'd want to learn the sword. But his next words surprised him. Mazo breathed in deeply, as if the words to come out would take strength to say. After today, you take me across the border and get me to Strimonium. Kaiden blinked. You want to be a mage? You don't even know if you can cast magic or if you have the hum to make a circle. Mazo waved his hand dismissively. Don't care about no magic. I want to go to school. Learn stuff I don't know. I want to learn how to read. If you know how to read, you can learn anything. Kaiden blinked again. Out of all the things the kid could have asked for, taking him to the university to get an education was the last thing he expected. It was so ridiculous and random. He laughed. He laughed hard and long, ignoring Mazo's pissed-off look. It ain't no joke. Kaiden wiped a tear from his eye. I wasn't laughing at you. It was just unexpected, that's all. But you have yourself a deal. Mazo looked stunned. And you can get me into the university? Kaiden nodded. I actually have a connection that would surprise you. So, you watch over me for the night, and I take you to Strimonium. Deal? Mazo stood up, closed the distance between them, and offered his hand. Deal. 8. Kaiden sat down with his legs crossed and his back to a tree. The fire burned well, and with a little bit of maintenance from Mazo, it would last through the night. Yakul slept easily, letting the tech in his hind leg adjust to the frequency of the new crystal. A blanket covered Kaiden's lap. Even though it was the middle of the summer, at night it could get cold. He wanted his body to be as comfortable as possible while he focused on creating his first circle. One of the biggest problems for a beginner mage was how vulnerable a person was when creating their first circle. It was incredibly difficult to make without the help of another mage. The fledgling mage needed to find the hum resonance inside their body and activate it. Recognizing that hum was difficult without outside help. Kaiden could have waited until he crossed the border and made it to Strimonium, but he wanted to make sure that he had all the tools available to him from his future self before getting there. His sword skills were of a high level, especially with his knowledge from the future. He was confident that with those skills alone, he could deal with most men. But when it came to fighting against a mage, he would be at a severe disadvantage. He needed his power now. If he encountered another mage or a situation that he wasn't prepared for with only his sword, he wouldn't have a chance to save anyone. He'd be dead. His future self had trained diligently every day. Other mercenaries had made fun of him, but the fact he outlasted them all was proof that preparation was the foundation of victory. Some people falsely believed swordsmen would reach a new understanding with the sword in the middle of a battle and overcome unbeatable odds with that sudden epiphany. That was stupid. People only ever perform to the level of their preparation. With Mazo here tonight, it would be stupid of him not to take advantage of having a watchman. Kaiden would normally have needed another mage to project their hum inside him as a way to recognize the hum inside himself. But he had already gone through the process of creating that first circle. He had 5 years of knowing what it felt like to wield that power. So he was confident he could find it on his own again. And if he couldn't, he at least had to try. At first, he was a little unsure about Mazo, but the fact Yakul seemed comfortable around the kid reassured Kaiden. Plus, Mazo was incredibly aware of his surroundings and seemed to be the perfect scout for him in case anything went wrong. though they were far enough from the city of Iron Rose that the light of the fire wouldn't invite any trouble. Kaiden held the makeshift wand in his lap, the grip of his right hand around the tube. He had all the parts essential for the wand. It had cost him more than half of the coins he had on him, even though the parts were of the lowest quality. For tonight, he only needed the radiator and diaphragm to create his first circle. The diaphragm prevented any excess hum from leaking out of the wand and contained the power within. It didn't do a perfect job once the spell was cast. That's what the suppressor was there for. The radiator allowed the spell ring to release hum. Without the radiator, the wand would be useless. Unfortunately, this radiator was rusted and pretty shoddy. It was made out of pig iron and would probably be broken down after a week's worth of using spells. Hopefully, he had enough time until he got a better one. Kaiden wished Marit was there. If anybody could create him a wand that could act as the hilt of his sword, it would be her. She was the one who designed his first wand hilt after all. Mazo looked at him with fascination, like a giddy little kid. Kaiden smiled. If anything happens to me, don't interfere. Mazo's eyebrows knit together. What do you mean? Like blood coming out of your nose or something? Kaiden shook his head. From your point of view, it'll look like I'm asleep. But if I convulse or anything like that, or if you see anything weird, do not touch me. That's important. Mazo still looked confused. Why? Will I burst into fire or turn into a toad if I do? He didn't seem to take it as a challenge. It was just genuine curiosity. No, Kaiden said. It's just a touch thing. It's about feeling the resonance with my hum. If a foreign hum interferes in a way I don't expect, I will lose my ability to create a circle forever. I can try and fail by myself, but if another living thing affects that, I won't get another chance. Mazo seemed to understand the importance of what he was being asked to do. He straightened his posture. Got it. No squirrels or people or other stuff touching you. Are insects okay? They should be fine since they're so small, Kaiden answered. Just don't let a swarm of them cover my body and we'll be good. This should take about an hour at most. At least, he hoped so. Since he was doing it alone, even with the knowledge from his future, he couldn't guarantee the timing. Mazo nodded. Okay. He still didn't seem completely convinced that Kaiden was a mage, but his fingers felt the coins in his pocket, and that seemed to assure him this would all be worth it. Kaiden nodded to the fire. There should be enough wood to last the whole night in case I ended up taking longer than expected. You want me to clean the cooking pot? No, I didn't hire you to be my errand boy. You are my night watchman. That's far more important. I'm literally leaving my life in your hands. Mazo's expression grew serious. Kaiden tossed him his wakizashi. It fell next to Mazo's ruddy boots. The boy stared at it and picked up the blade but did not unsheath it. Just in case, Mazo gulped. I ain't no fighter. Kaiden shrugged. Lending him the blade was more a sign of trust than an expectation Mazo might actually need it. Mazo looked at the large elk. Is he gonna be a problem if he wakes up? No, Yakul likes you. Just leave him alone for the night, too. Mazo asked. Anything else I need to know? You gonna glow in the dark after you make your circle or something? Kaiden chuckled. I hope not. Again, this is a simple task. Just watch me over the night. Simple, but important. Mazo clicked his tongue. You sound really confident about this, like you've done this before. But it ain't like you have, or you'd have your circle already. Deepest hells. This kid was sharp. Kaiden shivered. I'm going to close my eyes now. I'll be in a deeply meditative state, so even if you say something, I won't be able to hear you. Mazo spoke, but the words didn't reach Kaiden's ears. Kaiden cycled his breathing. Finding his internal hum was like finding a nut in a forest. It wasn't a particularly difficult or stressful task, but it would take time. Once he found it, he could let it grow into something bigger by letting it cycle through his wand. His wand would filter the hum found in nature and convert it into the frequency of his internal hum. He recalled his first time activating his circle. It was with help from a mage in Strimonium. She had some sort of testing mechanism powered by a crystal. Magister Elwyn had everyone in the city test the crystal to see if they had any affinity for magic. It didn't matter their age, race, or how able-bodied they were. Strimonium had been desperate for new mages, ignoring all the status systems built from centuries of tradition. In Kaiden's first life, by the time he joined the war effort, he had 3 total spell rings, 1 for each branch of magic. But now, he only had 1 he had picked up from a man he killed in a duel. It was a strange feeling going back to creating a circle from scratch. He was so used to having 2 circles. A mage of the second circle wasn't anything to gawk at. Even at the second circle, Kaiden's hum was considered weak, but that power was his for half a decade. And now that he didn't have it, he felt naked and desperate to get it back, even if only a fraction of the power. He breathed slowly, letting time flow past him in a way he could not measure. After a while, he realized trying to recognize his own internal hum wasn't like finding a specific nut in a forest. It was more like trying to play a song he had never heard, but would recognize the moment he played it. In his first life, when the mage had pushed her own hum into his body, he could feel things inside him that he never knew existed. It was as if he unlocked a new way to look at the world. And now Kaiden knew why having another mage introduce their hum for the first circle was so crucial. Even though he had already lived a life with 2 circles, Kaiden had a difficult time finding and sensing his own internal hum. Why was it so difficult? He had an advantage no one else had. The moment he thought was utterly lost, he felt his hum, and he knew why it was so difficult. His hum had changed. It felt completely different than the one from his future. What did that mean? It was something he would have to ask Ellen about. The resonance was a single drop of power. It was so minuscule that he was surprised that he had ever owned something so small and pitiful. But the little bit of power was his, and his alone. Although it was a completely different frequency than his previous life, there was a familiarity in it that gave him a sense of warmth and comfort. For the first time since creating his rickety wand, he could feel the spell ring inside it reverberate with power. He could not recognize what kind of spell ring it was yet. Even if he could, he wouldn't know exactly what form the spell would take with the parts he picked up. Then he would have to spend a while adjusting settings to his liking and purpose. And so, he kept focusing on the nature of his hum, grabbing a hold of it like one would a wild horse, trying to tame it. It was in his own body, but it still felt alien to him despite his experience controlling his own power. While it was only 5 years' worth of experience as a mage, it was more than enough time to allow him to gain control of the hum. It was only a single drop, but it still took him time. He could feel sweat dripping from his forehead. Had it been this hard the first time? Kaiden could barely remember. He put the thought aside and focused on the task at hand. A voice called out, distant. Probably Mazo asking about something. But Kaiden couldn't hear him. He was too focused on harnessing his power. He felt the drop of power grow more familiar. It wanted to grow, to feed on more power and turn into a stronger, bigger circle. Kaiden stopped himself from cycling power through the wand. He reminded himself of the law of opposites, his theory that all truths were held within the opposite of their natures. Not just truths, but power as well. He had even gone over his idea with Elwyn. The Magister had liked the idea. If this worked, Kaiden would have discovered a way to grow his power past the second circle. Growing circles was difficult past the second circle. It required a huge investment of time, and more importantly, money to buy expensive elixirs. If Kaiden had another 50 years in his first life, he might have made it to the third circle. Maybe. Most likely not. And so he had created the idea of going the opposite direction. Instead of more power, like adding drops to a bucket, he thought of lesser power. He didn't know exactly what that was, but now that he had the opportunity, he would try to find out. He tried to squeeze the drop to make it smaller, but found that it was impossible. It was the smallest it could ever be. Then he realized making it smaller wasn't the trick. Kaiden needed to purify it, the way people did with alcohol. He thought of how his people created purified water before boiling it. His mother had shown him the method, and he in turn showed it to his sister, Momo. They took a metal or wooden tube and filled it with rocks, then pebbles, followed by increasingly smaller forms of dirt, until the very end of the tube was completely packed with silt. Then they would funnel the water through the tube. It took a long time, but by the time the water reached the other end, it would be mostly purified. Of course, they still had to boil the water. Kaiden copied this method and pushed his power through the visualization of that same purifier. Little by little, push by push. He felt his breathing getting deeper, stronger. He kept pushing that drop forcefully. Once it reached the end of the tube, he put it through the beginning again, over and over and over. Again and again and again, pushing it through and through and through. And then finally, he felt something inside him release. Power settled in his chest. He could feel that it was the size of the end of his thumb. This new, pure circle was significantly smaller than the first circle he made. But it felt cleaner in a way he couldn't quite understand. Like it was more malleable, more volatile, like lightning ready to burst. Kaiden's consciousness slowly rose back to the surface of his mind. For the first time in his new life, he could feel the hum resonating within his third-rate wand. It buzzed with power. He was tempted to cast a spell in excitement, but he wanted to wait until he was completely conscious again. He opened his eyes, and his vision was blurry, slowly clearing up. He could begin to hear his surroundings again. There was a cacophony around him. It wasn't just Maso's voice, but others. Yakul was yelling. Kaiden reached for the sword at his side on instinct, but it was gone. His vision cleared, and he saw the man he dueled with earlier holding Maso's hair. The boy tried to kick himself away, but he was too scrawny and the would-be sailor too strong. The man's metallic arm had been placed back on. With it, he raised his axe, letting it fall to split Mazo's head open. 9. Kaiden rolled forward. He threw the blanket from his lap up in the air, creating a wall of cloth between him and the startled man with the axe. "What the?" the axeman yelled in surprise. Something thudded on the ground. From the wetness of the sound, Kaiden guessed it was Mazo who fell to the ground. Maybe the kid had pissed himself. The would-be sailor must have dropped him, realizing that Kaiden was the biggest threat. With no weapon in his hand except for the wand, Kaiden swept his leg and felt it collide with the man's ankles. The man was burly, at least 2 heads taller than Kaiden, and several pounds heavier. Kaiden's kick didn't get him off balance, but it did squeeze a startled yelp out of the man. He twisted, pivoted on one leg, and pushed himself up away from the cloth until he stood on both feet, balanced and ready to pounce in whatever direction was the most advantageous. From the side, he could see the bearded sailor's axe slicing at him. The sailor roared wordlessly. Kaiden backstepped a half a hand's distance and let the axe slide past him. Mazo scrambled away, but not far enough. Kaiden needed to distract the axeman until the kid got far away from the fight. His stomach leaped to his throat as another man, thin as a reed, stepped through the bushes and grabbed Mazo by the scruff of his collar. He held a long knife with a wavy blade at Mazo's throat. Kaiden had seen knives like that. If that blade sunk into the kid's body, pulling it out was a certain death sentence for the orphan. Kaiden slammed one end of the tube on the sailor's elbow, exactly where he had cut it off before. The sailor screamed in pain, pulling back his arm and dropping the axe. Kaiden caught the handle of the axe, kicked the sailor, and threw the axe at the man holding Mazo. The weight and balance of the weapon were too unfamiliar to Kaiden. His throw was clumsy and missed Mazo's captor. But the weapon sailing through the air made the man throw himself to the side. Mazo jumped away. Kaiden barked, "Run!" The kid didn't need another order. He hightailed it into the dark of the woods. Kaiden hoped there weren't any more men. He spared a second to glance at his situation. The would-be sailor with the augmented arm righted himself and twisted his metal arm. He grimaced in pain, and his eyes were bloodshot with anger. To Kaiden's right was the newcomer, the knife wielder, which Kaiden labeled as Twig in his mind to keep better track of his enemies. Two more men who had the build of retired mercenaries were busy trying to wrangle Yakul, but the elk was too large to handle. They had probably never tangled with a red-nosed elk before. Yakul kicked one of his hooves into one of the men, sending him colliding into the other. A crunching sound filled the small enclosure. Kaiden guessed Yakul had probably broken the man's sternum or ribs. He wasn't moving. He might have been dead. His partner was pinned under his lifeless body, trying to wrestle himself out. Kaiden would only have half a minute at most to handle the two others. His wakizashi was on the ground next to the sailor, who had stepped on it as a sign that Kaiden would not be getting it anytime soon. The katana was on the other side of the sailor, too far out of reach to be of use. He cursed at how stupid he'd been for letting the sword out of his hand. His older sword brother, Tepish, would have laughed himself silly if he knew Kaiden had been caught without a blade in his hand. The man with the long, wavy knife lunged at him with jutting, stabbing motions. Kaiden danced away, but the sailor joined Twig from the opposite direction, flanking. While Twig's stabs were a relentless, staccato rhythm, the bearded sailor's axe swung in long arcs. They were definitely experienced in fights. But they were no warriors. Kaiden blocked one of the knife stabs with his wand, and he realized he did have a weapon. At first, he'd hesitated to flush power into the wand. He knew which of the 3 spell rings it was, but he didn't know its effects. If he activated the spell, it might put him in a worse position than without it. Kaiden was fast, but Twig's knife skills put too much pressure on him, and the sailor's axe sliced up Kaiden's forearm. Pain lanced up Kaiden's arm, and he danced backward again, only to collide into a tree. He cursed, being stupid enough to let his enemies control the rhythm of the battle and the space around them. Ha! The sailor flung his axe upward in triumph while Twig's knife flicked sharply at Kaiden's rib. Kaiden whispered a silent prayer to his ancestors. He was cornered, alone, and without his blades. He flooded power from his chest into the wand, activating the spell for the first time. He hoped the wand wouldn't explode or kill him. He thrust the wand at Twig, and for a moment, time seemed to slow down. Kaiden's senses hadn't heightened like he'd seen many other mages do. Instead, he felt a dim, nearly invisible aura pulse out of Twig. His mind was suddenly filled with a thought that was not his own. It wasn't a word, but sensation. A lie. Kaiden acted on the sensation and pushed off the tree. Twig's knife jabbed at Kaiden, but pulled back at the last second. Kaiden moved with the pulling motion and threw his entire body and weight into Twig's torso. The move was ugly and had no technique, but Kaiden was desperate. He rammed his elbow into Twig's eye, and Kaiden felt it bury inside the eye hole. Twig screamed in pain. They fell together. The sailor's axe sliced a chunk of Kaiden's thigh on the way down. Kaiden rolled over Twig's body, scrambled for the knife he dropped, and pulled himself back up on both feet. On the way up, he stamped his boot heel into Twig's other eye, effectively blinding the man. Kaiden heard something snap beneath his boot and assumed it was Twig's neck. Twig twitched and then did not move again. Kaiden heaved out a breath and winced in pain at the bloody mess that was his thigh. The sailor paused for a moment, catching his breath too. He spat on Twig, obviously having no love lost between the men. "Good riddance. Less pay to split, useless lot." Kaiden did not like those words. The sailor was being paid to kill Kaiden. This was not a personal grudge. Was the whole mess and duel in the town a setup? He put the question aside as the sailor tapped something on his metal arm. It whirred with noise, and steam hissed out of one of its holes. The veins on the sailor's arm thickened as if he was injected with some kind of drug. The sailor grunted, and his eyes went wide with pain and malice. He roared, stepped over the dead twig, and flung his axe. Kaiden sent power into his wand but felt the alternator still clicking. The cooldown time for his spell wasn't over. He couldn't use it just yet. His leg was pretty damaged, so he probably could only dodge 1 or 2 attacks at best. He sidestepped on his good leg. He thought he moved and judged the timing well, but the axe moved faster than he expected. Much faster. The blade bit a chunk of Kaiden's arm, and he yelled out in pain. The sailor grinned, flashing yellow teeth. He didn't relent, maintaining his momentum and following up with another attack, this time horizontally. Kaiden felt the alternator in his wand stop clicking. 10 seconds was his cooldown time for the spell. He pushed power into the wand and released the spell. Again, time seemed to slow for him. He felt a wave of emotion and a stray thought that wasn't his own. The feeling was pure, straightforward. There was no lie in it. But, for half a blink's time, Kaiden saw the image of a clock. He couldn't dodge the man's attack, and he didn't have a weapon large enough to block it. So, he threw the wand at the sailor's face. It was pretty heavy, and it connected with his eyes. It didn't stop the axe's movement, but it did change its trajectory upward. Kaiden dropped to both knees, grunted in pain at putting pressure on his injured leg, and punched as hard as he could into the man's groin. The sailor yelped and kicked Kaiden in the chin. Kaiden was knocked back on the ground, his head in a daze. "You little rat!" yelled the sailor, catching his breath after the attack. "I would have done it for free!" He stepped forward. Kaiden noticed the veins in the sailor's augmented arm thinning. Someone yelled behind them. Kaiden's heart leaped to his throat. He hoped it wasn't more men. Instead, Mazo had picked up the wakizashi. He threw it at Kaiden and yelled, "Hey!" The weapon sailed through the air toward Kaiden, but the throw was awkward and the boy was too weak. It landed in the mud next to the sailor. Kaiden knew it wouldn't work, but it had bought him enough of a distraction to get back on his feet. He picked up the wand, and the sailor's attention went back to Kaiden. The sailor guffawed. "You're out of plays, rat." 10 seconds had passed since the last spell. He cast it again and felt a wave of feelings and thoughts that were not his own. It was an odd sensation that lasted less than a second. Kaiden felt a stiffness in his shoulder that wasn't his, nor was it there before. He grinned. "And you're out of time." The sailor's eyes widened, and he looked down at his arm. The veins on his augmented arm no longer popped. Steam hissed out of the metal, releasing excess heat. The axe trembled in his hand. Now that it was just one-on-one and with no augmentations to boost the sailor's strength, Kaiden felt confident he could win, even with his injured leg. He stepped forward, and the sailor stepped back. The sailor tightened his grip on the axe and snarled, "Screw you!" He rushed forward, his balance favoring the arm holding his axe. Without the augmentation working, he no longer could wield it as expertly as before. Kaiden knew he had only one shot at this. That was how battles went. The axe swung down, changing direction at the last second. It was a desperate, unskilled attack. Kaiden stepped forward, evading the axe's blade, and positioned himself within hugging distance of the sailor. He placed a hand behind the sailor's elbow, pushed it forward as the axe fell, and kicked the sailor's ankle. Although Kaiden was 2 heads smaller and at least 50 pounds lighter than the man, the sweep was flawless. The sailor's weight threw him forward with the momentum of the axe, and he fell to the ground head first. Kaiden fell on top of his back, straddling him on both sides, and dropped the wand on the way down. He would need both arms for the next part. He allowed the sailor to use his hands to get up a little, creating a small space between his chest and the ground. Kaiden used that space to slip his arms around the man's neck. He wrapped his legs around the man's legs and pushed them out from the inside with his heels. His weight pushed the sailor back down, but Kaiden rolled them over so they were both on their sides. The man scrambled for his axe, which was the wrong move as Kaiden's grip tightened like a snake. The sailor grunted for breath, straining for air. Finally, he had the wherewithal to try to pry Kaiden's arms off him. The sailor was stronger than Kaiden, but Kaiden had his back, and his arms were positioned perfectly for the choke. Kaiden focused on his breathing, pressing his heels into the man's thighs as much as possible. The sailor muttered something. Maybe he was trying to buy more time or give away information as to who hired him. Kaiden ignored him. Sure, that information would have been useful, but Kaiden couldn't use it if he were dead. Living, right now, was his biggest priority. He sang an old Eminese lullaby in his head as he focused hard on his breathing. The sailor kept scrambling, his nails digging into Kaiden's forearm, even into the open wound. Kaiden breathed and sang in his head. The song finished. The sailor stopped moving. Kaiden counted 10 more seconds and then released him. It was a bit of a scramble to get his arms out from underneath the man's body, but he got it. He lifted the axe from the ground. It was heavy, which made it the perfect weapon for someone with an augmented arm. He raised the axe and let its blade sink into the sailor's head. Kaiden breathed heavily. His forearm and thigh were a mess. They would need healing herbs and stitches. He turned around and saw Yakul walking back into the clearing. The elk had probably run away, Kaiden surmised. Kaiden only counted 3 bodies. Twig, the sailor, and only one of the wranglers. The other one must have gotten away. He cursed at that. Bad luck. No, not bad luck. Stupidity. He should have been prepared and kept a sword at his side. It wasn't Mazo's fault. It was Kaiden's for thinking a kid would be enough to hold back any potential dangers. Kaiden finally caught his breath and walked over to a stunned-looking Mazo. Mazo clung to Yakul's side. "One got away. They were sent to kill you." Kaiden breathed hard, pulling his water flask from Yakul's side while petting his elk reassuringly. He nodded in response and drank from the flask. He offered the flask to Mazo, who drank it as well. Kaiden walked over to all 3 bodies, checking their pockets and bodies for anything that would be useful. Information, money, identity cards. Nothing. His throat was dry despite the water. He had been too excited to get his circle back. If he hadn't successfully established his first circle, Kaiden would have been dead. Twice. The thought did not sit well with him. Even with his new circle, he could barely handle the thugs sent to kill him. Kaiden needed more power, and fast. He needed to work on his wand and learn how to use it effectively with his sword skills. Mazo interrupted his thoughts. "We can't stay here." Kaiden nodded in agreement. "Do you have anything or anyone back in Iron Rose you need?" Mazo thought about it and shook his head. "I had a drachma saved up, but the coin you gave me is 10 times what I had. I'll take your coin over that." "I need to get my arm and thigh stitched, but there isn't enough time for that. We can't risk it." Kaiden sighed. He didn't want to have to do this. He walked over to Twig's body and picked up the long knife. He hovered it over the fire until it was red hot. Mazo muttered. "You don't have to look," Kaiden said. He'd done this before in his previous life. It was not looking forward to it. He sat on the log and handed the knife to Mazo. The kid's expression was ugly, but he took the knife anyway. No words needed to be said. He knew what he had to do. The blade burned hot on Kaiden's forearm, sealing his wound. It was one of the most painful things he'd ever felt. He roared out in pain. He didn't care if it attracted more bandits. Pain was pain, and no amount of mental exercises or experience would prevent him from feeling it. Next, Mazo cauterized the wound on the thigh. Kaiden huffed out, the edges of his vision dimming. His mind wanted to escape into sleep so he wouldn't have to feel the pain. But he grunted. Mazo gathered Kaiden's sword and was instructed to leave the pot and bodies behind. He helped Kaiden up on Yakul, and Kaiden helped him in turn. Kaiden placed Mazo in front of him and tied Yakul's reins to his good arm and around Mazo's torso. Kaiden wanted to pass out, to sleep for a week, but he snapped the reins for them to leave. They trudged slowly through the woods at first, then picked up speed when they reached the road toward the border. Every step Yakul took jostled Kaiden's leg, making him want to scream out in pain. But he gritted his teeth through it. He'd been through worse. It was only 5 hours to the border from where they were. They rode in silence. Yakul knew where they were heading and so did not need any guidance. By the time they reached the border, the sun had risen on a new day. They had made it. Guards met them, their tone instructive and commanding. But Kaiden felt his mind fade, and he fell off Yakul to the ground. Darkness took him. 10. Kaiden woke up in a cot. Pain in his forearm and thigh throbbed, and he groaned from it. But the pain wasn't as significant as it was before he had passed out and fallen off Yakul. He swept his gaze around and saw that he was in some sort of medical tent. The rest of the cots were empty. It wasn't a very large tent, but from how everything seemed orderly and clean, he assumed that he was inside a medical tent. They were still at the border gate, most likely. A man stood outside and looked up, noticing Kaiden's movements. He was tall, maybe 6'7", lean, and had a gaunt look to his face, as if he hadn't eaten in a while. He had a hunched look about him and maybe would have looked handsome if he had more food. All his clothes were black. Black boots, black pants, black tunic. And even though it was the middle of the summer, he had a long black coat that draped down to his ankles, though the material seemed thin enough for the weather. There were guards posted outside of the room. They didn't snap any salutes to the tall man who walked past them. They didn't stop him either. It was as if they were used to his presence, or at least were instructed that he was allowed in and out of the medical bay as much as he wanted. So the tall man had some sort of authority or deal with the border guards. Security was tight here, so his authority was probably pretty high. The tall man flashed an easy smile. There was a tiredness in his expression that Kaiden had seen in many others. It was the expression one wore after years of working for the law, practiced and easygoing to build rapport with whomever they were talking to. He was probably a white coat. Kaiden acknowledged him with a nod and returned the smile. "Good. You're up," the tall man said. "You were in a pretty bad state when we found you. Thought you might have jumbled your head the way you fell off that elk, but your eyes seem clear now." Kaiden sat up, leaning his back against the wall. He grunted. "I've been better. Thanks for fixing me up." "Not a problem." He held his easygoing smile and put his hands behind his head as if he had all the time in the world. Kaiden lifted his arm and noticed stitches that weren't there before. "Our doctor said you were an idiot for giving yourself a third-degree burn just to close a wound. But your bag boy said you didn't have enough time to apply proper stitches." Kaiden nodded. "Yeah, time was of the essence. This is good, tight work. He used gut." The tall man's eyebrows curled up. "Do you have experience in medicine?" He leaned forward, bringing all 4 legs of the chair on the floor. He seemed genuinely interested. Annoyance prickled up Kaiden's neck like an invisible mosquito. "I don't know where you're from, but in Orem, it's polite to offer your name before asking questions." The tall man's smile transformed into a wolfish, more genuine grin. "The name's Titus. Orion born and bred, like you." Kaiden found it noteworthy that Titus didn't mention Kaiden's obvious Immanese heritage. Their slightly pale skin, thinner eyes, and sleek black hair made them stand out among the more tan crowd of Orions. Titus continued. "Your bag boy, Mazo. He gave me the scoop on what happened. He seemed real hell's bent on making sure you were okay. Asks about you every couple of hours." "He and my elk are well? Safe?" Kaiden asked, keeping his tone neutral and without any hint of accusation. Titus nodded. "We gave them both food and shelter, and guards to protect them in case whoever came after you decided to hunt them down first. You have any idea who that was?" Kaiden did. He told everything as he remembered it, leaving out the memories from the future. He left in the fact he was a mage, but didn't elaborate on the spell he used. Speaking of which, he noticed his wand and weapons weren't anywhere in the medical bay. Telling the story didn't take too long. "You tell stories like a soldier given a report," Titus said. "You do any mercenary work up north recently?" "Recently? No," he answered honestly. Titus paused, as if Kaiden's answer didn't satisfy him. "You said you're a mage, but I didn't see any badge marking a stint at Stramonium. Nor did I see any paintings marking your status under a great house." Kaiden felt his gut tighten. This wasn't a friendly conversation, just like he thought. This was an interrogation. He said flatly, "You went through my things. That's not polite." Titus agreed readily, without shame. "It's standard to present identification when crossing the border. You, of course, were too out of it to provide it yourself. I just expedited the process on your behalf." "Wow, so helpful of you." Titus beamed with pride. "You're welcome. And in return for my help, I'd like you to answer a few questions." "Shoot." The friendliness in Titus's voice slowly drained away, replaced by a more sober, official tone. "Your bag boy informed us the man you killed was of the Erskine clan." Kaiden didn't know that. "I don't know the Erskines." "Surprised Mazo did, but didn't tell me. How did he know?" Titus looked hard at Kaiden, as if studying him. "The boy described the tattoos on the arms and necks. Most were typical sailor markings, but one was a fishing hook curled two ways. That's Erskine clan all the way." Silence passed between them. Kaiden racked his mind for any memories about the Erskines, in both his current and future lives. Nothing came up. "You don't recognize the name?" Kaiden nodded. "You haven't asked a question yet." Titus flashed his wolfish grin again. "Erskines are a group of thugs for hire. Only the lowest of the low hire them. Or people who want us to think only the lowest of the low hired them." That was an odd conclusion. Why would anyone go through the trouble of tricking people into thinking lowlives hired other lowlives? Titus's lips tightened. "Whoever hired them, they knew about you. That means there's a personal connection between you and the people who hired the Erskines. I'm wondering who that might be." "Me too," Kaiden said. "I was in Gracia for a little over 5 years. I spent most of that in one place. The only time I could have pissed someone off enough to send a gang to kill me was in the 4 months I traveled from Mayport to Iron Rose." Titus drummed his fingers on the edge of the chair. The tapping sounds were heavier than a normal tap. Titus's grip might be very strong. Kaiden made careful note of that. Finally, the tall man got up from his chair. He spoke over his shoulder to one of the guards. "It's okay. You can bring him in." A moment later, Mazo walked into the room, holding Kaiden's tube of a wand. He looked like he had plenty of sleep and seemed relaxed. Gone was the wariness Kaiden had seen in the boy only days before. They must have treated him well here. The boy smiled. "By crawl, I thought you were going to sleep forever." "That's called death, kid," Kaiden chuckled. "No grave for me, just yet." Mazo nodded to Titus. "Sir, thanks for watching over Kaiden." Titus nodded agreeably. "Not a problem. If you had arrived 10 minutes later, I would have been on my Kosa back to the capital. Luckily, I stepped out for a smoke." Kaiden watched the interaction with interest. Mazo was a pretty guarded boy, and yet he was charming. Something flashed on the boy's face as Titus turned to wave away the guard, and Kaiden saw the truth. Mazo was putting up a good face. He was acting. He didn't trust his place either, regardless of how they treated him. "How's your cool?" Kaiden asked. "He won't let anyone else but me feed him, but he's good." Doesn't seem too worried about you. Kaiden chuckled. Yeah, he has a cooler head than I do. Titus stretched his arms and yawned dramatically, catching everyone's attention. Now that you're both here, I can finally ask what you're doing at the border and where you're going. Why did he need both of them here to ask that question? Odd. Titus claimed he was asking questions, but never once asked a question in a straightforward way. At least any important questions. They were dancing over each other, trying to see what the other was hiding. Kaiden decided it was just easier to get it out in the open. You can stop acting friendly. You're investigating us. You may be wearing all black, but you act and interrogate like an experienced whitecoat. Titus froze and turned to Kaiden fully, his eyes squeezed in suspicion. You sound like you're experienced with interrogations. Kaiden shook his head. Nope, but you're suspicious of us, and quite frankly, we're suspicious of you. If you want us to trust you, you're gonna have to extend some of that trust. Then answer my question. Kaiden rolled his eyes. You didn't ask yet. Titus blinked, as if genuinely shocked. He whistled and cursed something under his breath that sounded along the lines of ex-wife. He sighed and smiled. It wasn't the wolfish grin from before, but it was a more genuine, almost pained smile. Sorry about that. Bad habit. Let's start over again, yeah? He extended his hand to Kaiden. My name is Titus Sternbluth. I'm here to investigate a series of murders, among other things. Kaiden shook it. Kaiden Coldsteel. This here is Mazo. Mazo shrugged. Just Mazo. Just Mazo, Kaiden repeated. Everything we've told you so far is true. Are we suspects? Titus let out a tired, exasperated sigh and put his hands on his hips, a disappointed expression on his face. You were suspects. The first good lead I had in weeks, but not anymore. What changed? Titus shrugged. You're telling the truth, and you're not mincing words about it either. How could you possibly be so sure? Titus grinned his wolfish grin again. Trick of the trade. Anyway, what are your plans now that you're all stitched up? Kaiden hoisted his feet out of bed. He would need another week to have reasonable fighting strength with his blade, but he was healthy enough to move again. I'm making my way back to Solace. Then after that, Strimonium. Titus's eyebrows shot up. You're heading to the Imanese village? I thought your people were nomads for most of the year. How do you know they'll be there? Kaiden didn't have the time to explain his people's travel customs to the man. It was complex, and truthfully, talking about his people pained him. Isn't it obvious that an Imanese would know when his people were home? Fair point, Titus conceded. Although, there's a little snag in your plan. Kaiden kept his tone neutral. And what's that? Titus nodded to Mazo. Your little friend here paid the fee to cross the border, but he doesn't have any identification. Mazo looked away from them, clearly not wanting the expression on his face to show. He's an orphan. He doesn't have an identity, Kaiden said. Titus grinned. He reached inside his long black coat and pulled out what looked like identification papers. They had an ink imprint of Mazo's face. Kaiden looked at it, confused. Titus explained. Good thing you have me here. I had these drawn up today. The captain of the guard owed me one. Actually, he owed me 3. 1 for each daughter. Why are you doing this? Kaiden asked. Not because of the kindness of my heart, I'll tell you that, Titus admitted. You see, I want something from you. An Imanese passing through a border gate, that's a rare find. But an Imanese carrying a blade, when the king banished your people from warfare 1,000 years ago? Now that caught my attention. Mazo's head turned to the door. His knees bent. He was ready to get out of there as soon as possible. Kaiden's eyes narrowed, and he raised a hand to Mazo to reassure him. he said to Titus. I haven't participated in any war for or against the nation. I haven't unlawfully killed anyone in Aurum. The blood pact of the first soil still remains. The only ones I killed on my way here were in state-accepted duels and in self-defense. What is it you want? Titus wrapped his arm around Kaiden's shoulders, a gesture too friendly for Kaiden's taste. He said, Don't worry. I'm not after you or your people. I only want one thing. Let me join you on your journey back to Solace. That Kaiden did not expect. 11. Kaiden willed his wand open as he sat in the hay wagon pulled by a large Kosa lizard. Titus lay on the opposite side of the wagon, sleeping. He wore a black hat with a wide brim that fell over his face. He had to sleep sideways along the edge of the wagon because he was too tall to lay the other way. Mazo rode Yakul, who trotted at a relaxed pace next to the slow-moving cart. He seemed to have gotten used to riding the large red-nosed elk, and Yakul had taken a quick liking to the boy. The summer sun crested past its peak, leaning toward late afternoon. A gentle wind breezed on by. It felt good. It had been 3 days since they left the border gate. Kaiden had expected more trouble crossing the gate, but Titus was true to his word. There were no bureaucratic snags or lazy guards who wanted to use a wandering Imanese with a blade as an excuse to have some fun. In fact, the captain of the guards had personally escorted them out, almost relieved that they were leaving. What kind of authoritative pull did Titus bear? And why did the captain of the guard look almost ecstatic to see him leave? Titus acted like they were friends, but now, after a few days of traveling with the man, Kaiden realized Titus acted that way with everyone. Mazo munched on an apple. He bit halfway through it and leaned forward, giving the other half to Yakul. He asked Kaiden, Why did we take that fork away from the main road? These roads aren't flattened and are all ruddy. Kaiden splayed his pieces out on the hay, inspecting each wand part. He took out a cloth he bought at the border stall and some steel wool, which he used to clean the parts of any rust without damaging their integrity. What you call the main road is actually a new road. The road we're on now was one of the first roads in Aurum. They were a large network that isn't maintained anymore. This road in particular will lead us back to my home. We're only less than an hour away now. Mazo hummed thoughtfully. That wariness in him from a few days ago was gone. He was full of excitement, the kind of boy his age should have, although 15 wasn't quite a boy and not yet a young man. He seemed almost in disbelief that he was in Aurum, the country he dreamed of escaping to for so long. The other day, Titus said your clan don't normally hold blades, Mazo said. That true? You guys don't all move with a sword like you? The boy's tone was pure curiosity. He had no way of knowing that his question stabbed in Kaiden's heart. It's true, and we aren't a clan. Clans divide a people. Imanese are a culture, and we were once the nation before this nation. What happened? Kaiden swallowed the bile that crept in his throat while he cleaned his compressor. He turned the dial on his alternator back half a click and lowered the setting on his suppressor by half. A lot happened. Too much to tell all at once. Titus rustled under his hat and spoke up, giving no indication before that he was awake. The Imanese were once a warrior race. They ruled the lands for about a century and were referred to as people of the first soil. Then Orions came in from the north and slowly took over. The Imanese ended up folding into Orion society while maintaining their status as warriors, becoming a sort of class of people in the new nation. Kaiden stared at Titus, who had not moved under his hat. He realized he had stopped cleaning and changing the settings of his wand, but did not return to it. Titus continued. Imanese weren't just known for their skill, but most famously for many referred to as the hate. Mazo looked startled. He glanced at Kaiden with an expression suggesting he might have realized he stumbled on a taboo subject. Kaiden offered him a gesture with his hand, saying it was okay. Titus kept going. The hate gave strength to the warriors. Let them do things normal humans couldn't do. Like magic? Mazo asked. Titus shook his head under the hat. Nah, the hate is old stuff. It's in their blood. A warrior riding the hate could run for days without stopping and lift giant swords that took 10 men to hold. They were famous for those giant swords. Mazo looked at the katana and wakizashi on Kaiden's hips. But Kaiden's got those thin, curved blades. These are from my teacher, Kaiden explained. They fight with these blades in his country. Oh. Mazo was fascinated at learning so much all at once. Kaiden could see why the boy wanted to go to Strimonium so bad. The university was known for its mages, but it was famed also for its giant, unmatchable library. The whole knowledge of the world was in those books. Then why did the king banish them? Mazo asked. Titus wasn't quick to answer that one. He let the silence pass long enough for Kaiden to realize it wasn't his place to speak. It was Kaiden's. So, Kaiden answered. There was a long war. The more my people rode the hate, the more the hate rode us, taking over. I don't understand, Mazo admitted. Kaiden went silent, putting the pieces of his wand back together. Finally, when his wand clicked back in place, he answered. In the highest peak of our hate, we can't determine who is our enemy and who is our friend. We grew to be a liability. The king of that time gave us one more chance, but we betrayed his trust. The hate overtook us, and we slaughtered a whole city. No one talked for a long while. The cart sputtered along, kicking up stray rocks on the unflattened road. Kaiden spent that time cycling his hum through his wand, purifying his power with the visualization method he used when he first created his circle in this life. Pushing the single drop of power through the imaginary filter was hard and steady work. It allowed him to forget about the subject of their conversation. Soon he opened his eyes. It was late afternoon. He recognized the cusp of trees nearby. They were close to Solace. Home. Titus had sat up in the cart, eating a pull of jerky from his travel sack. He grinned at Kaiden, tilting his hat. You static? As static as I can be with these parts. They're all made of pig iron. Kaiden didn't want to share any more than that. Titus had sprinkled a few probing questions about Kaiden's magic and wand. It was rude to ask someone about their magic. Knowledge about someone's spells put the mage at a disadvantage. At higher levels of skill and power, battle between mages was less about pure exertion of hum than it was about deceit and trickery. Elwyn and the Shade Monsters had been the exception to that rule. They were too powerful for Kaiden to wrap his mind around, even now. Kaiden didn't tell Titus that he had encountered an issue with his compressor. In his first life, he theorized he wouldn't need a compressor with his opposites method. While the radiator allowed the spell ring to express itself and allow any spell to work, the compressor shaped the spell. Not all compressors were the same. Using a foreign or new one took time to get used to and figure out what shape the compressor came out as. Kaiden had practiced with the spell many times each day, and he still couldn't get a feel for the shape of it. Had his opposites method somehow created a new outcome of his spell that he didn't understand? There was too much he didn't know about magic to guess, so he could only use trial and error. The spell ring was a will ring. After a couple trials, Kaiden realized the spell he cast with it could receive the thoughts of those closest to him. He had hoped with tweaking the settings on his wand parts he could actually read someone's mind, but to no avail. It felt more like his spell was a net that existed for less than a second, and the person's mind was a school of hundreds of fish. The net would catch one or two fish, a thought, or an emotion, or an image. What Kaiden found out from his experiments was that catching more than one or two of those mind thoughts was not better. Less was more. By tuning his suppressor all the way to its lowest setting, he had caught dozens of Mazo's stray thoughts. They overwhelmed Kaiden, giving him a headache that lasted hours. He had a couple theories why that was the case, but the point stood. Less was more. It fit in with his idea of the law of opposites. So he worked that theory out as the days passed. What he needed for battle wasn't just to catch one or two random stray thoughts. He needed to catch thoughts that were useful, ones he intended to catch. Several experiments later, Kaiden found settings that weren't perfect but produced mostly consistent results. He felt a sense of pride at having figured out his settings without official training from Strimonium. He had asked around for basic theory books at the border gate, but no one had any. Apparently, books on magic were strictly kept at Strimonium, which made sense. Knowledge was power, and that kind of knowledge getting out of hand could burn the world down. Plumes of white smoke billowed toward the sky, all from the same location. Kaiden's heart raced at the sight. He was filled with both a terrible longing and dread as they crested the hill. Hundreds of straw and wooden huts lay at the bottom of the valley. Gates with no guards surrounded the village. Elk of different sizes played on the western outskirts. Most of the village was surrounded by a wide clearing of tall grass. A stone pathway wide enough to fit 2 carts met the old road. A few forest spirits the size of Kaiden's hands twinkled in and out of existence, dancing on the stone steps. A giant tree towered at the center of the village, wider than any tree Kaiden had ever seen in either of his lives. It spiraled up high, green, strong, and beautiful. Mazo's eyes widened and his jaw dropped. Yakul made a giddy noise and he stamped his front hooves in excitement. Even the aloof Titus sat up, staring at the tree and village in wonder. Several voices called out to each other from below, clearly notifying the others about the strangers visiting them. It took 2 lifetimes, but Kaiden was finally home. 12. Kaiden's heart raced as he saw several people in the village gather together at the front gate. He swallowed hard and addressed Titus. "Let me go first. They get spooked anytime people appear who are not designated merchants." Titus raised an eyebrow. "Why is that? I thought Emanese took a vow of peace." Kaiden gave him a flat, hard stare. "Because the people who visit us aren't always friendly. These roads are old but not forgotten. The Night of Hate was a long time ago, but blood feuds and old hates still echo in people's hearts." Titus snorted. "Very poetic way of saying your people get attacked every now and then. So you'll understand why having me approach first is the best option." Titus tilted his hat. "You're the expert." Mazo stayed on Yakul, silent. He seemed fascinated by the whole thing, seeing new people and cultures he had never heard about. He fed another apple to the red-nosed elk, who chomped on it happily. Kaiden pet Yakul's ears, more for his comfort than the elk's, and patted down the stony pathway. It was a pathway made specifically for merchants, guests. Emanese would normally walk up to the expected guests and guide them down the path. The guests would walk down the stone while the Emanese stayed on the dirt and grass. Kaiden had greeted several guests with his father when he was younger. It felt odd not walking toward his home on the grass, but on the stone instead. He was greeted at the gate by someone he didn't recognize, a man about Kaiden's height, so average build for an Emanese. He wore a shield, but no weaponry, which was standard. The vow his people had taken all those centuries ago meant they could not pick up weapons, but it didn't preclude the ability to protect themselves. Some people thought even the shields were too much in the hands of the once famous warriors. In Kaiden's experience with the war, they were right. Shields weren't just for defense and could inflict major damage in the right hands. Both those hands were not a warrior's hands to the man who greeted them at the gate. He had a full 2 minutes to watch Kaiden walk down the hill, and so he had a good measure of what the situation was. A dozen people stood on top of the fence, looking down to witness what was happening. Kaiden dressed and acted like an enemy's warrior, but he wore blades at his sides. The katana and wakizashi were both his pride and his shame. "That's far enough, warrior," said the man. The word warrior somehow came out as a slur. Kaiden did not judge the man poorly. It was just part of his people's mindset to not favor those who wielded a blade. Now that he was close, Kaiden could see that the man was about his age, maybe a few years older, at most in his mid-20s. A youthful face hid under that beard. His shoulders and forearms were broad, a physique built from a life of labor. He was probably a farmer or trapper. Although Imani's life was peaceful, it was hard and built strong constitutions. Kaiden kept his hands away from his blades. "I am Kaiden Coldsteel. I'm here asking for guest rights for the evening." The man's eyes squeezed in suspicion. A few murmurs echoed among the people standing on top of the gate. Children pulled themselves up to try to get a good look. Kaiden felt his cheeks flush with embarrassment. Even though he had honed his skills and mind with great discipline over the years, he still felt like a child in the presence of his people. The shield-bearer eyed Kaiden carefully. He stepped forward and walked around Kaiden, inspecting him without touching him, keeping a respectful distance. Kaiden noticed that he was within his blade's reach. His instincts told him that he could cut the man down in less than a second. He hated himself for the thought even passing through his mind. Every inch of his body tensed, primed to run away as fast as possible. But he inhaled deeply, focusing on his mission. He was here to save his people. Somehow he needed to convince them to leave Solace, their way of life and everything they knew within 5 years. Even now, after several days of thinking and toiling in his mind for a solution, he could not think of one. "You are banished." The man rubbed his beard. His tone was that of a merchant pointing out the flaws in a maimed donkey. There was no anger toward Kaiden in that voice. "Therefore, you cannot invite yourself in, even as a guest." Kaiden saw this coming and was prepared for it. His hand wanted to go to his blade, not for confrontation, but for comfort. He cleared his throat. "I am banished, but I am still a citizen of the nation of Aurum. I invoke the old rights. I have every right to request to stay here as a guest." Silence passed and the man clicked his tongue. Everyone knew the customs of guest rights. However, the shield-bearer did not deny Kaiden guest rights. Instead, he denied Kaiden the ability to invoke such a right. It was a small difference, but a crucial one that Kaiden exploited. Kaiden spoke again, this time loud enough for everyone nearby to hear it. "Again, I am Kaiden Coldsteel." He repeated his name because it was custom among his people to share names before asking questions. If he were anyone else, they would have treated him happily, trading names first and inviting him in themselves. But this was a unique situation. They hadn't had a banished person in over 20 years, let alone one who had returned willingly to face his own shame. The shield-bearer did not offer his hand, but he nodded at Kaiden. "My name is Navalo Trapguard." Kaiden did not recognize the name. Maybe he was one of the wanderers and hunters from an older family. There were not many Imonees left, but there were enough that memorizing everyone's names and faces would be an impossible task. Navalo turned up the small hill and asked, "Who are those with you?" Kaiden answered, "The tall one is Titus. I don't know his name or exact occupation, but he is a travel companion by circumstance, not choice." "And the young one sitting on top of your elk? He has curly hair like a Gratian." "That's Mazo," Kaiden replied. "I've been tasked to take him to the capital." Which was technically true. Kaiden's skin prickled, but he did his best not to show any discomfort. More whispers passed above on top of the gate. Wasn't allowed to. And so I say this was clear and clean as day. Recognizable for everyone to see. Navalo scratched his beard again, obviously perplexed. He had probably been tasked to shoo Kaiden away and did not expect the conversation to go in such a direction. He sighed and leaned close enough for only him and Kaiden to hear. Look, I have nothing against you. I think what you did back then was the right thing, but I think it's best you and your friends head out. The gate opened a little more, and a man a full head taller than Kaiden walked out. He wore a worker's robe and pants, but had a distinct red outer robe draped over his shoulders that signified he was one of the 3 leaders who made the decisions for the Eminees. His beard was long, and his forehead was creased with both worry and age. Kaiden shivered, and he felt his back straighten. He had 2 lifetimes' worth of memories, but he suddenly felt like a fledgling, a child with no control over his own life. Everyone went quiet. Navalo straightened in attention, his gaze flicking back and forth between the leader and Kaiden. The leader spoke but kept his front facing away from Kaiden, not looking him in the eye. You invoke guest rights, and so shall have them. Bring your cart and people to the western gate. You will join us for supper this evening. You will have a house for the night and beds to sleep. But come morning, you will leave and never return again. His voice was deep, full of iron, and utterly final. He turned back to the opening in the gate, then spoke over his shoulder. Your mother said to clean yourself of the road before Kea. Navalo bowed apologetically and left Kaiden alone as he walked up to the cart to guide the others. Mazo hopped off Yakul when he approached Kaiden and asked, so we good or what? That whole thing looked tense. Kaiden gave him a smile. Yeah, we have to leave by morning. I'll explain more when we get inside. Follow Navalo to the west gate. Titus walked up to him, took off his wide-brimmed hat, and winked at one of the women still watching from above. Her cheeks went red and she fled. He whistled and said to nobody in particular, Still got it. He turned to Kaiden and placed a large, calloused hand on his shoulder. Asking for hospitality where you aren't wanted? Wow, you've got some balls on you. I'll give you that. Who was that guy who popped up at the last second? The one with the face that looks constantly pissed off. Kaiden started walking to the west gate and answered, My father. 13. Kaiden exhaled as he slipped deeper into the bath, almost to the point where his head was below water. He soaked in the heat of the water and the rejuvenating properties of the medicinal herbs floating on the surface. Mazo was being cleaned outside of the giant bathtub by Titus, who was rubbing him down with soap and a scrubber. Your dirt has dirt on it, Titus complained. The tall, gaunt man had scars all over his body, thin ones on the back, and a large horizontal scar across his chest. Mazo had a few scars, but mostly on his hands and legs. He sniffed the soap with suspicion. Why do we gotta clean ourselves before getting in the bath? Isn't the bath supposed to get us clean? Titus clicked his tongue. The way I understand it. And step in if I'm wrong here, Kaiden. But the whole purpose of the bath is to feel good and relax. We clean beforehand so we're not yucking about in our own filth. That right? Kaiden nodded, letting the warm water clear his thoughts a little. They both joined him in the bath. It was pretty large, and the bathhouse was one of 2 guest baths in Solace. There were several bathhouses scattered throughout the village. This one was rarely used, but still kept clean just in case any visitors came through. Titus let out a sigh, and so did Mazo. The tall man asked the orphan, When was the last time you took a bath? Mazo stuck his tongue out. When was the last time you bet a woman? Titus winced. Ouch. You win. Although that point might go to me before the night is over. Mazo let out a wicked laugh. That lady you winked at ran away from you, not toward you. Titus grinned. You just don't know the ways of women, kid. When you grow up, you'll understand. The 3 of them soaked in silence until Titus said, I can get why you wanted to come back to your home city. Family is important. You wanted to see how they were doing. Even if you aren't welcome, it's good to see them. It fills your soul a little. Kaiden nodded, not really knowing where this was going. You're doing that thing where you talk like you're asking a question, but you're not. Titus smiled and rubbed his head sheepishly. Sorry. Bad habit. The ex-wife said I gotta fix that. Kaiden hummed at that. The man had shared almost nothing about himself in the 3 days they had traveled together. This was the first time he'd given any clue about his life outside of his job, whatever that was. Titus continued. But you knew that the longest you could stay here was 1 night, didn't you? Mazo's eyes went back and forth between Kaiden and Titus. He seemed to sense the shift of atmosphere. I haven't seen my family in a very long time. Too long. I wondered if they were well and healthy before I continued back to Argentis. Titus stared at him for a little bit, tapping his thumb along the edge of the bath. It was a heavy, dull sound that denoted an unexpected strength in his hands. His usual friendly grin slipped. That's a lie. That's the first lie you've told me since we met. Kaiden felt his eyebrows furrow. You sound so sure of yourself. Titus nodded. In my business, you tend to get a good grasp on the truth. Or more importantly, if people aren't giving it to you. It was Kaiden's turn to feel suspicious. And by the way, what is your occupation exactly? You strut around and interrogate people like you're a white coat, but you're not, are you? I saw how the gate guard captain looked when we left, relieved and nervous at the same time. Titus seemed to relax at that question, as if he had been expecting it, hoping for it even. He closed his eyes and slipped deeper into the water. You sure have sharp eyes. If I'm not a white coat, I must be a different color of coat altogether. Mazo looked like he was chuffed about being left out of the conversation. Red coat? Blue coat? Yellow coat? Kaiden racked his brain for different colors of white coats. He had never heard of anything other than white coats for the policemen of the nation in either of his lives. This was new to him. Mazo seemed to be running out of colors after Titus turned down every single one he came up with. Finally, Kaiden said, Black coat. You're part of the black coats. Titus grinned. So close, but not quite there. There are no black coats. That was confusing. Then what colors were there? Mazo's eyebrows lifted and he sat up in the bath, excited. You're not a black coat. You're the black coat. It's why the guard captain was so nervous around you. Titus nodded and gestured a bow hitting its target with his hands. Bullseye. Kaiden still couldn't recall anything about there being a black coat. What is the black coat? What do you do exactly? Titus blew some bubbles under the water and said, Whatever the crown needs me to do. Right now, I'm investigating some rumors. I heard some people went missing around these parts. A couple patterns emerged and came to my attention. Now, I'm here. Kaiden's heart skipped a beat. Were any of those people Imanese? Titus lifted his head above water. Why, in fact, Kaiden Cold Steel, the majority of them were. Despite the heat, the hairs on Kaiden's neck rose up. Can you tell me more? Titus opened his eyes, and it was only now Kaiden realized they weren't a light green, but a stark gray, almost the color of steel. Did irises get that color? I was hoping you could tell me more, Titus said. So, Kaiden was still under investigation. You know my story. I only just crossed over the border when I bumped into you. Yes, Titus said, his voice deeper than usual. All of it was the truth, but you just told me a lie tonight. It's the first time you lied to me, so I'm going to give you a chance to correct that mistake. You don't like it when I don't ask questions, so let me ask you this. Are you here for any other purpose than seeing your family? Kaiden thought about that a little. He knew he couldn't tell him the whole truth. Even if Titus believed him about his memories of the future, it would cause more trouble than not. Plus, he was sure Elwyn would be upset about sharing that information with anyone else but him. But he also felt like he needed this man's trust. The more he avoided the question, the more the Blackcoat would distrust him. The last thing he wanted was anybody with authority to distrust him at the Capitol, even if he didn't know exactly what a Blackcoat was. I can't tell you the whole truth, but enough of it to satisfy you. I'm not part of the disappearances or rumors or whatever you're looking into, directly or indirectly. Then why are you here? I want to convince my people to leave Solace for good. Titus stared at Kaiden for a long moment. He tapped his finger on the side of the bath, an annoyed expression on his face. It's an odd one, but it's the truth. Why would you ever want to convince them to do that? I can't even think of the logistics of that happening. I need to get to Argentus first, Kaiden said. Titus looked confused. What's in Argentus that can convince your people to leave? I'd like to speak with King Ragnar and convince him to unbanish my people, to forgive them. Titus's eyes went wide, and his jaw went slack. He whistled low, dipped his head below water, and pulled himself back up. He looked at Kaiden, then Mazo, then back at Kaiden. Well, I'll be damned to the deepest hells. That's the truth. Kaiden was grateful that he didn't ask how it was possible for him to get his people to become unbanished and folded back into normal Orion society. He had too much on his mind already to think about. Mazo looked to be lost in his own thoughts, but then perked up. He looked a little embarrassed. So, at dinner, we gotta wear clean clothes, right? Kaiden understood his concern. There are extra clothes for us at the guest house, and someone took our clothes we placed at the front room of the bathhouse to clean. They should be on a drying rack above hot coals at the guest house, too. Mazo blinked in surprise at that. Oh, stellar! Your people are really nice. Yeah. Then what did you do to piss them off so much? I still don't understand. You have a family, but they told you they didn't want you. Kaiden tensed but forced himself to relax. It was an innocent question. Titus leaned forward, ready to listen. A little over 5 years ago, my family was selling furs in a faraway town, close to the capital. My father is a trapper and tanner, and my mother is a merchant. It was my sister Momo's first time coming with us on a trip, so she didn't know how things worked in the cities. He recalled the memory with perfect clarity. She's a few years younger than me, about your age, Mazo. She's a nice girl, and saw a homeless person getting knocked about in the street. She ran to help the homeless man, but one of the men knocked her down. She was out cold. Her nose was bleeding. You attacked him in anger, Titus said. Kaiden nodded. I barely remember what I actually did. I just remember seeing red. Then I came to with a knife in my hand and the man's corpse beneath my feet. You didn't get arrested. An Imanese killing a man in cold blood in a public setting would cause too much public outrage. So the whole thing was swept under the rug, Titus said. It wasn't a question. Kaiden shook his head. No, I wasn't. Instead, after making sure Momo was okay, I was told I couldn't come home again, that I was no longer a man of the first soil. My father told me to seek out a teacher in Gracia to train me to discipline my mind. And to move like a demon, Mazo said. Kaiden nodded. The body and the mind go hand in hand. I haven't had an episode like that since. Titus stood up in the bath. The motion was so abrupt that water spilled over the sides. He stretched, and with a chipper attitude that jarred Kaiden, said, Well, that's enough sad talk for the evening. I say we... Several voices shouted outside. Titus's head snapped to Kaiden, a questioning look on his face. Those aren't happy noises. Is that normal for dinner? Like some ritual? No. Kaiden got out of the bath, followed by Mazo. He put on his bathrobe and slippers. He tied his robe tight and and secured his hair into a top knot before stepping out into the foyer. Usually, there was an attendant in case a guest needed something or to help with stoking the coals. The door was open. Kaiden walked through the door and smelled what was happening before he saw it. Instead of spiced meats and sweet breads, he smelled smoke. A large fire burned on the other side of the village. Several houses were plumed with smoke and flames. Dozens of people ran past them with buckets of water and mud. Men and women were shouting at others to keep the peace. Titus stepped out of the bathhouse, too. He no longer had his casual grin. He said, "Is this you?" Kaiden was too confused to be angry at the accusation. "No. Is this you?" Titus shook his head. "No. But I think I know who it is." 14. Kaiden ran as fast as he could. He led Titus and Mazo towards the designated guest house that they were shown earlier. None of the people running to stop the fires were focused on them, so they were able to navigate through the streets of his old home without any resistance. Kaiden was still in too much of a panic to admire the fact that he was home once again after all this time. He saw people running by whom he recognized. Some recognized him as well, looking a little confused, but running to stop the fires instead of talking to him. "Are we there yet?" Titus asked. His long legs helped him keep up with Kaiden's speed. Mazo wasn't too far back, but in his attempt to keep up with them, was huffing hard. "Shouldn't we help them to stop the fires?" The flames spread from the edge of the village inward. When they first left the bathhouse, it was only a few houses. Over a dozen were now in flames. "It's too late," Kaiden yelled back. "We need to find and stop whoever started those fires." They rounded a corner and found the only non-wooden building in the area. It was made of stone and could house a small party of travelers. Kaiden didn't bother knocking before entering. All their belongings were there, including their clothes that hung over a small pile of heated stones. A quick touch with his finger told him they were nearly dry. Kaiden didn't want to waste time putting them all on, but he did put on pants. He had a feeling this would be a battle, and fighting in robes was not wise. He slipped on boots but couldn't find his armor anywhere. Ah, that was right. They were still packed on Yakul's back. He strapped his swords and wand to his hip. It took about a minute to put everything on. Titus looked ready as well, holding what looked like a long bow staff and wearing his long black coat. At the reminder of Yakul, Kaiden turned to Mazo, who had put on pants and his tunic. "Do you remember how to get to the stables from here?" Mazo nodded. "I'll get him." He knew exactly what Kaiden was asking. The boy had taken a liking to Yakul. Kaiden stopped him at the door. "Don't bother bringing him back here. We're heading to the fire. Ride Yakul and tell him to find me. He'll know where to go. Even in this smoke, he can smell me out." Mazo looked surprised at that, but nodded and ran out the door. Titus looked at Kaiden with an odd expression. "Are you sure you want him going off on his own like that? Whoever started those fires could be in the village." Kaiden walked out the door and Titus followed. He began to jog to the fires, which were spreading slower now but still going. The village of Solace is long and wide, and anyone who isn't Imanese will stick out like a sore thumb. Whoever started those fires will still be on the outer edge. "They could be killing your people at this very moment," Titus yelled back. He slapped his bowstaff to his back, which seemed to stick there on a mechanism Kaiden didn't see. "We would hear more screams if that was the case," Kaiden said with a grimace. "Didn't you say you knew who they were?" Titus shook his head and frowned. "I said I might know who they are. It's not a guarantee." Kaiden stopped his running and grabbed Titus by the collar of his long black jacket. He had to reach high, and it strained his neck to lock eyes with him. "I don't give a shit about your duty to the nation if it means the safety of my people. Tell me what you know." Titus shook him off, anger and frustration in his voice. "I did, okay? I told you everything I know. I heard rumors of ancient technology flooding the border markets along with the disappearances of young Imanese women. Kaiden paused. Young Imanese women? That was so specific. Too specific. He felt his anger flare up. That's it? That's all you know? Titus sighed. I swear. I have suspicions, but that's not going to do us much good. Kaiden picked up his jog again. Titus followed in silence. In a few minutes, they reached a line of people passing buckets from a well down the line. Another line passed buckets backward. Kaiden and Titus followed the line. They ran past the KO, the long house where meals were shared in the evenings. Everyone in the village could fit in that long house. It was huge. He was glad it didn't catch fire. By the time they reached the end of the line, the fires were completely out. Several older Imanese men and women stood at the end of the line, passing their buckets of water on the smoldering flames of what remained of the buildings. One of the men was Kaiden's father, Gudor. The man turned toward them as if realizing that he was being watched. Without warning, he stamped over towards Kaiden and grabbed him by the scruff of his collar. He didn't lift him up, but his father's strength was surprisingly strong. Kaiden had to widen his stance and spread his feet to not get pulled off balance. Was this your doing? Gudor barked. Did you bring disaster upon us this evening? Everyone's eyes fell on them. They were completely silent. Gudor pointed to the burnt buildings. You better thank the ancestors that nobody died. What have you done? Kaiden didn't know what to do. After all these years, he had thought about how he could have a reasonable, calm, logical conversation with his father. He had never expected forgiveness, but maybe some sort of understanding. But under these circumstances, he never would have guessed that he'd be accused of bringing harm to his people. The only thing he ever wanted was the opposite. Titus pushed them apart and stood between Kaiden and his father. We were running over here to help you. Did you get a good look at the people who started the fire? Kaiden's father did not look at Titus for a long time, staring at Kaiden with hard eyes. Kaiden had to focus on Titus's back to not let his eyes get wet. His father spat on the ground and addressed Titus. You claim that this wasn't your doing? Titus reached inside of his jacket and pulled out a large circular medal the size of his palm and made of pure gold. On both sides of the medallion were embedded a crown and star bursting outward, as if exploding. Kaiden's breath escaped him at the sight of it. He had seen it before in his first life. It was the golden seal of the king. Titus handed it to Gudor, who held it in his hand, his eyes wide. He looked even angrier after seeing the seal. I came here on authority of the king to investigate your missing people. I've heard reports of at least a dozen girls disappearing around these parts. Gudor frowned. You think this is tied to that? Titus nodded. I do, sir. Gudor's fists tightened. We asked for help from the king and his whitecoats a year ago, and he sends only one of you now? After all this time? We've lost over 30 girls since then. Kaiden's heart sank at the number. How did he not know about something like this happening in his previous life? His guilt tightened around his stomach like a hungry snake. I didn't get a report on my desk until a few months ago, Titus said. After I read it, the first thing I did was leave Argentus to investigate the locations of their disappearances. Titus pulled over to his side. I swear, neither of us has anything to do with this fire. Now I'm gonna ask again. Did you have a good look at who started the fire? Or do you know anybody who did? Gudor gave him a hard stare, as if weighing his options, then broke eye contact. He looked around, searching. He beckoned to one of the young men who hustled over. Ulmesh, tell them what you saw. Ulmesh bowed slightly to Gudor and addressed Titus. He had ash and soot all over his face. My house was the first to burn. I caught one of them throwing some sort of round thing at my house. Next thing I know, the fire spread. I think it had oil in it of some sort. Titus tapped his finger on the side of his pants, listening, thinking, observing. He asked, "How many did you see?" Ulmesh said, "The one I saw, plus at least 10 more running back toward the woods." "Did you see anything distinct in their clothes, the way they acted, or on their bodies that could help identify them?" Ulmesh took a second to think about it. "No, I'm sorry." Titus thought about it for a few seconds in silence. He asked a few more questions to both Ulmesh and Gudor, then talked to other eyewitnesses, taking an account and gathering information. Kaiden watched in silence for a long moment. Finally, he mustered up the courage to walk up to his father. "Where's Mother? Is she safe?" Gudor looked at him with an expression that suggested he was surprised Kaiden was still there. "She is back at the hut. Safe." "And Momo?" Kaiden asked. Gudor frowned. "Mo-Lee. I told her to meet us here. She should be around here somewhere. She was excited to—" His father kept talking, but the words were drowned out by Kaiden's thoughts. He looked around at the fires, taking in the fact they all burned on one side. The village of Solace was encased by forest on all sides, except the north, which was led by an open field and a road. If the attackers were here to kill the villagers, why would they only attack one side? Kaiden recalled something similar happening in his first life as a mercenary in Gracia. His band of mercs was tasked to defend a small village, not unlike Solace. He only had 12 men total, each with various specialties and skills. They were trying to defend against 100 bandits. Kaiden had employed the law of opposites. Instead of waiting for the enemy to come on their terms, he took his men and women to the bandits' hideout on the top of the mountain and started guerrilla warfare. They fought by ambushing at night. Kaiden had one of his men cause a disturbance on one side of the camp, then the rest would attack a different side. The fighting lasted for a week, and soon the bandits either fled or died at Kaiden's band's hands. Kaiden heard the sound of hooves and a gallop and turned to see Mazo riding Yakul. Kaiden exhaled, realizing he'd been holding his breath. His father was staring at him, wearing a concerned, curious expression. "Kaiden, you are in your own world. What is it?" Kaiden blinked. It was the first time his father addressed him by name since coming to Solace. Deepest hells, it was the first time he heard his name come out of his father's mouth in 2 lifetimes. It floored Kaiden, and somehow gave him strength. He said to his father, "This wasn't an attack." He whistled, and Yakul ran straight for him. Kaiden hitched his hand on the saddle as the elk ran by, and he leaped, throwing himself on Yakul in a single, practiced motion. Mazo yelped in surprise. Kaiden hopped on the back and yelled to Titus, "Blackcoat, we need to go. This wasn't an attack." Titus whirled around, and his eyes widened in an instant. He understood. "By the crawl, I should have known." Yakul galloped to Titus, slowing down and lowering himself. Titus got on, sitting behind Kaiden, holding him by the waist to not fall off. Gudor ran to them, his voice full of worry. "Kaiden, what is it?" Kaiden said, "Gather everyone at the KO. Have the elders take a head count of everyone, and I mean everyone." "You know what this is?" Gudor demanded, the iron coming back to his voice. In that moment, he was no longer Kaiden's father. He was Gudor, village chief. "Tell me what's going on." This wasn't an attack. It was a distraction. 15. Yakul leaped over groups of people in a single bound, weaving through the village with a blinding speed. He had grown up here after all, so navigating through Solace was easy for him. Kaiden didn't have to direct him at all. Many people pointed at him, astounded to see the red-nosed elk running through the village. It wasn't rare to see elk within the village, but it was odd to see one running through so quickly. Kaiden yelled a message to all of them as he rode, repeating the message over and over again. "Emergency meeting at the KO!" Titus held tight to his waist. He gripped the sides of Yakul with his thighs, suggesting he was experienced riding a mount of some sort. Where are we going? South Wall. How are you certain they will be there? Is there a gate? We were at the west gate of the bathhouse. The fire was on the east gate. The north has watchers and guards. The south wall has no gate. Titus was silent for a moment. South wall it is. They were close, and Kaiden heard someone crying. Kaiden snapped the reins and told Yakul, Swifter, boy, like the wind. Yakul grunted in response, picking up speed, the muscles on his legs tightening with fierce power. It was Mazo who saw them first, pointing at a house in the shadow of the night. There! Yakul slowed down, and Kaiden saw several figures climbing rope ladders near the southern wall. Kaiden counted at least 20, and that was on this side of the wall. Some held a young woman or girl tied up and gagged. The men were passing their captives between them on the rope. Bodies lay on the ground, soaked in blood. Imani's people who had died protecting their own. Kaiden's rage boiled. It was the same rage that he had felt all those years ago when he defended his sister. It was only because of the years of training his mind and 2 lifetimes' worth of experience he didn't go blind with anger. His mind was still clear. He hopped off Yakul and drew both his swords. In 3 long, quiet strides, he closed the gap between him and the closest kidnapper. The man froze in sudden pain and shock, twisting around to see who had attacked him. He only managed to turn a quarter of the way before Kaiden's katana planted its blade in his neck. Kaiden kicked his hip and pulled back his katana with an outward motion, slicing the man's head off before he had time to scream. The man's head and body dropped to the ground. The rest of the kidnappers stopped, yelling at each other. Shit! It's another one! I thought you said they don't have weapons! They all wore black with black cloths covering their mouths. Each had long, wavy daggers on their sides or in their hands. 2 of them ran to Kaiden, flanking him. Something flew by Kaiden's head. A long stick stuck in one of the kidnappers' eyes. Titus walked up next to Kaiden. He extended his right hand to the bowstaff. The wooden weapon shook, then flew back into Titus's hand. Kaiden gave him a look. He had suspected Titus was a mage of some sort. Our priority is the children. Titus nodded. The rest of the kidnappers seemed to understand that they were dealing with dangerous people. Kaiden's anger boiled, and he had to breathe deep to keep from losing himself to it. The kidnapper who was closest to the top of the fence hoisted a child who was kicking and gagged and tossed the child unceremoniously over the wall. To Kaiden's relief, he didn't hear a sickening thud or crunch of the child's body landing on the hard ground. That told him the kidnappers either had a net or people on the other side to catch the captives. Most of the kidnappers scrambled up the ladders when they saw Titus and Kaiden. Only 5 dropped down, pulling out their long, wavy daggers. Mazo rode up on Yakul next to Kaiden. How can I help? Stay out of my way, Kaiden said more harshly than he expected. Mazo seemed frightened by Kaiden's tone, and he patted Yakul on the neck. Let's get out of here, boy. Yakul gave Kaiden a hesitant look before bounding 2 buildings away, still close enough for him to watch in case Kaiden needed help. The kidnapper whom Titus blinded got to his feet and yelled, I'm gonna kill you! Titus looked unperturbed, addressing Kaiden. A bit harsh to the kid, weren't you? What in the deepest hells was he saying? Did he not understand what was happening? Kaiden barked at him. They are kidnapping my people, and you're focused on a kid's feelings? Either help me fight or go lick your wounds out of my way. Titus gave him a hard look, but said nothing. Kaiden was sick of talking. He engaged with the kidnapper on his left, while Titus tangled with the one on his right. The kidnapper's long, wavy knives were nearly the size of a short sword. Kaiden had to parry a few attacks instead of block because the shape of the knives was awkward and inconsistent. Kaiden noticed one of the 3 other kidnappers pull out a bow. The bowman knocked an arrow and loosed it, not seeming to care whether or not he hit his comrade in the mix of battle. Kaiden kicked the kidnapper he was tangling with to create space and lifted his wakizashi and katana up in a cross formation to block the arrow. A wave of pressure came at him from the side. The arrow kept its momentum but changed course, striking the ground next to Kaiden's boot. The dagger wielder used that moment to attack Kaiden with a flurry of swipes, holding the dagger in a reverse grip to get the most surface area in the space between them. Kaiden felt his anger wanting to take over. He felt a deep desire to ignore the danger of the dagger and strike the man down. He imagined his blade piercing the man's chest several times. But his training took over, and he bobbed, weaved, and parried each successive attack, gauging the distance and timing. He allowed the man to attack for the fourth time, and Kaiden predicted the trajectory. He parried the attack with an upward cut and reversed the katana to fall back. The kidnapper brought his dagger up for a block, but Kaiden finished pulling his katana back, twisted his hip, lunged, and stabbed his wakizashi into the man's torso, just above the lowest rib. The man's breath escaped him in a startled gasp. His eyes widened in shock. Kaiden placed the edge of his katana on the man's neck and cut his head off with a yell. He withdrew his wakizashi from the corpse before it fell, and he kicked the body to the ground. The bowman loosed another arrow, which Kaiden blocked with his crossed blades, startling the three remaining captors. They turned tail and ran to the rope ladder and climbed with expert speed. They were too far for Kaiden to catch. Kaiden reeled back with his wakizashi and threw it at one of the escaping men. It slammed into the man's leg, pinning him to the wooden wall. He screamed out in pain. Kaiden enjoyed it. To his right, Titus smashed his bow staff into the chest of one kidnapper who took the blow with a grunt but did not go down. The black coat walked forward, slowly, as if he had all the time in the world, and waved his left hand at the kidnapper. The kidnapper's one good eye fluttered as if he was being put to sleep. He dropped to both knees. Then his eyes flashed open with sudden alertness, and he jerked to get himself back up on his feet. Titus held his staff at the end and swung it like a large axe at the kidnapper's temple. The man dropped to the ground, either unconscious or dead. Kaiden felt his pulse pounding in his neck. He wanted more blood. He walked over to the kidnapper Titus felled and slammed the edge of his blade into the man's head just to make sure he was dead. Titus stared at him, incredulous. He pushed at Kaiden. "What are you doing? I can't question the dead." Kaiden snarled. "They attacked my village and are kidnapping my people. I need information." The kidnapper whom Kaiden pinned with the wakizashi fell, his leg torn apart by gravity and the pinned blade. The wakizashi stayed pinned to the wall. The kidnapper writhed in a pool of his own blood, screaming in pain. Kaiden ignored him and started running to the ladder. It was being hoisted up. He picked up speed, but found the leg injury from a few days earlier was slowing him down. That was odd. He could barely even feel the pain since the start of the battle. Why was it messing with him now? By the time he reached the southern wall, the rope ladder was gone. He heard a few muffled shouts and orders from the other side of the wall. Kaiden slammed his fist on the wall in pure frustration. No! Anger flooded his body. It pumped through his veins like liquid heat, and he felt the edges of his vision pulsing with the rhythm of his heartbeat. He turned to the man writhing on the ground. Kaiden could not kill them all, but there was one more left he could. He raised his katana to strike, but felt something wooden and solid strike his wrist. His katana fell to the ground. Kaiden turned, ready to kill whoever dared stop him from killing the captor. Titus grabbed him by the shoulders and shook him. He yelled, "Stop! Listen to my voice! Stop!" A wave of emotion that was not his own washed over him. It was a feeling of peace, a calm that was unfamiliar to him. The feeling vanished as soon as it came, but Kaiden felt his anger lessen just enough for him to realize what he was doing. He shook his head and staggered back, looking around him. Bodies were everywhere, at least 20. Kaiden looked down at his hands. They were covered in blood. Past the bodies and toward the center of the village, people were walking over. They had stopped, their hands over their mouths in horror and shock. None came to help or identify the corpses. They were too frightened to approach. One older girl squeezed through the crowd. Titus placed a hand on Kaiden's shoulder. "Take a deep breath, Kaiden. Are you with me?" Kaiden looked at the man. His expression was one of concern, but there was an underlying disturbance in his voice. Kaiden's throat was hot and dry. He swallowed and said, "Yeah, I'm good. Sorry." His head was in a daze. Titus walked over to the screaming man and pulled out bandages from his long black cloak. He waved his left hand over the man, and the man stopped screaming. He started tying the bandage around the man's leg to stop it from bleeding. Kaiden took a long moment to gather himself with slow, steady breaths. What just happened? He had just lost himself in his emotions at the last part of that battle. The logical part of his mind knew that they needed one of the kidnappers alive for questioning, and yet Kaiden had attacked him out of pure vengeance. Then it hit him. After years of discipline and 2 lifetimes worth of self-control with no issues, Kaiden had succumbed to the hate. Kaiden collapsed to the ground with a weariness that did not come from his body. He leaned back on the wall, buried his face between his knees, and wept in his shame. He didn't know how long he stayed there, but after a while, a small, gentle hand touched his face. Kaiden looked up and saw the dark brown eyes of his younger sister. Only now, her face was no longer that of a child. There was no judgment or fear in her expression. "Momo," he whispered. Despite him being covered in blood, she hugged him. For the first time in 2 lifetimes, Kaiden felt hope. She said, "Shh, it's okay. You're back home. It's okay." 16. Kaiden sat on the floor of the longhouse, the Kaya-O, his back to one of the walls. He ate a bowl of food made by the elders of the entire village, a warm pork and lamb stew, heavy with pickled radishes. When he was a child, he used to help his mother pack the radishes in airtight glass containers and bury them in the ground. His people would then leave Solace to trade and trek in other regions of Orem. When they returned home after a few months, he and his sister would dig out the glass bottles. The radishes would transform in both color and taste, a unique flavor Kaiden had not experienced in any other place he'd visited. The broth was salted and brined with the familiar scent of herbs, a mixture he hadn't tasted in a long, long time. He dried his eyes as he ate the stew from his bowl. The bowl was not his, the one he shaped, fired, and colored with his own hands, like everyone did on their 10th birthday. This bowl was not red to signify that it belonged to the people of the first soil. Instead, it was a dull gray, one for guests. The notion that he was a guest to his people would have bothered him more a few hours earlier. Right now, his mind was occupied with a beating pulse of hate that had ridden him only half an hour earlier. He sat alone in the corner of the large longhouse, his silence drowned in the cacophony of the villagers discussing, gossiping, and worrying. Kaiden had forgotten how loud it could be in the Kaya-O. Almost the entire village was there, except for 20 children. Almost all of them were young girls. The bandits had taken them. Luckily, Kaiden had rid himself of the hate before he fully killed the last bandit. Hopefully, they would get information out of him. Unlike the men who had tried to kill Kaiden before, this one had no markings or tattoos on his body to signify that he was part of a particular group. Titus was interrogating the suspect, which made many of the people in the village uncomfortable. Imanese were by pact, if not by nature, a peaceful people. The idea of Titus torturing the captured bandit unnerved the village. Maybe he wasn't torturing him at all. Then Kaiden didn't hear any screams. Thinking about the bandit being interrogated gave him a distraction from his own thoughts, if only for a moment. Like his teacher had often told him, men did not want peace of mind. but peace from mind. It was a subtle difference, and now Kaiden understood the truth of those words. He knew he could never come to peace with what had happened today, and so only wanted to not think about it anymore, to escape from the clutches of his own thoughts. It was an odd thing to be ashamed of, killing those people, because he had killed several people in his first lifetime when he had been a mercenary in Gracia. He had never once felt his blood boil with the hate. But now, for some reason, after 2 lifetimes worth of experiences, he succumbed to the very thing he tried to escape. Why did the hate come back now, after all these years? Did it have something to do with how his mind now occupied 2 lives? He couldn't know for sure until he talked about it with the only one who could possibly understand, Elwyn. Kaiden stared at his empty bowl, realizing something worse than the fact that the hate had come to him after all these years. It wasn't that he couldn't control it without Titus's help. It was that Kaiden couldn't recognize when he was in the middle of it, riding it. Kaiden now understood why the King of Orm had dictated a banishment of his people. The hate was a dangerous thing. And he was only one man. He couldn't imagine thousands of people riding the hate and killing everything around them without mercy or awareness of who their allies were. Kaiden's shame sat in his throat, and he could not cough it out. He heard footsteps approaching and recognized the beat and cadence of those steps. They were heavier than before, more competent, but he would never forget the sound of them. No matter how many lifetimes he lived, it was the pace and cadence of his sister walking over. He wiped his face clear of any tears and hardened his heart. He was the eldest of the family and could not look weak in front of her. Momo walked over to Kaiden. Her hair tied in pigtails split to each side to signify she was still a child in the eyes of Imani's culture. She sat down next to Kaiden, wordlessly, resting her head on his shoulder, waiting for him to speak. The gesture was subtle, quiet, and all too familiar. It was the first time anyone in his family had touched him in years. He leaned his head back on hers, not knowing what to say, but enjoying the presence of his family after being alone for so long. She had been like that ever since they were children, quiet with her words and subtle with her actions. Even though Kaiden was older, she always seemed more mature, more patient than he ever could be. It was the reason why she had gotten into trouble all those years ago in the marketplace. She had cared for another person, a stranger. And even now, 2 lifetimes later, Momo shared that same kindness with Kaiden. After a long moment, Kaiden managed to say, "I'm sorry." He lifted his head off hers, checking for her expression. He had expected anger or shame. Instead, she smiled. It was a sad smile, not one of pity, but of someone who understood what he'd been through. "When the hate came the first time, did it hurt you like it did today?" She could have asked 100 different questions. He didn't expect this one. Kaiden nodded. "Yes, it's confusing, like I was drugged without my own volition. I felt like I was returning to a body that wasn't my own, feeling a rage that was not my own." She patted him on the face and said, "Do you need any more food?" Kaiden shook his head. "This is my 3rd bowl. Mazo, that kid you met earlier who's about your age, kept bringing back food, telling me that I need to eat as much as I could." Momo laughed. "I met him. He's with a couple of the younglings telling them stories from Gracia. He's very good at telling stories." Kaiden blinked at that. He didn't know that about Mazo. So far, the kid had been reserved about sharing his life. Then he realized the reason why Mazo might have been so open now after all these days together. He was an orphan. So this must be the first time he's seen so many families gathered together in one place, and with so much food. Momo turned her head, looking for Mazo. He was lost in the crowd somewhere. She smiled. "I'll keep that in mind when I talk to him." That was the whole purpose of Kea, to bring people together who had been apart for so long. Although the Imanese were one people, they often split into large groups, living a nomadic life for 3 full moons. Returning to solace wasn't just for fun. It was a sacred part of who they were. Momo stared at his bowl, then at Kaiden. She looked unconvinced. Are you sure you've had enough to eat? She said it like a stern mother to her child. Kaiden pinched her nose with 2 fingers, and she slapped it away playfully. I'm full. She nodded. You're here, and that's what matters. You're not alone anymore. Kaiden felt something rise up inside of his chest that made it tight, but he swallowed it down. He opened his mouth and was about to ask her what life was like over the past 5 years, but she was the first to speak. Tell me about your life, she said. What was it like in Gracia? Without hesitation, Kaiden told her his story. It wasn't structured, and he spoke whatever first came to mind. But he kept talking without stopping. He didn't have to differentiate this life in Gracia and the previous life. The 5 years spent training from his first life and second life were the same. Kaiden told her about the confusing and odd journey walking through 2 different nations alone, and without his family there to insulate him from gossip and danger. And it was odd how even in Gracia, there were people who remembered the Emenes and treated him the same as how people did in Orem. And yet, it didn't bother him. He told her how he had gained a teacher, and not just a teacher, but the teacher, the greatest teacher in the world. He didn't tell her every detail, but the broad strokes, like how he trained in the Great Colosseum, learning different fighting techniques, grappling, swordsman skills, all of that. He told her about his older sword brother, and how unparalleled he was with a sword. Momo paused at that. He's even more skilled than you? I saw how you moved, brother. The way you handled a sword. I've never seen anything like it. Kaiden chuckled. If I hold the sword, my brother is the sword, the very embodiment of it. Should you ever meet him, consider him your brother as well. You'll understand if you ever see him unsheath it, though he probably won't. Why not? Kaiden shrugged. He only unsheathes his blade when he finds someone worthy. So far, the only one I've ever seen him do that for was against the teacher. For everyone else, he knocks them out with his sheath or his hands. He recalled several sparring sessions with his sword brother and shivered. Mazo had often called Kaiden a demon with a sword. Kaiden's sword brother was a true devil. He continued his story of his 5 years training in Gracia. When he finished, he was surprised that only half an hour went by. 5 years of training, hardship, and willful suffering could only fill the space of a short conversation. That wasn't a surprise. Most of his days were spent training or studying tactics. Looking back on those years, it was a boring life. Peaceful and full of sparring, but boring to talk about. Momo smiled when he was done. She said, It sounds like you had a sort of family up there, too. It makes me happy knowing you weren't alone. Kaiden nodded. There were other students as well, and he was on good terms with them, but never as close as his sword brother and the teacher. Where are you going to go after this? Momo asked. I need to leave by morning. That's the limit of my guest rights. She nodded. I heard. I'll wake up before dawn. I need to find the people who took the children away. Momo's expression grew serious. How do you know where to find them? I know you learned tracking skills from Father, but they should be far gone by now. Hours have passed. They could have gone in any direction. True, but these forests are old. There are land spirits and old beasts spread throughout the trees. The bandits who came here have to avoid those dangers, and so there are only a few places they could have gone. Titus wanted to go after them right away, but I advised it would be too dangerous in the dark. She nodded. Yeah, the spirits are friendly here, but they get weird. That was an understatement. Titus isn't telling me everything, but he has some idea of who it could be. He's interrogating the one we apprehended earlier. Someone pushed through the crowd of people. It was Mazo. He hustled over, a look of urgency on his face. Kaiden got up, and so did Momo. Mazo gave an awkward bow to Momo, trying to mimic the casual Emenes bow of acknowledgement. That made Momo smile. Titus said to come. Kaiden turned to his sister. Go, she said. He gave her a quick hug before following Mazo out of the longhouse. 17. Kaiden followed Mazo out of the K.O. He saw several torches lit on the edge of the village. Men and women staggered throughout the perimeter, scouting for any return of the bandits. Kaiden had told them he was pretty certain that the bandits would not come back. It would have been stupid of them to do so, unless they had hundreds of people to attack the village and kill them all. The fact that the bandits had to create a distraction to kidnap the children told him they didn't have the manpower or weapons to take on the village. Although the Imanese were a peaceful people and did not have weapons except for shields, it would be hard to kill thousands of people unless the attack was highly organized and planned several months in advance. It would honestly cost a lot of money. The resources and time needed to kidnap the children were already expensive enough. Kaiden couldn't imagine the cost to take on an entire village, regardless if they were peaceful. All the villagers had to do was run away, and the elk would defend them. The red-nosed elk were larger and more powerful than a warhorse, and intelligent. They were raised among the villagers side by side from birth and would defend their homes against any threat. Mazo slowed down, and so did Kaiden. The boy tapped on the door of the house with the back of his knuckles a few times. Titus stepped out of the small house, wiping his hands of blood. He looked as if he had spent several weeks without sleep. He leaned his back against the house, pulled out a match and pipe from his long black coat, and began packing the pipe with some sort of herb. He struck his match against his fingertip, lit the pipe, inhaled deeply, and let out a tired sigh, smoke trailing out of his nose and mouth. He looked at Kaiden and Mazo as if noticing for the first time. He looked at his hands. This looks bad, I know, but I was only trying to stop the bleeding. His bandages caught loose while he tried to wiggle out of the chair to escape. Idiot. Did you find out anything important? Kaiden asked. Titus puffed another smoke. I know it's probably stupid of me to reveal how my spells work, but... He lifted one hand and used the other to twist his forefinger. Something small buzzed with power, and his forefinger detached. That explained why the man was constantly tapping his finger whenever he was asking questions. Titus raised an eyebrow. You don't look surprised. Kaiden shrugged. I suspected you had some sort of will spell from your weird way of interrogating. I didn't say anything because that's your own business. That's nothing to do with me unless it hurts me or my people. Well, okay. Fair play, Titus conceded. It's only a minor will spell ring in there, outfitted to get the very bare bones of whether someone is telling the truth or not. Mazo stepped forward to get a closer look at the detached finger, acting as a wand. Titus handed it to him, and the boy turned it over, inspecting it. He asked, You can tell if someone is lying to you? Titus made a seesaw motion with his hand, like a boat rocking on harsh waves. It's not perfect. It gives me a good idea of whether or not the person believes what they are saying. In some ways, that's more important. Kaiden nodded. That explained how and why the conversations went when they first met. The weird way Titus talked without really asking questions. Titus said, Using this spell is more of an art than a science, although it doesn't really work on crazy people. Kaiden didn't like how the Blackcoat's voice trailed off. Explain. Titus chewed the end of his pipe and thought. This is an odd one. It seems like the guy is convinced that this was just a normal raid. He had no idea about the children. Did he know the village was Imanese? No, Titus said, which is even stranger. That doesn't fit the profile of rumors I've been chasing. Only Imanese young girls and women have been whisked away. The other odd thing is that he seemed offended at the idea of human trafficking. What? They're kidnappers. That makes no sense. Titus placed his hand on his forehead and put the other one up in a stopping gesture. I know. The more answers I get out of him, the more confusing it is. That's why I think this is the worst possible scenario. Kaiden had a feeling what he was going to say, and he could feel the lump in his throat growing. What is it? Titus gave him a hard look. I think his mind was messed with. Mazo looked at them back and forth. I don't get it. Kaiden frowned. He thinks there's a mage involved. Silence passed among them for a long pause, each lost in their own thought. If a mage were involved, this would be exponentially more complicated. Even if it were one mage, there was too much they didn't know about them except that they were exceptionally skilled. Mazo looked confused. But you guys are mages. You could both chop 'em up or whatever, right? Kaiden didn't like the boy's turn of phrase. Messing with someone's mind, like Titus suggests, takes a lot of skill. There's more involved than I'm educated on, but the most basic principle of will spells is the more you mess with other people's minds, the more it messes with your own. Mazo took a second with that. So, if the guy in there is crazy, then the mage who messed him up is crazy too? Might be crazier, Kaiden admitted. He wouldn't reveal anything about his organization, Titus said. Maybe if I had a week to butter him up, I could get somewhere. We don't have time, Kaiden insisted. Anything else? Titus bit the end of his pipe again, the embers of his packed herbs dying. He frowned. I've hit a wall with him. He's just talking in circles at this point. It's mostly gibberish. That's why I had Mazo bring you to figure out what you want to do. Kaiden gripped the hilt of his katana for comfort. He paced back and forth a few times before an idea struck him. He asked, Do you have any other modulation parts for your wand? Titus's eyebrows knit together. Yeah, a couple replacements for my finger. None of my parts will be big enough for the wand on your hip, unless you have another one. No, I need new parts for this one. Titus clicked his tongue and his eyes lit up. I do have something. I bought this suppressor in Iron Peony a month back. I was going to bring it back as a present for someone. It's standard strimonium sizing for a hand wand. Kaiden didn't know about wand sizing standardizations. He'd heard about it in his past life, but never really delved into it. He had been more focused on hum theory. Titus paused. You're openly telling me you have a will spell ring? Kaiden rolled his eyes. We've shed blood together. He said it as if it were enough, and to Titus, it was. Titus nodded. You know, I didn't really peg you for that much of a mage, considering I've only seen you use your sword. My spell is like yours, a will spell. Instead of gathering the truth, I'm able to get images or vague ideas or thoughts from them. It's not much for someone at the first circle, but it might help. Changing out a suppressor might work. Titus shrugged. I'm not a strimonium scholar or engineer, so I can't say until you try. He attached his finger again after Mazo handed it back to him and tapped it on his pipe. You've been to strimonium? Yes, Kaiden answered flatly. He stared hard at Titus's finger tapping on the pipe. Titus noticed and looked embarrassed. Oh, sorry. Bad habit. Let me grab the part. Kaiden technically told the truth. He had been to strimonium, but not as a student. He had been a soldier in the Shade War. Titus went inside the house. Kaiden heard rummaging noises and the black coat stepped back out, handing a suppressor the shape of a hollow circle. Titus said, This one should fit on either end of the wand. Still needs wiring connected to the radiator, of course. Thanks, Kaiden said. He took off his wand from his hip and willed his diaphragm to open. The pieces splayed out on the ground, and he bent down on the grass, separating each one to take a look. He removed his suppressor and handed it to Titus, who looked over it with his hand. Titus stifled a laugh. Pig iron? Are you serious? Kaiden glared at him. That was all I could find over the border. They use ancient tech for more physical weapons in Gracia. You should see some of them. Bizarre, all of them. Titus whistled in appreciation. I heard stories about their knights, but you should have gotten better options for wands. Did you tell them you were making a wand? Or that you graduated Stramonium? Did you show them your mage's badge? Kaiden noticed the black coat wasn't tapping. Still, he avoided the question. Let me figure this out. Titus shut up. Mazo bent down to watch the whole process with the fascination only a child could have. Kaiden reconfigured his parts, slowly putting the new suppressor at the top of the wand. His old suppressor had a switch system to control the hum shape. This one had a dial system. The engineer said this one creates a sort of halo shape, a hollow circle, Titus said. If you're at the first circle, you're going to have to reset its output every time you want to change it. The man was testing him. Kaiden knew enough about hum to not sound like a total idiot. I know. I'll change the focus to be on a foreign hum, but I'll reset it to my hum after. Titus nodded in silence at that. He understood what Kaiden meant. If this works better than my finger of truth, I'm going to be pissed. Finger of truth? Yes, Titus proclaimed with a defensive hiss. It doesn't cost me a ton of hum and requires a great deal of skill to use. All right, Kaiden apologized. Mazo hid his laugh behind his hand. Finally, Kaiden's wand was ready. He willed the diaphragm back together and walked inside the house. The man looked worse for wear, and he had bandages on his arms and legs that needed to be replaced. Kaiden was pretty sure he wouldn't make it through the night. He honestly didn't care, as long as he got information out of him. The man was out of it, his expression distant, as if his mind was somewhere else. Kaiden visualized the flow of power into the wand and felt his suppressor shaping his spell as it spilled out of the radiator, echoing out from him. It was an odd shape, like a disc with a hole, with a circle in the middle that was empty. He extended the disc out. It was not large enough to cover the whole man's body, but enough to appear like a small halo around his head, like a crown. Kaiden set the crown, halo, or whatever it was, on the man's head. He kept his tone neutral and asked, Where did you take the children? The man said, What children? No image came to Kaiden's mind. He felt no pulse of emotions or stray thoughts either. Something was definitely wrong with the bandit. Kaiden thought about his questioning. Titus had already asked everything about the man's intentions, his crew, and where they escaped to, and he hadn't gotten much out of the bandit. So, instead, Kaiden decided to follow the law of opposites. Rather than focusing on the situation, he focused on the bandit himself. He didn't ask a question. This is my home, where I feel safe, where people I care about are. Where is your home? The man's vacant stare evaporated for a brief second, and he blinked in confusion. Then the moment of lucidity was gone as quickly as it came. But that was just enough time for a flurry of images to barrage Kaiden's mind. Kaiden staggered back as if blown by a physical force. The spell ended, and the alternator in his wand stopped buzzing. He blinked a few times to get his bearings and stepped outside. Titus was showing Mazo how to pack the pipe with herbs. They both turned to him with expectant looks. Well? Titus asked. I know where their hideout is. 18. They were able to get about 5 hours of sleep before Kaiden was woken up inside the guest house. Momo poked him lightly on the cheek, and Kaiden got up quietly, making sure not to disturb Mazo. The boy's senses were sharp, but he would be a liability if he came with. Kaiden's father waited outside. He didn't mention the absence of his mother, but Kaiden did not say anything about it. His father did not act like a village chief at that moment. He looked concerned, but said nothing. He gave Kaiden a pack of food and healing ointments, which he put in one of the satchels attached to Yakul's hip. Titus yawned when he stepped outside, stretching. He put on his wide-brimmed hat and tilted it to the village chief. Morning, sir. Kaiden's father simply nodded in reply. It was an awkward atmosphere. One Kaiden wanted to leave right away to find the missing children. Maybe when the chaos died down and they came back with the children, he and his father would be able to have a normal conversation. But the rite of guest was over. Kaiden turned to his father. "Chief?" The man paused and straightened his back. "What is it?" "I know our guest rites are over, but is it okay if I leave Mazo here?" Kaiden asked. "I don't think there's a safer place for the boy. Just assure him we haven't left him behind." Momo stepped forward, answering for her father. "It's fine. I'll take care of him." The village chief looked annoyed but relented. "Make sure you return to get him." Kaiden realized that was just another way of saying to come back alive. He offered a hand, a simple gesture. His father stared at it a moment, but traded grips with him finally. Momo whistled, and a red elk with graying hair on his chin trod over from behind one of the houses. It was Demi, his father's elk. Titus stared at him. Is that for me?" Momo nodded. Titus grinned. He strapped his bowstaff to the back of his long black coat. There was some kind of magnetic system on his back it was attached to. Maybe there was another wand inside of the bowstaff that had some kind of emitter or connection with the one inside of Titus's arm or hand. Kaiden's father looked to Titus. "You have experience riding?" Titus nodded. "Spent a good deal of time on horseback in Kosa. First time on an elk was last night, but it felt natural." The village chief simply nodded, as if Titus's answer was good enough. Kaiden hopped onto Yakul. "Let's go. I want to make use of the small light we have. We might be able to get there before dawn fully breaks and catch them off guard." Titus hopped on Demi. "Let's go." They rode to the west gate and followed the perimeter of the village south. Kaiden led them while Titus followed close behind. The black coat seemed to get a hold of riding an elk pretty easily. In fact, he seemed to be enjoying it. "Are you confident where we're going?" "Yes," Kaiden assured him. "The images I got from the bandit are still in my head. Plus, I grew up in these woods. I know which parts of the forest we need to avoid. There aren't a lot of options for the bandits to have escaped safely. With my knowledge of the area and the bandits' images, I'm pretty confident in getting us there." There was a pause from Titus. What do you mean avoid?" "The usual spirits and beasts. They've been here since even before my people came to these lands. Ancient things. They're harmless unless you enter their territory." "Great." Titus suddenly felt his throat go dry. Kaiden recalled the images that he had lifted from the bandit the night before. They came to him easily, but felt foreign, like remembering a painting someone else had made. But he did notice the images weren't as crystal clear as before. Since these memories weren't his, he had a suspicion that they wouldn't stay in his mind much longer. He needed to find their hideout and the children before the memories faded. They navigated through the thick forest easily, mostly because of the elk who were experienced traveling through these woods. It only took a few tugs to guide Yakul in the right direction. It was a strange feeling following the memories of another person. Each time he saw a rock or a tree or a turn of the forest from the man's memory, it surprised him, even though he knew it was real. It was the first time he had experienced anything like this with magic. It was just another reminder that magic was considerably more powerful than anything he could do with a sword. It was a shame because he had spent so much of his life honing his craft. The power difference between even a simple spell versus a sword was overwhelming. Even the simple spells he had been able to cast in his first life gave him a significant advantage in a fight. Out of the 3 spell types he got in his second life, it was the least useful in combat to him. He wished he had a force spell ring, even a small one. But it wasn't like they grew off trees. Kaiden felt the images in his mind beginning to fade. Luckily, he sensed they were near. He leaned forward to Yakul. "Slow down, boy." The elk huffed in response, slowing his gallop to a trot. Titus pulled Demi next to Yakul. He kept his voice low. "Are we here? Are we near?" "We're about 80% of the way there. I just wanted to slow down in case they had scouts near the area." Titus looked at him with an appraising gaze. That's smart. Do you have experience dealing with bandits in Gracia? Kaiden nodded, letting his eyes relax and absorb his surroundings for any movement. Titus frowned at that. I thought you were training the whole time you were there and then spent the past few months returning to the border. Kaiden looked at Titus's hand and noticed he wasn't tapping. He tried to hold himself back from showing any kind of sign that he was lying. I did have some experience with bandits. Luckily, it was short-lived. Which was the truth because he had killed all of those bandits in a single night with his band of mercenaries. It was a request from a small town that was being extorted by the group. That answer didn't seem to pacify Titus, but he let it go. Yakul's ears twitched, and Kaiden looked up, putting his hand on the sword. The small creature hopped and flew from one tree to another. Titus snorted. It's just a squirrel. The images in Kaiden's mind faded completely. However, the last image was one of a cave. They found themselves in front of it. Kaiden raised a fist, and both of their elks stopped. Titus reached for his bowstaff from his back. Kaiden hopped off Yakul. This isn't right. That cave in the man's memory was much further down. It shouldn't be here for another mile. Whoever scrambled his brain must have messed up his sense of distance, too. Kaiden wasn't convinced. The images had led them up to that point perfectly, including the distance. So why had this one been different? He walked up to the mouth of the cave. Guard out here. I'm going to check it out. Titus nodded, his eyes scanning around them. The hairs on Kaiden's neck rose as he neared the entrance. There was a reason he never traded his traditional Imines boots for Orion or Gratian ones. They were padded on the bottom and sides and made it easier to feel the forest floor. They allowed him to walk through the woods quieter than most. His small frame allowed him to hide behind rocks and trees as he inched closer. When he neared the cave, he slowly drew his katana from its sheath. He would need his other hand for his wand if it came to battle. It was essential. His tracking skills told him no people had walked through or near the cave recently. He leaned down to get a closer look at the ground, but saw nothing that could give him any information. Titus walked up next to Kaiden. Anything interesting? Kaiden stood up. I thought I told you to guard in case people come. Titus nodded. True, but if you find people in the cave, I'll be too far to be of any help. He placed a hand on Kaiden's shoulder, and even though they had only known each other for a few days, Kaiden felt comforted by the gesture. He found himself relaxing. I know you're stressed about finding those kids. We'll get them, but you can't do it tense. You might let something important slip by you. Titus released his grip from Kaiden's shoulder. It's not just that. Is it the hate? I saw the state it put you in. It's understandable that you're hesitant to get into another battle. You might hurt the children if we find them. When we find them, Kaiden insisted, less angrily than he expected. For some reason, the presence of Titus calmed him. Maybe it was because Kaiden had been alone up until the past few days. When we find them, Titus repeated apologetically. He tapped his finger on the side of his pants. So, if it isn't the hate or finding the kids, then what is bothering you? Kaiden blinked. He didn't realize how tired he was until that moment. There's something wrong with all of this. Titus tensed. Like what? Was there something you didn't share with me? Kaiden shook his head. Man, was he tired. He wished he had more time to sleep. He said, This cave, for one. When I pulled the images from the bandits' memories last night, every image that led us to this point was perfect, except this cave. They were near the cave entrance, but Kaiden couldn't feel the usual air current that travels into the mouth of a cave. It was a subtle thing, but he had grown up in these mountains, and so he knew what it felt like. Titus chuckled. He patted Kaiden's back, but didn't remove his hand. Are you saying this is some sort of magical cave? I thought you said you were guiding us away from forest spirits and ancient beasts. Kaiden nodded. His eyelids felt heavy. and he had to blink several times just to stay on his feet. He felt his body growing heavy. Even though they were near the cave entrance where the bandits could be, he sheathed his weapon. "The bandits came the same night we got there," he said, his voice growing quiet. "Lucky coincidence." Kaiden appreciated meeting Titus, for being there with him at that moment. "I'm glad we were there to help," Titus said. "But the chances of that..." He trailed off and saw in the distance Yakul had laid down on the forest floor next to Demi. The two were completely asleep. That was odd. They had grown up in these woods. They knew better than to let their guard down so openly. Kaiden looked at Titus, who had a concerned expression on his face. The tall man placed both hands on Kaiden's shoulders. "Kaiden, are you okay? You don't look well." Kaiden turned his head and looked for the cave. It wasn't there anymore. He tried to remember why he was here. The children. Protect them. He felt his pulse quicken at a rate that had only happened twice in his life. The hate was beginning to rise in his chest, and he could feel his head starting to clear. Why did Titus look so far away? Kaiden reached for the wand on his belt. If he could just cast the will spell to clear his head, he could understand why he was feeling so odd. Titus frowned, watching Kaiden fumble for the wand. "Oh, none of that now." The tall man who claimed to be the black coat of the nation plucked Kaiden's wand from his hand. His expression grew increasingly sad, or was that disappointment? He threw the wand and unstrapped Kaiden's katana on Wakizashi. Kaiden could do nothing to stop him. Titus spoke seemingly more to himself than Kaiden. "Sorry about taking your precious swords. You can keep your wand. A first circle mage isn't someone I need to worry about. It's your swordsmanship that's the problem." Kaiden had fallen to his knees. His pulse had calmed down. The hate was draining out of him. His eyelids felt heavier than they had in years. His mind grew thick as if filled with fog. Despite that, he could feel trickles of understanding. Kaiden dropped to his side, unable to move. The words came out slowly, his tongue awkward. "It was you. You're the mage. Their leader." Titus bent over him, observing. He patted Kaiden's face like a loving mother. "It's a shame you had to find out this way. I was going to tell you myself after your mind became more reasonable. I thought I had at least another week with you, but I underestimated how quick you were." Kaiden reached for his swords, which Titus handed to a tall woman at his side. She was huge. Kaiden had never seen someone so big before. His hand fell to the ground. There were more than a few chuckles around them. Kaiden did not have the strength to move his head. Titus leaned close to his face. It was then Kaiden saw Titus's face truly for the first time. The gaunt sharpness he had seen before was gone. It was replaced by a handsome face, the same face he'd seen the past few days, but fuller. And his eyes, they were intelligent, crisp, and slanted like Kaiden's own. Titus smiled a broad, cold smile, all teeth. "Ah, you're starting to see the truth, young Kaiden. Maybe one day I'll tell you the rest of it. But I suggest you first start with your father. He's been hiding things from you. Tell him his old friend Nick says hi." Kaiden swallowed hard. His vision began to fade as the man who had called himself Titus tapped the side of his pants. Titus. Nake was Imanese. An Imanese mage like him. Nake had lied to him. Lied to everyone. He had kidnapped his own. For what? He felt the rage try to rise in him again, to get him on his feet, but Nake kept the rhythm of his finger going. Kaiden no longer had the energy to speak, or even think. Titus began to give orders to the others who had shown up. His words were muffled. But Kaiden did manage to hear the word Argentis. The capital. They were headed to the capital. Kaiden's eyes closed. The last thing he heard before the darkness took him was the sound of Nake's tapping. Tap, tap, tap. 19. Kaiden woke up in a bale of hay. His body ached not from pain, but from the kind of lingering pressure on his bones and muscles that came from not moving for a very long time. His mind felt groggy. The remnants of a headache drifted away the more he got a bearing on his surroundings. His heart skipped a beat as he was afraid that the pounding in his heart was the hate. But after taking a deep breath and checking in with his own faculties, he found his pulse was normal. The moon hung open and full in the dark night sky, surrounded by stars scattered throughout the darkness. Kaiden saw the light of a fire. He tried to sit up, but as he did, the bale of hay next to him moved as well, revealing Yakul's large head, blinking hay away from his eyes. The large red-nosed elk walked over to him. He settled down next to Kaiden, nuzzling up against his warmth. Kaiden pet him and looked around the campsite. If Yakul felt safe enough to nap in the middle of the night, that told Kaiden they were safe. His vision was still a little blurry, but he was able to see where he was and whom he was surrounded by. There were several Imanese people throughout the small camp. There was a woman, her figure a little hunched, but her expression strong and willful in the firelight. She looked so much older than Kaiden remembered her. Streaks of gray hair glinted in the firelight. It had been 5 years since Kaiden saw her in this life, but she had grown wrinkles that aged her a whole decade. But he would recognize her no matter how many lifetimes passed. It was his mother. She must have seen Yakul move because she walked over to Kaiden, carrying a small cup. It was not gray like a guest's cup, but red, which told Kaiden everything he needed to know. Regardless of what had happened 5 years ago, 2 lifetimes ago, or even the past few days, she still considered him her family. "Oma," Kaiden said, his voice cracked and dry. He cleared his throat. After years of not speaking to him, she commanded softly, "Drink." Kaiden stared at her, blinking a few tears away before wiping his eyes. "Where am I? What's happening?" She studied his expression. "You've been out for 3 days. We had a search party looking for you since you didn't come back for a whole day." Kaiden swallowed hard. 3 whole days since the last time he was awake? He tried to recall the last thing he remembered. Titus. No, that wasn't his name. Nake. He looked up. "Oma, there's something I need to ask." His mother shushed him, cupping his cheek in her hand. "Drink, Kaiden. Once you're done with that, you'll need to eat as well. Recover your strength." Kaiden did. He had so much to tell her about his time in Gracia. She walked back silently to the fire, dipping a red bowl into the giant pot, then walked back over to her son, handing him the bowl. She watched him eat in silence. There were no words that needed to be shared. They were just grateful for each other's company. Kaiden used that time to let his mind settle and isolate his current thoughts. Titus, or Nake, betrayed him. That wasn't right either. Betrayal meant Nake had been on his side, but he never was. The man had played Kaiden like a chess piece from the very moment they met. What was Nake's goal with coming to Solace? It was one of countless questions Kaiden had. Worst of all, Nake was Imanese and a mage. How was that even possible? Was he actually a black coat like he said? Or was that a clever lie made up to cover his tracks? That was the real reason why the gate guards looked so nervous and relieved to see him go. It wasn't because he was an official from the Empire. Then where did Nate get that golden seal? Or was that an illusion made with a will spell too? Kaiden's fist tightened, and his mother seemed to notice. She placed a gentle hand on his. Her fingers were bonier than he remembered. His mother had never been the talkative type. She spoke more with her actions than her words. Everyone split up from Solace on their normal trade routes. Good, Kaiden responded. It isn't safe there. He watched his father speaking with someone near the fire. Kaiden remembered Titus's last words, how his father had hidden things from him. His hand went to his sword, fingers searching for his source of comfort, and found nothing. Oh, right, Nake took his weapons. They were given to Kaiden by the teacher. He had expected to feel rage or sadness at their loss. He only felt empty. He felt lost without them. He only had his wand now. Nothing else to defend or to attack. He had honed his body with all sorts of martial skills learned from Gracia, not just swordsmanship, but without his swords he felt useless. They were as much a part of him as his limbs, and now they were gone. He felt lost. Footsteps approached from behind Kaiden. They were short, quick strides. They were followed by long, more patient strides. Kaiden smiled, recognizing the rhythm of those steps and happy they came together. He looked up at Mazo, who let out an exasperated sigh. Oh, you're awake. Thought you'd be sleeping forever the way we found you. Thanks for the vote of confidence. Momo stood next to Mazo. The space between them was closer than it was a few days earlier. You okay? Did they hurt you? What happened to Titus? Kaiden stared at them, trying to read their faces, especially Mazo's, to see if they knew. They all seemed oblivious. Titus played us. He was the one who orchestrated the bandits. He was their leader. It was why they all showed up the same night we arrived. He must have sent some sort of signal on our way there. Everyone looked shocked. Mazo's expression twisted into confusion. Titus said he was a mage for the king, right? Does that mean the king is against your people? Momo's eyes widened, and she looked to her mother for some sort of comfort. Kaiden's mother seemed lost in her own thoughts. Kaiden shook his head. I don't think so. Everything Titus said was a lie, even his name. He called himself Nake before he knocked me out with some sort of sleep spell. His mother froze at that, clearly recognizing the name. She looked up toward the fire where Kaiden's father stood alone, stoking the flames. So she clearly knew who Nake was, but it was his father who had the most knowledge about him. Why did he leave you alive then? Mazo asked. You're a demon swordsman and got magic to boot. Makes no sense not to kill you. No offense. Momo glared at Mazo for being so callous and talking about killing her brother. She slapped him on the shoulder, but it was light. Kaiden shrugged. Maybe he's crazy. Maybe he doesn't think I'm a threat. He took my swords but left me my wand, so maybe Nake was right. I'm not a threat to him with magic. Momo inched closer to Mazo and patted him on the back. That explains why we couldn't find your weapons. Mazo spent hours looking for them until we forced him to come back with us. Kaiden gave him a smile. Thank you, Mazo, for putting in the effort. Mazo frowned. How did Titus or Nake or whatever trick us so hard? You ain't stupid, and I'm sure I ain't that stupid either. Kaiden raised a finger, tapping it on one arm. Remember that tapping he did? He said it was to detect lies. But I think he was using it to push our thoughts certain ways. He even cast illusions. To cast an illusion on multiple people without getting caught is really hard. He was incredibly skilled, so you can't blame yourself. Mazo sat in the hay next to him, petting Yakul. Magic is scary. Yes, it is. Kaiden got up, his body stiff from laying there for several days. His mother's hand touched his wrist. Take it easy on him. He isn't just your father. He makes decisions for us all. Her words made Kaiden loosen his clenched fist. He lied to me. Nake, or Titus, or whatever his real name is, said father lied to me. Do you know what that means? Did you know too? His voice came out more accusatory than intended. His mother looked him straight in the eye and shook her head. Kaiden knew she was telling the truth. She hadn't a lion bone in her. "If he withheld information from us, it was for a good reason," she said. He let go of his mother's hand and walked over to his father. Kaiden noticed several other people near the fire had left to give them the space. His father noticed him, acknowledged him with a nod, and sat on the log near the fire. He patted the open space next to the log. Kaiden didn't oblige him, standing. His father didn't seem to mind, turning his gaze to the fire. "You have questions." His voice was expectant, as if he had prepared for this conversation for a long time. Kaiden wanted to punch him right then and there, but he restrained himself. He had too many questions. He had to figure out which one was the most important. Titus wasn't who he said he was. His real name was Nake. The village chief did not look up from the fire, and instead closed his eyes as if pained. He exhaled and opened his eyes again. "That's a name I haven't heard in a long time, since before you were born." Kaiden stared at him. "So you knew about Nake, that he was Imanese and a mage just like me?" His father peeled his eyes from the fire and stared hard at Kaiden, his expression flat and serious. "Not until today. I didn't know we had another mage among our people." Kaiden stared at him, examining his features for any hint of a lie. "Who is Nake exactly? Why is he so much taller than all of us? And what does he want with the children that he kidnapped?" His father looked back at the fire as if recalling a painful memory. "Nake and I grew up together. He's my age. He was supposed to be the next village chief. But an incident happened where the hate took over. Of course, he was banished. But rather than going to see the teacher up in Gracia, he went to Strimonia, seeking the wisdom of the mages for help controlling his hate. I didn't hear from him for a few years." Kaiden blinked. He was told there was someone who activated the hate before he was born, but it had been taboo to talk about. Now he knew why. His father didn't want the next person who activated the hate to get the same idea and not see the teacher to control it. Nake returned. He seemed more lucid than before, more in control of himself. He said he met someone who helped him tame the hate. Again, there was no sign he could use magic. Either way, we were all excited for him. He wanted to be accepted back into the fold, but the elders denied him. I even tried to petition for his return, since it seemed the hate could not right him. That rocked Kaiden on his heels. His father had gone against tradition? It wasn't like he was rebellious, but asking for the elders to turn against the old pact was something Kaiden never imagined his father capable of doing. "Why would you do that for him?" His father grimaced. "Like I said, he was like a brother to me. From what your sister tells me, you have a similar relationship with the swordsman you trained with?" Kaiden nodded. He was getting a fuller picture now of why his father had been so mad that his son had activated the hate. The elders still turned him down, didn't they? Yes. It got worse from there. Nake stayed in the village, breaking the limitations of guests' rights. He began preaching to others about how we were the people of the first soil, and how we were the true rulers of this nation. He caused unrest. His father picked up a stick and turned a log over in the fire. Fortunately, people didn't really pay him too much mind. Despite him breaking guests' rights, everyone was comfortable with him staying there, even me. At first, we thought his little sermons about our true nature as rulers of the land were the typical grandiosity of a hothead. I don't think he liked that no one took him seriously. Then, one day, I found his cot empty. He was gone. Hadn't heard from him since. Kaiden absorbed that for a long moment, letting his thoughts organize themselves. Finally, he said, "Why kidnap our children? They're his people too. It makes no sense." And as soon as he asked the question, his mind answered it for him. He muttered, horrified. At such a young age, when their minds are underdeveloped, a mind mage could easily brainwash them given enough time. Kaiden's father's eyes widened. He gritted his teeth, and his expression took on one of disgust. How did I not recognize him after all these years? Looking back on it now, the features of his face were so similar, but his height, he was never that tall. Kaiden found himself empathizing with his father. He's a powerful and skilled mind mage. I'm a mage, and even I was tricked. We had no chance to defend ourselves against it. His father may have been a pacifist, but he was a learned man of the world. He knew things about magic. What circle do you think Nick is? Kaiden shook his head. I couldn't say. I'm not knowledgeable or skilled enough to make that call, but I know someone who is. I need to ask him for his help anyway. His father's hands clenched together, as if squeezing a small stone between his palms. He grimaced. This is my fault. I shouldn't have enabled him back then. If I had stopped him. Kaiden let him stew in silence for a moment. Why did you hide this from me? I didn't want you to follow his path. Telling his story might have inspired you to seek him out. That's why you were so angry with me back then. Why you demanded for me to seek the teacher in Gracia. Yes, his father said quietly. I've met him once, the teacher. If anyone could teach you to control the hate, it would be him. Yeah, I know what you mean. Kaiden's teacher was unique in this world. Now that you know the truth, what are you going to do? This doesn't change anything, Kaiden said. I need to save those children. What about the ones that he brainwashed? What are you going to do with them? Kaiden closed his eyes. The thought had never occurred to him. Everything had happened so fast. I'm not going to kill them, if that's what you're asking. The last thing I heard before he left me there alone in the woods was how they were going to the capital. His father looked confused. Why? No idea, Kaiden confessed. But I mean to find out. If I can save the brainwashed, I know somebody at Strimonium who can probably fix their minds. His father's eyebrows knitted together. But you've never been to Strimonium. Kaiden waved a hand at him. It's too much to explain. Too complicated. But if anyone can fix them, it's him. His father looked at him as if examining something, and then he turned to his right and pulled out a small bag that produced sounds of metal clinking against each other. He tossed it to Kaiden, who leaned down and opened it. Inside were several pieces made of high-quality steel. Each of them was different in shape and size and trigger, modular pieces for a wand. They were incredibly high quality. It would take days of testing them to find out what each modification did. If you're going to Strimonium, you're going to need those. Kaiden stared at the bag. He tried to calculate how much money all those pieces were worth. It was an incalculable amount. His hands rifled through the pieces. They were even higher quality pieces than most of the parts that he had in his first life, except the ones given to him by his friends. Where did you get these? When you've lived as long as I have, people owe you. When they don't have money, they give you their most valuable things. Some gave me these pieces, which they accrued over time. Obviously, I don't know any magic, so I held on to them to sell, but never had the heart to do so. They're yours. Take them. Kaiden didn't know what to say. His breath escaped him, and then his finger nudged against a familiar shape. It was a metallic circle, cool to the touch. He pulled it out. The circular metal was not made out of steel. It glinted a faint blue against the light of the fire. Kaiden felt his mind go blank at the sight of it. It was astrolite, and it was forged perfectly to fit inside his wand. Do you know what this is? Kaiden said faintly. His father looked at it and shook his head. Another wand piece? Kaiden laughed. It was ridiculous. His father gave him an odd look. I assume you're leaving in the morning. Are you going to take Mazo with you? He's welcome here. Kaiden remembered his promise to the boy, but he also saw that Mazo was quite friendly with Momo. The two were joking, exchanging stories while leaning on Yakul. He had never had a family ever since his parents died. Kaiden knew that his father and mother would take care of Mazo. I don't know. It'll be up to him. He's old enough to make that decision for himself. I'll ask him later. What are you going to do next? Kaiden grabbed his wand from his hip and sat down, willing the diaphragm to open. I'm too weak right now without my sword. I'll be useless against Snake, even if I manage to track him down. So, I need more power. It was time to reach the next circle of power. 20. Kaiden walked over to Mazo and Momo and said to his sister, Do you mind if I borrow him for the rest of the evening? Yes, just be careful, she responded. He has no meat on his bones. He's a little fragile. Mazo stuck his tongue out at her, but the gesture was playful and Kaiden was just happy to see his sister and the boy get along. They'd grown close over the past couple of days. Mazo followed Kaiden over to the side. What is it? You look excited. Kaiden held his wand in one hand and the bag of modular pieces in the other. Do you remember when I asked you to watch over me? Mazo nodded. Yeah, you were creating your first circle. Exactly. I need you to do that tonight. Mazo readily accepted the task. Same as last time? I don't let anyone touch you. Kaiden nodded. It's doubly important this time. With each circle that I gain, I become more sensitive to the hum around me. He was about to explain more of the basic theory about hum to Mazo, but the boy raised his hand and stopped him. Don't worry about it, boss. You can count on me. The boy hooked a thumb toward himself and stuck out his chest with pride. I knew I could. He'd grown attached to the boy. He thought he had a friend in Titus as well, but that was obviously a lie. So he found comfort in knowing that the boy didn't really want anything out of him. Mazo was just happy to be away from his hometown. Are we going to start now? Kaiden nodded. He walked over to the fire and pointed his wand at it. He opened his wand and placed the ring inside it without changing any of the pieces. There was a temptation to try out the new modular pieces, but that would only complicate things. He would have plenty of time for that on his way to Argentus. He closed the wand and sent power from his chest into the metal. The wand resonated, and a tiny blast of force leaked out of it. Only the very top of the fire twisted in an unnatural way. Kaiden grinned. This was perfect. The new ring was a force ring, exactly what he needed. Mazo looked at him confused. What did you do? Did you cast the spell? Yeah, but I'm just testing right now how much power I can put out at my current level. Hopefully, after this, I'll be able to do a more powerful one. Mazo shrugged, not really understanding, but accepting what Kaiden had to say. Alrighty. Kaiden went to the log that his father was at before. No one else was near the fire. He sat down on the ground next to the log, leaning his back against the solid wood. He closed his eyes. I'm starting now. He placed the wand on his lap and held it, focusing on the power of the force ring. He flooded his own internal hum from his chest into the wand, letting it circulate between both rings. This time, it was much simpler and faster to find his internal hum. Its resonance was still different than the one he had from the future, but now it was familiar to him. However, one thing he didn't expect was feeling some sort of blockage which wasn't there the first time he made a second circle. He checked inside himself again, focusing on his breathing, and tried to feel the shape of the blockage. He felt like a blind man walking through a room full of knives and cupboards. Finally, he got a good feel of the darkness inside of his own body and the shape of the blockage. He also realized that the hum of the wand was too much. It was too powerful for the measly little drop of hum within his chest. Their resonances were no longer in sync with the added spell ring. Kaiden spent a while familiarizing himself with the new spell ring's hum, and then matched it to his own. It wasn't quick work, but he managed to synchronize the hum of his body, the will spell ring, and the force spell ring. He still had to deal with a blockage inside his body. The blockage prevented him from creating another circle. It was a problem, and no matter how hard he pushed against the blockage, he found that he could not go around it or break it. Where had this blockage in his internal hum come from? He was certain it wasn't there in his first life. Was it because he had activated the hate for the second time? He hoped not. If that was the case, the Nake had truly screwed him over. All Kaiden wanted to do was create another circle surrounding his current one. It would be just as pure as the first one, technically smaller but more powerful because of its purity. If he managed to get around the blockage, he could make another circle. He felt his body heating up with pressure. His breathing was beginning to lose stability. Kaiden was running out of time. If he didn't figure this out soon, he would have to give up on creating his circle, forcing him to stay at the first circle for good. Deepest hells. He should have waited to meet up with Elwyn before trying this. But Kaiden felt like he had no choice. His swords were gone, and a mage at the first circle was definitely useful, but not against Nake. He didn't know what to do. This blockage inside him was new. Kaiden calmed himself down, focusing on the basics of his new hum method. Normally, a mage would steadily accrue more hum over time, either through simple use of magic, meditation techniques, unique breathing techniques, and the use of potions and elixirs. However, Kaiden had chosen to go in the opposite direction, from his theory that the truth of all things could be found in their opposites. Rather than more power, he looked for a purer hum. This blockage inside him prevented Kaiden from creating another pure circle. The difference between one circle and the next was huge. And then he realized how big of an idiot he was. This entire process was developed from the law of opposites. But if he applied the law of opposites here, what if the blockage wasn't only the problem? What if it was also the solution? Kaiden felt his heart race with excitement at the idea. It just felt right. He focused his drop of power and spread it along the blockage, spreading it out as thin as he could, creating and touching as much of the blockage as he could to try to familiarize himself with it. As soon as he felt the limits of stretching his power, he noticed tiny little pores within the blockage, like in some stones found on riverbeds. He pushed all of his power through the pores of the blockage and navigated his power through the cracks. The blockage was wide and deep. The more he pushed his power through, the more of it he lost. He felt his body heating up, sweating. There was a pain in his shoulders and his legs, and there was something he could feel aching down to his bones, but he ignored it. He heard distant voices. Kaiden ignored those too. He had to focus on this. He wasn't just creating a new circle. A new circle wasn't necessary. Kaiden had all the power he needed. He just needed to keep purifying it, but using the blockage as a filter, like pushing a drop of water through stone. He focused on his breathing. It felt like forever, an impossible task. Then, when he thought he'd run out of power to push through the blockage, he felt a popping, clean sensation, as if he had taken a bath and scrubbed a deep amount of dirt from his body, and not just on his skin, but from deep inside him as well. It was an odd feeling that he had never felt before. Kaiden felt stronger, his mind clearer. All he was left with was a drop of hum that was 100 times smaller than the drop that he had before. But it was more pure. He reached out to the power. As soon as he touched it, the wand shivered with resonance, and Kaiden knew that he had cleared the second stage. It technically wasn't a second circle. He didn't know what to call it. He would have to ask Elwyn. The Magister was much smarter than he was. Kaiden felt that it was safe to open his eyes and bring himself back to a conscious state. When he did, he was greeted by the morning sun and several people surrounding him. They all looked worried. A few of them were pinching their noses. He looked around and his mother looked like she had been crying. "Oh, thank the ancestors! He's awake! He's alive!" she said. Mazo stood between Kaiden and his family, keeping his hands out in a protective gesture. Had the boy prevented his family from touching his body all night? Kaiden winced. He should have told everyone in the camp what he was trying to do. Kaiden had probably caused unnecessary trouble for Mazo. He stood up and felt stronger than ever, but the whole movement of standing up felt a little awkward, like it wasn't his own body. He sat back down and looked at his skin. Little drops of black liquid had leaked out of the pores of his skin. It had a consistency thicker than blood. Mazo relaxed. Great, you're awake. You smell terrible. Kaiden sniffed himself. Mazo was right. He stood up and blinked. The world was smaller. Then he looked down. No, he was taller. That shouldn't have been possible. His family's eyes widened. Everyone in the camp was stunned. How? Kaiden's father asked. Kaiden didn't know, but he couldn't help but give them a mysterious smile. Magic. He held his wand in his hand, poured power into it, and pointed it at the fire. Air pressed on the flames hard and quick. It was a nearly formless blast of force, and it wasn't strong enough to cause the fire to go out in a single blast. The shape of the spell could be changed with his new modular pieces. Kaiden grinned at everyone. It worked. He gained more power. He might have been even stronger than he was in his first life. 21. 2 days had passed since Kaiden and Mazo left his Imani's family. Mazo had a big smile on his face that had not stopped the whole time they were riding. Kaiden never asked him about it, but he sensed something had passed between him and his sister. He didn't find that bothersome at all. In fact, he felt happy for both his sister and the boy. Mazo rode on top of Yakul, positioned in front of Kaiden. He was learning the basics of riding and how to ease the journey for his legs and back. Kaiden taught him some stretching techniques at night, after which Kaiden tested different settings for his wand to suit his needs. They were on the main road now, rather than the old roads. This one led straight for Argentis. It was a week's ride from the camp they were at a few days earlier. They still had 5 days before they arrived at the capital. Kaiden prayed to his ancestors every night to keep his family safe. Luckily, everybody in Solace had split up, realizing that the village was too dangerous of a place. They didn't even know that Titus was Nake. The fact Solace was being raided and their children kidnapped sent a wave of healthy fear among the populace. Mazo seemed to have a chipper attitude, which lifted Kaiden's spirits. He was glad he had met the boy and that fate had brought them together. Since your family is heading to the capital, how far will they be behind us? Mazo asked. By the time we get there, they will only be a few days behind us. They're riding much slower and hitting trade routes along the way. There's a trading outpost outside of Argentis where they could pitch tents and keep in touch with us. You're probably relieved that you can check in on them since they're so close nearby, Mazo said. Kaiden grunted a confirmation. Along with his family, there were about 100 other Imanese with them, all experts in various trades. That many Imanese within the city proper would cause a bit of a stir. It was one of the many reasons why the outposts had been developed. It was a way to keep Imanese ties to Orem while keeping them a safe distance. What do we do about Nake? I don't know, Kaiden admitted. You're not doing anything, though. You're going to school where you'll be surrounded by expert mages, where it's safe. Besides, when I get to the city, there's someone there who could flatten Nake like a pancake. Mazo was silent for a long moment. You don't feel weird about fighting one of your own people? I do, Kaiden said. But he went after our people first. I'm getting them back, including any others he kidnapped and brainwashed. But why did he only take girls? Is he a pervert or something? Kaiden had wondered that too. I doubt it. I don't even know what he actually wants them for, but I don't think it's anything like that. What makes you say that? He came with us from the border to Solace, even helped us out. He was right there in the middle of the village, surrounding himself with people who could recognize him if he cast his spell at the wrong moment. Maintaining an illusion like that is difficult. There's no spell that lasts that long. Each spell has a cooldown time. Why does that matter? Nate could have avoided you and me at the border. Instead, he helped us cross. That tells me he felt confident in his own ability to manipulate others. He probably got some sick pleasure doing that. So I doubt he's using the girls for anything sexual. Mazo was only 15, but he'd seen rough things in life. He could have kidnapped Momo. Silence passed between them. Kaiden patted him on the shoulder. She's safe. So is everyone else. He realized then that if Elwyn had not sent him to the past, he wouldn't have had the opportunity to distract or throw off Nake's plans. Kaiden wasn't strong enough of a mage to fight off Nake's magic, but his presence alone had changed things. If Kaiden hadn't been there, Nake could have kidnapped more people. Kaiden hadn't saved his people just yet, but the fact he had changed history even a little gave him some comfort. The more he thought about Nake, the more he realized he was just a mirror image of himself. Somebody who had been banished by his people, but had taken a darker road. Kaiden had a better understanding of his enemy, but not the skill yet to take him down, even with a force spell under his belt. Worst of all, Kaiden had never heard of Titus or Nake in his first life. Elwyn hadn't mentioned it either. Kaiden was never directly told why the Immanese had fallen. He had always assumed it was because of the shades. Did the Immanese die in his first life because of Nake? Or had Kaiden's presence instigated Nake? He couldn't say. It was impossible to figure out. Really, all that mattered to Kaiden was keeping his people safe. Aside from the children Nake kidnapped, they were, for now. That lifted his spirits as they galloped down the road. Yakul's ears perked up. Mazo tilted his head to the side, closing his eyes. "Do you hear that?" Kaiden listened carefully and heard the distant sounds of yelling and screaming. "Let's hurry it up." Mazo leaned forward and said to Yakul, "Like the wind, boy." Yakul huffed in affirmation, and their gallop turned into a full-blown sprint straight down the road. In 10 minutes, they saw several giant carts turned over. It looked like a merchant troupe, wealthy at that. Bodies lay on the ground. There were several giant, nearly invisible amorphous little spirits attacking the cart. "What in the deepest hells are those?" Mazo asked. "Forest spirits. We need to help them." Kaiden felt a slight pride in the boy. Mazo didn't have any magical powers or martial abilities, but his first instinct was to help. "Take your cool. Lead them to safety. Make sure you don't get in harm's way." They rode closer to the fighting. Yakul sprinted and leaped over a dozen little tree spirits attacking a man whose leg had broken. Kaiden jumped off Yakul mid-gallop and landed on the ground on both feet. He pulled out a hunting knife given to him by his father a few days earlier. It wasn't considered a weapon. It was just a simple hunting knife used for field dressing dead deer or pigs. He never thought he would use his father's hunting knife in a battle. Kaiden raised his wand and sent out a blast of force. 22. Kaiden summoned his force spell. He had spent every night since leaving his family tinkering with various settings and testing the new pieces. It took a while, and it wasn't perfect, but he found settings that suited him. The tip of his wand emanated a nearly invisible blade, almost the length of his wakizashi, the spell shaped by the compressor. It wasn't sharp like a normal blade. That would require a compressor more specifically tailored for Kaiden's means. For now, it would do. He slashed 3 times at the tree spirits, cutting through 3 of the smallest that piled on the guard who was trying to bat them away with his hands. The spirits fizzled back into nothing, essentially dead. Kaiden helped the guard up and had him lean against the nearby cart. "Use your sword as a cane! Get the hells out of here!" The guard stared at him for a second, but turned and hobbled away. Kaiden was left to face a tree spirit the size of a small sapling. It bounded toward him on twined roots that looked like spider legs. The spirit lashed at Kaiden with its little branches. Its movements were quick and unpredictable. The scent of pine lingered in the air, informing Kaiden of what type of tree it was a part of. Kaiden jumped away from the attacks, creating distance. The branches whipped from unconventional directions. It was best to avoid them completely than to try to dodge, weave, or parry. Besides, his spell had run its course. The fake blunt blade made of force only lasted for 5 seconds. Kaiden had been able to program the alternators to have a cooldown of 5 seconds. So, 5 seconds with the blade, 5 seconds off. But 5 seconds was a long time in a fight. The little tree spirit was about as tall as Kaiden's knee. A few days ago, it would have reached up to nearly his hip. He had grown a full head taller since reaching the second stage of power. It technically wasn't a second circle, but he was definitely more powerful than he had been in either life. However, the new height and strength weren't a blessing. Kaiden hadn't been completely used to the new body. All the martial techniques he learned in Gracia were meant for his small Imone's body. With his new one, his timing and movements were off, which was why the sapling's branch was able to whip across his upper arm, stinging him. He pivoted and lunged away, trying to create more distance. The tree spirit chased after him. Even though it didn't have a face, it looked angry. Its movements were erratic and forceful. There were several dozen other spirits of similar size attacking the guards who clearly did not know what to do. Spirits were immaterial, and a physical force would obviously not work. Did they not have a mage with them? This looked like a wealthy merchant group, so he was surprised they didn't hire a mage. Kaiden's alternator clicked, and he summoned his spell again. The blade met one of the sapling's branches, slicing it. The spirit writhed angrily, slowing down, wary of Kaiden. Why was a spirit this far away from its mother tree and its territory? Spirits usually kept to themselves, deep in the center areas of the forest. That was odd in and of itself. Kaiden pointed to Mazo and yelled to him, "I'll try to clear a path and help the guards. Get the merchants and injured away from the main road up to the small hill." Mazo nodded, and Yukul ran to the guards. Kaiden stabbed at the tree spirit with the last second of his spell. The spirit avoided it, barely. But Kaiden swiveled the blade at the last second and twisted his way into the changed trajectory. His force blade cut through the spirit as soon as the spell ended, and the spirit shivered before vanishing back into non-existence. The guards were shouting back and forth, sending information and orders. Mazo rode up to them, ordering them to follow him up the hill. The guards looked confused, probably wondering why a kid was ordering them around, but they did not turn away any help. Mazo pointed at Kaiden, and the guards' eyes widened. Kaiden cut through several dozen more tiny seed spirits that climbed onto the dead or injured bodies. If he hadn't stopped them, the spirits would have sucked the remaining life force out of the injured. Some of the guards yelled at the merchants to follow the giant red-nosed elk away from the main road towards the open field rather than towards the forest. If they had headed towards the forest, who knows what could have happened? They might have run into other tree spirits, which would not have been good. While they were heading away from the main road, Kaiden focused on the spirits in front of him. There were 4 medium-sized saplings now, each nearly as tall as he was. They circled around him, clearly intelligent enough to know he was the only one who could injure them among the people there. Kaiden summoned his force blade, sliced through the roots of the spirits closest to him, and rolled to the side to avoid 2 branches snapping at his head. The spirit died. Kaiden threw up his blade, catching the branches that had whipped at him. The branches vanished, but its spirit was still alive. Just before Kaiden's blade vanished, he realized it had grown longer, but only a little. That distracted him long enough for one of the saplings to plow right into him like a Grecian wrestler. It knocked him to the ground. Kaiden had 4 seconds left until he could summon his spell again. One of the other saplings lifted its root feet to stamp onto his head. Luckily, Kaiden hadn't just learned the blade from the teacher and his sword brother. He had been taught wrestling and the teacher's odd grappling called Aktitsu, a style specifically made to grapple against non-humans. He slammed his heels into the ground and kipped his hip to one side. That bought him 2 seconds as the other sapling's roots slammed into the ground where his head had been before. Kaiden dropped his hunting knife, grabbed the sapling's middle body, and rolled with it to the side. In the next second, Kaiden was on top of the sapling, straddling it. He summoned his force blade and stabbed it. The other sapling tried to tackle him while he was on his knees. Kaiden gripped the dead sapling beneath him while it was still in the physical world before it disappeared. He tossed himself to the side, making the other sapling collide with the dead one. The dead sapling vanished. Kaiden stabbed his force blade into the lunging sapling, and that too vanished. He had 1 second left, and so threw his wand, Judging its weight without the blade, since the blade had no weight, it spun in the air, and the blade end landed dead center into the final sapling's body. Kaiden's force blade grew in length again before the spell winked out. He rolled up onto his feet, catching his breath. The fight so far had only been a few minutes, but constantly casting spells while fighting took a toll on his stamina. His chest ached from pouring so much power continuously. Kaiden summoned his blade again, but it was the same size as when he first summoned it. Was he imagining that it had grown? It didn't matter now. He swiped through more seedling spirits, getting them off the dormant bodies. He ran to one of the injured guards. "I cleared a path. You guys should be good to get out of the road." One of them had a silver beard and crisp silver hair. He looked like the guard captain. "I don't know who you are, but thank you for your help, Sir Mage," he said. Kaiden snapped a salute. The guard captain looked a little surprised. He probably didn't expect Kaiden to have experience in the military. "Follow my young friend on the elk. I'll take care of the rest. Physical attacks don't work on them. Where's your mage for moments like this?" One of the other guards chimed in. "Her carriage was the first to be knocked to the side. She might have been knocked out from the sudden attack." The sound of wood splintering and trees falling came from the forest. Kaiden looked around the edge of the forest on the other side of the road and saw that there were trees that were broken down, as if the tree spirits had rampaged there. That didn't make any sense because the tree spirits here were incredibly small. Even the dozen or so saplings wouldn't have had the strength to knock those trees down. He shivered and checked the bodies for pulses. Some were dead. Others he helped up with the assistance of the other guards. Kaiden kept attacking and killing seedling spirits. There weren't many left. The guard with silver hair looked around warily. Though exhausted, his eyes were still sharp. He turned to one of the recovered guards. "Where's the lady?" "Still in the carriage. Couldn't get her out in time. Knocked over." The guard pointed to a large horse-drawn carriage. The horses were gone now, and the wheels were broken. The guard captain with the silver hair barked angrily. "You left her there? If we survive this, I'm going to beat you in front of everybody." The guard winced. "Sorry, Captain." He wore an expression knowing that he had failed. Kaiden looked around. Besides various merchant wares, there were no living people left to save. He turned to the captain. "Take your men. I'll get her." The captain nodded, but his eyes shifted to the forest. The sound of trees creaking came again, but this time louder, more full. The hairs on Kaiden's neck stood up, and he turned to the forest. Trees were falling one by one. More tree spirits fled out of the forest by the hundreds. Kaiden turned to the guard captain and ordered, "Up the hill! I'll get your lady!" The captain looked at the cart. He made a pained expression but relented. "Fine. You better hurry!" Kaiden didn't respond. He ran to the cart. There was no time for any more words. The hundreds of tree spirits were running toward the bodies. When they found that the dead had no life left to eat off of, they kept running away from the forest down the road. Kaiden approached the cart and noticed that the door was jammed. He banged on the door. "Hello? I was told there's a lady inside. Can you hear me?" He heard a groan, but nothing else. She might have had a concussion. He tried to pull on the door, but it was still jammed hard. He focused his wand on the door, but the force blade was nowhere near sharp enough to cut through it. Once again, he was limited by his equipment. The sounds of trees falling stopped. Kaiden turned to see a giant tree spirit the height of 5 men lumbering toward him with increasing speed. The spirit must have sensed its saplings had died here, and Kaiden was the closest living thing it spotted. Kaiden distanced himself from the cart, not wanting the spirit to hurt the woman inside. The spirit met him with surprising speed. It lashed one of its branches at him. Kaiden dove. The cart behind snapped in half under the weight of the giant tree spirit. Wood splinters flew everywhere. Kaiden didn't summon his force blade. He had to time this perfectly. He couldn't just rush into a fight with something that massive. The tree spirit turned and lashed out with 2 branches at a time, followed by 2 more. Its attacks were relentless. Kaiden summoned his will spell. He had chosen a compressor that shaped the spell as a giant net. It fanned out, catching the spirit. Unfortunately, the mind net didn't have any effect on slowing the spirit down, but Kaiden did catch its thoughts and images. He used those to predict its movements, dodging with graceful efficiency. Finally, he was able to create some distance, but only enough to catch his breath. One of the worst problems with fighting a spirit of the forest was that they did not run out of stamina, like physical people did. They didn't need to breathe, and so could just keep attacking. Unfortunately, Kaiden was human, and he needed to breathe. He needed to end this quickly, or else he'd be an inch too slow dodging one of its attacks. The simple mass and size of the branch would kill him. The thought of leaving, running away from the spirit, came to Kaiden. It would have been easy. All he had to do was whistle to Yakul, and he could get away. But that would leave the woman in the carriage alone. That wasn't acceptable. He hated himself for even thinking about leaving, if only for a moment. Kaiden had one choice left, which he didn't like. He could cast both spells he had at the same time. For someone of his skill and power, it was risky, and it could drain too much of his internal hum. He had practiced it a few times over the past few nights. If he did it, he only had one shot. "Screw it," Kaiden said. Even if he died here, he would die doing the right thing. His family was safe. That was all that mattered to him. Normally, if it were another type of spirit, he would have attacked at their head. But the spirit was a tree, and so its head was technically its root. He allowed the giant tree spirit to attack first. Its flurry of branches fell on him again. Kaiden threw out his mind net with his will spell. No issue there. He also summoned his force blade at the same moment. Power drained from his chest 10 times faster than usual. He groaned in pain, but turned it into a battle cry. The two branches struck like giant vipers. Kaiden evaded them with a sidestep, predicting the attack. His force blade dug into the spirit's branch, and he felt the drain on his power lessen and almost completely stop. The strain on his breath and body loosened, and he used that extra stamina to run the blade up the length of the branch arm toward the core of the tree spirit. He roared a furious cry as his force blade tore through the spirit's limbs. The limb vanished. Kaiden's force blade had grown to 3 times its length, but he didn't have time to admire it. He twisted his hip into a swing. The force blade dug into the tree spirit's roots. The spirit stopped moving. Kaiden feared that it wasn't enough to kill it. His force blade spell winked out. He held his breath for a tense moment. The spirit wavered like a heat wave, then vanished. Exhaustion shook Kaiden's bones. He wanted to collapse, but he took a second to gather his breath and jogged over to the carriage. He heard banging on the door. She must have been awake now. "I'm coming, miss! Get away from the door!" He grabbed a long sword from one of the dead guards, hopped onto the carriage, and used the sword to pry the door. With his new height, Kaiden had enough leverage to free the door. It swung up. The inside was dark since the carriage was on its side. He couldn't see the lady's features, only her silhouette. He offered his hand. There was a long pause, and the woman asked, "Is anyone alive?" "Yes, about 10 guards died protecting the merchants, but everyone else is safe." Silence passed again, but she took his hand. She had a delicate touch, but her grip was full of a quiet strength. He helped her climb out of the cart. Her long, blonde, curly hair got in the way of Kaiden's view, so he couldn't see her face. When she stepped out, he offered another hand to help her down, which she readily took. She wore a long blue dress, but it wasn't anything fancy and was loose enough for mobility. The way she moved was graceful but precise. It reminded Kaiden of someone he had known in his first life. He hopped off the cart and patted himself down, hitching his wagon to his side. Kaiden caught his breath and remembered he hadn't introduced himself. "Glad you're alive. My name is—" He lost his breath mid-sentence as the woman turned around, revealing her face. Kaiden's heart skipped a beat. He knew the woman. He had spent warm nights with her in his first life. She smiled. "Thank you, kind stranger. My name is Pernilla Pinemoon." 23. About an hour later, all the carts were righted. They were able to salvage most of them. They spent another hour transferring wares from the broken carts and carriages. It was long, hard work, but they were able to gossip and exchange information while doing so. Head of the merchant circle was someone Kaiden had only ever heard about in his first life. Pernilla's father, Spyro Pinemoon. The man was a jolly fellow with a round belly and a happy smile. He looked genuinely pleased with the fact that he was alive because of an Imanese mage. He came over to Kaiden, shaking his hand furiously. His voice was light, and the edges of his eyes were wrinkled with crow's feet, the sign of someone who smiled often. "Thank you, Kaiden, so much for saving us. Without you, I don't know what we could have done. My daughter was our mage in case we had to deal with spirits on the road, but she'd been knocked out in the initial attack." Kaiden bowed slightly. "My apologies, we weren't able to make it sooner and save those who had fallen." The guard captain with silver hair and beard stepped up. It was only now that Kaiden realized that the man's right eye was glass. A scar ran over where his eye had been. He grunted. "The name's Trent. Thank you for your condolences for my guards, but don't blame yourself. It's part of the job. Those men and women knew what they signed up for. The road is full of dangers." Kaiden traded grips with him. "That it is. I'm just glad I was able to help. If there's anything that you want, we will be happy to give it to you if it's within our means," Spyro said. "We are happy to pay you a reward in Wulong." Trent seemed to freeze at Spyro's offer. Kaiden noted the body language. "No, thank you. I only did what was right. Just know that it was an Imanese that was able to help you. That will do more for my people than any amount of money." The guard captain seemed to be measuring him, and Pernilla's father beamed at that. "I didn't know that the Imanese had mages," he said. Kaiden chuckled. "I'm pretty unique in that sense. It's a long story, but it seems like you guys are heading towards the capital." The merchant said, "Yes, we are. Would you like to tag along with us? It would be nice to have another mage. Pernilla always likes to have another person to discuss magical theories with." Kaiden noted Trent's body language and shook his head. "Thank you for the offer, but no, we have a quick journey to make, and we want to get there as fast as we can." The guard captain asked, "What is it you need to do that causes such a rush?" Spyro stepped in between them. "Apologies for my captain. He's a little paranoid, but he's paid to do that." Kaiden waved a hand. "Don't worry about it. I understand. I've done guard work in my time as well. I don't blame him at all. But we're headed to Argentus to take care of some business, and I need to meet an old friend." That was technically the truth. He didn't really know if he was actually friends with Elwyn, but it was as close to the truth as possible. Trent grunted, seemingly unconvinced. He was friendly, but there was a harshness to his exterior. Kaiden realized that the guard captain's seeming annoyance had come after Spyro mentioned paying a reward. That money was probably for the guards. "Actually, you could do one thing for me," Kaiden said. The guard captain froze. "How can I help? We pay our debts back tenfold," Spyro said. "No, it isn't for me. I know that you pay a were-guild to the guard families. But if you could take whatever you were going to pay me and give it to the dead. As you know, Imanese don't need much in the way of money." Spyro looked surprised. He looked at Kaiden as if seeing him for the first time. His smile relaxed a little bit. It wasn't so jovial as before, but it seemed more genuine, more fatherly. "I will make it happen." Trent stared at Kaiden like he wasn't human. "You are always welcome within our merchant troupe," Spyro said. Kaiden shook his hand and they turned to hear laughter in the circle of wagons. Mazo was the center of attention. A circle of guards and merchants were laughing at his story. Whatever story he was telling, it seemed to entertain them. He made a few rude gestures which got some laughs. The usually stoic guard captain smiled. "My guards love that kid. Where did you pick him up?" "Gracia. He wants to go to Strimonium to attend college." Spyro looked at him. "Is he a mage like you?" Kaiden shook his head. "I don't think so. Even if he had proficiency with hum, I don't think he would actually care about being a mage. He wants to learn how to read, to be a scholar. They all stared at Mazo for a moment, imagining the boy in scholar's robes. He's a little rough around the edges, but a scholar's life suits him, the guard captain said. It's a safe life, Kaiden added. Trent and Spyro watched Mazo, their expressions softening. He likes telling stories, and he's been trading stories with everyone we've run into the past week. I need to go check on the wares and inventory and make sure everything's in order, Spyro said. We lost a few items, but nothing too expensive. Is Pernilla okay? Kaiden asked. Yes, thank you for asking. She's just with the doctor right now to double-check everything. But she seems to be in good health. The head of the merchant group walked away. Trent looked at Kaiden. I don't remember Spyro telling you his daughter's name. Kaiden raised an eyebrow. She told me herself when I saved her. Paranoid much? Trent grunted. Kaiden spoke plainly now that Spyro was gone. You think I'm suspicious? Is it because I'm Imanese? I'm used to that by now. Trent said, Not because you're Imanese, but the fact that we were attacked by a rogue spirit was odd enough, especially one that size. You should know since you're one of the people of the forest. They don't really leave the forest unless driven out by a more powerful spirit or ancient beast. If it was a boar spirit or something like that, that's understandable. But a tree spirit is incredibly rare, let alone one that attacks people. Then you came along at just the right time. You can't blame me for suspecting you. Kaiden nodded in agreement. You're right, but it's not like my people could actually control spirits to attack a merchant troop several days away from our ancestral home. There's no benefit to us. It would just give people more of a reason to hate us. That's fair, but I've seen how far people can go to manipulate events in their favor. Don't take it personally. There's a reason I've lived this long in a job where guards die relatively young. I don't truly believe you were the cause of this. Kaiden blinked at him. He had turned over so fast. Can I ask why? Trent shot him a wry smile. You just don't look smart enough. I don't think you have the brains to pull something like that off. The sentence was so blunt and off-color that it caught Kaiden off guard. He threw his head back and laughed. The sound was so loud it caught the other guard's attention. Kaiden gathered himself. You know what? I'll take that as a compliment. Trent stared at him again. Whatever. My teacher told me that thinking is overrated sometimes. People get caught in their own head too often. Trent's eyes squeezed at him like a boy inspecting a tiny bug. You really are stupid, aren't you? Kaiden grinned. I like you. I really do. Trent adjusted his weight. So, you're going to Strimonium? Kaiden nodded. I promised Mazo that I would take him across the border to be a student there. Trent's expression went a little flat. What? Kaiden asked. To enter Strimonium, one needs significant financial support. Do you know how much it costs to go to the university? Kaiden blinked. No. Trent's eyes widened, and his expression turned disappointed. Like his teacher, finding out their student was exactly as dumb as he thought he was. He told Kaiden how much. Kaiden's jaw went slack. I didn't even think about that. I just thought they would. He thought about the rest of what he was going to say. Then he realized he really was an idiot. Trent sighed. You're a mage yourself. Are you sure you went to Strimonium? Kaiden nodded. I've been to Strimonium, but not as a student. Again, I'm Imanese. My education in magic was one of necessity, not advancement. Trent nodded. Apparently his curiosity appeased. It's not just money. Mazo needs a letter of recommendation from someone of high standing, or someone of a great house. He gave Kaiden a knowing look. Right. The Pine Moons were one of the 4 great houses of Argentus. The boy is no warrior or mage, but he showed more courage than a few of my men out there, Trent said. He deserves a chance to better himself in the safety of Strimonium. Ask Spyro for a letter. He will do so purely because he is a good man, and not out of any feelings of debt obligation. Kaiden sighed. If Trent hadn't said anything, Mazo would have been out of luck entering the university, and it would have been Kaiden's fault. Maybe Elwyn could have helped, but that wasn't a guarantee. Thank you. I'm an idiot. Trent smiled. You're welcome, idiot. Kaiden grinned back. You know, I might have been able to get my friend to pull some strings. He's the magister after all. Trent stared at him hard. He looked completely perplexed. Now I know you're talking crap. What? Trent laughed. The magister isn't a man. She's a woman. Kaiden blinked. What? 24. A few days later, Kaiden and Mazo reached the capital of Stramonium. They showed a letter of recommendation written personally and stamped by Spyro Pinemoon. With that, they were able to pass through the gates easily. That was lucky because Kaiden wasn't sure if the identification made for Mazo at the border gate would fly. Inside the giant city, Mazo brimmed with excitement. His eyes darted from one thing to another, like a nervous bird in a new environment. Kaiden could not blame him. Mazo had never seen cobblestone streets and was fascinated that so many rocks could be in one place and in neat order. Everything's made out of stone here. Back in Gracia, everything is made out of wood. There are a couple of stone buildings, but that's almost always the foundation. Kaiden nodded. That's because you guys are near the coast. It doesn't make sense to build houses that last for a long time if they're going to get blown away by storms. Here, we don't have to worry about incoming tides or tsunamis or anything like that. Here, we just have to worry about people, which are much more dangerous. Mazo seemed to agree with that. People are bad everywhere, but people are good some places too. Kaiden smiled. I know what you were looking for was a place where you could feel safe to study to your heart's content, but I just want you to never drop your guard outside of the university. Danger comes from all forms. I'm sure you know. How many people are here? Millions. Mazo's mouth went slack. He actually couldn't fathom the number. He knew basic math, but a million was too foreign of a concept to him. Don't need to worry about good old Mazo. I'm sticking my nose in books. Gonna be a librarian when I grow up. Kaiden blinked at him. That's what you want to be? A librarian? There was no judgment in his voice, but it was just something that Mazo had never really clarified so far. It made sense, though. The boy loved stories. Yeah, if you can learn how to read, you can learn anything. Sure, there's stuff that you have to see in person to experience like I did over the past 2 weeks with you, but with books, those are different. You can go anywhere in books. Kaiden agreed with that. He wasn't a big reader himself, and he regretted that he hadn't had time to teach the boy how to read. They had been riding pretty close to non-stop on Yakul. The red elk was drawing some attention as they walked through the streets. He was giant. I want to eat everything here and eat all the different kinds of foods and make a list of my favorites, Mazo said. Maybe I'll turn it into a book. Kaiden chuckled at that. Where did you get the money to buy so much food? He stopped, then looked at Mazo in horror. Don't tell me. The Pine Moons are one of the great houses, Mazo. Please don't tell me you pilfered them. Mazo slapped his hand at him. I'm a changed guy. Mazo ain't no street rat no more. That lady Pernilla gave me some pocket money. He pulled out a purse from his pocket and jingled it with a grin. He opened it and showed Kaiden several copper, bronze, and even a few silver wulong. Kaiden shook his head in disbelief. Well, okay, I guess. Mazo grinned. She's a nice lady. And she's pretty, too. He said that last part with a knowing look, and Kaiden looked away. Pernilla's father, Spyro, gave us a letter of recommendation, Kaiden said. It's really for you, though. You can bring it to the mages. Spyro said to wait about a day, and their fund should transfer to Stramonium. After that, you should be allowed in. Yeah, look at that. Helping people out helps you in return. Kaiden chuckled. Not always. Usually it gets you into more trouble. Mazo laughed. Yeah, But I'm super lucky. Kaiden wondered if luck was a form of magic, and if Mazo really was blessed by the gods. Mazo seemed to remember something. Oh yeah, Pernilla told me to tell you to go to their house sometime this week for dinner. She said any time, but asked to be before Monday. Kaiden nodded and stayed silent. He kept walking, guiding Yakul down one side of the street. Mazo's eyes squinted at him as if looking for something. She said it's the giant blue house. They stopped and turned to see the 4 giant castles at 4 different points within the inner part of the city. One was colored red, another blue, another yellow, and the final one was purple. Kaiden continued walking with Mazo following alongside him. At the center of the city was a huge series of buildings, all with glass dome ceilings. At the top of the hill was the Magister's Tower. Kaiden remembered his conversation with Trent, how the Magister wasn't a man like Elwyn, but a woman. Kaiden wondered if Elwyn had sent his own mind back into the body of a woman, or if it was an entirely different person. Or maybe Elwyn could somehow change his gender. Kaiden shook his head. The possibilities were all too much to think about. It was something he could only find out when he met the Magister. Looks like you have a lot on your mind, Mazo said. Is it Pernilla? You and Momo were pretty close before we left, Kaiden countered. Mazo shut up. After a while of leading them through the city, Kaiden turned a few times through the streets. I thought you've never been here before, Kaiden nodded. But it looks like you know where we're going. I have good directions. There's somebody I need to meet. Mazo left it at that. But he had an odd look about him. They went on through the lower part of the Iron District where several scrappers were dropping off their wares from ancient ruins. The old metal and ancient technology would then be repurposed for different things. Finally, they arrived at their destination. Kaiden stared at the giant shop sign that read, Second-Hand Wares. It was a small shop and seemed to hide in the shadows of the street. The street was narrow and could fit about 5 people wide. Kaiden left Yakul outside. Thankfully, it was open. Kaiden opened the door and let Mazo inside. An old woman sat behind the counter. She was small, even smaller than an aged Imanese woman. She was sitting in a chair with a cane leaning against it. Her face was a perpetual scowl, and she said nothing when they walked in. Kaiden walked around the shop looking at the different wares. Each was a piece of ancient technology repurposed as either farming tools or different parts for augmentations. Kaiden picked one up and the old woman looked at him suspiciously. Do you even know what that's for? Although an unconventional shape, this is a modification of a suppressor, Kaiden said. Actually, I would really like to use this for my elk that's outside. The woman blinked, surprised. Fine, she muttered. He set it back down. I'm still looking around. She seemed to not care about what he was doing, but her eyes traced back to him occasionally. Mazo looked at every single piece of equipment, pressing his face against the glass. He was fascinated by the technology. The old woman eyed him. Are you some kind of engineer, boy? Mazo stood up and bowed to her respectfully. No, ma'am. I want to be a librarian. The woman looked surprised for the second time. Weird bunch, she muttered. Kaiden hid a smile. Even the old lady couldn't turn away from Mazo's charms. Kaiden picked up a small box and opened it. Inside was a glowing blue crystal. It was small, the size of his thumb. He gestured for Mazo to come over. The blue light here is unique for crystals because usually they show a faint red light or whatever imperfections were inside of it. The color blue is actually rare to find in nature. The old woman shifted her weight behind them, clearly interested in what he had to say. Kaiden had only ever seen blue crystals once before, and it was not in this life. The blue crystal buzzed with an odd power, and he closed the box, hiding the light again. Kaiden set the box back down, and he walked over to the modular part that he picked up before and put it on the counter. I'd like to buy this. He picked up a few other pieces along with replacement crystals for Yakul's leg. He pulled out a piece of paper parchment from inside of his jacket and placed it on the counter. The woman looked at it, but said nothing. On the paper were drawings of small machines connected together, plus several notes he had spent a couple of evenings in a row writing, recalling details from his memory of the future. He turned it around for her to read, and she got out her glasses from her chest pockets. Her eyes widened the more she read. "I need a new wand," he said. "This one is a bit experimental, though. I heard you dabbled in recreating ancient technology. This part here requires a hum signature of—" The old woman slapped his hand away. "I know what it requires. I'm not stupid." Her eyes could not move away from the schematics. She looked at Kaiden after a long moment. "Are you an engineer, boy?" Kaiden smiled. "Not much, but I knew a genius. I helped her around in exchange for her tinkering with my wand." "That makes sense. These notes look like they were written by an amateur, but the findings are brilliant. Too brilliant for someone like you." Kaiden didn't take any offense to that. The old woman seemed to treat everyone with equal disdain. She looked back at the schematics. "I'll do it. 2,000 gold oolong." Kaiden had expected that. "I don't think anybody in the world has 2,000 gold oolong," Mazo said. "The great families do," the old woman said as if it were obvious. Mazo opened his mouth with a grin, but Kaiden stopped him. "That is an impossible price. It seems a little unreasonable just for a wand," Kaiden said. "You won't find anyone in the city who can make that drawing a reality," the old woman said. 2,000 gold oolong." Kaiden flipped the schematic over, so he had a blank side. He pulled out a charcoal pencil and began to draw on it, writing more notes in the margin. His drawing copied the shape and size of the blue crystal that he had seen earlier, but he extended it out with a series of box-like machines several times smaller than the blue crystal at its side. The woman was silent the whole time, watching his drawing in fascination. When Kaiden finished, he turned it to her. "I know what you're trying to do with that crystal. I can help you, but this is only half of the schematic." She stared at him, and her hand shook. Still, she scowled. "You're full of it. I've been working on that my entire life. So did my father and his father. There's no way you solved it." Kaiden shrugged. "Believe what you will, but I guess we'll have to find a different place. Can we purchase these things and get out?" He pulled out his coin purse, but she slapped his hand. 3 gold oolong for the parts right here." That was actually a fair price. He paid it. "Come back in 2 days. You'll draw the rest of the schematic. Your wand will be ready," the old woman said. It wasn't an offer, but a command. Kaiden bowed politely. "Thank you. My name is Kaiden Coldsteel." She stared at him for a very long, awkward moment. "Call me Marit. 3 days. Don't forget. Now, get the deepest hells out of my shop." 25. Okay, fine. I promise we're going to Strimonium right after this," Kaiden said to Mazo. "I haven't eaten since yesterday, so we're going to the food district first." Kaiden was doing his best to assure Mazo that he wasn't leading him on, but the boy seemed to be teasing rather than actually complaining. Before they went to the food district, Kaiden stopped at the post office. There were several ravens sitting on top of the building and on different floors, flying in and out. He bought a letter and wrote a simple sentence. He folded the letter in an envelope, had it stamped, and told the woman whom to send it to. The woman nodded, handing it to someone who gave it to the right raven. Mazo didn't even bother asking what was happening. He was too enamored with the city, taking in the sights. Kaiden admired the boy's curiosity and excitement. He remembered his first time going to a major city when he was a boy. It wasn't Strimonium. It was one of the edge cities. He imagined what he had once felt was much greater for Mazo, who had come from an entirely different country. They headed to the food district. This was not just a new experience, but a totally different world for Mazo. When we get to Strimonium, the first place I want to go to is the library, he said. I want to see how many books they have. It's supposed to be the biggest library in the world. Kaiden nodded. Yeah, it's pretty big. Although I don't think you can understand how big it is. It's not just one building. It's several buildings. And you won't be able to see all the books, though. Mazo frowned at that. Why not? I'm going to be a student soon. Kaiden shrugged. The guy I know said there are restricted sections, although I don't know why anyone would limit access to certain books. Soon they were hit with waves of scents as they reached the food district. Fish from different countries, meats from local towns nearby, spices that Kaiden was unfamiliar with. They found a quiet little restaurant with a few outdoor tables. Kaiden noticed there were a couple of whitecoats nearby, and they were eyeing him. The fact that Kaiden was Imanese was pretty apparent. He was probably the only one that they had seen in the city in a long time. Imanese rarely came to the city. They mostly traded at the trading post, about half a day's ride away. A waitress came over and sat menus and water at the table. She seemed friendly and looked a few years older than Kaiden. Kaiden was famished. He ordered a couple of things off of the menu for himself and told Mazo he could order whatever he wanted. I'm paying. Keep the money Pernilla gave you for something important in the future. Mazo took him up on the offer with no complaints. Kaiden read the menu for him since Mazo couldn't read. The waitress joined in, giving her opinion on what the boy should try. Mazo seemed a little embarrassed of the fact that he couldn't read, but the waitress found it cute, telling him that she reminded him of her little brother. He beamed at that, and Kaiden admired, once again, Mazo's ability to charm anybody. Soon their small table was filled with different foods. The waitress said, I hope you can eat all this. Mazo's expression grew fierce, ready to take on the challenge. Kaiden chuckled. Trust me, if anybody could eat all of this twice over, it's Mazo over here. The waitress laughed and left them their food. She had a bubbly personality. Mazo didn't eat like a pig and was surprisingly polite in how he ate. He must have picked up the manners from Momo in their time spent together. Mazo picked at the food, little by little, sampling them and giving his review of each plate. He was incredibly excited about the food. It didn't take long for him to eat more than half of it. Kaiden ate his plate and let his peripheral vision absorb any kind of suspicious movements. The whitecoats had not moved from their position, still eyeing Kaiden. They weren't even being subtle about it. They found him suspicious specifically because he was Imanese. Mazo's eyes lingered on the whitecoats as he swallowed his food. They've been staring at us this whole time. Is it like this for you wherever you go? Kaiden nodded, sipping coffee for the first time in his life. He had been introduced to it by his soldiers in the Shade War. He offered to taste to Mazo. Yuck! That's terrible! I can't believe you like this stuff. Kaiden smiled behind the mug. I hated it too at first. Mazo finished his food, patting his belly. Dessert? Kaiden asked. A shadow passed over them, which alarmed Kaiden. The shadow was too large to be an animal, and the direction of the sun was at the apex. He looked up and felt for the wand on his hip. He traced the angle of the shadow and the light and saw the silhouette of a humongous woman, at least 2 heads taller than Nake. She carried a giant tower shield on her back like a turtle shell. She had long, dark hair and slightly slanted eyes. Imanese. Her entire body was riddled with scars. Kaiden's breath escaped him. He had seen that silhouette before, when Nake revealed his true nature. She looked at him with an emotionless expression, and then, in an instant, she was gone. Kaiden looked to Mazo and was about to warn him that they needed to get out of there. But the waitress came back out, and the smile she had worn before was gone. Her expression was vacant, almost lost. She held a chef's knife in her hand. Kaiden knew what was happening. He acted on his instinct. Mazo acted faster, jumping between her and Kaiden. The boy screamed. The knife stuck in his arm. Mazo began to convulse right away. The knife had been poisoned. Kaiden kicked the waitress. He heard bones crack. He probably broke her ribs. The next instant, there was a cacophony of voices and screams as people ran away. The waitress's vacant look left her. She glanced at her bloody hands and screamed in terror. She dropped the knife. Whitecoats flooded the area. Kaiden tried to attend to Mazo, calling Yakul over so he could get anti-venom herbs from one of the satchels, but he was pinned down by 2 whitecoats. They grabbed him, and he tried to twist out of their grip, yelling at them to take care of the boy. A whitecoat checked on Mazo, saying he was alive. Kaiden struggled to get up, and he felt something hard smack him in the head. Darkness took him. 26. Kaiden found himself in a jail cell. About half an hour later, he was charged with causing a disturbance of the peace, but he hadn't been put in front of a judge yet. He wasn't completely familiar with the justice system of Argentus, but he was pretty sure that the best that they could do was hold him here until he was put in front of a judge. What concerned him most was Mazo, who slept on a cot inside the cell next to Kaiden. He was unconscious. His wound had been stitched up, but he was beginning to drool from his mouth. He was clearly poisoned. From the symptoms, Kaiden was sure it was a slow-acting poison, meant to paralyze. It wouldn't kill him, but if left long enough in his blood without any countermeasures, he would wake up impaired. Kaiden had begged the guards for help, but they seemed to not care or believe him. Either way, Mazo's life was on the line. Kaiden was blown away by the Whitecoats' attitudes within the jail. They were completely different from the Whitecoats he had encountered in his first life. Maybe it was because of the Shade War, but everyone seemed to have banded together against a common enemy. Now that there was no common enemy, the darker parts of humanity came out in more common areas. He didn't like it. Kaiden went over to Mazo and placed his hand on his forehead. The young boy's skin was burning. Kaiden went to the front of the jail cell and shook the bars for the 10th time. "Please, we need a doctor for this kid. I'm pretty sure he's been poisoned. You can take a look at him for yourself." And for the 10th time, he was ignored. Kaiden found himself getting angry. It wasn't the hate. He wasn't even angry at the guards. He was angry at himself for not being able to do anything. There were some herbs in his packs, but that was with Yakul, who was detained as well at the stables. Kaiden realized he couldn't do anything and just sat in the corner. He focused on his breathing, to not let his frustration take over him. As his mind cleared, he thought of ways to escape. It would definitely label him as a criminal, but he had to save Mazo. He had only known him for a few weeks, but Mazo was under his care. He was only a kid after all. Kaiden was the adult in the situation. Kaiden didn't even need to escape. He just needed the herbs. He tried that approach, walking to the front of his cell again and calling to the guard. "Hey, I know you can hear me. There's herbs in the yellow pack on my red elk. Please get them for me. I can produce the anti-venom for Mazo." The man was reading a book. His only reply was an annoyed expression, but his eyes never left the pages. Kaiden deflated. When he was about to turn around and check on Mazo's temperature again, he heard squeaking. Was that a wheelchair? The squeaking sound stopped, followed by some angry voices exchanged a few doors away. Kaiden closed his eyes and tried to focus his hearing on what the words were being said, but he couldn't make out anything useful. He heard more doors unlocking, and then the voices grew louder. Close. Footsteps approached in tandem with the squeaking of the wheels. The wheels stopped in the room next over, but the footsteps kept coming. A whitecoat stopped at Kaiden's jail cell. She was an older woman in her mid-40s. She started unlocking the cell. Kaiden blinked at her, but he stepped away in respect. "Hands on the wall," she said in a bored tone. Kaiden nodded and complied. The older woman opened the door and entered. She patted him down, which made no sense considering they took all of his belongings except for his clothes when they put them in jail. "Follow me. You have a visitor," she said. Kaiden looked at her, confused. She didn't seem to care. Then he realized it was probably Spyro. The man was a powerful merchant and must have had ears everywhere. He definitely would have heard of an Immonese warrior getting caught in a sticky situation. She escorted him past a few other cells and through a couple of doors, and finally, a small, quiet room with an open door. Inside the room was a man about Kaiden's age in a wheelchair, arguing with one of the guards. Kaiden watched the entire exchange silently. He attempted not to make his presence known just yet, but the man in the wheelchair saw him. He looked at Kaiden once and then at the other guard in the room. "Leave us alone," the man in the wheelchair told the guard. It was a simple command, quiet, and there was no steel in the voice. But the guard complied as if it were an everyday occurrence. The man was not Spyro. He watched Kaiden walk over to the other side of the table and sit down. Kaiden felt his heartbeat racing, and he double-checked the door to make sure that nobody was watching. He was about to ask him if he was safe to talk, but he suddenly felt a pressure on his chest and then on his throat. He was slammed 10 feet away from the table into the wall behind him. It felt like thousands of small little pebbles colliding on his throat, constricting him. The man wheeled around the table with one hand and revealed he was holding a long staff in the other. The expression behind his half-moon-shaped glasses was furious, a man ready to kill without a moment's hesitation. Kaiden wanted to explain, but he couldn't. His throat was constricted, and he could barely catch his breath. He was held against the wall by an invisible force, his legs dangling a few inches off the ground. Even if he had his wand and his two swords, there was nothing he could have done. The man holding him against the wall was the most powerful mage Kaiden had ever seen. In his first life, he was the first sixth circle mage in the history of mages. He was the hero of the ages. And in the future, he was the Magister, Elwyn Everclear. 27. Kaiden was pinned to the wall. He could not speak. All he could do was breathe, and even that was a struggle. He tried to reach for any kind of weapon, but remembered that they had taken everything away. Luckily, Elwyn had not cast a mind spell on him to make him pass out, like Nick had before. He still had his mental facilities, if not his physical ones. Elwyn kept his staff pointed at Kaiden. He snarled with a cool, collected rage. "I don't know who you are or how you know about me, but I've never seen you once in my life. Tell me everything you know. Who are you?" Kaiden wriggled under the pressure of the force spell. At least 15 seconds passed since it had pushed up against him. And somehow, Elwyn was still able to maintain this level of strength and power. Kaiden had only ever seen the former Magister cast magic against shades and shade beasts in his previous life, never against people. Kaiden understood why. They probably all died faster than they could get a word in edgewise. The only reason he was alive was because Elwyn wanted answers. Elwyn was a true monster, and right now, he wasn't even the Magister. Kaiden managed to eke out a word that was barely audible. "Can't talk." Elwyn squeezed his eyes at him, clearly annoyed, but Kaiden felt the pressure on him release only a little, just enough for him to be able to speak. Kaiden did not know it was possible to modify a spell's effect in the middle of casting it. That was new to him. The spell was still going. It hadn't stopped for a cooldown once. Deepest hells. Was Elwyn's alternator made out of a god's bones? Kaiden focused on his breathing, trying his best not to piss his pants. The man could break his neck with just the force of his will. Despite being on the verge of death, Kaiden couldn't help but admire the sheer power and terror and strength that Elwyn possessed. It was thousands of times more powerful than anything Kaiden could muster up on his own. "Talk, and you better say the right things or else you're splatter on a wall. A chore to clean up for the whitecoats." Kaiden believed him. "Sent me," he managed to say. "Who?" Elwyn demanded. You. Elwyn's eyes widened. Kaiden expected the spell to end, but instead the pressure increased on again, more on his chest than anywhere else. Elwyn's expression was a mixture of fear and confusion and anger. Then, while the edges of Kaiden's vision threatened to darken, the pressure on Kaiden released. He dropped to the ground, gasping for air. He heard the squeaking of the wheelchair. Bright pain burned in his chest and lungs. He was pretty sure his torso was bruised. Kaiden's vision was blurry as he tried to right himself. He coughed for a long time. He didn't stand up too quickly because he didn't want to present himself as a threat to Elwyn. Pissing off the strongest mage he knew would not be wise. When he recovered enough, he stared at Elwyn. Elwyn was completely silent, waiting for him to continue. "Thanks for not killing me." Elwyn kept his wand trained on Kaiden. "Explain or die." "I knew it was going to sound crazy, but you sent me here. A future you, like 10 years into the future you. You were the Magister then. I thought you were supposed to be the Magister now. Why aren't you the Magister?" The color drained from Elwyn's face. He looked away as if making calculations in his head. He looked back at Kaiden. "Sending someone else besides me shouldn't be possible. The hum expenditure alone is too high. I would have had to have been at the 6th circle. Although that explains why so much has changed in this timeline." Was he talking to Kaiden or to himself? Kaiden kept both of his hands up to show that he wasn't trying anything, except for getting himself off his knees and onto his butt. He leaned his back against the wall to slowly recover his breath. He let his arms rest on his knees, which he pulled to his chest. He had nearly recovered, but his throat was still burning. "Listen, I don't really know what's going on. All I know is that the future you sent me to the past. Well, I don't know if he sent me to the past, but he sent my memories from the future to the current me." And then, as soon as Kaiden said the words, he realized how ridiculous it sounded. "Well, you get the idea. But anyways, I was there when you fought those giant monster shades. I was there at the end of the Shade War." Elwyn stared at him hard. "Prove it." Kaiden rolled his eyes. "Isn't telling you good enough? How am I going to prove it?" Elwyn turned his wheelchair all the way back to the table and leaned his elbows on the surface. He looked lost in thought. Kaiden stared at him for a long moment, waiting for him to speak. But after realizing that Elwyn wasn't going to say anything, he coughed to get his attention. Elwyn looked at him and raised an eyebrow. Kaiden said, "You, future you, told me to find past you. He told me to help you and that you'd be able to help me. Well, he didn't say that exactly, but he told me to find you. I'm guessing it was to help stop the Shade War before it ever happened." Elwyn looked at Kaiden like he was an animal he had never seen before. Not even human. "It's impossible to stop the Shade War." Kaiden thought that over. "But didn't you just say that it was impossible to send me back into the past?" Elwyn thought about that. "It might be possible now that I think about it, but the calculations and energy expenditure of sending a different mind than my own is so insane." Kaiden had thought about this conversation for a long time. He never imagined that Elwyn would turn hostile. But he had so many questions that it was difficult to figure out which ones would actually serve to build trust between them. "How many lives have you lived? How many times have you done this, being sent back?" Elwyn looked at him a long time before ignoring the question. "Did you see the eyes? The god the shade summon at the end who crumbles the world around us in darkness?" Kaiden blinked. Now here, the smartest person that Kaiden had ever met was talking about gods like they were real. "No, I thought gods didn't exist. Or at least some people believe in them, but they're just a fairy tale. You gotta be joking, right?" But then he stopped himself. A couple of weeks ago, he thought it was impossible. He never even imagined the idea of sending someone to the past was a possibility. But now, he was living proof of it. The idea that there was a god out there that could be summoned by the shades was just as improbable. Elwyn watched him think it over. "You believe me about the god?" Kaiden nodded. "If there's anybody I can believe, it's you. I talked to somebody on the way here. I told him I knew the Magister, but he told me the Magister was a woman. What's going on? Why aren't you the Magister?" Elwyn pinched his nose, took off his glasses, and cleaned them with his robe. "It's a long story," he said, clearly exasperated. There's just so much that changed in this lifetime. Kaiden grinned. So you believe me? Elwyn shot at him a glare. Is this your first time being sent back? Have you lived multiple lifetimes too? Kaiden shook his head. I don't know how many times you've done it, but this was the first time I got memories from the future. All I have is the memories of 2 lives. Still, a lot to sift through, to be honest. I couldn't imagine living multiple lives over and over again. It would really mess with my head. Elwyn's expression turned grim. I thought you'd have answers to my questions, but you have more questions than I do, Kaiden said. Deepest hells. What do we do now? Elwyn nodded. Here, take a seat. I need you to tell me everything. When I say everything, I mean everything. Don't skip a detail. Kaiden got up slowly, hesitant about the gesture. He didn't want to get pinned to the wall again by insane force magic. But there was no spell cast. So, he took a slow seat at the table. He pulled himself up with the chair. He placed both of his hands on the table to show that he wasn't trying to do anything with them. I'll tell you everything. But first, you have to take care of Mazo. I think he was poisoned. Elwyn looked at him with a confused expression. Who's Mazo? 28. After Elwyn summoned one of the guards to take care of Mazo and sent him to the infirmary over at Strimonium, Kaiden began telling him everything. They sat in that room alone for hours. Kaiden lost track of time, and Elwyn made him repeat parts of the story over and over and over again. At first, it annoyed Kaiden. Elwyn kept asking for very specific details that Kaiden had no idea the significance of. Some of the details included the weather of a specific day, if he had heard about an assassination attempt, and rumors of a wandering drunk with a bright lantern dangling on the end of a long staff. He also asked about the Immanese and what Kaiden knew about them and how they died. Kaiden told him everything. He included his time learning the sword, martial skills, and discipline up in Gracia. He talked about his time as a mercenary in his first life, and then coming back to Orem only to find his people were dead, and the land was riddled with countless shades. The fight had been a losing one, obviously. Then Kaiden explained to him exactly his interaction with the future Elwyn. Here was the part where Kaiden was repeating himself too many times for his own liking, but he did as he was told. The current Elwyn was incredibly curious about future Elwyn, how he moved, how he talked, his language, the spells that he cast, the length of his staff, anything that Kaiden had observed or even thought about that could give the current Elwyn information about his future self. It was an arduous task. Kaiden had never spoken that much in his life. It was both mentally and physically exhausting. His throat was getting dry. But Elwyn did not stop. He kept pushing, asking more questions. Even though Kaiden was the one speaking, he had observed the current Elwyn, comparing how he behaved to the future Elwyn. This Elwyn was more pushy. He didn't ask politely, and he didn't have the quiet confidence of the future Elwyn, the Magister. That Elwyn seemed to have a carefree attitude, even when faced against 6 of those demonic giant beasts that showed up at the last second before he died. But the current Elwyn seemed young, maybe only a few years older than Kaiden, and acted like it. He still had that bright, intelligent look about him. He might have been a genius from all of what Kaiden could gather, but he did not have the quiet bearing of a man in control of himself and his environment, like Magister Elwyn. How many lives had this current one lived? Even a single life was a huge difference. A man could change significantly within 5 years. A lifetime's change was astronomical. One could change into an entirely different person from one life to the next. So, the man that Kaiden was looking at now, he realized was not the Elwyn of the future, but a completely different Elwyn. It gave Kaiden a good idea of how he could handle the situation. He lowered his expectations. One thing that Kaiden remembered from the future Elwyn was his command not just to seek him out as soon as possible. Future Elwyn also told him to knock some sense into him. Magister Elwyn must have realized that his past self, his younger self, would be pushy, arrogant, demanding. After a long time, Kaiden finished his story. He was exhausted. He wanted to check on Mazo. He wanted to see Yakul and make sure he was fed and his leg parts oiled properly. There were a million other things he wanted to do at that moment. Primarily, Kaiden wanted to find the tall man who had pretended to be the Blackcoat and take him out and save the other children of the village. Elwyn had confirmed there was no such thing as the Blackcoat, but Nake seemed to be of little interest to Elwyn, which bothered Kaiden. Kaiden was disturbed out of his thoughts when Elwyn slammed the table with his fist. "How could I be so stupid?" Elwyn said. Kaiden didn't know what to say. "What are you talking about?" Elwyn didn't look at him, brushing him off like he was an annoying fly. "My future self sent you back, which takes considerably more energy than sending myself back. If he had the knowledge and power to send you back, he should have sent both of your memories to the past. Worst of all, he only managed to send you back 10 years. Why? Nothing he did makes sense. Sixth Circle mage my butt." The thought had occurred to Kaiden before. It was something he had mulled over in the several nights' ride on the way to Argentus. What if he wasn't able to send himself back? Like you said, his mind would have been invaluable compared to mine. What if he could only send me back for some reason you don't know? Elwyn opened his mouth as if to tell him he was an idiot, but he closed it. He looked away again as if lost in thought. He muttered to himself incoherently. Kaiden managed to hear numbers and spell theories coming from his mouth, but the rest of it he couldn't really make out. He was about to ask a question, but was interrupted. Elwyn put up a finger and shushed him. "I need to think." Elwyn calculated whatever was in his head for a long time, maybe a full minute, at least. And then, finally, Elwyn addressed him. "Maybe you're right. Sending memories to the past is incredibly complex. And as far as I know, I'm the only one who's able to do it." He paused, clearing his throat. "However, doing so requires not just incredible skill, but an insane amount of power. Even if you knew the math involved, you still wouldn't be able to comprehend it. It involves connecting the end of a single life, taking control of 2 points in time. Aren't our future selves and current selves different people? I live a completely different life already than my past self. I managed to save my people from Nake's kidnapping scheme." "Imagine there's a string and that is our life," Elwyn said. "At one end of the string is the beginning of our life. There, we are a baby. The closer you get to the other end of the rope, you are old, dying. Got it so far?" Kaiden nodded. He appreciated the fact that Elwyn was able to break down this theory in such a simple, straightforward way. Kaiden had learned over the years that the more simply someone was able to explain the thought process, the more deeply they understood it. The fact that Elwyn was able to explain such a complex process to Kaiden spoke of his own brilliance. It was a spark of the Magister that Kaiden recognized. "Okay, so on the other end of the string is the future self. Apparently, he was really powerful and had lived thousands of lives. However, what I'm able to do is send information back from my future self to the past self. Imagine me pinching one end of the rope and wiggling it. Those are frequencies. I mash those frequencies. But the moment I do that," he mimicked taking a rope and splitting it down the middle, lengthwise. "The moment I send my mind to the past, the rope becomes 2 ropes. They are technically the same rope, but also 2 ropes at the same time. Then, when the 2 ends connect from each rope, the first rope, that future self, disappears. I call these paths." Kaiden was beginning to get a headache, but he was able to follow. Elwyn continued. "However, the amount of energy that is required is so much larger than anything you could imagine. Even if I reached the 6th circle, like you said I did, it would require a counterforce. Literally a force of creational energy being released to act as both the balance and spark to the flame. This was the part where Kaiden was getting lost. I don't understand. Elwyn shook the air in front of him, as if wiping a chalkboard with a towel. Forget about that. It's just technical stuff. The point is, future me was able to send you to a different string altogether. He was able to wiggle your string. That's a completely different string, which requires intimate knowledge of your mind and your hum. But I only had a few interactions with him in the future, Kaiden reminded him. Elwyn nodded. So, my guess is that my future self must have tried this on you multiple times. This is the only possible way. Kaiden blinked, slowly understanding. The future magister seemed to know him and act as if he had known him their whole lives. There was a casualness about their interactions that was odd. You're saying this wasn't the first time future Elwyn tried to send me back to the past? Elwyn nodded. Exactly. You were a test pig for a while. I don't love the name test pig, Kaiden countered. By sending only my own mind back, predicting future events was manageable. My influence, though strong, could be used at precise moments to change the future in my favor. But your presence has changed many things in this current life. You might have been sent back to the past only 10 years, but for me, every single time I send my future memories to my past self, I start from when I'm a child, when I'm a year old. Kaiden felt his jaw drop. So, Elwyn didn't just have 10 years of extra life compounded every time he sent his memory back. There was a whole freaking lifetime worth of experiences and opportunities to grow and test other parts of life. Kaiden must have been staring at him because Elwyn frowned. I know, it's a lot to take in. Kaiden shook his head. No, I was thinking how terribly lonely it must be to live like that. Elwyn paused, leaning back in his wheelchair, his face unreadable. I don't have a choice. The moment I die or give up, the shades will win for good. I can't let that happen. I have to be careful. Got it, Kaiden said. If your future self couldn't send himself back, but could only send me, there was a reason for it. I think the reason is this might be the last shot. He might not have had any other choices. There were stronger mages than me. I was only the second circle. Elwyn nodded in agreement and looked at Kaiden as if seeing him for the first time. You never had any kind of formal education or training, right? Kaiden shook his head. No, I learned a bit from Marit, you, some books and other mages, but that's about it. But I've been thinking about this time stuff since I came back to the past. There's really nothing else to think about, except for saving my people. Still, my future self was an idiot. He could have sent Rihaku, or Jara. There should have been enough energy expenditure for that. Kaiden didn't know who Rihaku was, but he couldn't help but chuckle. Elwyn looked at him incredulously. Do you think this is funny? Kaiden nodded. Yeah, I do. It's just that you calling your future self an idiot is insane. You've lived, what, 100 or so lives now? Elwyn nodded. I learned so much with 5 years of training in the sword in Gracia with my teacher, but if I had another lifetime under his tutelage, I could be completely invincible. And you're saying that your future self lived several thousands of lives, more than you, and you're calling him an idiot. It's like a pebble calling the mountain small. It's hilarious. Elwyn was silent for a moment. But why you? No offense, you may be good with a sword, I haven't seen that yet, but no skill with a sword can beat magic. What do you have to offer that others couldn't? What did future Elwyn know about you that even you don't know yourself? Kaiden had no answer. He wished he knew. What now? You're crashing at my place. You need sleep and I need to think things over. We'll talk more tomorrow. 29. Elwyn's home was a small cottage on the grounds of Stramonium, which Kaiden hadn't been to since the first time that he died. It was odd being back on the university grounds, meeting with somebody whom he had met in a previous life. Thinking about it gave Kaiden a headache. The cottage was a standard home given to head professors, apparently. It was beautiful, spacious. Elwyn had said that he was the head professor of will magic, which made sense considering his expertise and ability to send a mind back all the way from the future to the past. The technicality still blew Kaiden's mind. Even though he experienced it himself, it still floored him that somebody was ingenious enough to think that it was a possibility, and then actually pull it off. And now here was that same man. Not the same man that Kaiden knew from the future, but still incredibly skilled. A genius. And he was in a wheelchair. Kaiden wanted to ask why Elwyn was in a wheelchair, while the Elwyn he knew was mobile and lithe. But he felt that was a sore subject, and they hadn't built enough trust. If Elwyn wanted, he would have said something about it. Mazo had been taken to the medical wing and was recovering quickly. Yakul went to Elwyn's personal stable. Luckily, the stables were large enough to hold the large red-nosed elk. Elwyn sent one of his students to watch over Mazo and another to tend to Yakul. Night came by the time they entered Elwyn's home. Kaiden didn't need any food, but he felt his stomach grumbling. It wasn't because he was hungry. This whole day stressed him out. He thought it had started well. He had met Marit for the first time in this lifetime and showed Mazo around Orem. But then the boy was poisoned. He wasn't going to die. The best doctors in the world were here in Charmonium. But it still made Kaiden uneasy that somebody who followed him was hurt simply just by being around him. Elwyn and Kaiden sat at the kitchen table, drinking their tea in silence. "So, what are you going to do now?" Elwyn finally asked. "I need to deal with Nake and find the kidnapped children." "You said he's a will mage powerful enough to incapacitate you almost instantly." Kaiden nodded. "Yeah, but he had a couple of days' worth of travel to apply his magic on me without me knowing." Kaiden explained how the tapping finger worked. Elwyn got it right away. He tapped his finger around you to build suspicion. He made it obvious enough that someone as observant as you would believe it was magic, which it was. So when he told you that the finger wand was used to find out if people were telling the truth, you were inclined to believe him, because you thought he was being forthcoming on his own volition. Kaiden stared at him. The guy was truly smarter than he was. As my teacher used to say, there are skies beyond skies, shadows within shadows. Elwyn snorted. "He's right about that. But this is important for you to know that. If this Nate got into your head within a couple of days, I couldn't imagine what he could do if he brainwashed you for a week, a month, a year." Kaiden couldn't imagine that either. He shivered. The horror of watching his mind deteriorate and bend to the will of somebody else? It was a horrible thought. Elwyn leaned forward. "That's why you won't go after him. It's too risky for us." Kaiden felt his anger flare. "What? Are you kidding me? Were you not listening earlier? He kidnapped children. Children, Elwyn, to brainwash them for who knows what." Elwyn pinched his nose and pushed up his half-moon glasses. "He's a skilled enough will mage to brainwash several people. He even dominated that waitress's mind without you knowing. I can't let him get a hold of you and learn that you were sent from the future. Do you know how bad that would mess things up?" Kaiden stood up. His pulse rose. "So you're saying I'm a liability? Is that it?" Elwyn looked at him coolly. "Yes. Think about it. I know you want to save your people, that they are important to you, but there are literally millions of lives at stake. And from what I gather from the fact that my future self sent you to me, this is our last chance to prepare against the shades. Don't you understand the implications of that?" Kaiden's training kicked in, and he inhaled slowly, sitting back down in his chair. Elwyn was right. These were a few lives compared to the millions in Argentis, and possibly everywhere else in the world. Kaiden thought about how he could get his point across and chose his words carefully. Saving the world doesn't matter to me if my people are gone. If you're unwilling to let me try and save them, you might as well cast your force spell on me right here and now and turn me into a pile of bile and guts. These are my people. You don't understand. It was Elwyn's turn to get angry. When he spoke, there was a simmering rage Kaiden had never heard before. Don't you dare tell me that I don't understand. Do you know how many people I've cared about in all the lives I've lived? Can you even imagine with your puny brain how many loved ones I've watched die in my arms? How many lives have been lost? Your people? Everyone I've ever met in every one of my lives is my people. Yours number in the thousands. Mine are in the millions. And they all mattered. They still matter. And with each life, they matter more. So don't you dare tell me I don't understand. Elwyn huffed and clutched his chest as if yelling had taken the wind out of him. He leaned back in his wheelchair and looked out the kitchen window. Kaiden knew the implications of living countless lives, but this was the first time he felt it from Elwyn. The anger, the rage, the frustration. Elwyn must have felt like a prisoner. I was out of line, Kaiden said. I'll promise you this. If you allow me to save my people, then I will do whatever you ask me to. I will be your tool against the Shade Tide. But I need to make sure that my people are safe. Nake is trying to use them for something really bad. I don't know exactly what his ambitions are, but I need to stop this. Tell me you don't understand that. Elwyn closed his eyes and steepled his fingers. He sighed, exhausted. Okay, but you need to take care of this quickly. There's too much at stake. Too many things that have to go right. Kaiden wanted to change the subject, but he didn't want to ask about the wheelchair because that might have been too much right now. The future version of you was the Magister of Strimonium. Why aren't you the Magister right now? Kaiden asked. As far as I see it, you're the smartest man I've ever met. Elwyn snorted. I should have been the Magister a couple of years ago. There should have been an assassination attempt back then. It was one of the many constants throughout my lives. This is the first time that didn't happen. Kaiden blinked. But my future self's memories only arrived a few weeks ago. That would have been before that. Those two don't line up. Elwyn shook his head. I don't know why. It's just another headache you've given me that I need to solve. Anyway, in my other lives, I stopped that assassination attempt. It scared the previous Magister enough to step down and retire. She would have appointed me as the next one. Obviously, that didn't happen. Kaiden's mind raced. I thought if I change something now, it changes the future. But you're saying something changed before I was sent backward. Elwyn nodded. Again, another headache. Kaiden recalled the law of opposites. The truth could be found in the opposite of things. Remember that rope analogy for time and how it split? Yes? Why? Kaiden began thinking out loud, applying his law of opposites. If I wiggle the end that represents the past, it affects the future, right? Elwyn nodded. It's an oversimplification of Humwave theory, but yes. Kaiden leaned forward. But in this rope theory, if I wiggle the other end, the future end, it will still force the past end to move too, right? Elwyn's eyebrows knitted together. He opened his mouth, then closed it. The math on... But... He went silent, his eyes wavering back and forth, clearly doing some kind of mental calculations in his brain. Kaiden let him stew in that for a while. Then Elwyn broke the silence. You might be right here. I can't believe such a stupid, simple analogy worked. Thanks. This means that the past affects the future, and the future also affects the past. Of course! I'm so stupid. It's the only reason why I can send my future memories to the past. How did I not see this? It's so obvious now that you pointed it out. You're welcome. Elwyn looked up as if waking from a dream. "Thank you," he muttered. Kaiden changed the subject. "I never got to thank you earlier." Elwyn blinked at him. "For what?" "I mean, getting you out of jail was in my best interest." Kaiden shook his head. "I mean, I never got to thank you for giving me another chance to save my people. So thank you. You sending me to the past allowed me to see my family again after over a decade in both lifetimes. I was able to save the villagers from a worse fate from Nake. And now I have the opportunity to end whatever he's doing once and for all." Elwyn looked shocked. Then, for the first time since they met in this life, he smiled. It was a tired smile, but genuine. "You're welcome. I'll try to look for him in the morning. There's too much I don't know about Nake. I don't even really know what he wants or where he is. I'm getting tired. I'm off to bed." Kaiden remembered something, a crucial detail that he forgot to bring up to Elwyn. The law of opposites, his own pure hum method. He started to take off his shirt, and Elwyn said, alarmed, "What are you doing? That's not what I meant when I said I was heading to bed. I need to show you my circles, or circle." He removed his shirt and pointed at the small black dot on his sternum. It was smaller than before. It used to be the size of his thumb. Now it was the size of his pointer finger. Elwyn leaned forward, pushing up his crescent moon glasses. "I've never seen a circle so small before." Kaiden explained to him his law of opposites and how he had gone over it with the future version of Elwyn. He went over how, instead of trying to gain more power, he could purify that power. Purify that hum. It could create a more volatile energy that interacted with the hum found in nature. He also told him about his experience fighting the tree spirits and how his force blade seemed to grow fighting the tree spirits, but not against inanimate objects. The explanation wasn't very long, but Elwyn kept asking questions over and over again, grilling him for more details. When he finished explaining, Elwyn sounded excited. "I can't believe you forgot to tell me about this. This changes things." Kaiden blinked at him. "Like what?" "It means that you might be able to take on this Nake." This was the first good news that Kaiden had since arriving at the house. "So, what does this mean?" "Sleep well tonight. You're going to need it, because tomorrow we're going to go over the fundamentals of magic." 30. The next morning, Kaiden was given new clothes to change into, which were not Imanese, to help him blend in with the local Argentius populace. His new clothes were what a typical nobleman would wear. Kaiden and Elwyn stood opposite each other, about 20 yards apart, in the backyard of Elwyn's home. The backyard was fairly large. The walls were reinforced with steel, probably a place to practice magic. Kaiden held his wand in his hand as he was instructed by Elwyn, who sat in his wheelchair holding his own stave-type wand. If Kaiden only had his sword, he would have been at a complete disadvantage at this range. "Tell me what you know about tritonic theory," Elwyn said. It wasn't the original theory for magic. Originally, there was the 5 elements theory, but that ended with the rediscovery of ancient sciences. Elwyn laughed. "Another oversimplification, but I guess that's fine. Continue." Tritonic theory posits there are 3 forms of magic that come out with the spell rings. There's mind, or what some call will. There's sense, or what some call body. Finally, there's force, but I don't think there's a secondary name for it. Elwyn corrected him. "It depends on the cultures and parts of the world that you're in, but here in Aurum, we call it force. Anything else?" Kaiden shrugged. "That's pretty much all I know. I could go over what each basic wand part does and the basics of hum frequencies." Elwyn pinched the bridge of his nose. "No, that's fine. I don't need you reciting the alphabet all day." "Hey, it's not my fault. I got a basic, rudimentary understanding of magic in the war. Your future self had plenty of chances to educate me better." "I know, I got it. Luckily for you, I'm a teacher. So let me teach. Tell me what you know about spell rings." "Okay, well, I know that spell rings are forged here in Strimonium, Kaiden said. A lot of it's made out of astrolite, which is metal that comes from the stars. Comets and meteors, heavenly bodies that fall into the land, Elwin corrected him. We haven't had one of those fall for thousands of years. Kaiden whistled. It's been that long? I didn't know that. That must mean every single spell ring and piece of astrolite that we found has been from the same space rocks since before even my people came to these lands. Elwin nodded. Exactly. However, it's a little bit more complicated than that. It's not just a space rock. Astrolite can be found in different places. In fact, where they are found is what determines the spell. This is stuff we only teach to third circles and above, but you're unconventional. I might as well tell you. He cleared his throat and continued. What you know as force comes from astrolite that has been embedded in the earth. Mountains, rocks, whatever. Depending on where it's been embedded and mined, it can be found to have specific properties. Like some of the force rings can do different things? That explains why my mind spells can be different from others, even though we have the same setup with our wands. There are other factors too, Elwin amended. For scent spell rings, their astrolite is found in beasts of the forest. They accrue and build up in the body over time in their veins or parts of their organs, and sometimes in their blood. That's why it allows them to grow stronger and live longer than a typical animal in the forest. Sometimes, the astrolite inside them is triggered by an external or internal event, causing them to enhance specific biological properties. Kaiden whistled, impressed. He hadn't heard of any of this before. That makes a lot of sense. We have a lot of beasts and spirits near my home. They're incredibly powerful and intelligent. Elwin nodded. Will spells come from trees or plants, but mostly trees. They are usually found in the roots of trees, growing as little veins that can be mined like crystals. It makes the trees live a long time. They sometimes have unique properties and can develop spirits like the ones that you fought from before. Kaiden felt his eyes widen, but didn't want to interrupt. This was his first time hearing about the true nature of the spirits. Imani's stories of spirits were so old, he always assumed spirits had been around forever. That they came from astrolite astounded him. Okay, that's basic ring knowledge. I could go into other basics, but there are way too many holes in your education to fill. However, I think I know where to start. Okay, as long as it helps me take on Nake, Kaiden said. This snake fellow is considerably more skilled than you. You won't be able to overpower him. Kaiden frowned. So, what is the point of you teaching me all this? I thought you said you could teach me to survive against him. There are two ways to defend against a mind mage. The first is self-awareness. You fought against mind magic before, and you told me you were actually lucid enough to realize it. Of course, by then it was too late. But think back on it. You started questioning your own senses, what you were seeing, why you were thinking the way you thought, right? Now that Elwin pointed it out, Kaiden realized he was right. He had figured out something was wrong at the last second. The cave didn't have any airflow. There were other things too. Yes, Elwin said. With the awareness method, it takes experience to build a resistance to mind magic. You simply have to be exposed to it. Of course, this is incredibly dangerous unless you're in a safe environment with a skilled will mage. The more you start asking yourself those kinds of questions, your brain starts to pick up on when it's being messed with. It takes a lot of exposure, or a good deal of really stressful spells placed on you to get good at resisting will magic. I don't have a lot of time, though. Each day Nake has those kids is another day he is brainwashing them. You can't save them if he brainwashes you either, Elwin pointed out. Be patient. This is important stuff. As you know, there are different kinds of hum depending on their frequency. Each person and thing's hum is unique. People use music as an analogy to magic. They say that each person's hum is a unique song, but what they don't say is that a person's hum is more like a song that is constantly changing, as is all hum. There's a lot of math involved with sines and cosines, but that's the gist of it. You want me to sing a song? Kaiden asked. Elwyn rolled his eyes. This is the second method. It is casting a spell that has a counter frequency to the original mind spell. This is either achieved through years of experience to know which emotions or thoughts counter each other based on their frequency, or by doing a lot of math. The problem with mind magic is, the more you use it, the more it changes you in turn. If you project a suggestion, an image, or a feeling onto someone else, traces of that linger inside you, changing you as well. Yeah, I learned that from future you, Kaiden said. Good. Then you know how dangerous it is to cast spells you're unfamiliar with, or don't completely understand the implications of. This is even more true at higher circles, or in your case, purer hum. The more powerful you are, the more that spell affects you in turn. That was confusing. I've cast plenty of will spells so far to read my opponent's intentions in a fight. You wouldn't recognize those changes. They are incredibly small, but over time, they become huge changes. Even the most skilled mages wouldn't notice. It's just something that other people usually have to point out. The reason I'm bringing this up is Nick has a history of bending other people to his will. In the few days that he had spent with you, he had pushed you in certain ways and influenced you in ways that you probably still don't quite understand. Kaiden absorbed the words, and the realization rocked him. He took an involuntary step back. You okay? Kaiden nodded. The hate. It only ever activated once in my first life. Same with my second life until I met Titus, or Nake. He wasn't using his spell against the bandits. He was using it on me. Kaiden tried to think about all the times that Titus had tapped his finger. He wanted to throw up thinking about it. Was he too compromised to fight Nake directly? Would he submit to him? Elwyn snapped his finger. You only spent half a week together. You don't need to worry. There are plenty of mages here aside from myself who are skilled enough to reverse any potential harm to your mind. You have an incredibly disciplined and aware mind. If you didn't, then you wouldn't be here today. That's all well and good, but how do I defend against that? Elwyn sighed, his tone patient. You can't do the counter-frequency method. It takes too much time and education. So you need to build your awareness. How? Elwyn smiled and pushed his wheelchair forward, pointing his staff at Kaiden. I'm going to cast several spells on you every day until I feel comfortable enough that you can defend yourself against a mage of the third circle. Kaiden opened his mouth to protest, but then he felt the world twist around him. The next second, he was on his knees. He looked up to the sky and measured the distance of the sun. An hour had passed by. He looked to Elwyn, who was no longer in the center of the courtyard. He sat at a small table, drinking tea. Kaiden groaned, getting up on his feet. Elwyn looked up from his tea, as if noticing Kaiden for the first time. He waved his wand absently. Kaiden saw the sky turn purple, and his tongue tasted the sound of drums crashing against waves. He threw up. It was going to be a very long day. 31. Kaiden expected to train with Elwyn for just a day, but it took 3 continuous days with breaks only to eat and sleep at night. The entire time during the day, he was getting blasted with various types of mind spells. The first day, Kaiden had not been able to defend himself at all. Every single attack had made him pass out, or he'd been forced to do something that he wasn't aware of. It started off as an utterly horrifying experience, probably the scariest thing that he had ever encountered in both lives. He felt like his body was not his own, and worst of all, that his mind was not his own, that he didn't really understand himself. But after the first night's rest, and he woke up the next day, feeling a new sensation inside himself, it became less horrifying and more annoying. About halfway through the second day, Elwyn cast a mind spell that Kaiden was able to be at least aware of. It was a simple sleep spell, but he only staggered a little bit. he became suddenly aware of the fact that his heart rate was slowing down, that his eyelids were getting heavier, and that his mind was getting groggy. He didn't know what the suggestion was, but it was the first time Kaiden was completely aware, or even marginally aware of what was happening to him. He still passed out and woke up 5 minutes later, but it was an odd experience. He felt triumphant. When he told it to Elwyn, the mage professor seemed surprised. "I thought it was going to take at least another 2 weeks, but you built an awareness within your second day. Are you some kind of freak?" Kaiden blinked. "No. Well, honestly, I don't know. Isn't this a normal training method?" Elwyn shook his head and laughed. "Deepest hells no. Some whitecoats for the king go through this, but nowhere near at this frequency in such a small time. It's only possible because I have a considerable amount of control over my spell. If I overdid it at all, anytime I cast a spell on you the past day, you'd be a useless sack of meat. You're probably the first in history to go through a training method like this, but it's only working because your mind is so resilient and hyper-aware of itself." "So, I'm ready for Nake?" Kaiden asked. Elwyn frowned. "The way I was casting spells was done in a way that doesn't harm your mind. However, your enemy won't be so nice about it. This Nake guy, he isn't being surgical like me. He's smashing you with a hammer into the shape he wants you in." Kaiden gulped. He didn't want his mind turning into mush. "From what you've told me, Nake is incredibly powerful for someone who didn't attend Strimonium. He's most likely in the third circle, but the way he dominates other people's minds suggests he's powerful but not skilled." "What do you mean by that?" Kaiden asked. "Good mind mages don't just rely on the spell to influence others. They work in tandem with the other person's mind to trick them." Kaiden stared at him, dumbfounded. "You're saying you're using your mind with my mind to trick me?" Elwyn laughed. "Yes. My other point is Nake won't be trained to do that. Nake will be hammering your mind with a proverbial sword to try to get you to do what he wants. He takes chunks out of your mind and replaces them with his own suggestions." Kaiden thought about the hate activated inside him, again in front of his entire village. "Could he push me to use the hate again?" Elwyn shrugged. "I doubt it. He may be powerful and have tricks up his sleeve that you've never seen before, but nothing he throws at you could hold a candle to what I've been doing to you. It's so high level you don't even understand what's happening to you. That isn't me bragging, it's just a fact." He said it so confidently, with no bravado, that Kaiden felt his spirits lift. "All right, since you're beginning to be aware of the spell, now it's time for me to ramp it up a little bit. You have no idea how boring it was holding back so much. I'll still hold back, but I can actually have a bit of fun." Kaiden put up his hands. Wait! He blinked, and in an instant the sun vanished and it was nighttime. He found himself lying on his back, staring at the stars. He looked around for Elwyn, but he wasn't in the courtyard. It was a little cold, but a blanket had been placed on him. How long had he been out? Kaiden smiled and realized that Elwyn was probably the foremost authority and power in will magic. If anyone could help him build a tolerance against Nake, it was him. Still, enduring this was the opposite of relaxing. He hated every moment of it. But Kaiden gritted his teeth and got up. He needed sleep to prepare for tomorrow's mind blasts. He went inside and walked over to Elwyn, who was sipping tea and eating some food. Elwyn offered him some of his meal, a bread with some kind of sauce on it. "It's called a pizza, new invention from the north." Kaiden bit into the food. Nice taste, but odd eating experience. They ate in silence for a little bit. "Is there any way to use will magic to control the hate?" Kaiden asked. Elwyn munched on his food and swallowed. He was a pretty loud eater. "No, it's impossible. There have been many mages who've studied it looking for a cure. There hasn't even been a single advancement in centuries on it. So, that's a dead end. Trust me." Kaiden stared at him. But none of those people were you. Elwyn nodded. And none of those people lived a regression time loop where they have to make sure certain events happen the right way or else thousands of lives are lost. And that's even before the shades invade us from who knows where they came from. So, you help me defeat the shades, and I promise I'll spend every waking moment of the rest of my life working to find a cure to the hate. That was good enough for Kaiden. Deal. Thank you for helping me so far. I appreciate it. We need you to get this taken care of so we can focus on the bigger issues. Elwyn's tone was businesslike. Kaiden felt his hand squeeze in anger, but he relaxed it, taking in a breath. Kaiden had experienced the pain of losing his whole race of people in one life. Elwyn had experienced that for his own loved ones at least 100 times over. So, Kaiden sucked it up and let it slide. Elwyn noticed it and pushed up his glasses, not saying anything. If I find Nake, couldn't you take him on for me? I feel like that would expedite things. I could do whatever you need me to do after, like we agreed. Elwyn shook his head. This is honestly the worst time to ask me for my help. You lucked out this week. If you had come next week, I don't even think we'd be having this conversation. Why? What happens next week? Elwyn waved him off. What doesn't? And it isn't just next week, but every week after. There are 100 things that I haven't talked to you about that I need to take care of. Pieces on the chessboard I need to move. There's a reason why Argentus is as well stocked and fortified as it is in the future. It's because I take very precise steps to make it happen. Kaiden didn't understand, but he respected Elwyn. He sighed. I trust you. I need the future to be as predictable as possible, or else I can't prepare against it. But things in this life have become a little more unpredictable, and I think you have something to do with that. You didn't say that like it was an insult. I didn't mean it as one, but it's just a fact. Basically, what I'm saying is you need to take care of your problems, and I need to take care of mine, and then we'll round back in a couple of days. Kaiden smiled. You talk like you know that I'm going to find the kids and beat Nake. You've never even met me before this week. How do you know? You've never seen me fighting a battle or using my swords or anything like that. Elwyn rolled his eyes and lifted 2 fingers. First, you took on the spells of a 4th level mage, and not just a 4th level mage, a genius among geniuses. Kaiden thought Elwyn sounded arrogant, but he was technically correct. Elwyn seemed to read his mind. I'm not arrogant. I'm not overestimating my intelligence. I earned my mind through lifetimes of research and toil. Literally. You don't know what it took to get to my level. The second reason I am confident that you'll take care of this matter is because my future self sent you back. You were right earlier. Future Elwyn lived thousands of lives compared to me. He trusted you. And that guy, like you said, was significantly smarter. So, you have 2 unparalleled geniuses who believe in you. Kaiden choked on his tea. Man, you are really arrogant. Elwyn shot him a glare. I was complimenting you. And yourself at the same time. You never heard of multitasking? Kaiden chuckled. I do have some connections. I think I'm going to ask the Pine Moon family for some help finding Nake, or traces of him. They're merchants, so they should have their ear to the ground when it comes to information gathering. Elwyn blinked at him, surprised. The Pine Moons were the ones you saved on the way here? Didn't I tell you to not leave details out? Kaiden recounted the story for him, but with even more detail than before. When he finished, Elwyn pinched the bridge of his nose, annoyed. The Pine Moons. What are the chances? Kaiden shrugged. You think you're surprised? Pernilla and I were lovers in my first life. Seeing her nearly gave me a heart attack. Elwyn's jaw dropped. That's another detail you forgot to mention. After you take care of Nake and save your people, I'm going to wring your neck for any drops of information you're unintentionally holding back. I look forward to it, Kaiden said happily. Elwyn grew serious. Don't cause the Pine Moon family to do too much for you. And don't get involved with them. I need the future to be predictable. You weren't supposed to show up here for another 5 years, remember? I know. Elwin wheeled himself to the sink, dropping his dishes in and cleaning them. Get some sleep. You need to train tomorrow again. You're not ready yet. 32. A day later, Kaiden left Elwin's house and went to the infirmary over in Strimonium to check on Mazo. The boy was nowhere to be found, but one of the nurses said that he had already been accepted into the school and was in one of his classes. Elwin sent one of his students to watch over the boy and tutor him so he could learn how to read. Kaiden was happy for the kid and didn't want to interrupt him, so he left the boy to do his own thing. He'd catch up with him some other time. There was no way Nake was going to get to Mazo here. The boy was inside Strimonium, surrounded by hundreds, maybe thousands of powerful mages. Nake may have been a powerful will mage, but in the face of the students and the professors, he'd have been blown to smithereens by hundreds of more complex and powerful spells. The security here was insane. Mages of the second and third circles walked around in their robes, gossiping like they were part of a literal army that could defend against the coming shade tide. Kaiden checked in on Yakul, who was happy in his stable, resting after riding so hard to get to Argentus. He replaced the red-nosed elk's crystal in his leg and fed him, then tipped the attendant who was there in case Yakul needed anything. Then he walked towards the giant castle of the Pine Moon estate. It took quite a long time because Argentus was several times larger than any city that Kaiden had ever been to. The city was different from his memories from his first life because it hadn't been torn apart by a constant barrage of attacks from shades over several years. It was odd walking through Argentus, seeing it full of life rather than the destitute last bastion of humanity he remembered from the future. There were millions of people, and navigating the streets was tricky, but Kaiden enjoyed seeing Argentus in its prime. He understood why Elwin wanted to do his best to save the people here. Every person Kaiden passed had a life and stories of their own. Elwin had watched them all die hundreds of times, and somehow had not broken down mentally. That was a superhuman feat Kaiden was sure he couldn't manage himself. It took about 2 hours to walk from Strimonium to the Pine Moon family manor. There was a long line to enter that Kaiden didn't expect, but he used that time to gauge the kinds of people who were involving themselves with the Pine Moons. Most were smaller merchants looking for an already established contract with the Pine Moons. Some were friends dropping by to say hi or give well wishes before Spiral left for another journey to trade across the country. A few others looked to make loans or to pay back loans that they already received. When Kaiden reached the front gate, the guard stopped him and looked him up and down. Despite Kaiden's clothes and new height, his features were clearly Imanese. Though he was banished, he still wore his long black hair in a top knot. "You're Imanese," the guard said. Kaiden had something quippy lined up on his tongue but swallowed it. His hand reflexively went to his sword hilt for comfort. Instead, his fingers landed on his wand. The guard drew his own wand, a large stave type with a club at the end, in an instant. "Watch yourself," he growled. Kaiden sighed. In his first life, reaching for a sword in a city of mages wasn't deemed a threat, but reaching for a wand was. He didn't blame the guard for his response. He lifted his hand slowly from his wand. "Sorry. Bad habit from fighting on the battlefield for years. I didn't mean anything by it." The guard didn't move his stave wand. He opened his mouth to say something, but the sound of boots hard on the ground came from behind the gate. Another guard showed up. He had silver hair and a silver beard, and one of his eyes had a scar across it, vertically, as if a claw had ripped it out. Kaiden nodded to the captain of the guard. "Captain Trent." Trent gave him an odd look as he patted the gate guard's shoulder. "Stand down. I'll take care of this one myself. Tend to the rest." The guard looked at the captain warily, but did as he was told. Trent and Kaiden walked to the side, far away enough to have a private conversation. Trent's expression was an unreadable mask. "What are you doing here?" "Pernilla told me to find her sometime this week," Kaiden said. "I know. But you can't just randomly show up to a great house and expect them to come at your beck and call. You send a letter, we receive it. We send another letter back telling you what time to come. The Pine Moons are busy. Kaiden expected that. I know, but this isn't for dinner. This is important. The captain's expression grew serious. Would that matter have anything to do with your arrest the other day? And how someone sent a will assassin after you, dominating someone's mind for a few seconds? And how that boy Mazo took a poisoned knife meant for you? Kaiden felt his cheeks flush in embarrassment. How'd you hear about that? Trent rolled his eyes. I wouldn't be a good captain of the guard if I didn't know something that troublesome involving the only Imanese in the city. I need to be aware of potential dangers. You think I'm dangerous? I know you're dangerous, Trent amended without hesitation or compliment. I saw you fight those spirits. You didn't move and attack like a mage. You move like a swordsman, and one with skill I've never seen before. Trent was observant. There was no weapon attached to his hips or his back, but he still patrolled the perimeter of the castle like a guard dog with sharp teeth. That told Kaiden that Trent was confident he could take on whatever problems arose without a weapon, or at least without appearing to carry a weapon. I just came for information. I needed to ask them about the person who tried to kill me. Trent stepped forward. Kaiden did not step back. It was odd being a full head taller. When he was shorter, the size difference never really bothered him. But now that Trent was only a head taller than Kaiden, he felt more intimidated for some reason. That smaller gap made him much more aware of the height difference. Haven't I proved I don't intend any harm on your employers? Trent kept his gaze level. Not intentionally, you don't. Did you not think of the implication of your presence here and asking them for information about the assassin? Kaiden blinked. I don't get what you mean. Trent looked at him like he was an idiot. I thought you were smarter. Let me explain it to you. A mage powerful enough to dominate a person's mind in public in front of several whitecoats is your enemy. You came here asking for the Pine Moon family's help. Because you saved their lives and the Pine Moons are stupid and nice, they will take your side in this matter. They will do everything they can to try to pay back that debt and find your enemy. Understanding dawned on Kaiden. Attempting to find my enemy will expose them as my ally. It could place them in danger. I'm an idiot. Trent nodded in agreement. You're an idiot. Even your very presence here could send the wrong signal, which is why you're in the shadow of the castle wall and not out in the public line. Kaiden looked up. He was right. The reason I'm not allowing you past this gate is because as soon as you enter, and either Prunilla or Spyro sees you, they're not going to turn you down. My first job is to keep them safe, even from themselves. It's for their own good. You look like you've been places, seen things most men shouldn't see. The Pine Moons are some of the very few kind people in this world, stupid in their kindness. I'm here to prevent them from being idiots and to stop idiots like you from being more idiotic with them. Kaiden felt terrible. He should have thought this through more. I get it. You want to protect your people, but know that whoever sent the assassin after me is after my people too. They have already kidnapped at least 20 girls from my village. That's why I'm here. That's why they're trying to kill me. Trent stared hard at him, his expression contemplative. He closed his eyes, sighed, and opened his eyes again. I'm sorry. That's terrible, but my position is the same. You don't enter until this shadow of yours passes. Understood. Kaiden found himself disappointed. I don't blame you. It's fine. You want to protect your people. I want to protect mine. Thanks for being straight with me. He turned to leave, but Trent put a hand on his shoulder. There's a guild near the Iron District. It's a small business called the Rose and Thorn. It's owned by a woman named Jezebel. Tell her I sent you there. Trent gave him directions. What am I supposed to do when I get there? Just ask for Jezebel. If anybody can help you, it will be her. I thought you didn't want me to involve anybody else because it might get them in danger. Trent shook his head. My job is to protect the Pine Moons. Nobody else. Besides, Jezebel and her people are used to dealing with murky water, and they can protect themselves. A good portion of the Whitecoats visit her establishment, so she has backing too. Okay. Thank you, Trent. He turned and walked toward the edge of the Iron District. He heard Trent shout from behind him. "Good luck, you idiot!" 33. According to Trent, the Rosenthorn was near the Iron District. Kaiden walked toward the address and found the area unfamiliar. In his first life, these buildings had been destroyed during the war. There were plenty of people hustling in and out of stores, shopping for little trinkets. Despite what looked like people doing business, there were no business signs. Like the food district, the air was filled with foreign smells that lingered in the nose. They were pleasant scents, some of them overpowering. In contrast to the custom of Orem, couples seem open about their romances here, hugging and even kissing in public. After 10 minutes of navigating the streets, Kaiden realized where he was. He was in the red light district. Kaiden suddenly felt more self-conscious being here than he had at any other time of his life. There was nothing to be ashamed of, but he never imagined that he could find himself in any sort of red light district. Was this Trent's idea of a joke? Or was there really a place called the Rosenthorn that had a way to help Kaiden find Nake? Kaiden realized he should have brought his full money pouch from Yakul. He didn't know how much money he would need for these information brokers, or if they were the type to trade information for information. If this worked out, he could save the children from any more abuse. Kaiden recalled the attack at the restaurant. According to the authorities, the waitress's mind had been dominated for no longer than a minute or two, and she was perfectly healthy after that. Still, it would be a traumatizing experience she would have to live with for the rest of her life. Elwyn said the authorities found no emitters in or near the restaurant. That means Nake was physically within line of sight of Kaiden. It hit a nerve with Kaiden that there was still so much that he didn't know about his adversary. Information was key when it came to dealing with a stronger enemy. Nake seemed to know more about Kaiden and the history of the Emenes than he did. His thoughts were interrupted as he rounded a corner and he saw a long alleyway lit by red lights. There was no subtlety to it. There was a giant sign in the middle of the alleyway with the words, "The Rose and Thorn," in big, curly letters. Kaiden paused before entering the alleyway to check his surroundings. He didn't know the scope or limitation of Nake's will spell. The fact that Nake was still somehow able to move around freely in a city of millions of people, despite its thousands of whitecoats, put Kaiden on edge. There was a chance that Nake wasn't just hiding here. He might have some kind of influence in this part of the city, whether that was financial, political, or some kind of powerful group backing him. He double-checked the surroundings and even cast a will spell, casting the net outward in hopes of catching a stray thought. He got nothing, so he walked towards the sign. The street was quiet, but as soon as he opened the door, he was hit with a wall of noise and smells. Kaiden heard voices muffled by thick doors. He smelled both familiar and unfamiliar scents, all appealing, each unique. One stood out more than the rest. It was the scent of lavender. It made him think of Pernilla. It was her favorite scent. His mind drifted to the nights they had spent together. Kaiden's instincts from defending himself against Elwyn's mental attacks took over. He realized then that the smell wasn't a real fragrance in the air. In fact, none of the smells and sounds were real. His mind was being manipulated. Someone was suggesting that these voices and smells were real. He reached for his wand and a voice echoed out at the end of the hallway. Luckily, it wasn't Nake, but a woman in a red dress. At least, Kaiden believed she was. She had dark black hair and dark brown eyes. Her skin was the color of a dull bronze, and she gave a sultry, interested look. "Well, well, well, a newcomer, and a mage at that. We haven't seen you here before." Her voice was playful, but Kaiden detected an edge of underlying caution. He kept his hand on his wand, ready to draw it at any moment. His other hand leaned towards his hunting knife, which was on his left hip. The woman looked at his hands, and she put up her own, revealing she held nothing. Her dress had no sleeves, so Kaiden could see that her arms were not augmented or replaced with a wand. "The fact you saw through my illusions interests me, and you did it so quickly. That's university skill. But I never heard of an Emenes graduating Stramonium. You must be the one who caused all that trouble a few days back, the woman said. All that training paid off. Good. Despite her words, Kaiden didn't let his guard down. He drummed his fingers against the metal of his wand. You can understand why I'm a little touchy right now. She smiled. It was a wicked smile, like someone who had been caught in the act but wasn't sorry about it. Oh, don't be a bore. It was just a teensy little illusion we use for newcomers. Most of the people that come here are repeat customers, so you can understand why we have to be careful as well. The woman was playing with him. Trent from the Pine Moon Family Guards told me to come here. He said Jezebel would help me find whoever tried to kill me. The woman's eyebrows went up in surprise. How do you know Trent? You have history? Kaiden shook his head. Not much. The Pine Moons owed me a favor. I came to ask for help, but Trent said you'd be a better fit. The woman bit her lip, contemplating. Did he now? It's a little unlike him. He's never sent people to me. But it would be easy enough to confirm, and you don't seem the kind of person to beat around the bush. The woman put her fingers to her chin, thinking it over and nodding. After a long pause, she said, I'll have to double-check with my people if you really are connected with Trent after our meeting. If you aren't, and we've traded information, then I hope you don't take it personally if we have people come after you. We do have a reputation to uphold, after all. Kaiden lifted his hand slowly away from his wand and hunting knife. Fine. It's okay with me. He could still smell the hint of lavender, even though all the other aromas and sounds had left. He looked at the woman's hands. They hadn't done anything like Nake's tapping. But still, he walked down the hall and stopped a healthy distance between them. I can still smell lavender, Kaiden said. The woman looked at him oddly and tilted her head. Lavender? Ha! That's a new one. She waved her hand, and there was a buzzing sound in the air, and Kaiden could no longer smell the scent of lavender. It's a harmless little spell. I'm not entering your mind or anything like that. We specialize in tantalizing the senses with our magic here at the Rose and Thorn. Do I buy information outright, or do we trade? She smiled. I knew I pegged you right. You cut straight to the meat. We trade information. If the information isn't even, we use favors to balance the scales. That works for me. My name is Kaiden Coldsteel. He bowed respectfully to her, which seemed to catch her off guard. She tilted her head in reply. You can call me Jezebel. Follow me upstairs. I'll take you to one of our rooms where we can talk in private. I don't know much about your people. I would find that information very useful. I also spent 5 years in Gracia, Kaiden offered, following her up the stairs. You're an interesting fellow, aren't you? Imanese but carries a hunting knife like it's a weapon. Wand mage? Taller than most Imanese I've ever seen. And you can resist my will spell quickly. I bet there's loads of good things to ask you about. Jezebel seemed about 10 years older than Kaiden, maybe early 30s. He was about to ask her what kind of favors they dealt in, but he heard footsteps below. They were padded, quiet, and their strides too wide, too intentional. The hairs on his neck rose. Kaiden acted before he could even process what he was feeling. He ran up the stairs and grabbed Jezebel's arm. He pulled out his wand. She glared at him for touching her, but understood when she saw his expression. Her gaze went to the first floor. Men in black clothing and black masks walked through the entry door below and into the foyer. They all held long, wavy knives. Go up, Kaiden said. Jezebel's eyes widened. She pulled her arm from Kaiden and ran up the stairs. The men followed up, taking their time with each step. Kaiden reached the last step to the second floor and put himself between Jezebel and the stairs. The first man in arrived at the top of the stairs, lunging at Kaiden with a stab. Kaiden cast his mind net and felt a flurry of images in his head. He was able to predict the attack, slipped past the knife, and sank his own hunting knife into the man's throat. He ripped it out and kicked him down the stairs. The body fell into the other men in black, knocking a few down. Kaiden turned to Jezebel. "Do you have a safe room?" Jezebel nodded, turning to run. "Come, to my office." 34. Kaiden and Jezebel arrived at her office, panting from their hasty escape from the assassins. The room was spacious, with an oak desk situated at the center and various trinkets and knickknacks scattered about the walls. As they approached the desk, the lights automatically turned on, illuminating the space. Jezebel reached for something under her desk. Something clicked, a mechanical sound followed by a series of other clickings. She had activated some sort of machine. Kaiden's eyes narrowed as he watched her movements, his hand instinctively going to the hilt of his sword. He cursed silently to himself. The swords were gone, and he had to accept that. He was now a mage and had to think like one. If he didn't adapt, it would mean death for him and his people. Suddenly, the door behind them closed with a loud, automated thud. Kaiden turned to the door and tested its density by tapping on it with his fist. It was made of heavy, oiled oak, and would be nearly impossible for even 10 men to break through. He glanced back at Jezebel, his expression grim. "Did you see anyone with a wand coming up?" He tried to not use the same voice he had when he was an army captain in his first life. This was Jezebel's territory, and he didn't want to make her feel like he was trying to take control. He needed to project that he needed her as much as she needed him. Jezebel shook her head, her own expression tense and anxious. "But that doesn't tell us anything. One of them could have some kind of augmentation with a wand in it, or they could have been hiding it." Kaiden's grimace deepened. "Do you recognize any of those men? Do any of them work for you? Were you compromised?" Jezebel shook her head again. "No, I don't recognize any of those guys. None of the people who work for me have masks like that." Kaiden cursed. This was definitely Nake. "Are these the people you're trying to find?" Kaiden nodded. "Yes, they are. I've been trying to figure out what the leader, Nake, wants, but I've hit a dead end at every turn." But the fact that this was the second attempt on his life within the span of a few days told Kaiden he was getting close. Nake was getting nervous. From what Kaiden gathered when talking with Elwyn, Nake liked to play and manipulate. Sending men like this out in the middle of the day at a business establishment meant Nake truly saw Kaiden as a greater threat than he realized. Jezebel nodded, understanding dawning in her eyes. "I see." "Well, how safe is it here?" Kaiden asked. He looked around for any exits. The windows were glass and not thick. The assassins could have rappelled down from the roof through the second-floor windows, but Kaiden doubted they were that coordinated. Still, it was something he kept mindful of. "That door can defend against a direct, singular attack from a force spell of the second circle. It can't be broken through with typical force magic, so we should be pretty safe. There aren't many third or fourth circle mages causing havoc in Argentus." Kaiden nodded, satisfied with his answer. "Well, I hope you're right." He felt naked without his swords. Kaiden gritted his teeth, reminding himself that he was a mage now. He needed to act and think like one. If they somehow broke through, he had to use his spells wisely. There were more sets of footsteps outside, approaching rapidly. Kaiden's hand tightened on the hilt of his wand as he turned to Jezebel. "What about your girls?" he asked. "Are they okay?" Jezebel nodded, her expression fierce. "When I pressed the lockdown button, all of the doors closed in the Rose and Thorn and were given the same reinforced protection, so the girls can't be used against us as collateral to get us to come out. You've thought this through. This is deep security." Jezebel shrugged. "You've got to be careful in my line of work. People get angry, emotional. This is just business." "So, what do we do now? Do we just wait?" There was a smashing against the door, and it shook. Kaiden stared at it and sent out a will spell in the shape of a net, but he couldn't feel anything coming through. He realized that he was unable to cast his will spell through solid objects. That was good to know, but it was an unfortunate way to find out. He had always used his will spell in the open in his first life. Jezebel raised an eyebrow. "What are you trying to do there?" "I tried to get a will spell through the door, but it didn't work." Jezebel gave him a curious look. "You said you're a mage, right? Shouldn't you know that?" Kaiden ignored her and focused on the door. There was another pounding, but this time harder, and the bolts of the door creaked. Kaiden took a step back. "Get ready," he said. He pulled out his hunting knife and prepared for a fight, keeping a long distance from the door and positioning Jezebel behind him. But he didn't need to try to protect her because she walked up as well, holding a long stick with a smaller stick attached in parallel. "I've never seen a weapon like that before," he said. "These are custom made. We have martial skills as well, for our protection." "Did you see any girls within the group that's about to attack us? If they look Imanese, don't kill them." "You're joking, right? They're going to try to kill us, and you're worried about their lives?" "These are my people. The guy I'm after has dominated a bunch of my people. I don't know how many he's taken over the past year, let alone the last 5 years, or decade." Jezebel grimaced. "We're going to have a talk after this, if we make it out alive." Kaiden nodded. "Agreed." The door didn't break down. It was blown apart, splintered by the 10th knock. In the doorway, a large silhouette appeared that Kaiden recognized as the giantess he had seen alongside Nake when he passed out the first time. Several men in masks poured through the doorway, 2 at a time. Kaiden summoned his force sword and stabbed it into one assassin's legs. The man screamed out in pain. Kaiden kicked his ankle down, snapping it. It caught the assassin off balance, causing him to trip and making it awkward for the others behind him to move. Kaiden closed the distance quickly, wanting to capitalize on the situation and create a pile of bodies at the door to make it more difficult for them to get through. But by the time he got there, 3 more men had gotten through, and there was another pounding on the door. The large woman put her hands on each side of the large hole in the door and pulled, causing a creaking sound. Rather than the door pulling inward, what was left of the door shattered into dozens of little pieces, as if disintegrated by some unknown force. Kaiden had never seen strength like that from a human. The giantess walked into the room with her huge shield on her back, and Kaiden saw a flurry of movement from Jezebel's direction in his periphery. One of the men clutched his own stomach and screamed, one of Jezebel's illusions. She waved her other weapon and moved at inhuman speed, closing the gap between her and the man she had just cast an illusion on. She drove the edge of her weapon into his clavicle, causing a wet sound before pulling it out and letting him drop dead. 2 more men chased after Jezebel with large, wavy knives the size of Kaiden's forearm. The rest of the men chased after Kaiden as a large woman finally stepped through the doorway. This was the first time Kaiden had seen her fully, and she was unmistakably Imanese, with slanted eyes and huge height. "Do you know what you're doing? Do you know that I'm one of your people?" The woman said nothing. Kaiden should have focused his energies and power into a force spell, but he couldn't help it. He wanted to know how she had gained so much muscle and height compared to other Imanese. He cast a will spell and felt her mind like a net. He saw blurry images that he couldn't make out, but he did feel a strong sense of emotion, or something like an emotion. She felt that she had a job to do and was focused and precise, her mind sharp like a blade. Kaiden withdrew and dodged 2 attacks from his right. The men seemed to be trained killers and were not giving him a chance to breathe by attacking one at a time. Kaiden took out one man with his hunting knife by sidestepping a downward slash, slapping the back of his elbow, and then burying the knife in the man's neck. The man tried to pull the knife out, but Kaiden twisted away from him, causing the assassin to let go. Kaiden slammed the end of his wand without summoning his force blade into the second man's ankle, causing him to stumble as he went forward. When the assassin lost his balance, Kaiden summoned the force blade and pulled it up the man's calves. The assassin screamed out in pain. Blood splattered everywhere. Kaiden turned his back slightly in a quarter turn, grabbed the man's wrist, and pried the large wavy knife from his hand with a twisting motion, using only one hand. He then threw the man over his shoulder. The man let go of the wavy knife, and Kaiden twisted and stuck the knife at the man's throat as he landed on his back. Kaiden rolled as he felt a heavy thud in the ground. The large woman had probably gone for some kind of attack. It was just in time as the ground vibrated and something exploded. Kaiden felt something wet splash the back of his neck and his clothes. He turned quickly and saw Jezebel standing over the bodies of the men. Jezebel was dangerous and beautiful, huffing out hot breaths. Kaiden saw that the giant woman had removed the huge tower shield from her back, which would have taken at least 2 men to hold. She was holding it like it was a normal buckler, moving it around easily. She didn't have a bladed weapon, so Kaiden guessed her shield was her weapon. "She must be a sense mage!" Jezebel yelled. "Nobody goes through that much of a transformation that quickly to that degree." Kaiden agreed. "I kinda figured that out." That explained how the giantess was able to break through the door so easily. Jezebel had accounted for a force blast, but not a sense mage. But even that didn't make sense to Kaiden. He had a suspicion, but his thoughts were interrupted as she picked up her tower shield with one hand and jabbed it at him horizontally. The end of it was 3 sharp blades. He couldn't duck it because if he did, all the giantess had to do was pull it down, and its weight would fall on him. He may have gained a full head of height, but the weight of the tower shield would crush him instantly. So he rolled to the side. He summoned his force blade and swiped at her legs, but she tilted the tower shield, blocking it. Kaiden was hit by something in his back, as if he had been kicked. He rolled away from the woman, but it still hurt. Jezebel wove her weapons at the giantess, as if casting a spell. Nothing happened. Jezebel cursed. Kaiden turned around and saw that the rest of the men were dead. It was just him and Jezebel and the giantess. "I don't think your will spells are working on her," he said. "Yeah, I know. I tried twice already. It's like she's an empty head." Kaiden couldn't imagine making an army of women like this, freaks of nature turned monstrous. He felt sorry for his opponent. "Focus. I know she's in Manise, but our lives are on the line," Jezebel said. "It's either us or her." Kaiden knew she was right, but he couldn't bring himself to kill one of his own. Still, that didn't stop the giant woman from attacking. She moved with incredible agility, jamming her tower shield with a ramming motion. Kaiden had no weight to counter it, so he jumped. He had meant to push his feet against the tower shield and flip over it to attack the woman from above. But as soon as he did, he felt a quivering sensation on the shield, and he fell on his back. The woman lifted her shield with both hands, ready to bring it down on Kaiden. He looked up just in time as the shield was about to fall on him. Several footsteps and voices broke through what was once the door, and the giant woman stopped. Kaiden blinked. He rolled up onto his feet, using the distraction to buy him some space. There were several white-coated men and women walking through the door, pointing at the large woman. "Not him, you idiots," Jezebel said to them. "The big one. She's the one who attacked us." The large woman grunted, as if annoyed, and threw her shield onto her back. She ran, but the white-coats blasted force spells at her. Small beams, probably first circle spells. A few of them hit her, Kaiden was sure, but she shrugged them off like they were nothing. The giantess broke through the window and escaped. Kaiden stood, breathing heavily. There was no way he could survive that fall and chase after her. There wasn't any canopy out on the street to land on. He heard a heavy thudding sound, a few startled yells, and the padding of heavy steps fading away. Jezebel slammed her hand on the table in frustration. "How in the deepest hells did she get away? You have a terrible response time. Where were you?" One of the whitecoats stepped forward and apologized, saying they were on their lunch break. Jezebel looked like she wanted to tear them apart limb by limb. "I didn't pay you to eat lunch. If you had come any later, we would have been dead. Take the bodies and leave." The whitecoats nodded and began to take the assassins while Kaiden checked to see if any of them were alive. He thought about using a will spell to get information, but he found no pulses. Jezebel sat in her chair and rested her elbows on the table. "You and I need to talk," she said. 35. Kaiden patiently watched as the whitecoats carried out the corpses one by one. Jezebel fumed with anger, muttering curses under her breath before resuming her professional demeanor. Kaiden noticed that the hairs on her skin were standing on end, like a cat perceiving a threat. Jezebel's hairs all relaxed back to normal at the same time, making Kaiden wonder if she was a sense mage. He wanted to inquire about her sense spell, but he knew it would be impolite. "Tell me about this Nake. What does he desire?" Jezebel asked. "He's after everything," Kaiden responded. Jezebel slammed her hand on the table. "I don't care about that anymore. He targeted you, obviously, but this is my place of business. He broke my door and scared my girls." "What about the waitress whose mind was dominated and tried to kill me? Was that you? Was she one of yours?" Jezebel shook her head. "No. I don't know how she snuck in. Of course not. I even checked all my girls to see if their minds have been influenced as well. Nothing." "You can do that?" Jezebel nodded. "Yes, but it's difficult and takes quite a bit of time." She looked at Kaiden again. "Are you sure you're a mage? I know you can do spells, but you talk like someone who's never gone to school." Kaiden shrugged. "I was taught by Elwyn Everclear himself." That was the narrowest lie Kaiden ever told. He felt a little guilty saying it, but he needed fewer questions from the woman and more answers. Jezebel's eyes widened. "Well, that explains it. That guy's eccentric. He has weird methods with magic." Kaiden remembered the 3 days he spent with Elwyn, casting mind spells on him repeatedly. "Tell me about it," Kaiden said, shivering. Jezebel seemed calm. "Tell me everything you know about this Nake, and I'll tell you anything that might help us get him." Kaiden thought for a moment. "You want to take him down to find your people, right?" Kaiden nodded. "He went after my people. Kidnapped children." Jezebel's eyes widened. "I can't guarantee that he won't go after my people after this. So for now, our goals align. You're not going after him alone. From what I can see, he's an incredibly skilled will mage. You'll need someone of equal caliber with you." Kaiden raised an eyebrow. "You're confident that you can take on a will mage who can dominate other people's minds so quickly?" Jezebel shrugged. "Maybe, maybe not. But it's better if I go with you anyways." Kaiden hesitated. "Okay, fine. But if we find any more Imminese girls or women who have been brainwashed, you can't kill them. I don't care if you tell me it's impossible to unbrainwash them. It's still in my best interest to get them alive. I don't care how long it takes, even if it's 10 years. I want to cure them too." Jezebel studied Kaiden for a moment. "You're tall for an Imminese. Are all your people like this?" "Like what?" Jezebel leaned back in her chair. "Stubborn. Honorable, but stubborn." Kaiden chuckled. "I think in a lot of ways I'm just an average Imminese. But in other ways, I am the exception to what an Imminese is. I mean, I hold the blade." Jezebel nodded. "I noticed that. So you've been banished." There was no judgment in her voice, just curiosity. Kaiden nodded. "So, you know our customs?" "A little. Are you going to tell me what happened with Nake or what?" Jezebel asked. Kaiden looked around at the splinters and bodies being moved out. He sat down in the chair opposite Jezebel and told her everything he knew about Nake, how he had lied, disguised himself, and used magic to manipulate people's emotions. "I haven't heard of an Imminese using the hate in this way, at least in our lifetime," Jezebel interrupted. "We have to make sure nobody in the royal house hears about this. They'd have a fit knowing Imminese could be pushed into the hate with enough power and skill." Kaiden nodded in agreement. "But do you have a way to defend against him?" Jezebel asked. "I was taught by Elwyn Everclear," Kaiden said confidently. "And if I can defend myself against his attacks, then I'm pretty confident I can defend myself against Nake's." Jezebel threw up her hands. Well, I guess that's enough for me. What about you? Do you know anything about Nake? Jezebel told Kaiden that she had heard about someone matching Nake's description in various parts of town. His presence dated back decades, which concerned Kaiden. He had been trying to make deals with various thievery and assassin groups, but most of them had turned him down. Others had given him references to more notorious groups outside the city, even towards the edges of Gracia. I knew about that one, Kaiden said. He made a deal with Erskies over in Gracia. I had to put a few down myself. That tracks, Jezebel said. Do you know what he wants to do with all these connections? Jezebel paused and sighed. From what you told me, it sounds like he believes that your people are meant to rule this land as a higher status. He said he believes we are meant to rule. I just want my people to become unbanished and be considered normal Orions. Jezebel stared at him like he was an idiot. Do you really believe it's possible for the Emenes to be folded back into society, while the rest of the populace is quietly afraid of them? I mean, we haven't had an Emenes, or at least reports of an Emenes using the hate in centuries. And now we have two. One is crazy enough to dominate the minds of others and turn them into mini assassins for half a minute. The other is incredibly skilled with weapons and is also a mage. And he has the backing of a head professor of Strimonium. You make it sound like Nake and I are the same people, Kaiden said, keeping his gaze level. Jezebel waved a hand dismissively. I'm not saying that. I'm saying what it looks like to other people on paper. If I were the king, I would have all of you executed. It wouldn't be a personal thing. It would just be for the safety of my people. Kaiden's mood grew grim. I guess it's just another reason why I need to take Nake out. I know you want to save these girls, the ones that he kidnapped, Jezebel said. But if they're too far gone, and it means risking the lives of everyone else, can you make that choice? Kaiden's fists tightened. I've already made my choice. I want to save them. Jezebel leaned forward, her expression angry but her voice patient and soft. If word gets out that an Emenes magician who activated the hate is creating an army of mindless Emenes women warriors, how do you think that'll look for the other Emenes? For your mother, your father, everybody else in your village? Kaiden stared at the floor, taking in her words. I'm helping you right now, Jezebel said, because even though this guy is clearly after you, I know that if we don't take care of him, there's a chance, even a small chance, that he's going to go after me and my girls. I will do anything to protect them, even if it means killing brainwashed Emenes. Sometimes we have to do the hard things. I know. I've killed people before, Kaiden said quietly. But it's clear you've never made a choice like this, Jezebel said. I'm not telling you to make that choice, but it's something to think about. Okay, Kaiden said with finality. He walked towards the door and said, And thanks for being straight with me about the consequences. You're welcome, Jezebel said. Hopefully, it won't come to that, but I would hope that too. Since he had an hour to kill, and he was near the Iron District, Kaiden decided to go see if he could pick up his wand from Marit. 36. Kaiden jogged to the Iron District, which wasn't far from the workshop. He was a little out of breath when he arrived, worried that Nake might have tracked them to the workshop, suspecting a connection between the two. Luckily, Marit was sitting in her chair behind the counter, looking bored and pissed at the same time. Kaiden nodded to her. Hey, Marit. The buyer, she said with a dry tone. The old woman was someone Kaiden had spent a lot of time with, assisting her with giant crystals. Most of what he had learned in his first life about Hum had been through her. Without the knowledge she passed on to him, he wouldn't have been able to accomplish most of what he did in his current life. You made it back, Marit said. You look worse for the wear. No kid with you? He's studying, Kaiden answered absently. She looked at his arm. You gonna get that taken care of? Kaiden blinked. He looked at his arm. There was a giant bruise he didn't notice until now. When did that happen? Sure, he said. But I didn't want to stand you up for our date. Marit rolled her eyes, but there was a ghost of a grin on her lips. Close that mouth of yours. You have a wicked tongue. I thought you Imanese respect your elders. Kaiden nodded, bowing respectfully. He walked over to the table where the schematic papers were ready for him. I'll give you your wand if you finish the schematic, Marit said. Kaiden didn't point out that he had already paid the Wulong for her to make his new wand, but he still picked up a pen from a pocket on his utility belt and started drawing. He had watched Marit draw it 100 times in his first life, each time iterating for more efficiency or adding a new feature. She looked at the drawings when he finished and absently pulled out a small box from behind the counter. She set it on the counter and opened it. Inside was a long, thin metal hilt encased in oiled rope for a better grip. Its shape and texture matched that of the hilt of Kaiden's katana. Kaiden admired the wand's beauty and elegance. Marit sniffed. I know what I made is perfect, but are you going to pick it up or what? Kaiden did, and when he opened the diaphragm, he saw all the pieces were exactly to his specifications. It cost him everything he had on him, plus his schematics. Still, if he had 100 times more Wulong, he still wouldn't have been able to afford this one without the schematics. The only reason Marit had agreed to it was because he knew how to complete her work. It's beautiful. Thank you, Kaiden said. You're a genius. Marit looked at him speculatively. You're damn right I am, she said. Now, are you just going to stand there, or are you going to put your rings in it? Oh, right, Kaiden said. He took out his new wand and put one ring inside it. Marit raised an eyebrow. Only one? For now. No offense, but your other one is nowhere near as efficient as this one, Marit said. I don't know why you'd want one amazing one and a crappy one as well. It's for something very specific, Kaiden said. Hopefully, after today, I'll only have to use the one you made me. Okay, whatever. Marit seemed dismissive, but she was clearly interested in what he was doing. Kaiden walked over to the schematics and pointed to the different parts. Here, you'll want to use metal wiring, probably copper, he said, dragging his finger up from one sketch to another. You're going to have to encase that copper in some kind of tubing. I heard there's a shop a couple rows down that's been using a material called rubber. It'll act as a good insulator. Then this here explains that even though hum is variable, you can categorize them between positive and negative charges. I know that. Kaiden nodded. Of course. Sorry. All right, so here's where the big issue lies. You're going to need a giant capacitor to convert the energies. Yes, mathematically it should be possible, but I don't know how we're going to build the thing. Don't worry about the money. I'm friends with the Pine Moon Guild, and when it comes to getting it officiated with the city, I have the backing of one of the head professors of Strimonium. She looked at him hard, looking for any lies. That can't be true, she said, but her voice quavered with hope. Kaiden nodded slowly. It is, I assure you, or else I'll just look like an idiot. This is in the best interest of everybody, for all of humanity. You sound like the world's going to end. Kaiden shrugged, trying to appear nonchalant. It's best to be prepared, he said. The issue you ran into is that you tried to make a complex machine using ancient technology to convert several types of hum. It was a good idea, but mixing different hums can be dangerous. Instead, we can use the law of opposites. There's no such law, kid, she countered. Kaiden smiled. Instead of getting a lot of small crystals, we need one giant crystal, like 30 stories tall and 20 stories wide. Crystals like that don't exist, Marit said, frowning. Kaiden didn't stop, continuing his explanation. We still need to change one hum at a time, but if we spread them out at specific distances and have them emit energies at different times, they can work in tandem. Marit stared at Kaiden for a long time before closing her mouth. You thought of this? She asked in disbelief. Kaiden beamed with pride, but he knew he couldn't lie to her, the old woman who had taught him everything in his first life. She'd been like a mother to him. Someone very important to me taught me this, he said. She was like you, a cranky old lady, but a genius. Marit looked at him closely before smiling. She sounds like a good lady. Kaiden nodded. She was. She saved a lot of lives with her knowledge. How do you know crystals like that exist? How do you know we can get them? I did a little bit of research and scouting before, Kaiden said. Which was true. In his first life, he had led a group of 12 mages to the nearby mountains. A miner had claimed to find crystals that rivaled the great house's castle. There are several caves up north that haven't been mined yet, he said. If we can get the rights to those, we can probably get the crystals we need. It'll take Elwyn and the backing of the king to make it happen, but I'm pretty sure we can do it if we explain the project to them. Marit looked at him. You really know the king? Kaiden gave her a teasing expression. Maybe. Maybe not. But I do know Elwyn, and he knows the king and has his ear. Even if I showed this to someone 10th in line for the throne, they would jump at the opportunity to fund it. This could change the world. Yes, you're right. Hopefully I'll live long enough to see the project happen. It'll work, trust me. But right now, I have to go take care of something. So, Marit, thank you. How do you know my name? I never told you that. Kaiden stopped and paused, thinking back on his interactions with Marit so far in this life. He cursed himself for the oversight. It was a stupid mistake, but he had been so comfortable around Marit in his first life that he had let his defenses fall. He willed the diaphragm to close and sent power from his chest into the wand. Marit beamed at the creation. Kaiden thought of the only thing that could throw her off his scent. He complimented her, lifting up his new wand. Thanks again. You're a genius. Marit grinned. You're damn right. Now get the hells out of my shop. 37. Kaiden returned to the Rose and Thorn to find Jezebel waiting for him, her expression serious and determined. The whitecoats were nowhere to be seen, and Kaiden was surprised to see that the damage to the office had already been repaired, with new doors and windows in place. Is this some kind of secret furniture magic? Kaiden asked, his voice laced with skepticism. Jezebel chuckled. I wish. This was just money, and lots of it. Kaiden couldn't help but wonder how much the Rose and Thorn made to be able to afford such quick repairs and skilled labor. Jezebel asked Kaiden if he was ready to continue their mission, her dark eyes flashing with purpose. Do you know where he is? Kaiden asked, his voice tinged with hope. I'm pretty sure. I spoke with some reliable sources, and it's gotten around that someone dared to cause destruction in my business. I need to send a message to everyone in this neighborhood that I won't tolerate this kind of behavior. You're just trying to send a message to everyone in this district that you aren't to be messed with? Kaiden accused, his anger flaring. Jezebel rolled her eyes. Oh, please. You know I only take in girls at my establishment, and that we use magic to bring pleasure to our customers. We don't sell our bodies. Isn't that enough of a reason for what I'm doing? Kaiden fell silent. Jezebel had a point. If anyone had a right to do what she was doing, it was her. Yes, I want to save those little girls from being manipulated, tortured, and brainwashed into becoming one of those monsters that burst through my door earlier, Jezebel said, exhaling. But I'm also a businesswoman, and I have to protect the girls who are here. If anyone in this district senses weakness, they'll pounce on it. I'm sure you understand where I'm coming from." Kaiden nodded. "You're just trying to protect your people like I am. I get it." Jezebel smiled. "So, are we done with this interrogation, or are you ready to take down Nake?" "Where are we going?" "Follow me," Jezebel said, her voice firm and decisive. They left the Rose and Thorn, with Jezebel keeping the business locked down while she took Kaiden to the lower districts. As they walked down the cobblestone streets, Kaiden asked, "Who told you where Nake was?" "I can't tell you specifically, but I got some tips from the Thieves Guild." "There's a guild for thieves?" Kaiden was incredulous. "Isn't that illegal?" "When people gather, they organize," Jezebel chuckled. "It doesn't matter what side of the law they're on. People stay together to protect themselves, even thieves." "I guess it makes sense," Kaiden conceded. "The Thieves Guild told me that several of their members have disappeared in the past few months," Jezebel explained. "At first they didn't think much of it, but the number of disappearances has been increasing." Kaiden thought back to when Nake had pretended to be Titus and mentioned exploring the edge towns near Solace. That timing seemed to fit with Jezebel's information. Jezebel looked at Kaiden. "You really don't like this guy, do you?" "He didn't just take the girls from my village," Kaiden replied, his voice growing hot. "He's one of my people. We are a dying race and Nake betrayed us. I'll save those girls, but when it comes to Nake, I swear on my ancestors' souls that I'll take him out myself." Jezebel grinned. "I know you fight like a demon and a madman, but I thought you were a soft boy inside. It's good to know there's an animal in there." The two walked in silence as Kaiden kept a lookout, his eyes flicking from shadow to ensure they weren't being ambushed. Kaiden had been pondering something intensely for the last hour and a half. He struggled to find the right words before finally turning to Jezebel and asking, "Can you really reverse the damage done to a brainwashed mind?" Jezebel hesitated. "Yes, but it's more complicated than you might think. I'm not the most adept in this area, but I'll do my best to help your kids once we find them. It also depends on how long they've been brainwashed." "Is there a limit?" "It's hard to say. It depends on how they were brainwashed and if they were subjected to any other forms of torture. Generally speaking, it takes about 10 days for someone who has been continuously attacked mentally with no defenses to break. But that's just a guideline, not a hard and fast rule. I'll do my best to help them, but there are limits to what I can do." Kaiden felt guilty for taking a few days to train his defenses with Elwyn, but he knew it was necessary if he wanted to stand a chance against Nake. More than anything, he wanted to protect and save his people, but he also wanted to make Nake pay for what he had done to the girls. As they approached the lower districts, Kaiden's thoughts were interrupted by Jezebel, who placed a comforting hand on his shoulder and gave him a knowing look. "Easy there, Tiger," Jezebel said. Kaiden took a deep breath and checked his pulse, relieved to find it hadn't risen to an alarming degree. He knew this wasn't the hate, at least not in the way the plague infected people with bloodthirst. This was just normal rage. "I need you to be clear-headed for this. Can you handle it?" Kaiden nodded. "I'm sorry. Are we there yet?" His throat was dry, and it wasn't because he was thirsty. He just wanted this to be over and to get the girls out as quickly as possible. "We're almost there." Within a few minutes, she was proven right. They had reached the lower district, which was distinguishable by the older, more dilapidated buildings and unclean streets. The lack of sunlight in the area cast shadows on the buildings and windows, causing Kaiden to take caution. "We're dealing with a mind mage, so anyone here can be brainwashed." Jezebel nodded in agreement. She pulled out her unique weapons from her hip, allowing them to drop to her side, disguising them as she walked. They were long, slender blades running parallel to smaller blades. She called them sais. The dim lighting in the lower district gave Kaiden a chill. He felt like they were in the right place. A thought occurred to Kaiden, causing his stomach to clench. How can you be certain that your contacts from the Thieves Guild aren't compromised? That they aren't working with Nake either voluntarily or involuntarily? Jezebel hesitated before continuing on, shaking her head. You made me doubt myself for a second. I grew up with the leaders of the Thieves Guild. I know they're criminals to you, but to me, they're sort of family. You have to meet them to understand that they are the most loyal people you'll ever meet. Kaiden found it hard to believe that a group of thieves could be more loyal to each other than family, but he reminded himself that when he had made a mistake by writing the hate in front of his own family, he was banished without a second thought. He swallowed his derisive words. Jezebel stopped in front of an isolated building on the street, and Kaiden noticed that nobody was nearby. Do you hear that? Jezebel tilted her head, listening for something. What do you hear? Silence, Kaiden replied. The number of people we saw on the way here grew fewer and fewer. Doesn't that tell you something? Jezebel's expression grew grim. Yes, it could be a trap, but it's not what you think. It's not my people from the Thieves Guild luring us here. I know, I believe you, but it doesn't change the fact that this sure smells like a trap. Are you going to change your mind? Is that going to stop you? Jezebel asked. Kaiden stopped in front of the door and took a deep breath, reminding himself why he was there. No, it's not going to stop me. Hells, Jezebel exclaimed. I want to meet this guy and see him either taken out or take him out myself. There was a sadistic pleasure in Jezebel's tone that unnerved Kaiden, and for a moment he was glad that she was on his side. I know this lines up with your goals, but I never got to thank you for helping me. So, thank you, Kaiden said. Jezebel examined him for a moment before smiling, a softer, more genuine smile that reached her eyes. You're welcome. After a moment, she asked, Are you ready? Kaiden shook his head. Not yet. I think I need to tell you what my abilities are. Jezebel looked confused. Why? You take care of your guys, and I'll take care of mine. It's that simple. You look like you've had experience fighting one-on-one, but in my experience, if we coordinate the wrong way, our spells could end up hurting each other. Jezebel thought about it for a moment before agreeing. Okay, you show me yours and I'll show you mine. Kaiden grinned. My will magic allows me to catch senses. I've shaped it like a net. He then told her about his second wand, the force spell inside of it, explaining how he had modified it. Jezebel nodded with approval. You're a mage, so I'm glad you modified your spell at the last second to use it like one. I'm still a warrior at heart, but you're right. I need to start thinking like a mage and accept that I am one. Jezebel then shared her abilities with Kaiden. The mind spell he was familiar with, a simple spell that allowed her to suggest things to other people. She had used it on him when they first met a few hours earlier. The second one was a spell he had never heard of before, a sense spell that allowed the nerves under her skin to become hypersensitive. It made her senses combine as well. She could literally smell fear. It explained why the hairs on her arms had stood straight earlier and then fallen down at the same time, like a cat. You must be able to react to your enemies faster than a normal human could, Kaiden said. He had seen her move. Her control over her body rivaled his, and he had spent years training it. On top of that, he had 2 lives worth of experience, and her spell still managed to achieve the same result. Jezebel nodded. It also helps with my balance and timing. Kaiden envied her, as it was another reminder that magic was more powerful than he had ever realized. With a simple spell like hers, she had been able to surpass the gap between a normal human's reflexes and Kaiden's finely honed skills, which he had trained for years on end. Even if he trained for another 50 years, or 2 lifetimes, He was certain that there was a spell out there that could still make a normal person have superior skills. Okay, I'm ready, Kaiden finally said. Are you ready? Jezebel nodded, and together they pushed the door open. The building was a monolith of darkness, its walls seeming to absorb the light as they made their way into the foyer. The hallway stretched out before them, leading to a small living room filled with decrepit furniture and cobwebs. Kaiden drew his wand, summoning his will as he prepared to face whatever dangers lay ahead. With a flick of his wrist, near-invisible blades exploded from the tip of his wand, growing in size as they sliced through the air. Fear, confusion, and a trickle of hope flooded his mind. This is it, Kaiden whispered to Jezebel, his voice barely audible above the rush of adrenaline coursing through his veins. I can sense one of the girl's minds. Jezebel nodded, her eyes scanning the shadows for any sign of danger. Your spell is really useful. Kaiden moved forward, his wand at the ready as he searched for traps or wires that might trigger an attack. But as he walked down the hallway, he found nothing. The door at the end was slightly ajar, and with a deep breath, he pushed it open and pointed his wand inside. The room was empty, but Kaiden could feel a presence lurking just beyond the darkness. He motioned for Jezebel to follow as he crept down the stairs, each step causing his heart to race faster. At the bottom of the stairs, a faint light shone through a vertical slit in another door. As Kaiden and Jezebel descended the creaky stairs, they were on high alert, knowing they were walking into a trap. Kaiden approached the door cautiously, his wand at the ready, as he prepared to face whatever lay on the other side. Kaiden slowly pushed open the door and was greeted by a harrowing sight. Several young women, some barely more than girls, were huddled together, bound and blindfolded, shivering and crying. Kaiden knew immediately that these were the Imani's girls who had been kidnapped. Despite the overwhelming joy that filled his chest at finding them, he remained silent, not wanting to alert their captors of his presence. But as Kaiden stepped into the room, the world seemed to twist around them, and he was thrown back, colliding with Jezebel. They quickly regained their footing, ready to fight the 20 men in black who had surrounded them, knives drawn and glinting menacingly in the dim light. Jezebel gritted her teeth, ready for battle. All right, let's dance, she said. But as Kaiden tried to escape through the only exit, he found the door locked, trapping them in the basement with their enemies. They had fallen for the trap, and now they would have to fight for their lives. 38. Kaiden's heart pounded in his chest as he faced off against the skilled assassins. Every nerve in his body was on high alert, his senses heightened as he prepared to fight for his life. He could feel the tension in the air, the urgent need to take out their opponents before they could strike. Kaiden's wand blazed to life as he unleashed his will blade, a shimmering, translucent sword that flew towards the nearest assassin. The blade sliced through the air, cutting through the assassin's head and causing them to crumple to their knees, momentarily incapacitated. But Kaiden didn't waste a moment. With his hunting knife drawn, he rushed forward to engage the next wave of attackers. Jezebel was at his side, a fierce warrior wielding a deadly array of peculiar weapons. She moved like a graceful lioness, slicing through the throats of 2 assassins before launching herself at the next 2. She cast her will spell at them with one of her wand blades, while Kaiden supported her by sending his will blade at the assassins behind those Jezebel was fighting. Kaiden was no stranger to close combat, but he knew that working together with Jezebel was the most effective way to win this battle. She was a monster, effortlessly slicing through another assassin as if it were nothing. Kaiden and Jezebel moved in sync, as if they had fought together in countless battles. Kaiden could even sense Jezebel's intentions and emotions as she moved, a feat he had never experienced before. Each time he attacked with his will blade, he was able to sense Jezebel's movements and thoughts for a brief but crucial moment. It was as if their minds were somehow connected, allowing them to fight with a level of coordination and efficiency that was almost otherworldly. Kaiden didn't question it. He simply used it to his advantage. He knew they needed all the help they could get in this brutal battle. Before he knew it, Kaiden had taken down or incapacitated half of the assassins. But he didn't take any pride in the killing. This was a fight for survival, and Kaiden was determined to emerge victorious. Jezebel's hand shot out, signaling Kaiden to move. "Go! Get those girls out of here!" she growled through gritted teeth. "I'll hold them off as long as I can." Kaiden nodded and sprang into action, pulling out his hunting knife and cutting through the ropes binding one of the girls. She flinched away from him at first, but Kaiden grabbed her by the shoulders and locked eyes with her. "I'm Imanese, just like you," he said urgently. "I'm here to save you. Please, trust me." The girl shook with fear, tears streaming down her face. Kaiden gently freed her wrists, which were raw and bruised from the ropes. He could feel his own anger and frustration mounting, but he pushed it down and focused on the task at hand. "Look at me," he said, forcing the girl to meet his gaze. "Breathe. Everything will be okay. I promise." She looked at him, and for a moment Kaiden saw a flicker of hope in her eyes. He nodded, trying to reassure her. "We have to work together. Can you do that?" He didn't have time to wait for an answer, as the sound of approaching footsteps filled the air. Kaiden turned to see an assassin bearing down on them, a massive, wavy knife in hand. Kaiden knew he couldn't dodge out of the way without endangering the girls, so he did the only thing he could. He drew his wand and unleashed a blade of pure will at the assassin. The spell froze the man in place, fear etched into his features. It wouldn't last long, but it was enough for Kaiden to finish the fight and ensure the safety of the girls. Kaiden was confident his spells would work on the assassins because Nake had brainwashed and eroded their minds, making them more susceptible to attacks on the will. Kaiden took advantage of this brief moment to jump up and deliver a powerful blow to the assassin's chin, sending him flying and crashing to the ground, unconscious or possibly dead. Kaiden realized that using magic was much easier and less tiring than using a blade, and he wished he had tried it sooner. He turned to the girl, who was staring at him in shock. "Little one, look at me. Listen, you need to help me get them out of here. You understand?" The girl nodded, still shaking and confused. Kaiden gave her his hunting knife, and she tried to cut the ropes binding the other girl's wrists, but her hands were shaking too much from fear. Kaiden heard more footsteps behind him and saw 2 more assassins approaching. He swore under his breath, knowing that Jezebel couldn't handle fighting 3 assassins by herself without his help. The 2 assassins approached Kaiden slowly, like vultures. He held his hunting knife in hand, standing between the assassins and the girls. He needed to take them out, but his spell wouldn't last long enough to cast a willblade on both of them and incapacitate them with wrestling or akitsu. His biggest problem was the girl he had released, who didn't seem to have the mental strength to help. But then the thought came to him quickly. Sometimes the problem was the solution. Instead of using his willblade on the assassins, Kaiden turned to the girl and stabbed a willblade through her temple. The girl's eyes lit up, and her mouth opened in surprise, but then her eyes cleared and her expression grew more determined. "I'll get them out of here," she said. Kaiden pulled the willblade from her temple, and even though the spell was gone, the girl was filled with a renewed strength. Kaiden turned around just in time to feel a knife slash at his wrist. Kaiden was kicked and punched repeatedly, and he lost his grip on his knife. He twisted on the ground, using his knee to pivot, and performed a single-leg takedown on the assassin who had slashed his wrist. He successfully disarmed the assassin and plunged his own knife into the man's chest. The other assassin kicked at Kaiden, but he grabbed the man's boot and used it to flip him over, landing on top of him and locking his legs in a wrestling hold. He applied pressure in the right places, and as soon as he felt the legs lock, he twisted hard for an inside heel hook. The assassin screamed in pain as Kaiden snapped his knee, tearing the muscles and ligaments behind it. The man tried to slice Kaiden's feet with his blade, but he was in too awkward of a position. Kaiden slammed his heel into the man's face, causing a sickening crunch. He took a deep breath, bent down to grab his wand, and looked back at the girls. More than half of them were now free. "Free the rest and get them out of here. I need to help my friend," he said as he caught his breath. The first girl nodded, and the others seemed to be inspired by one of their own being freed. They began to work on freeing the remaining girls more effectively than Kaiden could have alone. The 3 remaining assassins were occupied with Jezebel, who was more focused on defense than offense. Despite her superhuman speed and reflexes, Kaiden could see she lacked the technique of a skilled warrior, and her nerves seemed saturated with sensation. So far, she had managed to avoid every attack, but as Kaiden ran towards her, he saw that she had been struck by 2 cuts simultaneously, one on her forearm and one on her leg. The gash on her leg drew blood, and she let out a terrifying scream of pain like Kaiden had never heard outside of a war. Her unique ability to increase her skin sensitivity to her surroundings may have made her more vulnerable to pain than a normal person, and this injury must have been excruciating. The wound on her leg should not have been serious enough to take her out, but her knees buckled, and she fell to the ground, still screaming and clutching her leg and forearm. Kaiden picked up one of the knives used by the assassins and threw it at the assailant who was lifting his knife to stab Jezebel in the neck. The blade connected with the assassin's wrist, not hard enough to knock the knife out of his hand, but enough to force him to twist around. Kaiden let out a roar as he leaped into the air and kicked the assassin in the back with all his might, sending him crashing into the wall. Kaiden, who was on the ground, had anticipated the trajectory of the fall and rolled out of the way just in time as a blade slashed the ground where he had been lying a moment before. He withdrew his wand from his side and cast a blade of will at the closest assassin's head, causing him to scream in agonizing fear as he fell to the ground. Taking advantage of the moment, Kaiden grabbed the blade from the first assassin's head and plunged it into his own neck, creating a deep gash from which blood poured out in a rhythmic flow. Kaiden's arm exploded with bright pain as the third assassin stabbed him, causing him to roar out in agony as the blade dug deeper into him. Despite the intense pain, Kaiden managed to pivot his legs and get to his feet, using the butt of his wand to deliver a powerful blow to the man's clavicle, which broke under the pressure. Kaiden then used the wand to bash the man's eye, causing him to scream in pain. The entire motion tore into Kaiden's arm and shoulder, and he knew that it would likely cause permanent damage, but he didn't care. He just needed to get the assassin off of him. Kaiden kicked the man away, flipping the wand in his hand and sending a wave of will at the remaining assassin, who screamed in fear and fell to the ground. Kaiden dropped his wand and grabbed the blade stuck in his shoulder and pulled it out. Normally, someone in this situation would wait until after the battle to remove the sword, but Kaiden didn't have that luxury. Kaiden took advantage of the third assassin's incapacitation and slammed the knife into his other eye, sinking it all the way to the hilt. He let go, took a deep breath, and turned around to see that Jezebel had recovered enough to stab the second and first assassins with her strange-looking blades. Kaiden collected his breath, feeling hot and heavy, with his lungs burning and his shoulder throbbing with pain. It was the worst pain he had ever experienced in this life. Pulling the knife out was a stupid move, but he could barely think straight. Jezebel shot him a grin, probably still in pain despite her spell likely being over. Kaiden looked around again to make sure that the assassins were down and that they were not moving. Jezebel asked the girls if they were okay, and Kaiden was able to give a faint affirmative. The first girl he had saved approached him, speaking softly. "Brother, we're all free. Where do we go now?" Just as Kaiden was about to answer, there was a loud thud on the other side of the room, opposite the door. They had come in from the opposite direction. The girl shot him a frightened look, clearly not ready for another fight. The door opened and the giantess who had cared for them before walked through, carrying a huge tower shield on her back. Kaiden's heart skipped a beat as he slowly bent down and picked up his wand, We're going to die here, Jezebel said. No, take the girls and leave, Jezebel. Jezebel was about to argue, but Kaiden barked at her, frightening her. Go, now! Jezebel stared at him for a second before the giantess approached, taking her time. Kaiden tried to appear confident and said, Deepest hells, just go! Keep them safe and call Elwyn for help! Jezebel grabbed one of the girls by the hand, and the others followed her as she led them through the basement door, one by one. She was the last to follow them, giving Kaiden a worried look before disappearing behind the door. The giantess stopped and slowly removed the tower shield from her back, placing it at her side. She did not speak, and Kaiden widened his stance, ready for the fight. He knew he was tired, his lungs burning and muscles aching, with a useless left arm. A long fight would likely lead to him bleeding out, but he had made the right decision, buying time for the girls to escape. Kaiden was sure the giantess would have chased them down otherwise. Now, he just had to make sure she didn't have enough time or distance to catch up to them. Kaiden unsheathed his wand and prepared to fight. 39. With a quick flick of his wand, Kaiden summoned a burst of will magic, slicing through the air towards the giantess. She easily blocked the attack with her towering shield, causing a reverberating sound as the magic dispersed into nothingness. Frustrated, Kaiden abandoned his wand by setting it back on his hip and picked up one of the wavy blades on the ground. Determined to defeat his opponent, he charged towards the giantess, who was equally as determined to overpower him with her massive shield. Despite his exhaustion and injury, Kaiden managed to narrowly avoid each of her fierce, ramming attacks. But eventually, the edge of the shield caught him in his injured arm, causing him to cry out in pain. He quickly used the momentum of the impact to roll away from her and regain his footing. Even the slightest move was dangerous for Kaiden, as it reopened the wound on his shoulder. He knew he needed to end the fight quickly to avoid excessive blood loss, but he couldn't find a way to get past the giantess's defenses. His only option was to counterattack. The giantess pivoted and slammed the broadside of her shield at Kaiden again, alternating with jabs from her long, muscular right arm, which acted like a blunt spear. Kaiden had to find a rhythm in dodging the shield and slipping under the giantess's attacks, or he would risk having his bones crushed. Finally, Kaiden saw an opportunity and swung his wavy knife up, slicing at the giantess's arm as she swung it towards him. The timing was precise, and any hesitation could have cost him his life. He was sure he made contact, but then he felt a sharp pain in his side and stumbled back, wincing as he felt blood on his torso below his ribs. Confused, Kaiden looked around for the source of the attack. Had Nake been hiding in the shadows, or using an illusion? As far as Kaiden knew, the giantess only had 2 arms, and both of them were in plain sight. Whatever the case, he knew he needed to end the fight before he sustained any more injuries. Kaiden quickly checked in with himself, and was relieved to find that his mind was still sharp, thanks to the training he had done with Elwyn to become more self-aware. He was confident that Nake wasn't using an illusion on him, but that realization only added to his confusion. He was pulled out of his thoughts as the giantess continued her fierce attack, her speed and power showing no signs of diminishing. She was a true monster. While Kaiden was slowly losing stamina and bleeding heavily, he knew he had to end the fight quickly. He saw another opportunity to slash at the giantess's forearm and felt a stabbing sensation in his good shoulder as he connected. Desperately trying to maintain his footing, Kaiden checked in with his breathing and realized he wouldn't last much longer. The giantess showed no signs of slowing down, her eyes wild but focused on Kaiden as he dodged under her arm. But she did something unexpected and grabbed his wounded shoulder with her hand. Despite his best efforts to slip away, her fingers dug into his wound and he screamed in pain. He used the giantess's shield as a leverage to kick himself away and ended up on his back, watching as she put the shield aside and reached for him. The giantess grabbed Kaiden again, lifting him off the ground with ease and tossing him like a rag doll. As he flew through the air, everything around him blurred, and he felt a stabbing pain from all sides as he smashed into the nearby wall. He was sure that his elbow was broken, and he didn't even have the energy to scream in agony. The ground shook as the giantess picked up her tower shield and lumbered over to him. As Kaiden lay there, dazed and on the verge of unconsciousness, he realized something. Each time he had attacked the giantess with a weapon, he had been hit from a different angle. But there wasn't anyone else there. That meant only one thing. He had been wrong about the giantess. She wasn't a sense mage. Her massive size had fooled him into thinking that her body had mutated due to using sense magic for a long time. But the truth was that she was just naturally strong. The real issue was the shield. It wasn't just a weapon. It must have also been an emitter and probably a wand. It was a force wand of some sort that reflected the momentum and energy of his attacks back onto him. Kaiden had never heard of magic like that in his life. Despite his lack of education, Kaiden remembered something that Elwyn had told him about how mages fought. They didn't rely on brute strength, but on deceit and control of information. He had to think like a mage, just like the giantess had fought like one despite her monstrous size. Kaiden saw the wavy knife on the ground and considered picking it up to slip past the giantess's defenses and attack her brain. He had already decided that he had to kill her, even though she was one of his own people. He needed to survive to protect the rest of the Academies, and mercy would not serve him well today. But before he could make a decision, the giantess charged at him again with her shield. He grabbed his wand and timed his attack, deciding not to dodge this time. As he fought the giantess, he realized that she was not a mindless beast, but rather possessed a certain intelligence. The giantess was skilled at faking attacks and controlling the battlefield, showing a level of intelligence that belied her brute strength. Kaiden knew he had to be careful and decided to roll with her attack, letting her shield smash into his broken arm while he reached for the wavy knife. He wanted her to think he was going for it. The pain was excruciating, but he used the momentum to thrust toward the giantess's head. He missed a direct hit, but at the last second he cast a spell that emitted a will blade from his wand, cutting through her head. In the previous fight against the assassins, when Kaiden had used his will blade against opponents, he had filled them with fear, hate, anger, and despair from his previous life. That many intense emotions were too much to handle for their brainwashed, addled minds. But this time, he filled the giantess with memories of his childhood, moments of solace where she had probably spent time before being kidnapped. The giantess dropped her shield and fell to her knees, her eyes watering. Kaiden didn't know how long the effects of the magic would last, but he took a moment to catch his breath. He could have fled, but the giantess looked at him and spoke. 40. My name is Alma, she whispered, as if remembering it for the first time. The giantess spoke in a deep, husky voice that had a childlike quality to it. Despite the pain racking Kaiden's body, he gave her his full attention, knowing that she was one of his own, an Academies, the last of the first soil. Alma had seen too much and bore the dirt of it in her very skin. She had the strength to tear Kaiden limb from limb, and he no longer had the strength to evade her attacks. In her moment of lucidity, Kaiden offered his name. I am Kaiden Coldsteel. The giantess nodded, her expression growing more absent. In an effort to bring her some solace, Kaiden cast a spell that gave her more memories of the happy years he had spent with his family. A smile appeared on Alma's lips, and it shattered something inside of Kaiden. With grief for his fellow Academies, he watched as she begged him, Please, kill me. I don't want to forget anymore. Please. Kaiden's throat constricted, and his eyes watered as he realized that he had been determined to be the one to live. and had been prepared to take her out in an instant, without hesitation. As Alma regained her senses, Kaiden realized that she was no longer the mindless giantess trying to kill him, at least for the duration of his spell's effects. She was a broken child, taken from her home and experimented on, forced to become a weapon. He cast a spell on her again, and this time, he felt her memories. He winced, hoping that they weren't the dark ones, but instead, he felt sunshine on his face and heard laughter that was not his own, belonging to Alma's brothers. He heard the laughter of her mother and father. Alma had only been 8 years old when Nake took her. The memories were brief, just a series of images, feelings, emotions, but they told Kaiden so much. As he absorbed Alma's memories, Kaiden felt his power slipping. Her eyes grew dimmer by the second as she kept blinking, trying to stay awake. Kneeling beside her, Kaiden grabbed the long, wavy knife on the ground and looked at Alma, tears in his eyes. She recognized him again and whispered, "Brother, please, I want to see my ancestors. I want to see the endless fields." Kaiden cupped her cheek, just like his mother and Momo had done to him countless times. He kissed her on the forehead as he plunged the knife through her chin and into the top of her head. Alma shivered and collapsed. Kaiden wept silently for her and all of the other people Nake had taken over the years, the ones he couldn't find, the ones he couldn't save. He mourned for a long moment, slowly catching his breath, before a boot kicked him in the shoulder, sending him sprawling to the ground. Knife and wand knocked out of his hand. His vision was dazed, but he saw a tall man dressed entirely in black, boots, coat, tunic, pants, and a wide-brimmed hat. Kaiden heard the sound of tapping fingers, and he tried to summon his anger and hatred to get up, but he was unable to move as Nake crouched next to him, his gaze distant and curious. "Another failed experiment, dear Kaiden. You were doing me a favor putting her down, you know. Thank you." "You've grown more formidable, Kaiden," Nake said with a childlike glee, the tapping of his fingers growing louder. "I don't know how you managed to increase your mental defenses so quickly, but I'm going to enjoy breaking them down. Of course, I prefer that you were a girl with dormant blood, but beggars can't be choosers." As the world faded around him, Kaiden could only hear Nake's voice. "You know, Alma and I were both failed experiments, so she and I have that in common. But who knows? You might be the first one that—" He was interrupted by the sound of the stairway door opening. Something buzzed in the air. Nake's voice began to fade, and Kaiden's vision began to clear, though he couldn't quite see what was happening. He turned his head with great effort and saw a young man, a few years older than him, standing at the door to the basement, leading upstairs. The man wore simple white robes and held a long staff that did not curve at the end. He had wiry, crescent-shaped glasses, which he pushed up as he spoke in a soft, confident voice. "So, you're Nake." It was Elwyn. Elwyn stood with both legs planted firmly on the ground, and no wheelchair beneath him. Nake found himself being lifted in the air involuntarily. Kaiden laughed, despite the blood trickling from his mouth. Nake looked away from Elwyn and down at Kaiden. "Well, a man has got to know when he's lost." With that, Nake vanished. Elwyn looked around the room, confused, as he tapped his staff on the ground a few times and muttered, "Deep as hells! That one is new." He walked over to Kaiden and bent down, saying, "You can rest now. We're going to take you out of here." Kaiden surrendered to the darkness. 41. Kaiden awoke to find himself in a luxurious bed, far from the hard cot on which his aching body had been previously stiff and sore. His eyes were dry, and his throat was parched. Bruises covered his skin, and a broken rib gave him pain. Blinking through the blurriness of his vision, he realized that he was in a hospital room. He remembered the first time he had been there, during his previous life, when he had single-handedly saved several soldiers from an onslaught of shade beasts. The encounter had cost him dearly, leading him to this very infirmary. Back then, the infirmary had a giant hole in the ceiling. Now, Kaiden was pleasantly surprised to see a grand glass dome overhead, showcasing the tumultuous sky and the glowing mother moon. He groaned as he shifted around, trying to find a comfortable position. He thought about Alma, how she had regained her memories and recognized he was like her, anemones, in their final moments together. He wasn't sure if this was a good thing or not. He would never know for certain. But perhaps by returning her memories to her, he had allowed her to make the choice of how she wanted to die. However, the cynical part of Kaiden couldn't help but think that perhaps it would have been better for her if she had remained ignorant, trapped in her own mind. If it weren't for the discipline he had gained through his training in Gracia, he might have fallen into a deep depression right then and there. The infirmary was empty, save for Kaiden and the nurses and doctors walking about in their robes, checking charts and discussing various patients and rooms. Kaiden turned to find a young boy with curly, shaggy black hair sitting in a chair with his arms crossed, as if guarding Kaiden against any potential harm. Kaiden smiled, and the movement must have awoken the boy, who opened his eyes and looked at Kaiden. The boy grinned. "You're awake! You're alive! And you look like crap!" Kaiden chuckled, though it hurt to do so. "So, you're a big student now." Mazo hooked his thumb towards himself. "Yeah, I know all the letters of the alphabet. And I even read an elementary book to Yakul." Kaiden was surprised by this. He tried to imagine people walking past the stables, only to see a boy reading a book to a giant red-nosed elk. Mazo realized something, and his expression became excited. "There was this really mean-looking but sexy lady who came up to me. She said that all the girls got out." Kaiden thought about the girls he had saved from the base, and how they had managed to escape the terrible house. It was better that he freed one of them to help free the rest. It gave them an opportunity to take control of their lives, for the first time since being kidnapped. Mazo snapped his fingers. "Hey, don't pass out on me!" "That lady's name is Jezebel." Mazo looked disappointed in him. "Oh, you already forgot about Pernilla." Kaiden smiled. "No, but Jezebel saved my life twice. I just wanted to make sure she was okay." Mazo nodded. "She looked bad, but nowhere near as ugly as you." Mazo's candidness made Kaiden laugh. It was a deep belly laugh that shook his broken rib and caused some pain, but he didn't care. He was alive. He had saved the girls who had been kidnapped, and he was pretty sure his family was safe as well. On top of all that, he had made a friend in Mazo. After a while, he recovered his breath and stopped laughing. Mazo just sat there in the chair, arms still crossed. "You know, I'm not making another magic circle right now," said Kaiden. "You don't have to be here. You can go study or read a book. Who's going to look after you and make sure you don't die? The only reason you got beat up this bad was because I wasn't there." Kaiden opened his mouth to protest and tell Mazo that he would only get in the way, but he closed it. Mazo might have been right. He was a lucky kid after all. Or maybe people made their own luck. Kaiden didn't know. His mind was too groggy to think over that philosophical idea. "Has somebody been taking care of Yakul's crystals and oiling his parts?" "Yeah, remember that old lady we met in the Iron District?" Mazo said. "Marit was taking care of him?" "Yep," Mazo nodded. "She heard about you getting all beat up and stuff and came here to check on you. But I was here instead. We got talking. She told me stuff about engineering and tried to get me to become her apprentice. But I told her I wanted to be a librarian." "Are you sure she came? She has a bad back, so it's quite the trip for her to come here. She's a grumpy old lady and kind of hates everyone, but in a nice way. It's hard to describe. Mazo nodded. Yeah, she's all prickly, but she actually cares about people. She was telling me about her inventions and how they're going to change the world and keep people safe. And maybe do other stuff, but I don't know. I just want to read books. Oh, and to answer your question, Mazo continued, yeah, she heard about your elk and his leg and complained about you not taking care of him. I said that you were passed out and probably dead, so she's been taking care of his leg every couple of days now. How long was I out this time? Mazo gave him a sour look. Are you trying to break a record or something? You were out for a whole week. It's Monday. You were supposed to see Pernilla Pine Moon before then, but she extended the invitation considering you got your butt kicked. Kaiden grumbled. I got a lot of things kicked. My face, my chest, everything. Mazo nodded wisely. That's because I wasn't there. Kaiden agreed with him this time, without hesitation. He heard the squeaking of wheels, and Elwyn pushed up in his wheelchair, his staff hooked on his armrest. He nodded to Mazo, as if they had had conversations before. Mazo stood up and bowed so low to Elwyn that Kaiden thought the kid would touch the ground with his head. Professor, thanks for showing up, and thanks for making sure I have a food pass and taking care of those bullies for me. Elwyn waved his hand. Don't think about it. It's my job. And thanks for pointing out that some of our students here can be pretty disruptive to the beginner's learning experience. Why didn't you fight back? Kaiden asked the boy. Mazo shrugged. I ain't no fighter. I've seen fighters. They may look cool, but they always get beat up. Look at you. Elwyn nodded in agreement. Sometimes it is best to let things play out. Kaiden sensed that those words meant more than just the bullies that Mazo had talked about. He wanted to offer to help Mazo should he ever run into bullies again, but he stopped himself. Although he was 15, he was still a kid in the eyes of Imani's culture and Orion law. However, he had proved himself to be fully capable and bright enough to handle his own problems. Hey, do you know when a boy really becomes a man? Kaiden asked. Mazo turned to look at him. What do you mean? You're 15 years old. You're technically not an adult. And you might think that other people here with more money and status deserve this kind of education or deserve a better life than you. Mazo froze, as if Kaiden had read his mind. A man becomes a man when he takes responsibility for everything, including what bullies do to him. You handled that situation like a man. I'm proud of you. Mazo gave him a long look. Well, I guess the professor's here, so you should be safe. Thanks for watching over me, Mazo. Maybe I'll bring you in next time and you can beat up the bad guys for me. Mazo rolled his eyes. That's your problem. You're always looking for fights. This time Mazo ran off, jogging out of the infirmary while singing, Books, 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 all the way down the hall. His voice trailed away, echoing the words as he went. Kaiden and Elwyn were alone in the infirmary. Kaiden looked around and noticed even the doctors and nurses had left. He raised an eyebrow to Elwyn, staring at the wheelchair, who gave him a knowing smile. A magician's greatest asset is deceit, Elwyn recited. Kaiden didn't want to be rude and so tried to push himself up. Elwyn didn't stop him. Kaiden managed to be able to get his back to the wall and sit up without being in too much pain. How are you feeling? Kaiden gave him a nonchalant shrug and regretted it immediately. He forgot he had taken a knife to the shoulder and stupidly pulled it out. But that had saved his life because he had used the knife to take out the assassin. I feel great. Never felt better, Kaiden said. Elwyn smiled. Good to see your sense of humor is still there. His voice was even, restrained, but he did smile. Elwyn leaned forward with his wheelchair until he was only about a foot away from Kaiden. I'm sorry I couldn't get there fast enough. I was dealing with something important. If I wasn't there to handle it, then everything would have changed for the worse. Trust me on that. Kaiden nodded. I trust you. I mean, you've lived all these lives and haven't died once, except for at the very end, right? Elwyn nodded. Not once. And I really don't want to break that record. Kaiden thought that over. It was miraculous that this man had lived for probably thousands of years, living the same life over and over again, and hadn't died once. Even statistically, an accident should have killed him. But no, he had somehow evaded death. Kaiden couldn't help but wonder what kind of sheltered and paranoid life Elwyn must have lived in order to make sure he didn't die before it was necessary. Don't worry about being late. You were actually on time. If you had come in earlier, Nake wouldn't have shown up. And it was good that you showed up at that moment because it showed him the huge power difference between you two. Elwyn's face became serious. That was the first time I met Nake, but I'll tell you this right now. Even if you were at your full strength, you wouldn't have won. I underestimated your opponent. Kaiden blinked. I thought you told me he was a third circle mind mage. Elwyn nodded. I thought that, but I've accounted for all the fourth and fifth circle mages in every one of my lives. But this one, I don't know if he's a fourth level mage, but there's something weird about his magic. What do you mean by that? I don't know. It felt slippery, like it wasn't his own. I could tell he was using a wand through his fingers, probably some kind of replacement augmentation with one part in it. But as soon as I could cast a spell on him to crush him, he was able to slip out of it and cast an illusion that even I couldn't track. Kaiden felt his throat tighten. Somehow, Nake had escaped the clutches of the smartest mage Kaiden had ever met. That's not good. That's really not good. And you never encountered Nake in any of your lives? Elwyn shook his head, his expression serious and upset. I never even bothered with learning about the intricacies of Imini's culture. I know that was a mistake now. Maybe that's why the future version of myself sent you back. Maybe he knew that the fact that you were Imini's and a mage was integral to solving the problem of the shades. What does Nake have to do with the shades? Elwyn shrugged. I don't know, but it's just too much of a coincidence that someone that powerful with an odd use of his magic escaped my notice. Not much escapes me after so many lifetimes. Kaiden thought that over. That makes sense, but it's crazy to me that I had never heard of Nake in my previous life. There wasn't even a mention of him. I had heard about somebody who had activated the hate before I was born, but I never got the name. And apparently he'd gone to Strimonium to look for a cure for the hate. Elwyn's eyes widened. I hadn't heard of this. You probably wouldn't know if we're about the same age, right? Elwyn nodded. Exactly. And now, with this new information about Nake, it's clear that the future and past are more intertwined than we thought. We need to be cautious and gather as much information as possible before making any decisions. The consequences of our actions could be far-reaching. Kaiden agreed. Yeah, we can't just charge forward blindly. We need a plan, and we need to be prepared for anything. Elwyn nodded again. Agreed. Let's work on that. But first, let's focus on getting you healed and back to full strength. We'll need you at your best if we're going to take on whatever challenges come our way. So, what do we do now? I need to find Nake before they try to kidnap any more of my people. Well, that will be the easy part, Elwyn responded. But let's discuss it after you take care of your visitors. They'll be here any minute. Visitors? Elwyn waved off the question. We'll talk about it later. For now, I just want you to know that I'm going to take your concerns more seriously. You didn't take me seriously before? Elwyn shrugged. I did, but I didn't fully understand the immense influence you had around you. I met Marit, and she's an absolute genius. You told me that her invention saved the future, at least for a while. I believe it after talking with her. And then there's this Nake person causing so much disruption under my nose without me even realizing. You were at the center of it all. I know you're trying to make me feel special, but it just makes me feel like I'm the cause of all this. You're definitely not the cause of all this, but you are definitely important. And I'm starting to suspect that my future self really did send you back here for a reason. I'd love to figure out why. Me too. If you can figure it out, hopefully you can tell me. So, can you tell me everything that Nick said to you? Elwyn asked. Kaiden did. It didn't take long. When he finished, Elwyn said, Dormant blood. I don't know what he means by dormant blood. There have been studies on the transmission of traits between male and female descendants. I'll have to do more research on that. It seems to be an important topic. Elwyn spoke as if it was just another annoying thing to add to his already incredibly long list of things to do. Kaiden felt sorry for him. You said he might be in the fourth circle, but you can't be sure? Kaiden said. Yes. He just had a different kind of power about him. It was odd. Once you reach my level of power, you'll see what I mean. You start to intuit things rather than calculate them. Kaiden realized that now that he was purifying his power rather than growing it, he really did have a chance to become as powerful as Elwyn. The notion seemed foreign to him at the moment. You told me that I had some visitors coming up the steps in the hallway, and I heard some murmurs. Elwyn smiled and said, Yes, I saw a few of them. I'll leave you to it. I'll come back in a day or two when I have news. Kaiden was about to ask him what kind of news, but he turned to the doorway and saw his father, mother, and sister standing in there. Behind them were several other Imani's men and women. They had all come to see Kaiden. 42. Everyone in his family hugged Kaiden gently due to his injuries, although his young sister Momo squeezed him a little too hard. Kaiden's mother had brought a pot of her renowned soup and some freshly baked bread from the trading outpost camp. They had spent half the day traveling to get there, departing in the afternoon. So, you saw Nake? Kaiden's father said. He's a powerful man, and worst of all, he's going to keep coming after our people, Kaiden said. I'm sorry I couldn't stop him. Kaiden's father gave him an apologetic look. This isn't your fault. This is mine. I'm the one who supported him all those years ago. I believed in him when I shouldn't have. Kaiden furrowed his brow in confusion. What do you mean by that? His mother gave his father a knowing look and walked away, taking Momo with her and leaving Kaiden and his father alone. So what's this all about? Kaiden asked. His father pulled up a chair and sat next to him. When Nate came back, everyone was ecstatic. I was too. He was my best friend, like a brother to me. I even defended his return and was the one who got his guest rights approved, even though they lasted much longer than the normal guests. Kaiden nodded. Yes, but that's not anything new from what you've told me so far. It seemed like his father was stalling, as if he was afraid or ashamed of what he had to say next. He cleared his throat and said, What I didn't tell you was that Nake had brought weapons back with him. Kaiden stared at him in shock. What? Why did you hide this from me? His father looked away, shame etched on his face. Because I was the only one who knew. I didn't tell your mother until years later. Nate came up to me one night, trying to convince me to take up a weapon with him and give it to others. He said we could create a militia and do guerrilla warfare against the people who stole our country from us. Kaiden absorbed this for a long moment. And what did you say to Nake? Of course, I said no, his father replied. I dismissed it, but I knew it was a terrible thing. I knew at that moment that he had changed, but I was complacent and let it go. And you feel guilty about not bringing it up to any of the elders? Gudor nodded. I felt like it was okay because he never brought it up again. But one day, when I went back to check on the weapons to see if they were still there, they were gone. I confronted Nake about it, and he said that he had gotten rid of them, sold them because it disturbed me. He bought my trust back by saying that. Gudor paused, gathering himself before he continued.
But I still had this lingering feeling that he was lying to me, or that he had actually sold the weapons, but was doing it for some other purpose. He was practically the same as he was before, except for when the hate took over him that one time. But there were little things that were different about him.
Like what? Gudor shrugged.
The way he held a spoon, his body language, the way he hunched over, and his intonation. And he recalled things from our childhood memories with near perfect accuracy. It was uncanny.
So he had a good memory, Kaiden said. What's the big deal? His father shook his head.
You don't get it. It wasn't like he had a good memory, or even a perfect memory. It was how he recalled those events. It was like he was reading off of a book in his mind, like those memories weren't his own, like he was keeping some kind of report and using that as a way to connect with us.
Kaiden shivered at that. What do you think that means? His father seemed dismayed.
I don't know, but the more time he spent with us, the more uncomfortable I felt. Maybe he realized this and that's why he left.
And you never heard from him again. You're not hiding anything else from me, right? Gudor looked at him with a pleading expression.
No, I swear on our ancestors. That's the truth. Although the fact that he showed up again, and he was so much taller than before, freakishly tall.
Kaiden nodded in agreement. Yeah, tell me about it. He had a girl he had brainwashed since she was 8. Her name was Alma. She had grown to a freakish size as well. Kaiden told his father about Alma and his last interaction with her, how he had killed her. It took him a long time to gather the strength to finish the story because he kept choking up. When he finished, his father patted him lightly on the leg.
You did the right thing. She asked you to end it for her while she was still human, still in control of herself.
Kaiden nodded. I know, but it doesn't feel that way. And I know I can choose to feel differently, but it's hard.
I know it's hard, but we have to move on.
Are her parents still alive?
They died during the kidnapping. I didn't know it was Nake back then, but he killed them in cold blood. It was horrific.
A moment of silence passed between them. Gudor looked at his son and said,
I know you were banished from our people. Our customs won't let me bring you back into the fold, and as a village chief, I can't do anything about it. But I want you to know that you're still my son. I'm sorry for calling you the shame of our village. I didn't mean it. I was really talking about myself. But just know that you're my son, and I'm proud of you. I've always been proud of you. And I'm even prouder of the fact that you faced the demon from my past, Nake, and fought him head on. And even greater still, you protected our people in a way that I never could. You are more Emanese than I could ever be.
His father got up and walked away, leaving the room. Kaiden stared at nothing for a long time, absorbing his father's words. He had hoped to feel elated having his father be proud of him, but instead, he just felt distant. It was so shocking, something he never expected to hear in this life or the previous one. But now that he had heard it, it just seemed so foreign and alien to him. He knew that one day, tomorrow, or years from now, he would appreciate it, and the words would sink into him like oil through his skin. After his father left the room, Momo and their mother went back to Kaiden's bed and pulled up chairs next to him. They exchanged stories about their trip to the dentist, which had been uneventful, but they had bought a new carriage lizard to pull their wares in carriages. Apparently, that was pretty exciting for Momo, and Kaiden put it into perspective that buying a giant lizard instead of a horse might seem boring to someone on the outside, but on the inside it was exciting. Her life was so peaceful that buying a new pet was such a highlight for her. As her father had told them when he was younger, boredom was the closest thing to peace, and the difference between peace and boredom was gratitude. Now that he had lived 2 lives, Kaiden couldn't help but think about the fact that he had sought out battles even though he had mastered the hate inside of himself. In his first life, he never felt the hate rise inside him after the first time, because he had learned how to discipline his mind and body. But even so, he had sought out war and mercenary work for years as a way to avoid seeing his family. He had dreaded it and made up 1,000 false conversations, but now that he was here,
It wasn't painful at all. He was healing. It was addressing the wound inside him that he had left open. It wasn't his parents' fault that he had been banished. He had to come to terms with the hate. And even when he had mastered the hate, he had gone down the other path. He had sought out violence. The violence had helped him survive in the wars, but it was still a choice. Maybe becoming a mage now and abandoning the path of the warrior was good for Kaiden. He realized then that it was the first time since he had lost his sword that he wasn't reaching for it instinctively for comfort. His master had given him his swords as a way to defend himself, not to destroy other lives. His last words to Kaiden had been, build, not destroy, not kill, but build. Kaiden wondered what he had built now, and the answer was there before him. His mother's quiet movements as she braided his sister's hair were a far cry from the energetic storytelling of his sister, who regaled him with tales of the most mundane things, the same enthusiasm as Mazzo's recounting of past battles and heroic feats. This, he thought to himself, is what he had worked to build. He had been given a second chance, sent back in time, and instead of choosing a life full of violence, he had returned to his family and saved their lives. And in turn, they had saved him. He now understood the true meaning of abandoning the warrior's path. He wondered what his sword brother would think of his choice. Would he be disappointed that Kaiden no longer felt the need for a sword? Or would he celebrate Kaiden's decision to forge his own path, rather than following the one laid out for him by others? Kaiden promised himself that, when all of this was over, he would return to his teacher and his sword brother and recount his journey, filled with adventure and triumph. His mother finished braiding her daughter's hair and approached Kaiden. "How are you feeling?" she asked. "I'm okay. Are you able to walk?" Kaiden looked at her for a long moment before asking, "Where do you want to take me?" With her help, he was able to stand and lean on her and his sister Momo as they left the infirmary and made their way down the hallway. They passed several rooms, some filled with students who had misused spells and others with soldiers who had sparred too fiercely while preparing for war. Eventually, they arrived at a hidden room guarded by several women, each sporting a tattoo of a rose with a large thorn on their neck. They looked at Kaiden as if they knew him, but he had never seen them before. As they each nodded and turned to his mother, Momo, and then him, Kaiden blinked in surprise. He asked one of the women, "Are you with Jezebel?" She nodded silently, her eyes scanning the hallway. Kaiden was curious, but he didn't want to push the issue. It seemed that Jezebel had taken his request to keep them safe very seriously. He was grateful, although he would need to find the strength to thank her personally. As he walked into the room, he saw that each bed held a young girl, surrounded by tired and even weeping parents. The girls held their parents' hands, and some were sleeping while others were quietly discussing things with their parents. But as Kaiden entered, all conversation stopped, and the girls who were awake looked at him. Their parents immediately stood up and bowed in respect, but Kaiden raised his hand and said, "Please, sit. I just want to make sure the girls are okay." The young girl who had been the first freed by Kaiden and had then led the others out with a strength of spirit that Kaiden had rarely seen, got out of bed and walked over to him. She had bruises on her wrists and other places on her body, and although she didn't look as bad as Kaiden, he was certain that she had endured something much worse than any physical pain he had experienced. "My name is Natasha," she said. Kaiden bowed and replied, as was her custom. "My name is Kaiden." "Thank you," she said quietly. Natasha didn't elaborate on what happened, and Kaiden simply responded with a polite, "You're welcome." Momo approached and gave her a gentle, soft hug, holding Natasha delicately like a butterfly. Natasha hugged her back, and they remained embraced in silence for a moment. "Well, I'm going to leave you guys alone," Kaiden said, "but if you have any questions, don't hesitate to come to me. I'm pretty sure the college will allow you to stay here for as long as you need." His mother led him out. As they walked down the hallway, they could hear someone crying, which sounded like Momo. There were also other people crying, but Kaiden walked faster to escape the tears, not wanting to start crying himself. When Kaiden returned to his bed, his mother left to check on Momo and discuss things with the other parents. Kaiden sat in silence for a while until he heard the squeaking of a wheelchair approaching. Elwyn wheeled up to him and asked, Feel better?
Kaiden nodded. That was exactly what I needed. Owen smiled.
Lots of healing today. I came back because I have news for you.
His voice grew more businesslike and less conversational. It was serious, but there was a tinge of lightness in it that Kaiden couldn't quite place. What's this news? Kaiden asked.
When I came to find you on the ground and Nake standing over you, I'd actually put myself under a veil. I didn't reveal myself for a good 10 seconds, which gave me enough time to place an emitter on Nake.
Kaiden, already sitting up, leaned forward despite the pain. He didn't care about the pain.
What's the matter? Can you kill him from this far?
Kaiden asked. Elwyn shook his head.
No, the emitter is for tracking. The next time he uses magic within 10 miles of me, I'll be able to know exactly where he is for quite a while.
Kaiden leaned back.
That's great news.
Why didn't you tell me this before?
Because, despite your condition, I believe you would have chased after him if you knew where he was. Am I right?
Kaiden nodded, admitting the truth.
If he ever uses magic within 10 miles, I will let you know, Elwyn said. But for now, I believe he is still in the city. It's large and has millions of people, so it would be hard for someone like Nake to leave unnoticed. I have used all my available resources to try and find him. Trust me, they are extensive, but this is a waiting game. When I do find something, I will let you handle it.
But what if he's already in the fourth circle and can just kill me? Elwyn paused before answering.
You can handle it. Don't worry. What? His magic is strange, and it's possible that Nake is in the fourth circle, but if he is, he's at the very bottom.
Kaiden sounded exasperated.
It doesn't matter. Even if he's in the third circle, I'm only in the second circle, and I barely use my sword anymore.
Elwyn stared at Kaiden for a long moment, as if inspecting him.
You really don't understand, do you? Your theory about purifying your hum is not just the opposite of the growth theory that everyone else uses. Purifying hum isn't the same as moving from one circle to the next. It's exponential in power.
I don't get it.
When you told me that you purified your hum twice using that blockage of yours that we still need to figure out, I did the math. And the math says that you're not in the second circle. You're equivalent to the third circle of a mage. And on top of that, I think your purity of hum is giving you other abilities as well.
I'm in the third circle? Kaiden was shocked. Elwyn waved his hand dismissively.
Yes, we established that. But that's not the crazy part. The crazy part is that I think you've gained other abilities as well. Remember when you fought those tree spirits on the road on the way here? You said that your force blade grew longer, right?
Kaiden nodded silently, wanting to ask if he was in the third circle again, but reasoned that wasn't very wise. Elwyn continued, glaring at him as if daring him to ask.
I did more research and some math and theories. It seems that the more you use your power on living things, the more your hum interacts in strange ways. In this specific case, your hum absorbed the energy of those spirits, amplifying your power.
What else can it do?
That's the neat part. I'm not sure, but I'm pretty certain that if you're trying to purify your hum, it can neutralize other forms of hum.
So, like anti-magic?
Elwyn glared at him. No, it's still technically magic, but it cancels out other forms of magic. Anti-magic, Kaiden insisted.
Elwyn looked like he wanted to grab his staff and beat Kaiden with it, but he restrained himself.
It's hum cancellation. You can call it whatever you want, but please try not to call it anti-magic. It'll be a misnomer.
He began to wheel away, saying over his shoulder,
As soon as I hear or feel anything through the emitter, I'll let you know.
Where are you going? Elwyn, already wheeling away, replied,
I need to stop a terrorist attack in the next hour. Then I need to coordinate a trade to prevent our market from collapsing before the sun comes up.
Kaiden watched him go, wondering how many crazy adventures the future Magister of Strimonium had every day. 43.
2 weeks had passed since Kaiden's arrival at the infirmary in Stramonium, a place that had become a second home for many of the Emenes involved in the kidnappings, including their families. The journey from the trading outpost to Stramonium took half a day by horse, but most of the families chose to stay there, supported by the gracious professor of will magic and financial aid from Jezebel and the Rose and Thorn. Although there were times of sadness, the infirmary was generally a peaceful and happy environment where Kaiden was able to heal with the help of some unpleasant tasting but effective elixirs provided by Elwyn. Elwyn asked Kaiden not to inquire about the cost of the elixirs, but he had a good idea that they cost more than most people could earn in a lifetime. The past 2 weeks had been the quietest of Kaiden's life, with Mazo visiting occasionally to share stories and updates about his education. While not much had happened, Kaiden remembered his father's advice from when he was younger. Sometimes a boring life is a good thing. Despite leading a mundane and uneventful life, as long as he was grateful, it was almost indistinguishable from a peaceful one. Marit frequently visited to discuss and experiment with ways to use crystals to improve people's lives. Kaiden eagerly guided her down various rabbit holes of exploration and discovery, even overhearing a few heated arguments between Marit and Elwyn, in which Marit always emerged victorious. One night, while everyone else was asleep and Kaiden was alone in the infirmary, Elwyn entered the room, not in a wheelchair, but on foot. "I found him," he announced to Kaiden, who sat up in bed in surprise. Though he still suffered from a few scars, most of Kaiden's wounds had healed and his bones were properly set, and he was ready to fight once more. Every night, Kaiden would focus and channel his energy, pushing it through the mysterious internal barrier that Elwyn had theories about, but no conclusive explanation for. Despite the blockage remaining in place, Kaiden had found a way to use it to purify his energy with it. "You'll need your cool," Elwyn said. Kaiden furrowed his brow in confusion. "Why? Nake isn't that fast." "He's trying to leave the city." "Why don't you stop him?" Kaiden asked. That seemed like the most obvious thing he could do at the moment. Elwyn sighed. "It's the worst possible time right now. I can't get into it, but I have to go kill a dragon." Kaiden's eyes widened in shock. "You have to what?" Elwyn rolled his eyes. "Listen, don't worry about it. I shouldn't have said anything. I've done this countless times. I've only nearly died once." Kaiden stared at him, still incredulous. "Dragons are real?" Elwyn gave a half-hearted nod. "Yes, but they're not nearly as big as you might think, and they're kind of just jerks." Kaiden was at a loss for words. "But you said you know where Nake is," Kaiden pointed out. "And you're not going to stop him, or even send other people to stop him?" Elwyn shook his head. "No, because you need to stop him. Do you really want more people to see a freakishly tall Iminese man who can cast magic and potentially use it maliciously against the populace?" Kaiden closed his mouth. "Okay. That would be very bad for your people, especially since there are so many Iminese on the campus of Stramonium. If word got out that there was a volatile Iminese loose in the city, it would strain relationships between your people and mine even more." Kaiden nodded in agreement. "Yeah, I get it. You're right. That's why I'm letting him leave the city. I even allowed him to get a horse, which is much slower than your elk." Kaiden blinked in surprise. "You can manipulate things that much? Did you use magic?" Elwyn shook his head. "No, just a lot of moving parts. It's a headache to think about. I don't have a lot of time, so if you could get on your elk and head towards the west gate—" "Yeah, but I don't know where he's going." Elwyn gave him a flat, knowing look. "You know where he's going. It's where he's been going for the past 20 years. The realization dawned on Kaiden. The only thing Nake had consistently done over the past 20 years was kidnap young Iminese girls, probably for some nefarious experiment. Kaiden now had an opportunity to stop him, and he knew exactly where to go. Elwyn seemed to realize that Kaiden had come to this realization. "Okay, good. You're all set. I need to go. Is there anything you need from me?" Kaiden blinked, surprised by Elwyn's demeanor.
He sounded more like a parent running errands than someone about to fight a dragon. No, I guess not, Kaiden replied. Elwyn raised a hand. Trust me, you do not want to see a dragon. Can you give me one reason why? Elwyn responded immediately, without hesitation, as if he had 100 other reasons at the ready. Dragons don't breathe fire out of their mouths, but they still shoot fire, just not from their heads. He turned and left the room, disappearing as quickly as he had come. Kaiden considered this for a moment and wondered where else on a dragon's body fire could be expelled from. He quickly realized there was only one other possibility, and immediately decided he was not interested in seeing a dragon at all. He raced towards the outer stables where his red-nosed elk, Yakul, was waiting. Kaiden grabbed onto Yakul's antlers and threw himself onto the beast's back. He snapped the reins and guided Yakul through the winding, cobblestone streets of the city. It was a strange feeling, passing through the city unmolested and with no whitecoats stopping him. Had Elwyn manipulated the streets to ensure Kaiden's path to the west gate was empty? There weren't even passers-by or people in windows who could see him. Surely someone would have noticed an Imanese man riding his famous red-nosed elk through the streets, but still, there was no one in sight. Kaiden realized that the street he was on at that moment was the very street where he had died in his first life. The feeling of déjà vu passed by the time he reached the west gate, which was slightly open, just wide enough for a man on an elk to squeeze through. One of the guards appeared to be sleeping, but Kaiden could tell that he was clearly paid or instructed to ignore Kaiden's passage. The night was dark. The moon was bright, but only a sliver of it was visible in the sky. However, it was more than enough for Kaiden, with his years of tracking experience, to follow the main road. He didn't even need to use his striking skills. He knew exactly where Nake was headed. The man was predictable. He had spent decades brainwashing young Imanese women with his mind spells, but what Kaiden had learned from Elwyn was that the more someone used and suggested an emotion or feeling in someone else, the more that emotion and a feeling affected the user. All of this meant that Nake had become addicted to manipulating others, and he had only manipulated one type of person, young Imanese girls. The closest place within the bounds of Strimonium for him to find a fresh batch of Imanese was at the campus, but the security there was too strong for even him to breach, so he had to go to the next best place, the outposts, which were half a day away from the capital city. Kaiden rode at a steady pace, not too hard, but fast enough to catch up to Nake. He and Yakul rode silently, and Kaiden was lost in his thoughts, evaluating possible tactics and planning for the upcoming battle. Half a day later, the sun had risen, and chickens could be heard crowing in the distance. Kaiden saw farmers starting their morning work on their way to get breakfast. Soon, he saw several large tents in the distance. Kaiden snapped the reins, and Yakul ran faster. The tents belonging to the Imanese were gathered in a protective formation, similar to how pack animals huddle to protect their young. Normally, Imanese tents were spread out, casually, but ever since the attack on Solace, people had been, understandably, edgy. There was a chance that Nake had passed by and seen the Imanese on guard, but Kaiden knew that wouldn't be true. Nake was arrogant and too persistent in finding new playthings for his experiments. Kaiden dismounted from Yakul. Instead of going directly to the Imanese camp, he circled around the encampment, keeping his senses heightened for any movements or signs of Nake. Even with his considerable prowess with magic, Nake had a habit of hiding himself. Back in Argentus, he had only appeared to Kaiden after he had defeated Alma and was completely unable to fight back. He noticed plants moving in an odd way, but he didn't look at them directly. He told Yakul to move away. The red-nosed elk did, walking casually, but with the hairs on his fur standing on end, clearly worried for Kaiden. Kaiden approached the plants that were bent in an odd way, as if someone had stood in them. Finally, he turned toward the open area where nobody could see them. "You can show yourself!" Kaiden confidently declared. He heard laughter before the illusion faded, revealing Nake standing just 30 yards away, dressed entirely in black, with his peculiar wide-brimmed hat. "Man, you really have a thing for me,"
Tracking me down all the way here? How did you know that I would come here, and that I was at this exact spot? Kaiden shrugged nonchalantly, but his heartbeat was racing as he prepared for the impending fight. You're predictable. It's that easy, he replied, his hands loose and a wand at each hip. For the first time, Kaiden saw a hint of menace flicker across Nate's perpetual smile. Predictable just means consistent, and consistency is the foundation of a good habit, Nate said. Some habits need to die. Nate's jovial facade crumbled into a frown. Kaiden finally realized just how tall Nate truly was. Despite his hunched posture, Nate loomed like a predator. His fingers twitched, but they were not tapping. Kaiden checked in with himself to make sure he was not talking to an illusion. He wasn't. Why don't you come back with me to the city? You can meet with one of my professor friends. Nate's frown deepened into a sneer. I don't know how you managed to befriend Elwyn Everclear, but don't use him to threaten me. As far as I know, Professor Everclear is still back in the city, and you are here alone. It was the closest thing to a threat that Kaiden had heard come out of the man's lips. Nate was a handsome man, but his angular features were shrouded in shadows that shouldn't have been there. He seemed relaxed, but not calm, more like a predator waiting to strike. Kaiden's hand twitched involuntarily as he felt his body lower and his knees bend, ready for the fight to come. He waited for that moment, when words were useless and the fight would start. You have nothing else to say, boy? No questions for me? Nate asked. Kaiden did indeed have many questions, but he felt it was wiser to keep his mouth shut. Nate was clearly playing a game, and Kaiden wouldn't lose as long as he didn't play along. This seemed to annoy Nate, who kept goading him. Did you talk to your father? How we grew up together? Did he tell you that? How we tried to start a revolution? Or at least I did, but he was a coward. Kaiden's anger flared at that, but his discipline told him to stay calm. Kaiden realized that this was what Nate was good at. He knew which buttons to push in the mind. He knew that Kaiden secretly admired his father, and that by insulting him like this, it could cause Kaiden to give in and retort. Maybe that was all Nate needed to use his magic on him, regardless of Kaiden's improved defenses. Still, Kaiden waited in silence. And then he felt it was time. He smiled as wide as possible, baring all of his teeth. You are no enemies, Kaiden said. You are a stain. He had prepared that one for a while, trying to figure out which words would hurt Nate the most. And it seemed he had hit the mark, as Nate's eyes widened and he snarled. I am more enemies than you, your father, and all your progeny will ever be. Kaiden wondered who used the word progeny before a fight. Then Kaiden's fingers moved. In an instant, Kaiden was calling forth magic. And then Nate's fingers twitched and began to tap on the side of his legs. Kaiden dodged to the right, narrowly avoiding a blast of force that exploded in the ground next to him. He had acted on instinct alone as soon as he saw Nate's finger move. The fight had started, and the time for words was over. This was a battle to the death. 44. Kaiden deftly dodged the first attack like a skilled swordsman, but quickly remembered that he was now a mage and needed to think like one. He remembered Elwyn's lesson about the power of control and information in battle. So far, all Kaiden knew about his opponent Nate was that he was a masterful mind magician. But now, Kaiden learned that Nate could also use a force spell that could potentially blow a hole in the ground, or worse, Kaiden's chest. Nate waved his finger, and Kaiden braced himself for the impact, only to find that nothing happened. Kaiden checked within his own mind and realized that no spell had been cast. Nate grinned. Gotcha. Kaiden didn't find this game amusing at all. He was there to stop Nate from hurting anyone ever again. Nate dropped his hand and tapped his leg, beckoning Kaiden to come closer. Kaiden stepped forward, but then retreated as Nake's eyes widened and he vanished, replaced by a rock. Nake reappeared to Kaiden's left, but Kaiden had already anticipated that the man he had been speaking with was an illusion. The real Nake had concealed himself with a veil. Kaiden reached for the water at his left hip and sprayed it at Nake, releasing a burst of will magic from his wand. Originally, Kaiden had shaped his spell into a blade, like a swordsman's weapon. Now, Kaiden altered the shape of the spell, turning it into countless small droplets that hovered in the air. The magic rose into the sky and fell slowly, like rain or floating snowflakes that lingered longer in the air. Kaiden had chosen a material halfway between rain and snow because it was easier for him to control. He had experimented with other shapes that were more amorphous, like wind and water, but they had been ineffective. Nake's eyes widened with the realization that he was in trouble. Kaiden's rain of will magic made it easy to detect and nullify Nake's veils. While all of this was happening, Kaiden had kept one hand on his wand at his right hip, but had not yet drawn it. Nake snarled and clapped his hands together, causing the wind in front of Kaiden to explode. Kaiden threw his head up, holding his wand aloft with his right hand. He released a force attack that had been specifically crafted by Marit, but instead of taking the shape of a blade, it erupted from Kaiden's wand as a large, amorphous cloud. It engulfed and canceled out some of the power of Nake's attack, causing it to only knock Kaiden back slightly. Nake's mouth hung open in confusion, and for the first time, Kaiden saw fear in his eyes. Kaiden realized that this might be his chance to defeat the powerful mind magician and close the distance between them, raising his left hand and releasing a spray of snowdrop-like magic. Rather than directly hitting Nake, Kaiden sprayed the area next to him, assuming that the Nake he was seeing was also an illusion. But he was wrong. Nake kicked at him with unnatural speed, and Kaiden narrowly dodged the attack thanks to his years of discipline as a swordsman. If he hadn't, the kick, powered by Nake's 100 pounds of pure muscle, would have struck him square in the chest, surely knocking him out of the battle. Nake grinned and shook his leg mockingly. Kaiden realized that Nake's leg must be augmented. How had he not noticed this before? This explained why Nake always wore long black clothes, to conceal his augmentations. If that was the case, why hadn't he moved with greater speed until now? Kaiden cast a force spell at Nake's legs and even jumped over it, but the shape of Kaiden's spell was only visible to him. It was an ever-changing cloud that he could manipulate due to its viscosity. The cloud caught the tail end of Nake's leg, causing his ankles to fly up. Kaiden saw that there were no seams, leading him to believe that Nake's legs were not augmentations. Nake landed a few feet away, shocking Kaiden. What was going on? Did Nake not have augmentations at all? Or was it that Nake did not have a high-functioning rotation in his legs? Despite being unable to sense his surroundings or anticipate Nake's sudden attack, Kaiden was still able to dodge the initial punch to his left cheek. He tried to spin with the attack, but it was too quick and caught him off guard, causing him to drop to the ground. Kaiden managed to roll away, but felt a heel kick in his back, forcing him to roll faster. The pain was excruciating. Kaiden tried to get back on his knees, but had to dodge another attack as a force blast exploded where he had just been. Kaiden quickly regained his bearings and realized what had happened. Nake had cast another illusion and put himself under a veil as soon as Kaiden's sense spell vanished. Kaiden touched his cheek and winced at the pain. It was likely that Nake had hit him hard enough to break the bone with his superior muscle mass. Kaiden lifted his right wand and let loose a shimmering cloud that formed around Nake, attempting to encase him. Kaiden focused on the feeling of the cloud constricting around Nake, but Nake only barked out a laugh and flexed his muscles, trying to resist the pressure of the constricting cloud. Kaiden's cloud dissipated due to the short length of the spell. Nake breathed hard, huffing and puffing, but he had survived Kaiden's constriction cloud attack. Kaiden couldn't believe that Nake withstood his best attacks through sheer strength and power. Kaiden racked his brain, trying to understand how Nake had such superhuman strength without a sense spell. Then, Kaiden realized what was happening. Nake had summoned a hate demon and was somehow in control of it, or at least making it appear that way through an illusion. Nake's eyes widened with glee as he slammed his hands together, releasing a force blast. Kaiden countered with his own force blast, releasing a cloud from his wand. It caught Nake's blast, canceling out some of its frequency, but not enough. Nake's blast was much closer and hit Kaiden like a rampaging bear. Kaiden was spun to the side and fell to one knee. Something blurred to his right, and Nake tackled him with his shoulders. The man's weight and power were superhuman, causing Kaiden's bones to crunch and his shoulder to break again. Kaiden screamed in pain, and Nake smiled with glee as he squeezed Kaiden's right wrist with both hands, causing his right forearm to break as well. The force of the grip was so powerful that Kaiden was forced to drop his wand, but his left hand, still holding the wand crafted by Marit, remained untouched. Nake seemed to think that Kaiden's left wand was useless because he was a mind mage and let out a satisfied sigh, saying, "No more force spells for you." He lifted his metal right hand, ready to punch Kaiden in the face, but Kaiden smiled, causing Nake to pause. "What is so funny?" Kaiden chuckled. "Skies beyond skies." Nake was startled as Kaiden lifted his left wand, revealing that he had been holding both wands throughout the entire battle. It was his right wand, not his left, that had been casting the illusion spells, even though he was pretending to use the opposite wands. It was such a childishly simple trick that he couldn't believe it worked. It had taken a lot of practice for Kaiden to master this technique, but he was confident that he had passed a test with flying colors. Kaiden aimed his non-will wand directly at Nake's face and said goodbye as he summoned a force spell, releasing a cloud of pure force without any illusion. The spell engulfed Nake's face, constricting quickly. Nake let go of Kaiden and tried to claw at the force spell constricting his head, but his voice was muffled. Kaiden watched as Nake's head was crushed, little by little. After a few seconds, Nake stopped moving and fell to the ground. Kaiden, in pain and doubt, heard voices behind him yelling out in alarm, probably from his people at the encampment. But his focus was solely on Nake. He stood over him and straddled him, just in case he was still alive. To Kaiden's surprise, Nake was still breathing, although his head was 2/3 its original size. Kaiden lifted his force wand again, ready to crush Nake's head for good. But the man spoke in a deeper, darker voice that Kaiden couldn't tell was male or female. "May the king rise," the voice said. Nake's eyes flashed black, the color of charcoal. The blackness swallowed the whole area of his eyes, taking on the texture of smoke before it vanished. Kaiden was shocked by this sight and checked Nake's pulse, which had stopped. Nake was dead and would stay that way. Kaiden double-checked the pulse and even cast another force spell to crush Nake's head 3 or 4 more times until it was unrecognizable. By that point, the other Emenes had arrived, but they did not intervene. They knew about Nake and what he had been doing, and they had heard about Kaiden. Kaiden let out a triumphant battle roar into the sky. He no longer cared that his people watched him kill another man. Kaiden had killed the man who had killed other Emenes, and it felt good. 45. 7 days later, Kaiden found himself back in the infirmary, but this time he wasn't alone. Sat next to him was Elwyn Everclear, eating a furry fruit called a peach. Kaiden thought the fruit looked appealing, with its furry exterior. However, despite the watery and juicy appearance of the inside, Kaiden refused to eat it. "Be honest. How do you look worse than I do?" Kaiden said to Elwyn. Elwyn shot him a flat look. "I fought a dragon." "How many times have you fought them now? 100, 200, 300? Don't you think you'd be more prepared by now?" Elwyn's glare intensified, as wild as a peach. "How about you go fight a dragon and come back alive?" Kaiden shook his head. No, thank you. Does anyone else know that dragons exist? Elwyn shrugged. I can count them on one hand, but even knowing they exist doesn't really change anything. There are a few left, and the ones that are still alive are all jerks. Kaiden chuckled. You make it sound like they're intelligent. They are, but humans are considered intelligent too. Most of us are pretty damn stupid. Kaiden chuckled, and Elwyn joined in, but then grimaced in pain. He had burns all over his body, and had been chugging elixirs, particularly expensive ones, hour by hour. Kaiden had his own share of elixirs provided by Elwyn, but he didn't need nearly as many as Elwyn did. His wrist was still weak from having been crushed by Nake. Over the past week, the two of them had recounted their battle stories to each other multiple times, making sure no one else could hear. Elwyn was startled by the fact that Nake had revealed black eyes, the same as the shade beasts that appeared during the war. I knew he had some connections to the shade. I couldn't place why, but I just had a feeling, Elwyn said. Well, if there's anyone I can trust as an expert on the shades, it's you. Elwyn shrugged. I'm barely a novice, but it's not like we know anything about them. They just appear out of nowhere and always come out of new places. They come out of the ground? The sky? The ocean? Elwyn shook his head. I don't know. I'm not only preparing Strimonium and our defenses for the Shade-Tide attack, but also putting out a bunch of smaller but equally important fires, like killing dragons and preventing terrorist attacks. Elwyn nodded his head. Yes, the problem with sending your mind to the past is that if you put out one fire, it just creates another fire, and then you just spend the rest of your time loop putting out fires. Well, this time your time loop has been snapped. This was the final shot Kaiden and Elwyn had. This is what it's like for you every single time you start over? All the way since the beginning of your real life? Kaiden asked. Pretty much. It's been like that since my second life. I thought it would get easier, but it actually gets more complicated with each life that passes. You have no idea the kind of cogs and wheels that go behind every little thing that runs this kingdom. Isn't it exhausting? How do you keep track of it all? I keep track because I have a perfect memory. Everything I've ever seen, I remember perfectly. Kaiden chuckled. That's a good joke. I've never heard that one before. Elwyn kept his gaze level, clearly not joking. Kaiden blinked. Are you serious? You have a perfect memory? Like everything you've ever seen, you remember perfectly. Elwyn frowned, and it seemed like a sore subject for him. But since they were alone, he elaborated. Yes, I remember everything. I remember every note, every detail, every word I've ever read. I also remember the images of my loved ones dying, my friends perishing. I remember the Shade God's infinite eyes appearing over and over and over again at the end of each life. I remember every one of my failures with perfect clarity. Kaiden felt his breath escape. That's horrible. That's really the worst thing I've ever heard in my entire life. Elwyn shrugged it off, but looked away, completely lost in thought for a moment. Kaiden let him stew in that for a little bit before changing the subject. What do you think Nake had to do with the shades? Elwyn cleared his throat. I don't know. I have to try to figure this out. But you said you heard a voice coming out of Nake's mouth that wasn't his own. Yes, I couldn't tell if it was a man's or a woman's voice. It might have been two voices, but I don't have a perfect memory like you. Elwyn grinned. Yeah, my memory only works with images. I can't remember sounds or what people say or music with perfect clarity. Although, to be honest, I'd rather have a perfect memory of sound than perfect visual memory. Why? Just think about being able to relive the sound of the woman you love, telling you she loves you over and over again. There was a hint of sadness in Elwyn's eyes that Kaiden noticed, and he wisely decided not to ask who that woman was, or if there was anyone specific. And it would be great to have a perfect recall of music, too. I love music, but I just don't have the time to really listen to it anymore. Kaiden made a mental note to consider this for a later date. Maybe if he had some free time and recovered, he could do something nice for Elwyn. He did have an idea involving one of Marit's crystals, after all. Have you been going over any notes with Marit recently? Kaiden asked. Elwyn's smile vanished. That old lady is the devil. That was all he had to say on the matter. However, the fact that the future Magister of Strimonium and Marit were having a conversation so early in Kaiden's life was a good sign. Elwyn may have been a genius with perfect memory, but Marit was also a genius, one that rivaled him, and she hadn't even lived all of Elwyn's lives. We need to get those crystals up in the north, and then figure out a way to lug them over here, Kaiden said. We had the Pine Moons orchestrate a way to do it in the future. That's an option, but the trick with knowing what the future is that even though there are certain things that do happen nearly every time, you have to be flexible about how you're going to approach it. Why? If it's the same thing that happens every time, can't we solve it the same way? Elwyn shook his head. No, because there are too many factors, and you can't be everywhere at once. The more I think about how much goes into preparing this nation for the oncoming war, the more hopeless it feels. Well, luckily though, this time it's different, Elwyn said. What's so different about it this time? Elwyn smiled. I have someone else who knows about the future. Did you tell nobody else about your ability to send your mind back to the past? I know it would be incredibly lonely. Elwyn grew quiet for a while, and finally, he said in a low voice, I do tell people, but that's only in the future at specific times. They're the only people in the world I trust to give this information to, aside from you, of course. Who? Jorah Talonhand and Rihaku, the Wanderer, the Wandering Poet, Elwyn said. Neither of those names stirred up any memories in Kaiden's head. Why do you trust them? Why are they so important? I trust them because they're my friends, Elwyn said. But also, they are the only other two Fifth Circle magicians who are still alive nearly every time at the end of it all. There was a fondness in his voice that Kaiden detected. Are there no other Fifth Circle mages in the end? Elwyn shook his head, explaining that people often die for various reasons, whether it be from other people, accidents, or attacks from shades. Only Jorah and Rihaku have made it to the Fifth Circle by then, he added with a smile. You'll see what I mean when you meet them. They're a little odd, but they're both incredibly intelligent, and they use magic in unique ways. Elwyn then changed the subject, telling Kaiden that he had some tasks to attend to and would be busy for the next few days. Elwyn said, I have to be somewhere at a specific time and meet someone, or else things won't go well for me, and the city won't have strong enough walls to protect against shades, even with Marit's blanket in place. Kaiden sighed. Every time you talk about saving the future, it gives me a headache. Elwyn chuckled. Me too. I hit a wall with my ability to purify my hum. Yeah, I figured. It might take you another 5 or 6 years until you reach the next purification stage. Kaiden was not surprised by this, as he was used to making rapid progress in the beginning, but he knew that progress was often slow and steady after that. I know you said I have infinite potential with my hum purification method, Kaiden started saying. Yes, if you live for a long time, but that's not what I meant. Kaiden asked him to explain. Elwyn took a moment to gather his thoughts. I think that blockage you're talking about doesn't just have to do with the hate inside of you. I think it is the hate. It doesn't make sense. What do you mean? Everything in this world has a hum, Ellen said. Most people think it's just living things, but some people, through their education at Strimonium, realize that it's not just living things. Inanimate objects have a hum too, as do light, water, air, and even your blood. Some crazy scholars like Rihaku even believe that concepts like ideas and beliefs have a hum, but I think they're considerably less potent than Rihaku likes to lead on. Anyway, your concept of the hate and its actual physical properties also have a hum, and I think if you can somehow make them interact with your magic, you might unlock something no one else ever has. Kaiden was silent for a moment. Like more power? Elwyn nodded. Yes, but even more importantly, you might understand the hum better than anyone else in the history of this nation. You might even be able to cure it. Kaiden was stunned. He had given up on the idea of a cure ever since Elwyn told him it was impossible with magic that hundreds, maybe even thousands of scholars had looked into. But now, Elwyn was telling him that Kaiden was uniquely positioned to research the blood inside of him with his own magic, and that, with proper experimentation, he might even be able to cure his people's disease. You can't just give me hope like that. Elwyn smiled. You can't get into this time travel business without having a ridiculous amount of hope. I guess you're right. But that doesn't change the fact that I still have the possibility of curing my people. You're the one who keeps talking about wanting to save them. Like you're their sole hero and they can't save themselves or something. Kind of arrogant, isn't it? Kaiden chuckled. Yeah, I know. I tend to blame myself for things, but it's not just about playing the hero. I think it's important to try to take responsibility where you can. I mean, look at you. Elwyn nodded. Yes, I agree. We try to do what we can, even if it's not much. Okay, so I'm still thinking about going to school here, Kaiden said. There's not much left for me to learn about magic, and I know I can learn more about magic directly from you or from Mare. But this is a very good chance for me to use what I've learned from going to school here and apply it to my purification method. You and I could do tests and see what other properties it could have. Kaiden had another idea, and Elwyn seemed to realize this. He leaned forward, intrigued. What if I didn't cure the hate, but instead controlled it? Kaiden proposed. Elwyn blinked at him. Why would you want to do that? What if Nake wasn't looking for a cure by experimenting on the girls in my village? What if instead he was looking for a way to control the hate? That would explain why he was so much taller and stronger than the average Imanese person, and why Alma had become so monstrous. Yes, Kaiden said. Nake had called himself and Alma and everyone else a failed experiment until that point. He was experimenting on our hate and our blood. Elwyn's eyes widened. That makes sense. In his own twisted way, he thought he was saving your people. But why choose only women? It must be because he discovered something about our blood that only women with a certain bloodline possessed. Either that, or he believed that and was wrong. Elwyn nodded. You're going to have to do some more research into that. You're the one with a perfect memory. Wouldn't it make sense for you to do it? Kaiden said blankly. Elwyn paused for a moment. Just because I have a perfect memory and I'm very smart, but I have all these experiences doesn't mean I have the right perspective on things. Perspective is just as important as intelligence and wisdom. Kaiden thought about that for a moment. Yeah, you're right, I guess. But what can my perspective bring? You are the first. Well, not the first, since Nake was evil as far as I know. Aside from Nake, you are the first Imanese mage who activated the hate but did not succumb to it. And now you've developed your own method to circumvent the limitations on your capacity for the hum. On top of that, you have two geniuses from different backgrounds supporting you. So, I can confidently say that you're in a unique position to investigate the hate. You have a unique perspective. Kaiden thought about that for a long time. So, what do you think? Should I go to school then? Elwin shrugged. I can't answer that for you. Besides, you have plenty of time to figure it out. Kaiden gave him a flat look. As someone who is the master of time, I'm pretty sure you don't believe that. Elwin chuckled. No, I think we're always running out of time. But it doesn't mean you should rush to make a decision. I don't want to waste time trying to make the right decision, Kaiden said. Elwin thought it over, and then he blinked a few times. He seemed to be thinking it over. You know, that's actually a pretty good idea. You could act as some sort of auditor for your people, maybe taking notes in the classes as a sort of diplomat for the Academies. I'm just kind of making it up on the fly, but it's definitely a possibility. Kaiden thought that over, and he actually liked the sound of it. Do you think it would piss off anyone? That made Elwin laugh hard, and for a very long time. Elwin's laughter was a good one, straight from his chest, light and airy. It was full of abandon, the kind of laugh you wouldn't expect from someone who lived thousands of lives and remembered all the depressing things perfectly. Yes, the one thing you're going to learn about the university is that it isn't all butterflies and fairy tales, Elwin said. The university is cutthroat, and anything you do will piss off someone. Kaiden swallowed. Then why do people come here, if everything is going to piss off someone? Elwin shrugged. Because the reward is worth it. You can get an education. Just saying that you graduated Strimonium is a good boost to your standing in society. You get loans for businesses. Women want to sleep with you. That kind of thing. Kaiden had a quippy line about asking Elwin whether or not he had any kind of women chasing after him, with his perfect memory, but he decided not to go for it, remembering the look Elwin had earlier. A guard walked into the room. He wore a uniform similar to the white coats that the officers throughout the city wore, but it was brighter, the color of gold. He walked into the room with perfect mechanical precision and snapped a salute to Elwin. He bowed slightly in respect to Kaiden and said, to nobody in particular in the room, but loud enough for the two to hear, The king has ordered for Elwin Everclear and Kaiden Coldsteel to appear in court within the next half hour. The man snapped the salute again, bowed again to Kaiden, about-faced, and left the room. Kaiden looked to Elwin, who shrugged. 46. A guard wearing a gold uniform entered the infirmary and escorted Elwin and Kaiden to the king's court. Elwin had to be pushed out in a wheelchair, appearing unfazed by the events unfolding around him. Kaiden, on the other hand, hobbled along on crutches, feeling envious of Elwin's augmented limbs and wishing he could replace his own with something more practical and less painful. As they journeyed to the court, Kaiden couldn't help but daydream about the possibility. When they arrived, they found a character waiting for them along with several others who were also headed to the court. The two traveled in silence, each man lost in his own thoughts. 5 minutes into the carriage ride, Elwin turned to Kaiden and said, You met the king in your previous life, right? Kaiden nodded. Yeah, I didn't know he was a king at the time. I just thought he was a crazy warlord who loved to fight and win. Kaiden's memories of King Ragnar were vivid. In his first life, he had witnessed the king's death, and in his final moments, Ragnar had given Kaiden one of his modular pieces as a sign of their friendship. Kaiden had used that piece of technology many times throughout his business life. Upon arriving at the court, they were led inside by an attendant and realized they were the last to arrive. Kaiden noticed that there were no guards present, just a few attendants talking to groups of people on the side. The king, Ragnar, sat on his throne, appearing younger than Kaiden remembered, but just as muscular and energetic. Beside him stood a woman in magister's robes, with long auburn hair tied in a ponytail and giant hoop earrings hanging from each ear. She looked to be in her 70s or 80s. Kaiden whispered to Elwin, Hey, look, it's your rival, causing Elwin to shoot him a glare. The king seemed to pick up on the tension between them and narrowed his eyes at Kaiden, who quickly looked away, pretending not to notice. The king stood up, and the room fell silent. It was only then that Kaiden realized his family was also in the room. Kaiden was confused by the scene unfolding before him. His family was hidden among a group of unfamiliar people. He glanced at Elwyn, who gave him a reassuring nod, indicating that everything was fine. Kaiden was relieved his family was safe and tried to push his curiosity aside. King Ragnar descended the steps from his throne and approached various groups of people in the room, muttering a few words to each one as they bent down on one or two knees, depending on their status. Kaiden, who was Imanese, momentarily forgot what he was supposed to do. But Elwyn leaned over and whispered, "Imanese don't have to kneel because you're technically not part of the nation." Kaiden breathed a sigh of relief, grateful for the reminder. Eventually, the king made his way over to Kaiden, who braced himself for the encounter. He had liked the king in his previous life, but he knew he could be overwhelming to deal with, especially in Kaiden's current state. To Kaiden's surprise, the king ignored him for a moment, giving him a moment of reprieve. Elwyn gave the king a slight nod and bowed his head low. "My king, Ragnar," he said. The king beamed at Elwyn. "Everclear. When are we going to have another sparring match?" Kaiden remembered his own sparring matches with the king, which always ended with him on his back and the king's axe pinned to his chest. Elwyn pointed to his scars and injuries, and the king's expression turned annoyed. "I can't believe you fought a dragon," King Ragnar said in a low voice. Kaiden's ears perked up at the mention of a dragon, and he made a mental note that he could now cross off one of the 5 people Elwyn said were aware of the existence of dragons. It seemed the king didn't consider Kaiden much of a security threat, as he had mentioned the word dragon in front of him as well. "Do you mind if I ask what we're doing here?" Elwyn asked. "Yes. In fact, I do mind. I'm about to say it." Elwyn rolled his eyes, but the king didn't seem to mind. "As soon as you're out of bed, you and I are going to be standing toe-to-toe with each other. Or in my case, toe-to-wheel." Ragnar let out a boisterous, dramatic laugh, which was genuine and full, and even funnier because he was the only one laughing at his own joke. Elwyn smiled politely. "I look forward to it, my king." Finally, King Ragnar turned to address Kaiden, who felt awkward not knowing why he was there. He knew he wasn't supposed to kneel, according to Elwyn, but he gave the king a slight bow as a show of respect. "King Ragnar, I'm not sure what I'm doing here. I also see my family in the back." The king smiled, a soft, affectionate smile, like a favorite uncle. Ragnar beckoned for Kaiden to come closer, and without a word, Elwyn followed. As they approached the throne, the king stood in front of it and reached for his massive battle axe, leaning against it. The magister raised an eyebrow, an expression of a disapproving grandparent, not a citizen questioning their king. She gave a slight bow to Kaiden, who returned it in kind, but he still didn't know why he was there. Kaiden didn't want to be the first to speak and break royal decorum, so he remained silent as the king lifted his axe into the air and roared so loudly that it almost made Kaiden stumble and fall to his back. The sudden and surprising action silenced the room. The king addressed everyone present, his arms wide, and one of them holding the giant battle axe as if it were a toy. Kaiden was pretty sure that even if he had another 50 pounds on him, he wouldn't have been able to hold that battle axe for very long with both hands. The king paused dramatically, waiting for anyone to argue against him. But no one spoke up. The king smiled at the silence and slammed the head of the axe into the ground, leaning on it. "I present to you Kaiden Coldsteel, who will now kneel in front of me on both knees," Ragnar announced to the room. Kaiden's eyes widened in shock, and Elwyn made gestures indicating that Kaiden should do as the king commanded. Kaiden hurried over and faced the king, dropping to both knees, even though it hurt like hell. The last thing he wanted to do was anger the man who could wield a giant axe with one hand. He bowed his head slightly and felt the king's shadow loom over him as he continued to speak. "In honor of your killing and disposing of a serial murder of my citizens and people of the first soil, I present Kaiden Coldsteel the honor of being my knight," the king declared. Kaiden couldn't decide if he should protest or question the statement. It felt like a fever dream. The king moved, and Kaiden felt the cold steel of a sword kiss his left shoulder, and again on his right. He looked up to see the king grinning down at him. "You may stand," Knight Coldsteel, Ragnar said. The Magister opened her mouth as if to say something, but then closed it and slapped her forehead before finally speaking. King, this is a reminder that he is Imanese and therefore not a part of our country, she said, stealing the words right out of Kaiden's mouth. Sir, thank you for the honor, but... Ragnar beamed. No harm done. He turned back around and addressed the room again, clearing his throat a little embarrassed. Then he yelled again. As my second decree for the day, I allot a plot of land near the capital, just outside the city, which will now belong to the Imanese people. They still may not use weapons, but they are now considered full citizens of Orem. Everyone in the room went still. Even Elwyn looked surprised, his mouth agape. The Magister didn't look surprised. It seemed like she had been in on this. Kaiden glanced at his mother and father, who were both stunned. His mother held her hand over her mouth. The king looked at Kaiden. Well, are you going to say anything? Kaiden found himself speaking before he could think. I don't think I can say anything. I don't even know what I'm supposed to say. Ragnar looked at him, shocked, and then he laughed again, a wild, feral laugh. It was a quick laugh, and he wiped a tear from his eye. I knew I'd like you, he said. You're like me, blunt, a good fighter, and a warrior at heart. Kaiden blushed. Thank you, sir. Did you say what I think you said? The king's jovial attitude relaxed, and he looked more regal. Yes, I did. He smiled, a soft smile for someone so harsh and domineering. I've wanted to do this for a while. You gave me the opportunity to do so. Due to your valor, I have deemed it worthy to undo the mistakes of my ancestors. Here today, the Pact of Blood continues. However, your people, the Imanese, are now considered ours. You have been designated land outside of Solace, and you are welcome to our businesses and homes if invited. Any Imanese person with the backing of a sufficient person or house will also be allowed to attend the College of Strimonium, not only as a student, but to test for proficiency as a mage. Kaiden's heart raced. He had never in his wildest dreams imagined that this would happen. He checked inside himself to see if he was being plagued by some kind of mind-altering spell, but everything in his instincts told him that this was real. Without the king's permission, he stood on both feet, despite all the pain his body felt. He was surging with a new strength. He reached out his hand to the king, gesture meant for equals, but he didn't care. When a man reinstated your entire culture and family back into society with his words alone, you offered him your hand. The king looked at it and did not shy away. They traded grips, and Kaiden introduced himself the way he would to any other person he had met for the first time. I am Kaiden Coldsteel. The king smiled, his grip strong but not overpowering. And I am Ragnar Starbreaker. Welcome, my mage knight. This recording of Return of the Wand Mage No. 1 was presented by Dreamscape Media, LLC. Narrated by Dylan Sickles. Produced by Pete Cross. Text copyright 2023 by Outspan Foster. Sound recording copyright 2023 by Dreamscape Media, LLC. This recording may not be copied or played for an audience without the written permission of Dreamscape Media, LLC. This recording was produced by arrangement with Ethon Books. Thank you for listening. Please check dreamscapepublishing.com for Dreamscape's latest releases.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.